the prince. He's not as materialistic as I thought. Bowden nearly covered his face. This Secretary Tang is truly embarrassing. They say he's the stingiest official in the court. Fame indeed lives up to reality. Just saving some money and he's this happy. Doing it in front of County Emile. What if he changes his mind? Finally, Bradonk realized he was being too conspicuous. Controlling his laughter, he asked, "Cough. County Troy, what is your request?" Dorian smiled. "Perry, I can't meet the Emperor directly, so please convey this message for me. Preferably through your superior, the Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue, Bradonk, and better yet, if it seems like it's Secretary Tang's own idea, County Emile has made such a generous donation and only asks for 1 Kaiyuan Tongbao. Perhaps rewarding him with a gold-inscribed iron token would show the court's clear rewards and punishments. As the saying goes, people chase after profit. Otherwise, who would dedicate their whole life to serving the court? All right, even the excuse is prepared for me." Bowden asked, "What's a gold-inscribed iron token?" Bradonk added, "Colmes, I haven't heard of this either." Dorian choked. "My heavens, doesn't the Tang Dynasty have this yet? Looks like I'll set another precedent." Dorian explained in detail. A gold-inscribed iron token is made of fine iron, shaped like a scroll, with gold-inscribed iron token written on it. It guarantees one pardon from death. My name should be engraved on it. Immunity from death? Bowden was bewildered. What are you planning? Preparing for future immunity? Bradonk was deeply moved. Could it be? The prince already knows his identity? Throughout history, royal families lack familial affection. Even if Donnie loves this illegitimate son now, what happens when Donnie is gone? The bloodshed of the Xuanwu Gate incident lingers. This is a path to survival. Bradonk no longer hesitated, regardless of whether the prince knew he was the emperor's son. "Perry will help you once." Bradonk promised solemnly. "County Troy, rest assured. I will relay this to my superior, Secretary Bradonk." Afterwards, he left immediately, dragging along Bowden. On the way, Bowden asked bewilderedly, "Secretary Tang, why did you drag me along?" Bradonk replied, "Minister Yin, County Emile has donated these items to the court, but his request hasn't been fulfilled. Don't think about the rest. Let's go find Donnie." Bowden couldn't help but ask, "Secretary Tang, I just wonder why County Emile insists on a gold-inscribed iron token for immunity." Bradonk gave Bowden a deep look. Bowden wondered if something was wrong with him and checked himself but found nothing. Bradonk suddenly asked, "What do you think of County Emile?" Bowden thought for a moment and responded objectively, "Though he acts materialistic, he doesn't seem to have a materialistic heart. This boy donates the blast furnace but requests a gold-inscribed iron token, showing both humility and wisdom. If he made no demands, some might even slander him. But the immunity issue is perplexing." Bradonk whispered, "Minister Yin, I shouldn't hide it from you. County Emile is the emperor's illegitimate son." Bowden waved his hands in front of his eyes. "What did you say? I can't see." Bradonk. "Bowden, you're quite a talent." Chapter 134. Strange knowledge increased. Ganlu Palace. Finleaf was initially bewildered upon hearing about the iron voucher with a crimson seal. However, he agreed immediately. Is this son so wary of the court? Once, when Leaf was saved from the river by Dorian, an assassin chased after him but was killed by Dorian with one shot. Despite that, Leaf insisted on reporting it to the authorities. But Dorian believed that doing so would mean certain death. An official's word can have two meanings. Without money and reason, don't even bother coming in. How infuriating. I am truly enraged. Bradonk noticed how swiftly the emperor agreed, and it dawned on him that his suspicions were correct. The Finn was indeed preparing for a contingency plan for the prince. No matter how the political situation might change, as long as the Tang Dynasty remained secure, the emperor's illegitimate child could be spared from execution. Leaf commanded, "Minister Yin, the iron voucher with a crimson seal is now entrusted to you." This cough. It was awkward to discuss. Since there has been no precedent in the court before, you can follow County BER's description for guidance on the voucher. The old servant obeys your command. Enoch felt speechless. What did follow County BER's description mean? Was it okay to be this perfunctory while handling affairs of the Ministry of Works? Being the emperor, Leaf couldn't be questioned or challenged. Leaf mused aloud. The campaign against Shuafeng will commence before winter arrives. Once the snows of winter fall in the Tujue territory, Ron will find it difficult to come to Shuafeng's aid. Minister Yin, the Ministry of Works must ensure the supply of the required Ma Dao, a type of military weapon, to improve fluency and accuracy. Minister Yin, the Ministry of Works must ensure the supply of the required Ma Dao for better readability and natural flow in English. Minister Yin, make sure the Ministry of Works guarantees the supply of the required Ma Dao. This ensures the meaning is accurately conveyed while reading more naturally in English. Enoch solemnly replied, "The ministry will not fail your majesty." Afterward, both he and Bradonk left the Ganlu Palace. Suddenly, Enoch thought of something. Where is Lord Braden? Lord Braden Hendricks had already slipped away before Enoch and Bradonk entered Teoweyuan, Peach Blossom Land. He aimlessly wandered within Teoweyuan, where the villagers treated him kindly knowing he was young master's godfather. Everything went smoothly, everywhere accessible. Terrifying indeed. Even during interrogations, others usually revived the victim first. Directly breaking legs? Barbaric. Too barbaric. But Old Chung liked it. The suspect noticed Dorian and Hendricks. Seeing Hendricks reminded him of the painful punch before blacking out. Now he was in even more pain. Drenched in cold sweat, the suspect knew his leg was broken. Hatred burned in his eyes as they focused on Hendricks. Hendricks was confused. What look is that? Your leg wasn't broken by me. Why are you glaring like this? Holding the stick, Dorian calmly said, "Would you rather confess willingly or suffer more?" The suspect was shocked. It's you. His hatred finally found its target. Dorian responded innocently, "I'm actually doing you a favor. If you died while unconscious, what would happen? I only wanted to check if you were alive. Unexpectedly, the stick was too heavy, and your leg got crushed. The words made the suspect cringe. Stick crushing? Clearly, it was broken on purpose. The suspect gritted his teeth. Break my other leg too. I won't. Smash. Crack. Ah. The scream hurt Hendrix's ears. Dorian sighed. I never expected someone would ask for such a request. I'm a good person, so I'll grant your wish. Don't thank me. I do good deeds expecting nothing in return. The suspect stared dumbfounded. Good person? You're kidding. Please be human. I only showed bravery, but you really broke my leg? My legs. They hurt. Tears streamed down his face, followed by nasal mucus. Hendrix rubbed his legs, keeping a safe distance from the terrifying Dorian. So frightening. Dorian turned to ask, Godfather, what are you doing? Embarrassedly smiling, Hendrix replied, nothing, just giving you some space. Dorian was speechless. Did he also come from the future? Those words sounded so modern. Very inappropriate. Two men, what kind of space are you talking about? Messing around. Dorian ignored his silly godfather and kept smiling at the suspect. The suspect sneered, no matter how much torture you inflict, I won't say anything. Dorian simply remarked, oh. Then he told Hendrix, Godfather, help me? What? I'm very kind-hearted. I've never killed even a small chicken or stepped on an ant. Hendrix. Almost believed it. Who killed him? Yell unexpectedly. Isn't it you? I'll talk. I'll tell everything. Suddenly, the suspect burst into tears, frightened out of his wits. Can't you be less hasty in killing? Hendrix realized he had learned something new. An unusual interrogation method. But it seemed of little use to him. Maybe try it out at Dolly Temple another day. Right now, the suspect was confessing. I was sent by Minister Braden. Chapter 135. Father, what are you trying to do? Dorian and Jamar collaborated on selling ice lollies in Chang'an. They named their product Brother's Old Ice Lolly. This novelty, spanning 1,000 years, was immensely popular in Chang'an. Not only did children love it, but adults also enjoyed it. On hot summer days, an old ice lolly brought a refreshing feel. Who could resist? However, another type of ice lolly appeared in Chang'an, called Bradanji Ice Lolly. This upgraded version had more quantity for the same price, instantly stealing away all the customers from Brother's Old Ice Lolly. Upon hearing about this new competitor, Jamar took immediate action. After all, this was a business in which he, as the Hawk of Tang Dynasty, had invested, albeit without putting in a single penny. Preventing any foul play was necessary, though not because he didn't trust Dorian. Jamar ordered the eunuch Tate to prepare the carriage, and immediately headed to the residence of the Fabian County. As soon as he entered, Jamar blurted out, Big brother, we have a problem. Someone is poaching our customers. Dorian was hunched over, writing with a goose feather. Upon closer inspection, it was tiny script. Surprised, Jamar realized the feather dipped in ink could write quite smoothly, though the characters lacked the grace of a brush. Big brother, aren't you worried? Jamar couldn't help but urge him on. Honestly, as the Hawk, he didn't care much about the money. But how dare someone challenge the Tang Hawk's business? It was outrageous. He then added thoughtfully, the Braden in Bradanji sounds like it's aimed directly at us. In Chang'an, there are many Fanyang Braden clan shops, so using Bradanji here can only mean one thing. Jamar felt enraged thinking of it. Just a few days ago, Ider from the Fanyang Braden clan came with a sword to see him. He ignored him, even told him to roll, though not intentionally. But Ider might not see it that way. As a 10-year-old Hawk, Jamar was far more mature than his peers or most adults. He hadn't yet grasped the complexities of the Tang Dynasty's power structure, assuming the royal family was the pinnacle. How dare the Fanyang Braden clan take his hard-earned money over such a petty misunderstanding? They must be tired of living. However, Jamar grew angrier by the second, nearly exploding, while Dorian remained calm and continued writing. Jamar. Was his brother somehow mentally off today? Deciding to leave, he muttered. Forget it. It's just some money. What could this illegitimate son of the Fin do against the Fanyang Braden clan? Ultimately, the responsibility fell on him. He would order the Jingzhou prefecture to smash the Fanyang Braden clan stall. When Dorian finished writing and looked up, Jamar was gone. He sighed. He'd talk to him later about the competition. According to informants, Ider seemed to be targeting him. Chuckle. The 5 surnames and 7 prestigious families were invincible. If pushed too far, they could be destroyed. For instance, planting rumors that the heavens had punished the Fanyang Braden clan could effectively ruin them. But Dorian shook his head. No need to stoop that low. If they wanted to destroy the Fanyang Braden clan, he'd use more legitimate means. Outside, Jamar met Helmet. Confused, Jamar wondered why Helmet was here. The Tang Daily was Dorian's creation, and Helmet was its chief editor. Would he support Dorian knowing he was an illegitimate prince? Immediately, Jamar felt alert. Helmet was equally surprised. Was the Hawk aware of the illegitimate prince? This could lead to a sibling rivalry. Perhaps he should help the illegitimate prince. Minister Gino. Hawk, what brings you here? And what brings you here? Both men were silent after this exchange. Jamar grew increasingly wary. Why did Helmet care about his visit? Suspicious. In Helmet's mind, why was the Hawk interested in his visit? As the editor-in-chief of the Tang Daily, wasn't it logical for him to meet the advisor? Did the Hawk harm Dorian? Helmet decided to leave quickly. I have matters to attend to. He practically ran into the house, where Andrew greeted him. Earlier, when Jamar arrived, Andrew wasn't around. Now, seeing Andrew, Jamar felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Andrew, the loyal minister and mirror of the Fin, was here. Hadn't Andrew recently been dismissed from office? Was this the Fin's doing? Jamar trembled. Father, what are you trying to do? Chapter 136. Did His Highness the Hawk and young master acknowledge each other? Oh no. Andrew also saw Hawk Jamar, particularly noticing the complicated gaze in his eyes. At this moment, Andrew was entirely certain that this Hawk must have known about Donnie's illegitimate son. Dorian's identity might not be the most important. An illegitimate child from a common family would never ascend to the throne, unless all the officials lost their minds. The successor to the Tang Dynasty would be given to Shu King Hildred, the third son with an awkward and sensitive background, not an illegitimate child from a common family. However, Hawk met Helmet today. This would have been fine on its own. After all, as the chief editor of the Tang Daily News, Helmet seeking advice from Dorian, the consultant, was reasonable enough. But Andrew himself, having been dismissed from office, he suddenly reappeared to handle the ministry of him. Either way, Andrew didn't really believe it himself. Jamar. Mistaken father? Andrew, you dare deceive me. I am the Hawk of this dynasty, and you actually dare to use this poor excuse on me. Couldn't you come up with a better lie? Jamar had no idea that Andrew truly believed this incredible truth. It was just ruined by Crawford. No one believes it anymore, regardless of how angry Jamar was. Suddenly, Andrew remembered the real issue and asked bluntly, "Why is your highness here?" Being stubborn as ever, Jamar, suppressing his anger inwardly, thought, if Andrew isn't afraid of the emperor, why should I, the Hawk, a mere child, feel intimidated? Embarrassing. Let me grow up faster. Jamar shouted in his mind while replying aloud, I came to see my elder brother. Is there a problem with that? Andrew. Your highness, you cannot go in. Lord Wanyan doesn't know. Cough, cough, cough. Jamar pointed inside, saying, I just went in and came out shortly after. Andrew. Did you two secretly acknowledge each other? Jamar, full of grievance, replied, my mother is not his aunt. Andrew. Hawk, if you had said that earlier, we would have avoided this confusion. Listening to this, Andrew understood the situation. It turned out that Donnie's illegitimate son did not know his true identity. He only thought that the Hawk was his aunt's son. Scared me. Then, Andrew stared coldly at Jamar. Your highness, you as the Hawk, playing such tricks on an old man. Do you deserve Tutor Li Wanji's teachings? I will speak to Amadioji about this. Amadioji, also known as Li Gang, was currently appointed as tutor to the Hawk. Mentioning Li Gang, Jamar felt a bit disgusted. This person was overly rigid and pedantic. Jamar suffered under his hand. Alas, this was an imperial order. Jamar couldn't resist. If Li Gang knew about this incident, the emperor would find out as well. In an instant, Jamar backed down. That, Duke of Pedro, please don't. Andrew harumphed. Though wearing civilian clothes, he wasn't anyone's toy. Not even the Hawk. Except for young master. I know wrong. Andrew wanted to lecture Jamar, but suddenly thought of something. Oh no, Helmet went to find Dorian. Would he think that the Hawk and young master have already met and acknowledged each other? Heaven help us. Andrew sprinted off. Jamar, having bowed, only saw Andrew's retreating figure. The stride, the speed, so familiar. Seeing this scene, Andrew was stunned. Helmet was nodding continuously, holding a piece of paper. Consultant Li is truly admirable, willing to share the method of making this item publicly. What a Then, he took a quill pen, dipped it in ink, and started marking punctuation symbols. While annotating, he explained, this circle is a period, used at the end of complete sentences. This tadpole-like symbol is a comma, separating parts of incomplete sentences. This is called an ellipsis. This is an M-dash. This is a colon. Quotation marks. Double and single quotation marks. Helmet. Shivers. Excited shivers. Not only him, Andrew slowly approached as well, listening to Dorian's increasingly detailed explanation, unable to hold back shivers. These were punctuation marks. Tiny symbols with significant meaning to scholars. Without punctuation, many sentences could have ambiguous meanings. For example, people can be led but not enlightened. Punctuation greatly reduced the cost for scholars to study classical texts, especially for those from humble origins. Disciples from humble backgrounds faced extraordinary difficulties in seeking education. Without a good teacher, they couldn't correctly punctuate sentences or understand the true meaning of texts. The birth of punctuation marks would completely change this situation. Jamar unknowingly approached as well. After listening for some time, he disdainfully remarked, what kind of punctuation marks are these? They're just messy and obstructive to reading. Swish. Two pairs of intense gazes locked on. What they lacked was eye-catching content. Now, they had it, a content that benefited everyone from scholars down to commoners. The Tang Dynasty Daily was secure. Suddenly, Andrew intercepted him midway. Helmet wondered, Duke of Pedro, is there something wrong? Andrew's expression turned serious. Did you tell the truth to young master? Helmet. Still using young master. Andrew, you're too immersed in your role. Comte. Helmet understood Andrew's concern. I didn't expect the Hawk and Advisor Li to have met, but when I went in, Advisor Li didn't ask anything unusual. Everything was as usual. It's clear he doesn't know the true identity of the Hawk. He chuckled. You needn't worry. Advisor Li is the Fin's son. Donnie knows every move. Andrew froze. Indeed. Andrew had been overly anxious. Helmet worriedly continued, right now, the Hawk is young and might not yet feel hostile toward Advisor Li. In a few years, it could be different. Andrew, can you talk without causing heart palpitations? Just when I put my worries to rest, you bring up this again. Helmet pondered. Advisor Li's ingenuity, especially the Tang Dynasty Daily's influence, grows daily. This is a great merit to the court. Gino will publish the punctuation marks. Soon, all scholars will appreciate Advisor Li's contributions. When that day comes, anyone will think thrice before acting. Saying so much, the elder bragged, I'm a farmer. So what if you're a farmer? We don't underestimate farmers. Go back 3 generations, who wasn't originally a farmer? He added proudly, farming has become easier. With the curved plow and water wheel, plowing and watering are simpler now. The two men. What does this have to do with Dorian? The elder respectfully explained, curved plow and water wheel were invented by County Lord of Wanyan Dorian and contributed to the court. Hence, we farmers benefit greatly. The Dorian you mentioned must be the same Dorian, the County Lord. The two men were skeptical. Really? The elder stared. How can it be false? Would I lie? A passerby overheard and interjected. Didn't you see the article on punctuation? It states that County Lord Dorian invented punctuation marks. Dorian is the county lord. End of story. The three men. You're asking for a beating. Gradually, Dorian's name spread throughout Chang'an. Previously known for inventing farming tools, his reputation gradually grew throughout the Tang Dynasty. Ida read the latest Tang Dynasty daily, his face grim. Stop making old ice cream at Braden's. As a prodigy of the Fan Yang Braden clan, he sensed the court's true intentions from the start. Control the Tang Dynasty's discourse via the Tang Dynasty daily, nullifying the 5 surnames and 7 families' media advantage. More delicate. The man was licking it with a slurping sound. Disgusting. Ider's expression changed, suppressing his nausea as he asked, "What are you eating?" The man replied, "Ice cream." Ider froze. "Ice cream? Calma. It's similar to the old ice stick. It's just a bit more expensive at 10 coins. Ider." The man added, "There's also the one that costs 1 string of coins, Haagen-Dazs. People in Chang'an call it aristocratic ice cream. Ah, too expensive for me. By the way, this is still from Brother Ice Cream who used to make the old ice sticks. Only now, since everyone can make old ice sticks, they've started selling this instead." Ider. "So you, Dorian, are indeed a good person. I didn't expect that you would look down on the small profit from old ice sticks and then crush my Braden's ice sticks. Very well. ##### Chapter 138. Monopoly is shameful. 3 days later, the Fan Yang Braden clan underwent significant changes. Ider officially took over as the patriarch of the Fan Yang Braden clan. From then on, the Fan Yang Braden clan, one of the 5 great clans, would have its youngest patriarch ever. All this happened somewhat by chance. Today, the Fan Yang Braden clan was not what it used to be. The situation was concerning. To be the patriarch meant leading the Fan Yang Braden clan back to its peak. That was incredibly difficult. Other aristocratic families and powerful clans were already celebrating their misfortune. They would never lend a hand. As for so arrogantly, considering themselves equal to the Moses dynasty. Originally, Ider held the position of military advisor in Qinzhou. A few months ago, he submitted a report on the military situation in Hushi, which was extremely clear and detailed. Impressed, Finleaf promoted him to assistant examiner of appraisal, and later to deputy minister of revenue. Half a month ago, when Finleaf asked about historical census data, Ider provided detailed statistics on population changes from the Xia dynasty, Shang dynasty, Northern Zhou, and Sui dynasties. Finleaf praised him again and gave him the additional role of acting deputy minister of military affairs and director of 5th rank selections. Initially, Ider refused, believing it was inappropriate for him to assume such a high-ranking official's duties. But Finleaf persisted, saying, "I trust you. Why don't you trust yourself?" Ider finally accepted the appointment. Then he began competing with Dorian. Now that Ider was both deputy minister of revenue and patriarch of the Fan Yang Braden clan, he faced the crisis in the green salt industry head-on. Finleaf felt uncertain about this retaliation, fearing his son might not be able to withstand it. Not that he didn't trust his son's abilities. It was just that the Fan Yang Braden clan was deeply entrenched and not easily dealt with. Open attacks were easy to dodge, but hidden arrows were hard to guard against. Aristocratic families always appeared honorable on the surface, but behind the scenes, they were more cunning than anyone else. Unable to sit still, Finleaf decided to visit Peach Blossom Spring. It was said that Dorian had been frequently visiting Peach Blossom Spring lately, and the residence of the county baron of Wanyan was almost deserted. Potatoes, cultivated under Halisal and Hawk Jamar's nominal supervision, were nearly ready for harvest. Counting on his fingers, Finleaf also prepared to launch a campaign to the northern region of Shuafeng before winter, with the aim of wiping out Bill in Shuafeng before winter arrived, making it difficult for the Turks to fully support Bill due to harsh weather conditions. Finleaf seized this opportunity. At Peach Blossom Spring, Hawk Jamar couldn't help but admire Dorian. "Brother, at first, I thought you really wanted to abandon old ice sticks profits, but now I see you intended to buy ice cream. Especially Haagen-Dazs. It's way too expensive. But as you predicted, Haagen-Dazs has become a symbol of status. Even I." Cough, cough, slip of the tongue. Dorian responded with a speechless look. "Younger brother, I told you long ago, the most expensive isn't necessarily the best." Jamar was speechless. His feelings were indescribable. Life. Achoo. Atli sneezed. He sensed someone was plotting against him. Who? No point dwelling on it. Atli bowed respectfully to Dorian. "Master, you summoned me?" Dorian nodded and said, "I will send several craftsmen skilled in green salt production as teachers. Find some quick-witted young men and let them learn the process." Atli guessed, "Master, since green salt isn't scarce, are you preparing to promote it throughout the Tang Empire?" Dorian. "You think too much. Franchises were already set up. Why not enjoy the results? Why worry about this?" Dorian pulled out a small booklet from his robes and handed it to Atli. He then instructed, "Give this to the chief editor of the Tang Daily News, Minister Helmet." Atli looked at the title on the small booklet, Green Salt Purification Technique. Inside, it contained detailed instructions with vivid illustrations. What did this mean? Dorian smiled. "As county baron, my heart is for the people. I refuse monopoly and seek to benefit all. I will publicly share the green salt purification technique." Click. Atli was dumbfounded. Did I hear correctly? Share the green salt purification technique? That's money. A lot of money. Look at the Fan Yang Braden clan, who had immense wealth from green salt production, enabling scholars within the family to study abroad. Such profitable. What I said was incorrect? Elliot pondered and asked, "Father, should you and Tilly concubine have a wedding?" Crawford, Leaf, Jamar. A wedding? Good heavens. Father and April holding a wedding. How thrilling. For some reason, the astonished Jamar suddenly felt very pleased seeing his father's embarrassed expression. I never thought there would still be someone in Tang who could embarrass father. Moreover, it's father's illegitimate son. Crawford awkwardly replied, "Well, why have a wedding?" Elliot reprimanded, "Father, my brother is right here. Be careful. He might tell Tilly concubine this, and then you're in trouble." Crawford glanced at Jamar. Jamar lowered his head, not daring to meet his father's gaze. Out of habit. Additionally, Crawford's eyes were filled with menace. Seeing this scene, Elliot felt utterly baffled. Dad, you're really amazing. Isn't he your real son? Can't you intimidate him so openly, without fear of him reporting you to his mother? Sigh. Dad's intelligence is truly worrying. And this brother's reaction. He isn't even your biological son. Why are you scared at all? Elliot could only walk over to his half-brother and whisper, Father, you need to give Auntie a proper status since you're living together with her. If a woman can accept a man like you, and you don't give her an official title, watch out, one day she may kick you out. Crawford glared. Nonsense. Elliot muttered to himself, all right, I'll pick a good day and organize it for you. You won't have to worry about it. Crawford. You silly child. You think organizing a royal wedding is a joke? However, Elliot shifted the topic, handing a small booklet to Atlee. You go to the Tang Daily office and hand this to the chief editor, Minister Tang. Atlee took the booklet and fled as if running for his life. Earlier, he wanted to enjoy the drama, but the scene unfolded differently from what he had anticipated. Boring. Better to escape before young master notices and punishes him. From the early days when young master boosted the first issue of Tang Daily, one could see what kind of person he is. Besides, this time, he was meeting Chancellor Helmet. Could it be? Atlee remembered young master's promise. Instantly, many thoughts flooded his mind. Young master is giving him opportunities. First, meeting the Chancellor, familiarizing himself with things now, would make it easier to recommend him for an official post later. Suddenly, Atlee slapped himself hard. Stop overthinking. Young master is such a good person. If you can't resist doubting his character again, slap yourself harder. Elliot saw this scene. Is this Atlee hitting himself because he has a mental illness? Oh, it's so comfortable having someone else do the work. At the Tang Daily office, Helmet received the booklet, and upon reading its contents, he was stunned on the spot, revealing the method for making blue salt. Based on Elliot's booklet, the cost of refining blue salt was shockingly low. From now on, blue salt would no longer be expensive. Think about it, blue salt is currently so costly. Who can afford it unless they are aristocratic families? Even Helmet felt the pinch buying a bit of blue salt. It's too expensive. He wasn't part of the 5 great clans or 7 noble families, so blue salt was slightly luxurious for him. The Fanyang Braden clan held the top position among the 5 great clans due to the blue salt industry. This prince is willing to publicly disclose the blue salt purification technique. What kind of magnanimity is this? Admiration. Utmost admiration. At this moment, Atlee's heart was also quite excited. Although he had seen Helmet before, he had never been this close to him. Finally, he got this opportunity. The item was handed over, but what should he say next? Ask, have you eaten? No, that wouldn't do. Discussing state governance ideas with the chancellor might be overdoing it? Ugh, so conflicted. Just then, Helmet shouted, prepare the horse. Then, he mounted and rode away. Dead. He was far off. Atlee's confusion turned to bewilderment where he smashed. Seeing this, Crawford's face darkened. Jamar noticed his father's gaze, trembled inwardly, and threw down the hoe, opting to dig with his hands. Elliot couldn't stand it anymore and pulled his father aside, warning quietly, Father, there's something I must say, even though I don't know if it's appropriate. I'll say it anyway. Crawford. So, the first half of your sentence was pointless. Elliot whispered, this brother isn't your biological son. Isn't it a bit too harsh on him? Crawford retorted matter-of-factly, what do you understand? I treat him like a son, and he treats me like a father. As a father, demanding excellence from my son is natural. TSK. You've got a point. Elliot backed off. Since both parties agree, I won't meddle. Haven't you seen this half-brother accepting father's strictness quite well? Could it be? Elliot had a chilling realization and nervously questioned his father. When did you and Annie start? I feel like, even before April passed, you were already close with Annie? Crawford. You suspect infidelity? Pooh. Are you insinuating I betrayed your mother? Honestly, towards your mother, I am truly innocent. Seeing his dazed look, Elliot's suspicion was confirmed. Fine. Forget the notion of half-siblings. This is definitely a full sibling with a different mother. Forget it. In ancient times, men often had multiple wives and mistresses legally, except for poor Helmet, whose wife was notoriously loud and jealous. Speaking of jealousy, it came from Helmet's wife. Elliot looked up. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Dead. Hoofbeats echoed. Helmet arrived. Hashtag chapter 140. Helmet is stunned. Helmet jumped off the carriage, holding a small booklet in his hand, and rushed to Dorian. The Fin's crown prince had been overlooked by him. Anyway, he had to pretend they weren't familiar with each other. He blurted out, are you really going to make the method for refining Qingyan salt public? Dorian scratched his head and replied, didn't I already let Shangya give it to you? How could it be fake? Helmet took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to him. Dorian quickly stepped back. Lord Gino, don't get me into trouble. If people find out that the Tang Chancellor behaves this way, I'll be attacked 3 times a day. Helmet was bewildered. Why on earth was he talking nonsense? I'm doing this for the welfare of all the people, Dorian added. If Lord Gino treats me like this, everyone will envy me so much that they might curse me daily. Helmet was speechless. What kind of thinking is with sweet potatoes and potatoes, his contributions would be immense. Even if he turned into a rascal in the future, no one would dare take his life. His actions saved countless lives in Tang, which could redeem him even if he violated the law 10 times over. Lord Gino, please come this way. Dorian gestured him to follow. Helmet followed him aside. Crawford thought, what are they planning behind my back? Finally, Dorian told Helmet, Lord Gino, to be honest, I've completely offended the Fanyang Braden family. They don't want me alive, so I decided to help Donnie, cut off their financial lifeline. Helmet was stunned. Why didn't I know about this? Your Majesty kept secrets from me. Meanwhile, Janice felt someone murmuring about him from behind. Strangely, why did he feel like this? From offering the curved plow and almost being killed by someone trying to claim credit, to exposing Jensen of the Fan Young Braden family, then Amiel taking office as county magistrate and trying to kill Dorian, finally Dorian retaliating. These events triggered his secret plan against the Fan Young Braden family. Initially, he planned to wait until Tang launched a campaign against Bill to dismantle their Qingyan salt industry. However, the Fan Young Braden family found and freed the prisoners who were making Qingyan salt, and even bribed some to steal the popsicle formula. The mastermind was their new clan leader, Eider. Through Hendrix's capture of a fan, one more thing to the special edition. What else? Helmet asked. Potatoes. Potatoes? Right there. Didn't you see them? Dorian pointed to the newly dug potatoes. Helmet. He hadn't noticed, too preoccupied with the Qingyan refining technique. A new crop. He was overwhelmed. As the potato yield was calculated, it showed over 30 shur per mu. Crawford mumbled, another miracle, possibly even better than sweet potatoes. Helmet was speechless. How many wonders does the prince have? Again, high-yield crops for Tang? Helmet glanced at Hawk Eldon, foreseeing potential issues akin to the Xuanwu Gate incident. Note. I've translated using English names and maintained paragraph structure and tone as closely as possible to your request. Chapter 141. The Ultimate Level of Shamelessness. The Tang Daily Special Edition was published again. Now, the people of Chang'an had discerned a pattern about the Tang Daily. Whenever it's the special edition, there's bound to be big news inside. Sure enough, this issue announced the purified blue salt production technique. In an instant, the entire city of Chang'an was in uproar. Even Helmet, as the chief editor, received different gazes from his colleagues when he attended court. From waiting in front of the imperial palace to entering Taiji Palace, nobody spoke to him, merely eyeing him with complex looks. Helmet felt as if he had turned into a monkey for these colleagues to gawk. Minister of Revenue felt a wave of sighs. Fortunately, the Alvin had shared the blue salt technology. Otherwise, if Donnie got the idea, he would have ordered the Ministry of Revenue to buy it again. How painful. The court officials from the 5 surnames and 7 clans had complex thoughts, especially those from the Fan Young Braden clan or their students. Led by Eider, they felt bitter. Too harsh. Lord Elliot of Wanyin County is indeed ruthless. A man who isn't ruthless can't stand firm. Elliot showed the resolve to cut off all retreat options. The decline of the Fan Young Braden clan's blue salt industry was now just a matter of time. What countermeasures could they take? The price of blue salt had plummeted, so what could they do? They'd have to find new ways for the Fan Young Braden clan to earn money. But how hard that was. Eider's heart ached. He wanted to vomit blood. Bear it. If he vomited now, during the assembly in Taiji Palace, he might never come to court again. He would return to the Fan Young Braden clan's hometown, defeated. The situation for the Fan Young Braden clan was dire. Eider must stay in the court to ensure the clan can breathe for a few more years. Who knows? It might eventually turn for the better. Seeing no response below, Leaf noted that Hendrix wasn't there. Had he been present, he surely would have sought the greatest benefits for his adoptive son. Leaf asked again, everyone, what reward should we give such a loyal person? Eider was first to step forward, with solemn expression, Your Majesty, Lord Elliot of Wanyin County truly embodies high virtue and integrity. Our Fan Young Braden clan controlled the blue salt technology, but, due to higher costs and private interests, lacked the courage to share it with the people like Lord Elliot did. As he spoke, he appeared ashamed. The Fan Young Braden clan feels guilty and is willing to learn from Lord Elliot, exposing our blue salt technology to the world. All ministers were speechless. Truly shameless. Why didn't you do this earlier? Knowing the blue salt technology was no longer a secret, following others' exposure for popularity was typical of the scholar aristocracy. Then Leaf sneered inwardly. He understood Eider's calculations. At the right moment, he would certainly operate. Despite trailing behind Lord Elliot, and amidst broken monopolies, he could still use his residual prestige to convince quite a number of people. And so, the Fan Young Braden clan would succeed. Little did he know, Eider did more than that. Thump. He knelt down. Suck in. All the ministers' hearts skipped a beat. They sensed a sinister motive behind this kneeling. The Emperor aimed to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 clans, especially the Fan Young Braden clan. But the Fan Young Braden clan held no criminal handles against them. As head of the revenue department and the new patriarch of the Fan Young Braden clan, this kneel seemed significant. Hearing Eider cry out loudly, Your Majesty, I boldly request merit for Lord Elliot. Silence fell. Too silent. Requesting merit? As patriarch of the Fan Young Braden clan, Elliot had nothing to do with them. Was he really asking for merit? A joke? Frederick slightly opened his eyelids and glanced at Eider. Interesting. Helmet watched Eider vigilantly. Leaf narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. Sure enough. Eider said, I beg your majesty to elevate Lord Elliot's rank. Salt is fundamental for human survival. Lord Elliot improved the blue salt technology, significantly reducing its cost. Thus, everyone in Great Tang can now afford blue salt. This is a great deed. Snap. Many jaws almost dropped. The new patriarch of the Fan Young Braden clan was indeed shameless. By claiming improvements in blue salt technology, he downplayed Lord Elliot's achievements, implying the monopoly on blue salt was due to less advanced technology rather than greed. Their costs were too high, so charging more was justified, right? The epitome of shamelessness. Not finished. Eider continued without giving anyone else a chance, shouting, I petition for Donnie to grant Lord Elliot the title of Duke of Wanyin County. Boom. The court erupted in chaos. Except for Frederick, Helmet, Bradonk, and other key figures, the rest of the officials reacted sharply, even whispered, ##### chapter 142. Eider comes to visit. Leaf arrived at the Peach Blossom Spring ahead of schedule. Then, he began to hover around Dorian. Dorian asked, Dad, is there something you want to tell me? Leaf shook his head vigorously and started to move away from his son. Dorian suddenly said, Are you planning to come clean? Leaf froze in his tracks. Oh dear, when did this get exposed? In an instant, Leaf was drenched in sweat. This is bad. Thinking back to when he first met his son and how casually he handled the assassin, his calm demeanor, I shouldn't have questioned him. Forget it, I should apologize. This child must be furious inside. Wait, Brandon will come soon to read the imperial edict. Let him speak for me. Poor me, as an emperor, I feel so humiliated in front of my son. But thinking about the faint warmth between father and son, it seems worth it. Leaf turned around, cleared his throat twice, and struggled to maintain both his regal and paternal presence. Son. Dorian chuckled. All right, you don't need to say anything. I understand. It's not easy to admit such things. Leaf felt relieved. You know this? Admitting to being one's father. What a strange thing. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Dorian continued with a laugh. Don't worry. I'll forgive you. Leaf's face lit up with joy. So, will you still call me Dad? He wished their father-son bond could continue. Dorian replied in surprise. Dad, are you feverish? Even if I don't forgive you, I would still call you Dad. Leaf nearly spat blood. Fine. You want to cling to the Tang fin. Knowing the truth, you still insist on calling me Dad. Who would have thought you'd be like this? Dorian pondered. But I have to say, Dad, you didn't handle this gracefully. Leaf. Bah. It was you who admitted being my father. You bear the main responsibility. Dorian continued. Tell Auntie later that my brother is your son. Given this relationship, our brotherhood will only grow stronger. I don't mind your mistakes, and I don't think Mom would either. Leaf. Something doesn't seem right here. So, you think your aunt's son is actually my own son. Though it is true in a way. As Dorian's father admitting his mistake, Justino should be his half-brother by different parents. And you assume I've had something going on with your aunt. Half-brother by different mothers, but the same father. I just need a moment of peace. After all this preparation, it turns out I wanted to split a pair. My identity hasn't been exposed. Why do I feel so relieved? This moment, Dorian added. But the wedding between you and Auntie has to happen. Once I'm done with my business, I'll arrange it for you. Leaf. Isn't it weird for a son to arrange a wedding for his father? Dorian said seriously. Dad, I can see Auntie's business isn't small. Don't worry. I can support myself without coveting others' property. I just want to remind her that if she wants to expand her business, she should start setting up in Shuafeng now. Leaf asked, puzzled. What do you mean by setting up in Shuafeng? Dorian smiled. I told you. The court will attack Shuafeng soon. Everything inside will be a good investment. However, I'm only interested in real estate. With the defeat of Bill imminent, everyone will be in disarray during the war. You can acquire all assets at bargain prices. After the war, Auntie will control various industries, naturally. Of course, I mean control over the industries. The government's policies won't be under our control. Leaf's mind raced. So, his son plans to profit from the wartime chaos by buying low and selling high? If so, let Lexi prepare some money. We should take a share too. The palace will no longer be financially tight after that. Dorian waved him off. I won't blame you, Dad. You don't need to think too much about it. Your worries are over. Go on. Leaf. Fine, I'll go. To discuss this with Lexi. Suddenly, Helmet arrived with the imperial edict in hand. Behind him were carriages laden with rewards from the court. They said 10,000 gold, but more accurately, 2 carriage loads of silk. Not too little. Helmet saw the emperor was also present. Alright, let's skip the formalities. He handed the edict directly to Dorian. Dorian didn't even look at it, smiling. I knew Donnie would reward me. Helmet could only explain. Donnie rewarded you for publicly sharing the method to refine blue salt. He granted you the iron certificate of immunity. Then, he signaled to the attendants behind him. A splendid box was presented. Opening it revealed the well-crafted iron certificate, inscribed with words including Dorian's name. The two most eye-catching words were immunity from execution. This was the first iron certificate in Tang Dynasty history. Dorian's expression fell. Looking utterly disappointed, he muttered, Donnie is too stingy. Iron certificates were promised. After releasing the blue salt technique, I got nothing in return. How unfair. Leaf. Unfilial son. Daring to say I'm stingy? I did this for your own good. Being famous at a young age often leads to a short life. Didn't you understand? Eider suggested ennobling you as Alvin of Wanyin County. I granted you the iron certificate, sparing your life once, keeping your rank unchanged. Standing alone at high places brings chill winds. I've left this as a precaution, coincidentally aligning with your wishes. Helmet coughed awkwardly. Listening to Dorian's complaints as an outsider before these two made him uncomfortable. Your Majesty, consider my endurance. Please confront the prince soon. Just then, Andrew approached with a peculiar expression, reporting, Young Master, Lord Eider from Fanyang seeks an audience. He wiped a slight sweat subtly. Helmet gave a knowing glance to Finn Leaf and Andrew. Leaf. This really might expose everything. Dorian said slyly, let him come in. Andrew added, Young Master, I saw him from afar. Based on experience, he's definitely here to see you. Dorian. Harris, are you insane? He hadn't realized how Andrew identified Eider. Helmet felt somewhat disappointed. Bolivar's identity should be revealed sooner. Leaf sighed in relief. Andrew almost scared me to death. He hurriedly said to Dorian, Son, I'll go talk to your aunt. With that, he fled. Dorian called out, Dad, that's the back door. From far away, Leaf chuckled. The back door is closer. Taking a shortcut. Andrew added, Young Master, I have something to discuss with the Master. Excuse me. He quickly followed the Emperor. Dorian. Spit. Facing his father and Andrew's backs, Dorian spat forcefully. Helmet stared wide-eyed. We know why the Emperor and Andrew fled. But, spitting at them, what does that mean? Dorian scowled. Sorry, Gino sir. My dad and Harris haven't seen much of the world. Hearing enemies approach, they panicked and ran. Helmet. So that's why. Only, you running wouldn't matter. Your grimace says it all. Do you think I'm blind to your true feelings? Chapter 143, Extortion? Dream on. Eider felt very surprised. The noble residence of the myriad Colmar County Lord had no gate guards at all, and there wasn't a single servant to be seen inside either. Just this? Through his investigation of Dorian, he began to feel that for a teenager from myriad Colmar County to become a county lord in the blink of an eye, there was some hidden secret here. After entering the residence of the myriad Colmar County Lord, Eider made a firm decision. Myriad Colmar County Lord, advisor of Tang Dynasty Daily, did you create the sweet potato? Dorian laughed and said, it seems not just the sweet potato. Now, there's also the potato. Oh yes, I also came up with the idea for national bonds. Eider nodded and said, I know everything is you're doing. I never thought all this would come from a young man like you, which astonishes me greatly. Dorian, without being modest, replied, some people are born extraordinary. Even if they don't wish to, they always end up doing something world-shaking while alive. Eider was speechless. Really, shameless. In comparison, my performance in court yesterday still fell short. Try the wine I brewed. Dorian disappeared for a while and returned carrying a jar of wine, plus a large bowl. Eider was bewildered. No wine cups, only a large bowl. And just one. Meaning, you drink. I don't? Dorian had already poured a bowl of wine and placed it in front of Eider. The strong aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Warriors would definitely love this kind of wine. However, Eider didn't fancy such strong liquor. Galugulu. Dorian was stunned. He never expected Eider to look so refined, yet could drink like Hendrix, his foster father. Pooh. Eider sprayed out. If Dorian hadn't been quick enough, he would have been splashed by the second distillation liquor. Dorian. Forget what I was thinking earlier. I thought he was a king-class person, but it turns out he's just bronze level. Cough, cough, cough. Eider coughed with tears streaming down his face. Too spicy. Never before has he ever tasted such spicy wine, and probably never will again. I have a younger sister, dignified and beautiful about your age. She's from the Longshili clan, Zhao Commanderly clan, Bowling Chui clan, Qinghe Chui clan, Xingyang Pedro clan, Taiyuan Wang clan. They all proposed marriage, which I rejected. Eider looked intently at Dorian. Dorian, speechless, asked, you want to be my brother-in-law? Pooh. Eider sprayed again. This time, purely because of the shock from Dorian's free-spirited words. Who would have thought the county lord of Myriad Colmar was someone like this? Looking at Eider's red face, Dorian smiled. Mr. Braden, I think you're drunk. Eider sighed inwardly. Without being drunk, he couldn't make this decision or lower his dignity. A mere Myriad Colmar county lord, under normal circumstances, would never have dared propose a marriage alliance to the Fanyang Braden clan, even if it were a branch family. Unfortunately, just thinking about it pained him. These noble families showed no intention of lending a hand to the Fanyang Braden clan during their current adversity. They were trying to swallow them whole. From the information he obtained about Dorian, Eider saw another possibility. This marriage alliance must be proactively pursued. Eider sincerely said, County Troy, our Fanyang Braden clan used to be arrogant, which led us to this downfall. The court wanted to suppress us but failed many times. Since your appearance, everything has changed. Dorian touched his nose and replied, I didn't intend to target you. It was your predecessors who were after me. Indeed. Originally, he and the Fanyang Braden clan coexisted peacefully, until former county magistrate Yell attempted to claim credit for a murder, failed, and then directly sought to put Dorian to death. How helpless. I was just defending myself. So, our Fanyang Braden clan wants to ally with you through marriage because... Eider hesitated. Honest or not honest, but some things simply couldn't be said. Based on current circumstances, the Myriad Colmar County Lord might not know the full truth. Dorian blurted out, you want to hitch a ride on me? Pooh. Eider sprayed again, almost spitting blood this time. Please, be human. Where does this confidence come from? This isn't confidence, it's arrogance. True, the Fanyang Braden clan's salt business was ruined, but it doesn't mean the clan itself is collapsing. Just hard to return to its peak status. Dorian sighed, brother-in-law, fate brought me and your sister together, but we don't belong together. Hope for better luck next life. Eider, or are you crazy? Calling me brother-in-law while rejecting the marriage proposal. So, do you accept or reject it? Dorian smiled. I believe in love and don't favor arranged marriages. Eider, free love? What nonsense. Arranged marriage? Bah. Eider regretted drinking. Thought wine emboldens cowards, allowing oneself to be shameless. Didn't realize it also slowed brain function. Dorian got up. My potatoes aren't harvested yet. I'll go to the fields first. Mr. Braden, please make yourself at home. Then he left. Plop. A sound rang out. Dorian turned around. Behind him, Eider had collapsed on the ground, bubbles coming from his nose. What the? Passed out drunk like that? Or attempting extortion? Next day, high noon, Eider finally woke up, then realized no one was in sight at the county lord's residence. Extortion? Dream on. Dorian didn't return last night and stayed in Peach Blossom Spring Village. Recalling yesterday's scenes and the word potato, he narrowed his eyes. Potatoes. Sounds like another new crop. This young man Dorian is terrifying. These unprecedented high-yield crops, who knows where he got them from? Comsterday. This kid wasn't wrong. The Fanyang Braden clan indeed needs to hitch a ride on him. Food is the essence of life. Whoever can keep the people from hunger gains the heart of the people. Such prestige is formidable. As a member of the Fanyang Braden clan, Eider understands the significance of unprecedented fame. If Dorian intends to, he could even become another prestigious family among the 5 surnames and 7 prominent families. Henceforth, Tang Dynasty could have 5 surnames and 8 prestigious families. All of this isn't impossible. Reaching Peach Blossom Spring. Along the way, Eider encountered no obstacles, easily reaching the potato field. Comlo potatoes piled on the ground, villagers working diligently. While Eider was astonished. This county lord actually sat on a strange chair, swaying and directing villagers to harvest potatoes instead of sharing the joy with them. This idiot. Even the Finn knows how important it is to win the hearts of the people through agriculture. Well, I'll let you see the importance of gaining the people's trust and show you true farming. Approaching, Iter hadn't spoken when Dorian suddenly stood up and declared, Mr. Braden, did you know that I killed him? Yell? Iter. Chapter 144, Brother-in-law. Got it. To reject Braden's marriage proposal, you're willing to expose everything you've done to gain the aversion of the Fan Yang Braden clan. Braden, Iter said calmly, since I came to find you, of course I knew. Dorian looked at him as if he were a madman. Shouldn't you seek revenge for him instead of wanting to be my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, you really are a cold-blooded animal. Still calling himself brother-in-law. Was this an indirect agreement? Cold-blooded animal. Do animals have cold blood? But he understood the implication. Iter felt no offense, responding calmly, Amiel is merely my elder brother. For the sake of the Fan Yang Braden clan, his death was fitting. Dorian. Nonsense. So cold-blooded. Are the 5 surnames and 7 aristocratic clans so ruthless even to their own people? Iter smiled. I am the head of the Fan Yang Braden clan. My decision is the entire clan's decision. Even if Amiel were to know from beyond the grave, he wouldn't object. Dorian clicked his tongue. Brother-in-law, I think I made a mistake just now. You're not a cold-blooded animal. You're just an animal. Animal? Iter sneered inwardly. Isn't he cursing me as a beast? Does Braden Mo not understand? However, well, he didn't mind. Who could make him mind when he's her brother-in-law? So that's settled. I'll take my leave now. Iter decided to depart. Anyway, the match was sealed. That day, Leaf suddenly appeared in Peach Blossom Land. What military deployments? Such matters should be handled by the 3 departments and 6 ministries. If Iter sold his son out, how could the son help but count the money? He couldn't stop worrying. At that moment, Dorian was lounging on a grand armchair, sound asleep. In front of him, villagers were bustling about busily. This son, Leaf felt too weary to even comment. He walked over and coughed twice. Dorian smacked his lips and continued sleeping. Leaf knew he was awake and asked nonchalantly, I heard someone named Iter propose to you? Swoosh. Dorian abruptly sat up, suddenly realizing the cold-blooded person came for a marriage proposal. Isn't it usually the man proposing to the woman? When did this get reversed? Did that old scoundrel want him to be a son-in-law? Bah, dream on. Leaf asked, how do you see this? Dorian retorted, with my eyes, of course. Leaf, can you be serious? Leaf sternly asked, son, did you agree to the Fan Yang Braden clan's proposal? Dorian laughed bitterly. Ha, dream on if you want me to be a son-in-law. Leaf's expression turned cold. Good for you, Iter. Making my son a son-in-law? You dare. Dorian shivered. I thought he wanted to cling on to me earlier but didn't catch his true intention. Thanks to Dad coming here, I realized something was wrong. He proposes his sister to me. Isn't that nonsense? Since ancient times, only men propose to women. He's twisting words, trying to trick me. Thankfully, I didn't fall for it. Leaf. Is that all? You call this being made a son-in-law? It's simply. Dorian shook his head. This brother-in-law thinks I don't understand his schemes. The sweet potatoes are mine. The potatoes are mine. He might know other things since he can track down those bailiffs who followed him. Yell. As expected, the 5 surnames and 7 aristocratic clans come sniffing around. I bet not only the Fan Yang Braden clan has set their sights on me, others will soon follow. After all, who wouldn't want to advance further? Advance further? Leaf's gaze turned cold. The implications were unmistakable. The 5 surnames and seats. Leaf. I feel something is off with this statement. My son's attitude towards the court hasn't changed much. But why does he keep calling Iter brother-in-law? Has he truly rejected the Fan Yang Braden clan's proposal? Leaf grew anxious upon thinking of this. Fan Yang Braden clan. Iter took a break, specifically returning home to see his sister. Patty. Cough cough. Iter coughed before speaking. Patty, incomparably beautiful yet emotionless, responded coldly. Brother, what do you want? Her tone and attitude treated Iter with utter disregard. Not only him, no disciple of the Fan Yang Braden clan earned her respect. Those young scholars seeking marriage were often met with scornful dismissals. Given her icy demeanor and sharp-tongued remarks, none could withstand her. Iter was afraid too, but for his greater plan, he couldn't show weakness. At least, not until after finishing his speech. He put on a stern face, displaying the authority of the clan leader. Little sister, I've arranged a good match for you, the Gaylord County. Patty gave him a look devoid of any ripples. Iter's scalp tingled, but he persevered. I'm the head of the Fan Yang Braden clan and must consider its best interest. You too, as part of the Fan Yang Braden clan, have enjoyed luxury all your life. You owe a duty to the clan. His heart wavered while saying this. Just get to know the Gaylord County more yourself. I won't say more to avoid misleading you. And, Iter's expression darkened. He didn't officially agree but called me brother-in-law. Boom. Instantly, Jamar's presence was elusive like a dragon, much like his father. Dorian didn't bother asking. At this moment, he was accompanied only by Duncan. Duncan was gloomy. Brother, the court is about to send troops, and father has only come home once recently. Dorian responded indifferently. Oh. History was advancing faster than expected. However, he wasn't worried. He never wanted to meddle with history. He just wanted to live a blissful life. Duncan poked the ground vigorously with a stick. Dorian. His sworn brother clearly wasn't happy. Shuafeng? Got it. Dorian asked, do you want to join the military? Duncan nodded and said, father obtained his nobility through military service, and I will inherit his title one day. Then he sighed deeply. Duncan lay down on the grass, a blade of dogwood hanging from his mouth, gazing at the sky absent-mindedly. All right, idle and inexperienced second-generation aristocrats, wanting to escape the shadow of their elders and achieve something grand on their own. What nonsense. Dorian felt a sour taste in his heart. Ugh, if it weren't for their sworn brotherhood, he'd kick him into barrenness to teach him a lesson. If his father were a national duke, he wouldn't have to strive so hard in this lifetime. Wouldn't it be sweeter to lie around? Dorian's face suddenly turned cold. Duncan, noticing his expression, hurriedly got up. Brother, I didn't mean anything else. Farming is good too, and I know brother wants to give me some credit. But, Duncan blushed deeply. I just want to prove that. Dorian patted him on the shoulder and earnestly said, younger brother, don't say more. Brother understands you. You want to prove yourself, showing that you can succeed without relying on your adoptive father, right? Duncan became excited. Brother, you really understand me. I just want to rely on my own abilities to secure a future and not be called a second-generation aristocrat. Duncan was overwhelmed with emotion due to his brother's understanding, completely unaware that Dorian's face was turning green. Second-generation aristocrat? That's my dream. But I didn't have that fate. Duncan almost hugged Dorian. Last time I told father, he hung me up and whipped me. If I weren't thick-skinned, you'd never see me again. Dorian gave another firm pat on his shoulder, feeling he needed to say something. What to say? Positive energy. He shouted. We are born and live our lives through death. Actually, I'm the same as you. I even think that when I'm old, I can tell others that I've never wasted my life doing nothing. Every day, every hour, I strive. Tears welled up in Duncan's eyes. Brother, soulmate, brother, you must be proud, right? Dorian looked at Duncan seriously and replied, Immediately, he lifted the hoe. Elder brothers are like fathers. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your adoptive father. Duncan nearly wet himself. Brother, you're going to hoe me to death. Also, it's elder brother as father, not elder as father. Why do I feel you're taking advantage of me, though I have no proof? Suddenly, a roar rang out. Well said. Hendrix appeared suddenly. Then, he walked over and kicked Duncan in the buttocks. The kick was forceful. Thump. Duncan flew and rolled several times on the ground. Hendrix scolded, you little brat. I risked my life for my wife and children's sake. I see you're living too comfortably if you still feel empty. Duncan laid motionless, feigning death for a while. Standing up meant certain whipping. Dorian suddenly suggested, adoptive father, younger brother just wants to gain some experience. Why not let him follow Alton? Let him see bloodshed to stop his daydreams. Duncan's ears perked up from the ground. Brother, you really get me. Although the beating hurt and left lingering pain, you're still helping me. Hendrix was taken aback. You, how did you know Alton is leading troops? Dorian scratched his head. Isn't it Alton, the princess's husband and Inspector General Mark? After speaking, he nearly slapped himself. Damn, the court likely hadn't confirmed these appointments yet. He spoke too soon. He laughed and said, I was just guessing. Hendrix didn't think too much of it. Dorian sincerely added, adoptive father, I think letting him experience battle isn't bad. He'll stay safe in the rear camp anyway. Young men, shattering their fantasies helps them grow. Hendrix's lips twitched. Dry son, you look like an old man talking and you're young. Old Chung feels you're bluffing. Unreliable. Absolutely unreliable. Dad. Duncan leaped up and, thump, knelt before Hendrix. He promised, Dad, just let me go once. I won't daydream anymore after that. If I inherit your title without battle experience, won't people laugh at me? It would be embarrassing for you. Dorian secretly applauded, underestimating this sworn brother. Great speaker. Hendrix was truly moved. With a gritted tooth and stomp. Fine. Old Chung will see the emperor. This time, come back obediently and wait quietly for inheritance after my death. Then, Hendrix left. Dorian smirked and asked, younger brother, do you want to earn some merit? Duncan froze and asked, merit? If you want to earn merit, remember my words. When Alvanchai leads the troops and reaches within 10 miles of Shuafeng City, remind him that he will encounter Turkic reinforcements. Duncan scratched his head, puzzled. Elder brother, how did you know it would be Alvanchai leading the troops? Didn't you just tell my folding around them? The world was moving faster than expected, but Dorian's calm demeanor was infectious. Despite the whirlwind of questions in Duncan's mind, he found a peculiar sense of reassurance in his brother's presence. Dorian watched as Duncan grappled with his inner turmoil, and for a moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy. But then he remembered the earnest advice he'd given moments ago. This was a journey they both needed to endure in their own ways. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the whispers of the wind through the fields. It was a moment that felt almost surreal, as if time itself had paused to observe their quiet contemplation. Finally, Duncan broke the silence with a sigh. Brother, do you really think I can make a difference? Dorian looked at him with a mix of seriousness and understanding. Younger brother, sometimes, all it takes is one moment, one choice to change everything. Remember what I said, and stay sharp. You'll prove yourself, not just to others, but to yourself. Duncan nodded, feeling a newfound determination settle in his heart. In that moment, he realized that no matter how much support or guidance he received, the path ahead would always be his to walk. And so, with renewed resolve, Duncan stood up, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. Chapter 146. I have been seen. Retreat to the palace. A new issue of the Tang Dynasty Daily was published. The newspaper carried a manifesto personally written by Nathan. The main content outlined various misdeeds of Bill, who had turned traitor and followed the enemy like a dog follows its master. One such act was his collusion with the Turkic faction. Another was spreading the plague in Chang'an. In an instant, the people of Tang were filled with righteous indignation. Thinking back on the plague incident, now left the residents of Chang'an chilled to the bone. Now, it was time to crush the rebel Bill. The next day, the Tang army set out. Duncan was among the troops as a junior general, but his main duty was to protect Oscar's safety. To put it bluntly, he was a second-generation aristocrat seeking military honors. Of course, he wasn't the only one of his kind. However, for Duncan, a hereditary noble, to seek military merit seemed especially shameless to other non-eldest sons of nobles. It felt like he was hogging positions. Outside the city of Chang'an, thousands of civilians cheered, wishing the Tang army's victory. In the hearts of the people, this battle was a fight for justice. Ethan Sheeman, dressed in his dragon robe, sat on his imperial carriage, watching Oscar and Mark lead the Tang warriors into battle. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Janusaman nearly fell off his carriage. He never expected that his son would come here too. What was Maximilian thinking? Didn't he know that the emperor needed to send off the troops today and monitor his son's movements closely? Retreat to the palace. Janusaman had to escape immediately. At that moment, the troops had just begun their march, and they were still visible from afar. Usually, to boost morale, the emperor should wait until the soldiers were completely out of sight before retreating to the palace. But to avoid being seen by his son, Janusaman could not afford to wait. On one side of the imperial carriage, Nathan noticed the emperor's reaction and glanced over. Sure enough, he saw Dorian among the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, Helmut suddenly lunged toward Hawk Eldon. The surrounding guards were startled. Fortunately, it was Helmut. Otherwise, anyone else would have been hacked to pieces. Then came a shocking scene. Everyone saw the crown prince, Eldon, being tackled to the ground by Helmut. Helmut whispered urgently into Eldon's ear, "Your Highness, Lord of Wanyan County is here. Don't let him see you." Eldon paled and lay motionless. The guards rushed to help him. Eldon whispered harshly, "Quickly surround me and escort me away. Don't let anyone see my face." The guards were baffled. What happened to the crown prince? Why shouldn't anyone see his face? There was nothing unusual about it. But since the crown prince had spoken, they could only comply. Helmut even tore a piece of his sleeve to cover Eldon's face. This bizarre scene left both officials and civilians utterly bewildered. What was happening? Just then, revealed. As the minister of the Ministry of Revenue masquerading as a minor official without exposure by the Chancellor Helmut, the emperor's identity was also exposed. Thinking this, Braydonk calmed down. Damn it. If things went awry, let the emperor deal with it himself. After all, it wasn't Braydonk's problem. Just then, Dorian said anxiously, "Perry, I just saw the emperor leave, and Lord Gino escorted someone else away. I didn't see clearly, but it looked like the crown prince. Do you think there might be assassins in the crowd?" Braydonk was speechless. How could the royal family miss each other? But spot him. Suddenly, Braydonk felt himself being pulled. Then, he was dragged into a sprint. Confused, he wondered why the prince was pulling him along. Old as he was, he ran breathlessly without a chance to speak. Finally, they stopped in a small alley. Dorian looked around cautiously. Braydonk was utterly bewildered. Dorian sighed in relief. Phew, finally safe. Braydonk was panting heavily. Dorian asked, "Perry, are you okay?" Braydonk continued to breathe heavily. "Perry, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. If you die here, your family won't make trouble, will they?" Braydonk was furious. Thud. He squatted down, gasping for air. "You disrespectful prince." Suddenly, Braydonk fainted. Dorian was stunned. Oh no, Perry died. Is there a story where Tang cannot rise again? If not, this county lord is in big trouble. Just then, Braydonk opened his eyes. Dorian was startled. "Perry, you're alive?" Braydonk glared and snarled, "Even if you died, I wouldn't." Dorian was unhappy. "Perry, that's not nice. I just saved you, and you treat me like this? Isn't your conscience hurting?" "Conscience? Saving him?" Braydonk's eyes widened in disbelief. Dorian added nervously, "Perry, were there assassins in the crowd? Otherwise, why did the emperor and crown prince flee so early during the army's departure?" Braydonk sighed. "So, you really thought there were assassins and dragged me along to avoid trouble, sir?" Andrew's voice came from behind Dorian. Dorian turned to see Andrew, sweating profusely. Apparently, he had run quite a distance. Andrew usually stayed at home or visited Peach Blossom Spring. For him to appear like this, something must have happened. Dorian asked worriedly, "What's going on?" Andrew said with a peculiar expression, "Someone came to the house, and she's a woman who claims to be your fiancé." Smack. Dorian nearly face-planted into the ground. Fiancé? It couldn't be. Ider's sister, could it? Damn. How did she end up storming into my residence? Could she be some unsightly woman knowing blocked outside his own home by an outsider? How embarrassing. Braydonk was the most embarrassed. This prince's actions were utterly nonsensical. Your fiancé is at the door. Why did you drag me here? Moreover, the prince was now staring eye to eye with his fiancée, reminiscent of how his wife used to stand outside the door in anger back in his youth. Only, this fiancée had an especially strong presence. Braydonk couldn't help but think of Helmut's wife. Compared to her, it was hard to tell who was stronger. The only obvious difference was probably their ages. County Troy, I need to return home for dinner. Let's meet another day, Braydonk said and turned to leave. Elliot ignored him. He stared directly at the woman before him, sensing strong hostility from her. Patty asked condescendingly, "Are you Elliot, the county lord of Wanyan?" Elliot didn't respond. "Ask what?" He simply turned and walked away. Elliot chased after Braydonk, calling out, "Perry, wait for me." "Andrew, what's happening? Did the prince just run away? Was there something he did wrong to his fiancée? Forget it, let me go too." Andrew frowned and hurried toward Taiji Palace. Selena looked at the fleeing men in surprise. "Miss they?" Patty turned and entered the residence. "Good. Now we can stay here without any disturbances." Selena was stunned. "Stay here? Weren't we planning to leave after giving this little county lord a lesson?" Patty replied deeply, "That was the plan. But now I've changed my mind." On the way, she had already learned everything possible about Elliot, all delivered by Ider's fast riders. This young man was indeed interesting. As a member of the Fan Young Braden clan, she could not sit idly by. She would do one last thing for the clan. In Gonshu Palace, Ethan heard Andrew had come and laughed. Ever since he relieved Andrew of his duties, Emmanuel had truly gone to live at the prince's residence as a manager, adopting a retirement lifestyle. But now, he couldn't resist coming back, right? "Emmanuel, you also admit defeat sometimes, huh?" "Ha ha ha." Ethan couldn't help laughing heartily. But then, Andrew said, "Your Majesty, the prince apparently has a fiancée. Lee, why don't I know this? Apparently, she is Ider's sister from the Fan Young Braden clan. Li, what is my son trying to do? Emmanuel sighed. I thought the Fanyang Braden clan sent someone to provoke us. Patty makes even the best young talents feel inadequate. Bolivar is so outstanding. No one can match him. Li, Emmanuel, enough already. You keep calling him prince so casually. Are you being defiant? Emmanuel speculated aloud. Unexpectedly, the prince didn't even enter the house and flard sounded impressive, but offending no one made it very frustrating, weak, and helpless. Humph, came the heavy cold snort from Gonshu Palace. Juanxian, find out why this woman is here. Then, Li Juanxian exited Gonshu Palace. The guards bowed, not daring to look. As the leader of the Shadow Warriors, no one dared to be curious for fear of having their eyes gouged out by seeing Li Juanxian's face. Hours later, Li Juanxian returned to Gonshu Palace and reported. After hearing the report, Li fell into deep thought. Monitoring the 5 surnames and 7 noble families had long been underway. Even these families knew but could do nothing. They couldn't kill the spies watching them without facing charges of treason. Moreover, similar to how the 5 surnames and 7 noble families had planted people nearly, the retired Fin Amadeo had done the same. Thus, the movements of the 5 surnames and 7 noble families were mostly under Li's control, providing him confidence in confronting them. But if these noble families truly wanted a new emperor, Li's shadow warriors might not be effective. These noble families held power through monopolies in various industries and manipulated public opinion. Shadow warriors couldn't change much. From Li Juanxian's report, the Fanyang Braden clan aimed to court Elliot. Before this, Elliot hadn't interacted with them. During Li's contemplation, Li Juanxian hesitated, noticed by Li. Taking the opportunity to play the pity card, Braydonk replied, Indeed, I have lived frugally all my life. Dorian didn't let him finish, interrupting with, as a senior official of the Ministry of Revenue, nearly ready for retirement, you're still impoverished. I finally understand why you've only ever been a chief clerk in the Ministry of Revenue. You don't know how to manage wealth or invest. Did you get this job through backdoor connections? Braydonk. Alvin, why do you act so rudely in front of me? I haven't offended you, right? Ahem, I sold my old residence to change my environment, and bought this one here, but haven't had time to furnish it yet. Braydonk felt he needed to say something. He couldn't just let the prince ridicule him any further. However, he soon regretted his decision. Upon hearing this, Dorian thought it was a housewarming occasion. So, he dragged Braydonk to the western market to buy furnishings. Strangely, certain items that could be bought singly were bought in pairs. Braydonk's coins flowed out of his pocket at a rapid rate. Honestly, he wasn't rich to begin with, especially after buying a new residence. This made his already meager lifestyle even worse. Braydonk didn't have the heart to argue with Dorian. The Ministry of Revenue was swamped, especially with the supply coordination for the frontline troops. The Minister of Revenue couldn't be away for long. So, he left with tears in his eyes. Dorian was restless and hired a cook and an elderly steward. When Braydonk returned from his work, he nearly flew into a rage. Troy, what do you think you're doing? Dorian innocently replied, seeing how busy you are, I thought I'd help by hiring guards and a cook for you, so you wouldn't have to do everything yourself. Braydonk, an old man around your age is supposed to guard the place? If thieves come, who's going to protect him? And that cook, isn't she an elderly lady? Forget it. I'm too exhausted. The Ministry of Revenue was so busy that Braydonk was nearly running himself ragged. After dinner, he wanted nothing more than to sleep. Just before bed, he remembered the woman from the Wanyan County Lord's residence. He felt it necessary to have a serious talk with Dorian. Alvin, with such magnanimity, shouldn't you admire me? This is the epitome of repaying grievances with virtue. It has nothing to do with you being a prince. A bastard prince doesn't change much for me. With a grave expression, Braydonk said, Troy, after many years in office, I understand the world's treachery, especially the 5 clans and 7 families. Ordinary families cannot marry into these clans, not even the illegitimate daughters. Your bond scam, cough, the Fanyang Braden family lost a lot of money, along with the recent green salt trade and the publicizing of its technology. You've truly offended them deeply. This was quite clear. The Fanyang Braden family was laying traps for you. Alvin, you must be cautious. That girl, Patty, although not stunning at first glance, exudes an air of grace and charm. For an impulsive and innocent young man like you, well, princes don't usually associate with innocence. But it's hard to resist her. After all, beauty is like a double-edged sword. Why do people love it so much? Take Donnie, a man who values propriety, yet, well, suffice it to say, Braydonk quickly stopped talking. Dorian chuckled. The Fanyang Braden family wants to attach themselves to me. Braydonk. Alvin, where's your dignity? Suddenly, Braydonk refocused on Dorian's identity. A prince. Wanyan County Lord is actually a prince. Even if he's the Emperor's illegitimate son, he's a prince without doubt, and older than Hawk Eldon. Sigh. This realization unsettled Braydonk deeply. Troy, now that the Tang armies are advancing to Shuafeng, the Ministry of Revenue is busier than ever. I need to return to work, Braydonk hastily concluded. Dorian. And he watched Braydonk walk away. What's this goodbye nonsense? Isn't this your home? Stepping out, Braydonk shook his head. Pa, I got confused. Goodbye indeed. Why am I being polite? This is my house. Forget it. I need to get to the palace quickly. Ganlu Hall. Crawford's face darkened. After finishing his paperwork earlier, he had wanted a good night's sleep. Given the ongoing war against Bill led by Alton and Bohan Wanju, Crawford knew he wouldn't be getting much rest until it ended. So, he hoped for a few moments of peace. Until Braydonk arrived. Let him in. Moving aside, the eunuch announced Braydonk's arrival. As Braydonk stepped in, Crawford immediately asked, Minister Tang, what brings you here so late? Any urgent news from the Ministry of Revenue? Braydonk, Your Majesty. Interrupting, Crawford yawned. I trust Minister Tang's capability. Handle matters as you see fit. If not, consult Jonas, Brandon, and Armando. Got it. Donnie was disturbed in his sleep and wasn't pleased. Ignoring that, Braydonk continued, Your Majesty, there is something concerning the prince Ahim, the Wanyan County Lord. Crawford. Did he slip up again? You think the Wanyan County Lord is my illegitimate son. Now, Andrew, Bradonk, Brandon, and even Ronnie might share this belief. So many misunderstandings. Then Bradonk added, Fanyang Braden's green salt industry has suffered. With the old patriarch's death, the new leader, Ider, may not fully command respect. He seeks to ally with the Wanyan County Lord, perhaps to get through this tough time. But I fear he has other intentions. Bradonk and Crawford had known each other since before the Tang Dynasty's establishment. So, Bradonk spoke frankly. Crawford understood. Fanyang Braden likely thinks Dorian is his illegitimate son, planning ahead for when he passes. Bradonk's suspicions matched those of Ronnie. Suddenly, exhaustion set in, and a heavy heart. Am I really the kind of emperor to have illegitimate children? Resignedly, Crawford said, Minister Tang, Dorian is not my illegitimate son. Bradonk mused, Your Majesty, I understand. Crawford. Understand what? Translation note. This chapter continues the intricate political intrigue surrounding Dorian's true identity and the machinations of various court officials and nobility. The tone and style remain consistent with previous sections, maintaining natural English dialogue while ensuring coherence with prior content. Hashtag chapter 149. Do you want to be Finn? Minister Tang, you may return. Finn Leaf waved his hand listlessly. He was not in the mood for explanations. What's the point? Minister Tang would never believe him anyway. Bradonk had achieved his purpose. If the emperor said to leave, he would leave. After all, he was getting old and couldn't handle staying up late anymore. Since a woman moved into the residence of the Fabian, Dorian hadn't been. Dorian was stunned. Didn't he make this decision himself? Who was whose master here? Cough, cough, cough. Realizing his reaction was too extreme, Barry tried to regain his composure, reverting to the image of a lifelong farmer. His back bent once more. His shoulders slumped. Barry coughed and said, Well, master, this old man has lived a long life and, while I don't know much else, I do have experience when it comes to choosing a wife. Dorian. Was this really a matter of experience? Ignoring Dorian's skeptical gaze, Barry continued, Those women from the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families may seem desirable, but trust me, they are absolutely not to be approached. Dorian. Desirable? Why does it sound so? Cough, cough, improper? Barry earnestly advised, Master, these people from the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families might have a good reputation, but having lived a long life, I know exactly what they are made of. They are simply not worth it. Therefore, never marry into their families. Absolutely not. He stamped his foot in frustration as he spoke. Dorian smiled lightly. Relax, I haven't agreed to the marriage proposal. Even when my brother-in-law personally proposed, I refused. Barry's mind raced, confused by this mention of a brother-in-law. He asked, Master, who is your brother-in-law? Ider, the new clan leader of the Fanyang Braden family, who is also my fiancé's brother. Puff. Barry almost choked on his breath. Saying fiancé, saying brother-in-law, and still claiming not to agree? Is there something wrong with Master's head or mine? Seeing Barry tremble, Dorian asked solicitously, Are you alright? Barry forced a grim smile, uglier than tears. Don't worry, old man's health is strong. Nothing's wrong. With that, he wobbled away. Still claimed to be fine? Dorian stared dumbfounded. At this age, should one be this stubborn? As he watched, the scene became desolate. Barry walked alone, with dead leaves crunching underfoot. It was late autumn, and winter was approaching. Barry's frail body seemed unable to withstand much more. Dorian sighed deeply. The sigh reached Barry's ears, causing him to pause and turn around, hesitating to speak. Dorian watched silently. Then, Barry turned again and left. In truth, Dorian had always been curious about Barry's true identity, or perhaps his own hidden past. Initially, he thought he would wait for Barry to reveal everything. But after waiting for so long without any hint from Barry, he grew impatient. The Fanyang Braden family already knew that Amyel was killed by him. Comte, Ider still wanted to form an alliance through marriage. As the saying goes, knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory. Dorian felt he should understand more about his past. Something ominous seemed to await him. But this old man was incredibly composed. Experience makes one wise. Perhaps he underestimated the wisdom of the ancients. From now on, he must learn from this lesson and start afresh. Master, this old man planned to keep this secret buried with me until death. Suddenly, without warning, Barry began to speak. His words hit hard. Dorian was momentarily frightened. This secret was only known to Barry. Keeping it was better for everyone. Dorian immediately interrupted. Well, I think since it's a secret known only to you, let it stay that way. I don't want to know. Trying to flee, he was stopped by Barry's surprisingly swift movement. Despite his age, Barry grabbed Dorian's shoulder with a vice-like grip, causing pain. If he tried to escape forcefully, it might lead to worse injuries. Searing pain. Playing with fire? Barry coldly remarked. Master, you're running away before I even tell you what you need to know. Why the rush? Dorian laughed nervously. I told you I don't want to know. Is that acceptable? Barry stared into his face, his dark and chilling eyes unsettling. Heh. It grew more terrifying. Had it not been for believing Barry was protecting him, Dorian might have thought he was about to kill him. Sigh. A deep sigh followed, carrying a story filled with sorrow. Dorian knew nothing about this story. He had merely taken over this body in the Tang Dynasty, without any knowledge of its previous owner's experiences. Even if the original soul reclaimed the body, they probably wouldn't know either. Barry gave an eerie smile. Master, do you want to be an emperor? Dorian. Just when he was prepared for some profound secret, why ask such a perilous question? Hashtag chapter 150. It's not easy being the Finn's son. Don't mess around. The old man isn't joking. Hee. You've got to be kidding me. How is that even possible? Really, only I know about this matter. After your mother passed away. If my own mother didn't tell me, why should I believe you? Dorian was utterly confused. Nauseating. Could this berry just be pulling his leg? The truth, too shocking for words. And it sounded like something from a joke. There were no historical records of this either. He, Dorian, whose real identity was actually the son of Kylie, daughter of Caleb. In other words, his maternal grandfather was Caleb. Caleb, a formidable general at the end of the Sui dynasty, was known as the Flying General. During the late Sui era, he joined the Wagong uprising and followed Rocco, Duke of Emmanuel. After their defeat, he surrendered to Clyde and was appointed as a Grand General. During battles against the Tang, he nearly killed then Alvin Kyle of Qin. In the 4th year of Wuda, Clyde, unable to hold off the Tang army, surrendered. Caleb, recognizing the inevitable, also surrendered but was executed by Kyle. Everyone assumed Kyle bore a grudge and had him killed to settle the score for nearly being assassinated. Based on Barry's secret, Kyle became his father-in-law's enemy. Dorian had a rough understanding of this history, but nowhere did it mention Caleb's daughter. Was she even an adult when her father was killed? However, everything came from Barry's own mouth. As for the relationship between Kylie and Kyle, it was like a tragic drama. They fell in love at first sight. But because Caleb opposed the Tang Dynasty, they could never be together. Amidst their passion, Dorian was conceived. Dorian thus became Kyle's son. And Kyle had no idea about this. He didn't even know he had a son. Caleb almost died of shame, considering it a humiliation and wouldn't publicize it. He arranged for Kylie to return to her hometown and forced her to marry a poor farmer named Butler. Butler knew nothing about his wife's background. Shortly after marriage, Dorian, born prematurely, arrived. Later, Caleb surrendered to the Tang. Unexpectedly, Kyle had his father-in-law killed. Old Tinu, originally named Anchor. So, he left to become a merchant. The capital for his business came from your mother, selling her jewelry. He has stayed away all these years but sends money back annually through neighbors, caring for both you and your mother. Anchor sighed deeply again. A man not returning home for years. Your mother suspected he had another family outside. How else could he explain his absence? Out of guilt towards you too, he entrusted others to send money. Dorian. How stupid. Back then, after your grandfather was killed by Kyle, we weren't pursued but feared retaliation and left. Later, when your mother settled here, I didn't know. We rarely ventured out to avoid recognition. During a plague outbreak, I coincidentally met your mother, who instantly recognized me. Dorian asked suspiciously, that doesn't make sense. You met my mother later. How could you know all this? Anchor smiled bitterly. You forgot she called me before she died? Dorian. So that's it. At the time, he was puzzled by his mother insisting on seeing this old man. Turned out, it was to ensure his future. After finishing his story, Anchor left with a sigh of relief. After keeping it bottled up for so long, he finally spoke out. At least now, in the netherworld, he'd have no regrets. However, he had no clue Dorian's stepfather was also his biological father. Ironically, Anchor had always been in the military and never seen Butler's appearance. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Dorian had never experienced such complexity in his 2 lives. His mind was utterly bewildered. It sounded so melodramatic. Moreover, his biological father had been away for years, but returned. Wouldn't it have been better if he never came back? Being Kyle's son, being the Emperor's son is tough. Think of Hawkjamar. Knowing he would fail, why did he still rebel against Kyle? Because he was forced into it. Kyle was an excellent emperor but a terrible father. Outside Shuo Jino City, 20 miles away, the Tang army was advancing toward Shuo Jino City. Within 10 days, having conquered all obstacles, they aimed to besiege Bill's capital for the final showdown. However, General Alton and Mark remained cautious. With Bill on the verge of being overrun, wouldn't he seek aid from the Turkic Khan Kagan? Surprisingly, there was no sign of Tartar reinforcements. Could the Tartars, now busy with internal strife, ignore their vassal Bill? Just as Alton and Mark pondered this, Duncan requested an audience. Alton immediately ordered him admitted. Duncan, a second-generation aristocrat, didn't irritate Alton. Other nobles seeking battle honors barely held back their fear. Only Duncan eagerly sought action. But who would risk letting him fight? Even a scratch would infuriate Hendrik. Wagong uprising and followed Rocco, Duke of Emmanuel. After their defeat, he surrendered to Clyde and was appointed as a Grand General. During battles against the Tang, he nearly killed then Alvin Kyle of Qin. In the 4th year of Wuda, Clyde, unable to hold off the Tang army, surrendered. Caleb, recognizing the inevitable, also surrendered but was executed by Kyle. Everyone assumed Kyle bore a grudge and had him killed to settle the score for nearly being assassinated. Based on Barry's secret, Kyle became his father-in-law's enemy. Dorian had a rough understanding of this history, but nowhere did it mention Caleb's daughter. Was she even an adult when her father was killed? However, everything came from Barry's own mouth. As for the relationship between Kylie and Kyle, it was like a tragic drama. They fell in love at first sight. But because Caleb opposed the Tang Dynasty, they could never be together. Amidst their passion, Dorian was conceived. Dorian thus became Kyle's son. And Kyle had no idea about this. He didn't even know he had a son. Caleb almost died of shame, considering it a humiliation and wouldn't publicize it. He arranged for Kylie to return to her hometown and forced her to marry a poor farmer named Butler. Butler knew nothing about his wife's background. Shortly after marriage, Dorian, born prematurely, arrived. Later, Caleb surrendered to the Tang. Unexpectedly, Kyle had his father-in-law killed. Old Tinu, originally named Anchor, was a fellow townsman of Caleb. To survive, he joined the Wagong uprising and eventually surrendered to the Tang along with Caleb. After Caleb's execution, Kylie wanted to avenge her father and moved to Chang'an County outskirts. She either couldn't bear to kill Kyle or couldn't meet him. The matter was thus forgotten. At one point, Caleb nearly drowned his grandson, but with Butler as the nominal father, he couldn't do it. If he did, Butler would fight to the death. Hearing this, Dorian initially puzzled over how to kill Kyle to avenge his grandfather. Turns out, his grandfather didn't even like him. Clyde surrendered to the Tang. Caleb thought it was better this way. At least, his daughter wouldn't live in solitude. With Butler, they weren't really a couple. Caleb finally let go, allowing them to separate. Regarding Kyle, no matter what, they already had a child, so Kyle had no choice but to acknowledge it. As for Butler, compensating him financially seemed fair. Who could have predicted Kyle would kill his father-in-law? Suddenly, Dorian realized an embarrassing issue. Hold on, about my biological father. Anchor sighed, indeed. Your mother felt guilty toward him and never told him about you. For a man, it would be unbearable humiliation. Originally, your mother treated him coldly, intending for him to divorce your mother. But your father mistook it for inadequacy. So, he left to become a merchant. The capital for his business came from your mother selling her jewelry. He has stayed away all these years but sends money back annually through neighbors, caring for both you and your mother. Anchor sighed deeply again. A man not returning home for years, your mother suspected he had another family outside. How else could he explain his absence? Out of guilt towards you too, he entrusted others to send money. Dorian. How stupid. Back then, after your grandfather was killed by Kyle, we weren't pursued but feared retaliation and left. Later, when your mother settled here, I didn't know. We rarely ventured out to avoid recognition. During a plague outbreak, I coincidentally met your mother, who instantly recognized me. Dorian asked suspiciously, that doesn't make sense. You met my mother later. How could you know all this? Anchor smiled bitterly. You forgot she called me before she died? Dorian. So that's it. At the time, he was puzzled by his mother insisting on seeing this old man. Turned out, it was to ensure his future. After finishing his story, Anchor left with a sigh of relief. After keeping it bottled up for so long, he finally spoke out. At least now, in the netherworld, he'd have no regrets. However, he had no clue Dorian's stepfather was also his biological father. Ironically, Anchor had always been in the military and never seen Butler's appearance. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Dorian had never experienced such complexity in his two lives. His mind was utterly bewildered. It sounded so melodramatic. Moreover, his biological father had been away for years but returned. Wouldn't it have been better if he never came back? Being Kyle's son, being the Emperor's son is tough. Think of Hawkjamar. Knowing he would fail, why did he still rebel against Kyle? Because he was forced into it. Kyle was an excellent emperor but a terrible father. Outside Shuwa-Jino City, 20 miles away, the Tang army was advancing toward Shuwa-Jino City. Within 10 days, having conquered all obstacles, they aimed to besiege Bill's capital for the final showdown. However, General Alton and Mark remained cautious. With Bill on the verge of being overrun, wouldn't he seek aid from the Turkic Khan Kagan? Surprisingly, there was no sign of Tartar reinforcements. Could the Tartars, now busy with internal strife, ignore their vassal Bill? Just as Alton and Mark pondered this, Duncan requested an audience. Alton immediately ordered him admitted. Duncan, a second-generation aristocrat, didn't irritate Alton. Other decisive battle or even set up an ambush. Suddenly, Alton and Mark stopped laughing. They immediately dispatched all scouts. During this period, Alton kept Duncan within the central camp and did not let him out. Anxious. Too anxious. Duncan truly feared that Dorian was wrong, which would be a major embarrassment. Report. A scout burst into the tent. Report to the Grand General. Signs of a Turkic army were found 10 miles away. Boom. Alton and Mark exchanged glances, astonished. Duncan's words had indeed come true. Alton and Mark discussed and decided to launch a surprise attack before the Turks discovered them. Night battles favored the Tang cavalry against the Turks. In the Turkic encampment, Ron was determined to win this campaign to save Bill. The Turks excelled in horse archery with superior mounts. Thus, for a quick victory, he personally led the elite 3,000 Turkish cavalry, preparing to face the Tang army the next day. At that moment, Turkish scouts were already searching for the Tang forces. If things went as planned, the Tang army wouldn't be far from Suafong City. Suddenly, there was commotion outside. Report. Khan, the Tang army is attacking. Facing this sudden situation, Ron remained calm. Night battles were indeed unfavorable for Turkic cavalry, but their horsemanship skills could compensate somewhat. Additionally, night battles offered no significant advantage to the Tang either. Overall, the Turks had the upper hand. To greet the enemy, holding his saber, Ron rushed out of the tent. Instantly, Turkish cavalry gathered and clashed with the Tang forces. Currently, it wasn't that Alton didn't want to achieve a swift victory. It simply wasn't possible. The Turks had their camp on open ground. As soon as the Tang appeared, they'd be exposed. This battle had to be fought head-on. Outside the battlefield, Alton and Mark held the line. Merely 3,000 Turkish cavalry. If they needed any more assistance from the commanders, it would be embarrassing even if they won. Comped, the situation was subtle. Though the Turks weren't adept at night battles, the Tang didn't gain much advantage either. Now the fighting was evenly matched. Reporting to the Generalissimo, I request permission to join the battle. Suddenly, Duncan stepped forward. Alton didn't even look at him. Return. Without uttering another word, Duncan tried to insist. Alton coldly replied, this is an army, disobedience will be punished by military law. Helplessly, Duncan retreated. Sigh. Alton's words were dignified, but Duncan understood the real reason. His father agreed to his participation in the army, but forbade him from joining the battle. Given his father's nature, Alton didn't want to offend him. Whether Duncan was injured or not, Hendricks wouldn't let it go easily. He might even use this chance to extort Alton. Alton knew too well how to deal with such a rascal. Dorian reiterated to him not to force anything if it became impossible. Defeating the Turks shouldn't have many variables. Remember, safety first. However, Dorian underestimated Hendricks' bloodline. The Chung family thrived on combat. Especially in battle, their excitement surged. Initially, Duncan aimed to earn merit. Now, he aimed to prove himself. Moreover, he had his sworn brother's mysterious treasure. Confidence brimmed in him. Almost instinctively, he noticed someone conspicuous in the crowd. Dorian had mentioned doing what's humanly possible and leaving the rest to fate. Without hesitation, Duncan pulled out an iron object from his pocket, spun his arm 360 degrees. Whiz! Under cover of night, the iron object flew into the battlefield. Neither side noticed. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted among the Turkic ranks, illuminating the night sky. Both sides were momentarily stunned. What thing? Heaven, heavenly thunder, and heavenly fire. This heavenly punishment exploded in the Turkic ranks. Instantly, the battlefield fell silent. Charge! With a roar, Duncan shattered the silence, leading the charge. This didn't align with Dorian's plan. Dorian only wanted him to try using the object to kill Ron. Unforeseen was the overwhelming effect. Not only the Turks but even the Tang troops were shocked by the sudden fireballs from above. In the Tang central camp, Whiz, Alton and Mark immediately rushed out. Their guards followed shortly after realizing what happened. Chaos. Total chaos. The Tang army, following Duncan, began chasing the Turks. Their original officers were swept away in the chaos. Dead or alive, no one knew. Duncan became the brightest star in the dark. Naturally, his loud voice made him the de facto commander. Losing command, the Tang troops followed. The Turks suffered greatly. Heavenly thunder, heavenly thunder. This is divine punishment, punishment from eternal heaven. Instantly, despair spread among the Turks. Only the Tang attacks snapped them back to reality. The Turks fled in panic. The stalemate turned into one-sided slaughter. Order all forces to cease pursuit. Seeing the battle spiraling out of control, with Tang soldiers pursuing the Turks into the steppes, Alton ordered a halt. Immediately, he ordered the messenger to beat the drum. Boom boom boom. The drum beats echoed through the night sky, and the Tang army gradually ceased their pursuit. As for the Turks, barely anyone was left. A group of horsemen surrounded Ron. Apart from being disheveled, Ron faced no threat to his life. However, the divine punishment from eternal heaven had utterly terrified him. Back to the steppes. Quickly, back to the steppes. Chapter 152. The Fanyang Braden clan wants to cling to you. The battle report was sent back to Chang'an. Inside the Taiji palace. Bang. Ethan laid the report on the dragon throne. Hendrix. Swish. All eyes fell on Hendrix. Lee said in a grave tone, Hussein, your son. Boom. Hendrix staggered forward, completely bewildered. Hearing this, my son Chung died on the battlefield. No, he was just supposed to earn military credit. How did he end up on the battlefield? Lee sighed deeply. Hussein, you have a fine son. SSS. Confirmed. Duncan died in battle. Hussein, please take it easy. A colleague nearest to Hendrix consoled him. Hendrix. Hussein, take it easy. Hussein, you have a fine son. Lao Chung, your boy didn't disgrace us. Glory in death. A true hero. Hendrix's whole body trembled, his dark face turning white. Lee, who said Hussein's son is dead? Like a thunderclap. The court officials were bewildered, looking up at Ethan. Lee, holding the report, said, I mean Duncan fought bravely, defeating the Tujue reinforcements led by Ron. Out of 3,000 iron cavalry, over 2,600 were slain by our Tang army. The Tujue called for heavenly punishment from their gods, with only a few escaping. Court officials. Your Majesty, you didn't say that earlier. After all that drama, it turns out to be this. This mix-up. Your Majesty, you're the culprit here. Hendrix. My son didn't die? He established merit? Defeated Tujue reinforcements? Wasn't he not supposed to engage in battle? They cried for heavenly punishment. My son is truly valiant and invincible. In an instant, Hendrix's face no longer pale, but returned to its usual darkness. His legs stopped shaking. His heart no longer quaked. Ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, reverberating throughout the Taiji palace, the officials covered their ears. Hendrix proudly declared, I always taught this child to know righteousness, loyalty, and to serve Donnie. Good boy, still managed to satisfy Lao Chong. Court officials have seen shameless behavior before, but this takes it to another level. Just now, who had almost cried, their face turning white? If not for Donnie's timely explanation, wouldn't you have fainted in sorrow? Anyway, the great defeat of the Tujue greatly boosted the spirits of the entire court. But Lee pondered internally. There were two versions of the battle report. One was the public one for the officials. The other was a private one for himself. Within it, a person was mentioned, Dorian. Under the threats and inducements of Oscar and Mark, Duncan betrayed his sworn elder brother. The court session ended. The officials had plenty to do. With the war still ongoing, they couldn't rest. However, Lee became the most idle. So, he secretly left the palace. Coincidentally, he heard that his son's fiancée had arrived. Specifically, Patty, the sister of Iter. Although the marriage alliance with Iter was rejected, this fiancée still showed up. What was his son thinking? Lee was extremely curious and wanted to ask what happened. Ronnie informed him that the fiancée had already moved into the residence of the Viscount of Wanyan County. This was simply, things seemed to be getting out of hand. The Fanyang Braden clan wanted to ally with his son. He needed to check if his son could resist temptation. After all, young men are easily tempted by beauty. As someone who has been through it, cough, 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 Lee couldn't help but worry. Upon exiting the palace, Bradenk approached, asking, Is your Majesty going to see the Viscount of Wanyan County? Lee, well, you Secretary of Revenue, spying on me? And on the Fin, Lee felt extremely embarrassed. Now, with tensions high, me leaving the palace to see my son. It doesn't show my wise and brave image. Comte, Bradenk looked troubled. Your Majesty, please go persuade him. He can't keep staying at my house. Lee was taken aback. He went to your place? Disaster. Wouldn't Bradenk's identity as the Secretary of Revenue be exposed? Additionally, me as his friend. If he exposes, I'm also finished. Bradenk sighed. Fortunately, it wasn't my home but an extra residence I bought outside. Initially, it was meant for when I get older and need to be close to the palace. I hadn't even moved in when he squatted there. What does this mean? That tone. Are you complaining to me? Lee pretended not to hear Bradonk's complaints and said lightly, good then. I need to talk to him. Let me there. Bradonk, relieved, immediately led the way. This Viscount of Wanyan County stayed there as if he owned it, showing no respect. As the owner, Bradonk felt aggrieved. Young man, you're bullying the elderly. Lacking morals. Bradonk brought Lee to the place and quickly excused himself. Nonsense. Your father's son matters. I won't meddle. At this moment, Dorian was basking in the sun. Me dealing with state affairs, while you enjoy the sun. Jealousy. Lee walked over, coughed and asked, heard your fiancé is at home? Dorian. This father finally came back. Wait. Or was it because I've been freeloaded? Perry brought dad here to kick me out? Not happening. At least not yet. Now facing him feels odd. Already adapted to calling him father, only to find out he isn't. Smack. Dorian slapped both cheeks. Lee, surprised, asked, what are you doing? Dorian mumbled, toothache. Toothache ain't a disease, but the pain can kill. Lee earnestly said, if you're sick, get treated. I've had toothaches too. Surely I can tell if you have one. Seems you're really sick. Badly. Let's check your head. Dorian. Lee asked, how will you handle the fiancé? Dorian was shocked. Handle? Murder her to silence? Lee also looked startled. Young man, though you aren't my dad. Did we get mixed up? Even though you're not my son, you're more ruthless than me? That's Ider's own sister, the leader of Fan Yang Braden clan, and you dare consider silencing her? Lee sincerely advised, son, having wronged others, ending it dishonorably is bad enough. Don't think about killing to cover up. Perhaps, you secretly did something with Ider's sister? Otherwise, why would you hide here? Dorian replied with a toothache. Didn't you say handle? Lee puzzled. Did I? That was your idea, right? Dorian stunned. You said handle. Lee nodded seriously. Holmes, how will you handle it? Dorian. Nonsense. Turns out my brain malfunctioned. But I'm not awkward. If I'm not awkward, others are. Lee sat beside Dorian and asked casually, tell me, why let a woman stay in your home, our home, and run away yourself? Dorian composed himself and laughed bitterly. Ider played his cards well. He wants to deal with me but lacks confidence. So, he chose a roundabout strategy. Might not be the best description. Doesn't matter. Key is, Ider seeks alliance with me. Who am I to marry into Fan Yang Braden clan? The 5 clans and 7 distinguished families must be curious. They've dug deep into me, leaving almost nothing private. Lee's face turned black. Spit. Can you use some proper adjectives? Dorian sneered coldly. The other 5 clans and 7 distinguished families probably see me as a ferocious flood because of my repeated victories over the Fan Yang Braden clan. They must be thinking of ways to get rid of me. What a clever plan of killing someone by borrowing a knife. Lee, I want to remind you, your judgment is incorrect. It's not about killing someone by borrowing a knife. The Fan Yang Braden clan just wants to cling to you. The court session ended. The officials had plenty to do. With the war still ongoing, they couldn't rest. However, Lee became the most idle. So, he secretly left the palace. Coincidentally, he heard that his son's fiancée had arrived. Specifically, Patty, the sister of Ider. Although the marriage alliance with Ider was rejected, this fiancée still showed up. What was his son thinking? Lee was extremely curious and wanted to ask what happened. Ronnie informed him that the fiancée had already moved into the residence of the Viscount of Wanyan County. This was simply, things seemed to be getting out of hand. The Fan Yang Braden clan wanted to ally with his son. He needed to check if his son could resist temptation. After all, young men are easily tempted by beauty. As someone who has been through it, cough, 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 Lee couldn't help but worry. Upon exiting the palace, Bradonk approached, asking, is your majesty going to see the Viscount of Wanyan County? Lee, well, you Secretary of Revenue, spying on me? And on the fin, Lee felt extremely embarrassed. Now, with tensions high, me leaving the palace to see my son. It doesn't show my wise and brave image. Comte, Bradonk looked troubled. Your majesty, please go persuade him. He can't keep staying at my house. Lee was taken aback. He went to your place? Disaster. Wouldn't Bradonk's identity as the Secretary of Revenue be exposed? Additionally, me as his friend. If he exposes, I'm also finished. Bradonk sighed. Fortunately, it wasn't my home but an extra residence I bought outside. Initially, it was meant for when I get older and need to be close to the palace. I hadn't even moved in when he squatted there. What does this mean? That tone. Are you complaining to me? Lee pretended not to hear Bradonk's complaints and said lightly, good then. I need to talk to him. Let me there. Bradonk, relieved, immediately led the way. This Viscount of Wanyan County stayed there as if he owned it, showing no respect. As the owner, Bradonk felt aggrieved. Young man, you're bullying the elderly. Lacking morals. Bradonk brought Lee to the place and quickly excused himself. Nonsense. Your father's son matters. I won't meddle. At this moment, Dorian was basking in the sun. Me dealing with state affairs, while you enjoy the sun. Jealousy. Lee walked over, coughed and asked, heard your fiancé is at home? Dorian. This father finally came back. Wait. Or was it because I've been freeloaded? Perry brought dad here to kick me out? Not happening. At least not yet. Now facing him feels odd. Already adapted to calling him father, only to find out he isn't. Smack. Dorian slapped both cheeks. Lee, surprised, asked, what are you doing? Dorian mumbled, toothache. Toothache ain't a disease, but the pain can kill. Lee earnestly said, if you're sick, get treated. I've had toothaches too. Surely I can tell if you have one. Seems you're really sick. Badly. Let's check your head. Dorian. Lee asked, how will you handle the fiancé? Dorian was shocked. Handle? Murder her to silence? Lee also looked startled. Young man, though you aren't my dad. Did we get mixed up? Even though you're not my son, you're more ruthless than me? That's Ider's own sister, the leader of Fan Yang Braden clan, and you dare consider silencing her? Lee sincerely advised, son, having wronged others, ending it dishonorably is bad enough. Don't think about killing to cover up. Perhaps you secretly did something with Eider's sister? Otherwise, why would you hide here? Dorian replied with a toothache. Didn't you say handle? Lee puzzled. Did I? That was your idea, right? Dorian stunned. You said handle. Lee nodded seriously. Colmes, how will you handle it? Dorian. Nonsense. Turns out my brain malfunctioned. But I'm not awkward. If I'm not awkward, others are. Lee sat beside Dorian and asked casually, tell me, why let a woman stay in your home, our home, and run away yourself? Dorian composed himself and laughed bitterly. Eider played his cards well. He wants to deal with me, able to Fanyang Braden, especially as they now need my strength to maintain their position against other clans. Hee. Dorian's grin became increasingly twisted. Leaf shuddered. His son's sharp analysis made him feel like he had set a trap for Eider, a deep one at that. However, saying the Fanyang Braden clan needed his help sounded far-fetched. Wasn't it the Emperor's power? Would Eider even care if not for mistakenly believing you were the Emperor's son? He wouldn't hesitate to kill you otherwise. Of course, Leaf kept these thoughts to himself. Am I just bragging? But he underestimated his son's keen observation skills. This reaction did not escape Dorian's notice. Dorian chuckled coldly. Sweet potatoes and potatoes. That's popularity. What does the 5 great clans rely on? Popularity. An alliance with me brings my popularity to Fanyang Braden. What a clever calculation. By calling him brother-in-law, causing him confusion, having his sister come over means he's betting everything on me. Other noble clans want me dead, but Eider should now be reluctant, right? Facing his familiar look of disdain, Leaf wasn't embarrassed at all. After all, he was used to it. His son's analysis hit the mark. Popularity mattered. Fanyang Braden had lost ground ever since the cheap blue salt came into play. The blue salt business was mere. Has always wanted a wife from the 5 great clans. If necessary, I'll send her to the palace. Leaf did indeed wish to marry a woman from the 5 great clans, not for honor like other citizens, but to humiliate them. But the 5 great clans weren't foolish enough to offer their women to disgrace themselves. The spy responded, Colmes. At the residence of the Fabian, Patty's maidservants relayed the spy's words to her. She nearly gnashed her teeth to pieces. Ultimately, she couldn't escape being used for her family's benefit, the fate of women from the 5 great clans. Born human, only to be exchanged for family gain. Even a proud phoenix would be slaughtered for its flesh. Women in the nobility were mere commodities and tools. Finleaf and Hawk Eldon were brought to Peach Blossom Land by Dorian. Honestly, inviting Eldon was a special request by Dorian, shrouded in mystery. Dorian only said there was something important for them to see. Leaf initially didn't want Eldon there, but Dorian insisted strongly. With no choice, he fetched the hawk personally. Dorian felt guilty. He wasn't the Emperor's biological son, revealing that harsh reality was too cruel to contemplate. Fortunately, his half-brother was. This was a comforting thought. To compensate his father, Dorian decided to present them with a great accomplishment. He didn't know they were the Tang, Fin, and Hawk, whose value and accomplishments differed from ordinary men. Before them stood white blossoms, a sight rarely seen. Soft and fluffy, like clouds, a first-time experience. Leaf's eyes lit up. What flowers are these? They should be worth quite a bit of money now that autumn leaves are falling. Snap, Dorian's jaw dropped. These were flowers? Well, technically they were, named after a flower. These are cotton plants, not for admiring but for making cotton clothes, Dorian explained. Cotton clothes? Asked Leaf, puzzled. Colmes, placing cotton in layers, makes for astonishing warmth. Warmth? Leaf doubted his son was fibbing, or playing tricks again. He pinched a tuft of cotton. It felt soft and light. Could it really provide warmth? Don't worry about it. Let the villagers here make some for you to try, Dorian reassured. Then, he gathered the villagers to collect cotton. Meanwhile, Leaf instructed Eldon to join him in the task. Eldon. Father, you summon me just to pick cotton? Am I nothing more than manual labor? But orders couldn't be disobeyed, even for the hawk. He could only shed tears as he joined the cotton-picking crew. Chapter 154, Junxian, are you cold? The padded jacket was finished. However, although it was a bit chilly in Guangzhou, it was far from freezing. This padded jacket, Leaf tried it on. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat. But, not testing under extreme conditions wouldn't truly reflect its effectiveness. It was quite regrettable. Dorian mused aloud, too bad. I can make ice, but there's no ice cellar. Otherwise, wearing the padded jacket in an ice cellar would show how warm it is. Leaf had an idea. Son, I'll be off first. With that, he grabbed the padded jacket and ran. Dorian. What now? Did you actually find an ice cellar? In this era, even prestigious families had run out of last year's stored ice. Unless, you go to the Imperial Palace. Dorian thought that was clearly impossible. Seeing Leaf slip away, Jamar prepared to leave as well. Pain. It really hurts. The wound on his hand wasn't big, but it stung terribly. The cottonseed hulls were dry and hard, especially the sharp tips. A single misstep while picking cotton could lead to a prick. Clearly, the villagers of Peach Blossom Spring weren't inexperienced. Their farming expertise made this task effortless for them. For the hawk, it was a different story. It was extremely difficult. Who had ever experienced such hardship? Jamar teared up with pain. I'm still just a child. Father Finn, how can you torment me like this? Big brother, I have some matters to attend to and will leave first. Jamar excused himself, making up a reason. Anyway, could his elder brother possibly stop him? Just then, Dorian grabbed him by the arm. Jamar's heart skipped a beat. Not likely? Can't be. Did father order you to supervise my labor just now? Dorian smiled warmly. Third brother, don't rush. Originally, the credit for potatoes was meant for you and second brother, but since the court is at war with Shuafeng, nobody's buying potatoes. As close brothers, I'll give you another form of merit. I heard our front line just defeated the Tujueron's reinforcements. Second brother has gone to the front, and we're idle. So let's give you this merit for fun. Jamar. Why does it hurt so much? Merit? Does the Hawk of Tang need that? Absolutely not. Can't. I'm Dorian's brother right now, not the hawk. Moreover, treating Merit as a toy for the idol? This is outrageous. Do you think Merit is like cabbage, selling wholesale? Dorian chuckled. Of course, this Merit isn't just for you. You and father share it. Jamar. Mind-numbing. Truly mind-numbing. Sharing one Merit between the Finn and the hawk? Who would believe such absurdity if told? Dorian continued. Next year, Donnie will likely launch an attack on the Donghua. The humiliation of the Emmanuel River Alliance has been a thorn in Donnie's side. Jamar's heart trembled. Scary. Too scary. Brother, why are you so terrifying? Even though I'm by father's side every day, if uncle hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known the Emmanuel River Alliance, glossed over by all the officials, was what father hid deep inside. You. Outside the palace. Uncle said he only met father recently. How did you understand father's thoughts so thoroughly after just a few months? Especially when you didn't know father was the Finn. Annoying. Dorian, unaware of these convoluted thoughts, continued chatting. Donghwa's step is unfamiliar to us. If we attack during favorable conditions, we won't gain much advantage. If we wait until winter's cold and biting winds freeze the steppe, the Donghwa's fighting capacity will drop significantly. But our soldiers won't endure such cold either. Look, this cotton solves the problem perfectly. I still have some left over. Offer this to the court and secure a title, alright? Our father could also advance. At least, your mother should marry him. Then ask the Finn to grant her a rank. What do you think? Jamar. I'm shattered. Brother, you've arranged everything even for April. Simply. Suddenly, Dorian sighed deeply. Next year, Tang will face difficulties. A locust plague is coming. Jamar grinned wryly. Brother, stop joking. Ganlu Hall. Leaf returned, holding a padded jacket. He immediately went to the palace's ice cellar. Eunuchs were bewildered. Is Donnie ill? Or mentally ill? We dare not ask or say anything. Guiding Leaf to the ice cellar, they opened the door. Inside, Leaf put on the padded jacket and dove right in. Eunuch. Is Donnie cooling off by diving into the ice cellar? Come in. Leaf commanded from within. The eunuch prepared to wear thick clothing before entering. Leaf added, don't wear anything else. Just come in as you are. The eunuch almost cried, entering cautiously. Did Donnie read my mind? Surely not. Entering the ice cellar would surely freeze me to death. Rather than this, wouldn't it be quicker just to lose my head? Kneeling down, the eunuch sobbed loudly. Please spare me, your majesty. I worked diligently, yet must have failed somewhere. Please spare me once more. My family needs me. Something doesn't add up. The eunuch couldn't continue himself. Splat. Leaf burst into laughter. A eunuch, with parents, makes sense. Otherwise, where did you come from? Having children? Joking? Wearing the padded jacket, Leaf felt fine, just wanting the eunuch for comparison. Unintentionally scaring him nearly to death. Alright, you can go out now. Leaf waved him off. The eunuch gratefully bowed, repeatedly slamming his head to the ground. Thank you for sparing my life, your majesty. Then he fled, terrified Leaf might catch up and kill him anyway. Leaf said expressionlessly, Jun Xian, come out. Like a ghost, Ronnie entered the ice cellar. Leaf ordered, stand still, do not move. Ronnie replied obediently, Colmes, your majesty. Initially, Ronnie showed no change. Gradually, frost formed on his eyebrows, his complexion turning white. Finally, unable to hold back, he started shivering. Leaf asked, Jun Xian, are you cold? Ronnie. Your majesty, are you playing with me? Can't you see I'm almost frozen solid? Fine. You're the emperor. You're right. Testing the padded jacket is understandable, but can we not go too far? Otherwise, I'd die of your antics before the cold kills me. Chapter 155. Anwar, keep going, annoy the Finn to death. The thermal efficiency of cotton clothing was astounding. Finn Leaf immediately returned to Peach Blossom Land without stopping. He was visibly agitated. With such a miraculous discovery, now that the battle in Shuafang was over, could they seize the opportunity to attack the Turks? Wouldn't it be perfect if the Turks' leader Ron was frozen stiff while our army, equipped with these divine clothes, appeared as if from nowhere? Dorian had already prepared the report claiming credit and began to instruct, Father, all credit for this cotton goes to you and my brother here. This is the commendation petition. I will have Chancellor Gino deliver it for me. This miracle fabric, once widely promoted, will ensure that many commoners will never freeze to death in harsh winters again. Now isn't like later. The aristocratic clans can use charcoal fires to keep warm, but poor families can only endure the cold. At most, they would stuff their clothes with straw. Dorian couldn't help but want to curse. What an inhumane era. Although, material scarcity was commonplace at the time, it's unfair to blame it all on the times. Finleaf was also conflicted. As an ambitious emperor, he always wanted to strike against the Turks and eliminate Ron. However, no matter how much cotton his son possessed, it was clearly not enough. The people are paramount, the ruler secondary, and the state comes third. Forget it. Finleaf made a significant decision. Restoring honor was important. Just then, Dorian continued arranging. I'll say that this cotton was discovered by father and my brother. Additionally, I will suggest to Donnie to urgently produce cotton clothing before winter arrives. At that time, with poor citizens suffering hunger and lack of clothing, the Finn could distribute cotton coats. This way, Donnie's reputation among the people would significantly improve. Understand me? Divine insight? I don't. Dorian went on, in the Shuafang battle, we're bound to win, and at that time, Donnie will definitely feel overconfident. Overconfident? You're saying I'm overconfident? Finleaf felt somewhat inferior. Jamar broke out in a cold sweat. Then he felt secretly pleased. Anwar, go ahead and criticize father. It benefits me more. But I must advise Donnie to give up the idea of attacking the Turks now. Dorian was genuinely concerned. Out of control. Since Leaf launched the attack on Shuafang earlier, history has taken a different path. Dorian panicked. Finleaf was baffled. He was preparing to launch a winter offensive against the Turks. Ron wouldn't expect it, giving him a shock. His son said, "It wasn't right to attack the Turks now. You? Know nothing. War is a deadly weapon. Moreover, war is the domain of deception. Do you understand?" Jamar thought for a moment and asked, "Big brother, are you talking about locusts?" Finleaf, puzzled, asked, "Locusts? What locusts?" Jamar planned, pretending to look clueless. "Previously, Big brother told me there would be a locust disaster next year." "Oh," Finleaf laughed. "Can you foresee the future?" Dorian solemnly said, "There really will be a locust disaster next year. The villagers of Peach Blossom Land are experienced, and they informed me just days ago." He had to find this reason. However, Finleaf laughed even more heartily. "Is that it? You believe the judgment of the villagers of Peach Blossom Land so easily? Wait, something doesn't add up. This son is lying, making excuses to evade me. But why does he have such an opinion?" Dorian couldn't tell him it came from historical books. At that moment, Dorian sighed, "Forget it. No need to mention the locust disaster, since you don't believe it anyway. To stop Donnie from attacking the Turks, we still need Chancellor Gino's help. Actually, Andrew would be more suitable, but I don't know him." Finleaf. "Son, you want to scheme against me? And Andrew is your steward," Dorian confidently said. "Although Chancellor Gino is Donnie's loyal follower, he won't ignore the people of Tang." Finleaf. "You call Chancellor Gino my subordinate? What do you think I am, a ruffian?" Dorian seriously said, "Of course, cotton should benefit the people of Tang first. As the Fin of Tang, ensuring the prosperity of the people is your Majesty's duty." "Duty?" Jamar nearly laughed. "Can you just blurt out such things? Brother, do you want to upset father so you can inherit the throne?" Compared to father's face, Jamar discreetly observed. He was baffled. Finleaf sincerely said, "That's correct. Ensuring the well-being of the people is indeed the Fin of Tang's duty. I believe Donnie will prioritize the people." Jamar was disoriented. "This doesn't fit. Father, are you really like that?" However, Dorian frowned. "Father, you still don't understand Donnie. Our Fin, although destined to become a great sovereign, can sometimes be overly ambitious." Jamar burst out laughing. "Brother, if you can talk like that, speak more." Finleaf glared. Jamar hurriedly suppressed himself, trembling with fear. Finleaf felt indignant. "Son, you say I will ultimately become a great sovereign. Regardless of how certain you are, I too believe so. But you also say I'm overly ambitious. Aren't these contradictory?" At this moment, Dorian cleared his throat. "I got used to talking casually around family members. You two, don't blabber outside. Be careful or you might lose your heads." Finleaf. "Am I really that kind of person?" Jamar almost laughed again. "Brother, continue. Annoy father to death. Best to make father furious enough to banish you from the Lee royal clan forever." Then, Dorian saddled a carriage, heading towards the Tang Daily News. Riding a horse was impossible. He would never ride one in his life. Dorian once tried riding a horse out of curiosity and nearly jolted his heart out. Tang Daily News. Helmet was compiling the latest issue. Following Dorian's guidance, he reported on the progress of the Shuafeng battle. This was the topic of greatest interest to the people of Tang. As for live reporting and war correspondence, Helmet was very tempted. However, today's scholars aimed for official positions through exams. War correspondence remained a pipe dream. What a pity. Helmet shook his head with a sigh, then saw Dorian enter carrying a cotton coat. Dorian smiled and said, "Chancellor Gino, we've known each other for so long. I'm the consultant for Tang Daily News. You're the chief editor. We can be considered colleagues." "Helmet, what are you doing?" Dorian handed over the coat. "Giving you a gift." Helmet looked bewildered. "I asked this, a gift for me? And it's just a piece of clothing. Are you mocking me?" Helmet's gaze was filled with resentment. "Good thing Gino has never accepted gifts, and you are a prince. Otherwise, I wouldn't beat you to death." The tone in which Helmet spoke carried a mix of sarcasm and frustration. Helmet stared at Dorian, his eyes narrowing. Dorian smiled, trying to ease the tension. "Chancellor Gino, please don't misunderstand. This cotton coat is no ordinary garment." "Helmet, what are you up to?" ##### Chapter 156. I decide to bestow marriage upon you. The Tang Dynasty Daily has released another special issue. What is most unbelievable is that the progress on the front line in Shuafeng is not the main focus. Initially, the Tang Dynasty Daily planned to highlight the defeat of the Tujueron's 3,000-strong reinforcements. However, cotton stole the show. For the aristocratic families, they were not particularly interested in cotton. But for ordinary people, especially those in the Guangzhou region, the harsh winter could claim many lives daily due to the freezing temperatures. Thus, cotton was highly valued in the Guangzhou area. Unfortunately, it was not yet the planting season for cotton. According to the cotton cultivation techniques introduced in the Tang Dynasty Daily, one had to wait until April next year. This winter still needed to be endured before any hope arrived. Meanwhile, Helmet visited the palace. He was not in charge of logistics for the Shuafeng front. That responsibility was given to Nathan and Bogdan. Helmet primarily oversaw the Tang Dynasty Daily. After all, the campaign against the rebels in Shuafeng was a righteous war. It garnered attention from every citizen of the Tang Dynasty. How to earn fame for Finleaf through this battle was also a crucial matter. Only Helmet could handle this task. Ganlu Palace. Finleaf's face was as dark as the requesting merits for your majesty. No, it's for his father and that brother. Honestly, his heart was dizzy. First, princes don't usually submit petitions for the emperor. It's quite bizarre. Additionally, he knew Alvin Jamar and Elliot met. And not just once. Elliot believed Jamar was his half-brother, which wasn't wrong. But the situation between the emperor and his sons, sigh. Let's not go there. Your majesty, you're unreliable. After much thought, Leaf decided to play the role to the fullest. So exhausting. Time to reveal everything. Tao Holosaming's Utopia. Helmet brought another imperial edict. Leaf and Jamar were present. Upon seeing Helmet, Jamar's mouth twitched. Annoying. Father, would you rather keep up this pretense just to hide your identity? Big brother means so much to you. I can't stand this. Silent screams echoed in Jamar's heart. As a father, Leaf completely failed to notice his son's mental turmoil. Even more, he ignored its possibility. Cough, cough. Helmet cleared his throat. Leaf smiled. Minister Gino, will you not read the edict again? Elliot looked at his father speechlessly. You. Oh, intelligence. No wonder you're not my real father. Otherwise, would I be this stupid too? In an instant, Helmet had an idea. Your Majesty, not that I'm unkind, but this is a rare opportunity. Helmet cleared his throat and began reading the edict. Fortunately, he remembered to say, since I'm familiar with the Wanyin County Earl, Your Majesty has arranged for us not to perform formal etiquette. Jamar felt relieved. My God, Minister Gino, you're brave. To tease Father Finn. I feel so exhilarated. Leaf's face turned dark. Brandon, you've gone bad. At this point, Helmet finished reading the edict. The main content was promoting Leaf from Wanyin County Marquis to Wanyin Marquis due to his contributions to cotton. Just a word change, but the rank significantly improved. The title Wanyin was not something just anyone could bear. Leaf treated himself pretty well by becoming Wanyin Marquis. It's like transitioning from a concubine's child to the eldest legitimate son. Jamar was directly bestowed the title of Wanyin County Earl. Done. Elliot became Wanyin County Earl, carrying on the family legacy, while Jamar inherited from his elder brother. Jamar's face turned ominously dark, and he quickly lowered his head, changing his expression. What a great humiliation. What does Father mean by this? Is this some hidden metaphor, telling me Big Brother will always be my elder brother? As the hawk, he was overthinking, but Jamar didn't know. Currently, Leaf hadn't realized this son was truly his son, not fake, mistakenly identifying fathers. It happened accidentally, correctly recognized. However, after hearing the edict, Jamar showed no reaction. Jamar was distracted, deep in thought. Leaf simply blackened himself further while issuing the edict, showing no gratitude. Elliot sternly reminded, have you not thanked Donnie? Leaf and Jamar finally came to their senses. Leaf awkwardly bowed. Jamar continued feeling dejected inside. The two thanked the Emperor's grace. Strange indeed. Helmet teased Leaf, internally shouting, so refreshing. Suddenly, Leaf had a bold idea. Brandon, you teased me. I decide to bestow marriage upon you. Wonder what your wife will think. Ahem, I look forward to it. Helmet shivered. Why did he feel a sense of danger approaching? And the Emperor's smile seemed so sinister. Liangwa Mansion, Helmet's home. Ronnie personally delivered the edict. Truthfully, the Emperor's poor plan. He opposed, only in his heart. Say, Ronnie was merely the Emperor's shadow, executing orders regardless of right or wrong. But this time, he really didn't want to come. Leaf thought only Ronnie was suitable. Sending a eunuch might result in him being easily beaten to death. Ronnie, at least he could escape safely. Maeve of Helmet couldn't catch him running. Seeing Ronnie arrive with the edict, Helmet felt uneasy. Why were his limbs turning icy? The Emperor isn't a ruler who repays kindness with ingratitude. At least, the Emperor has his pride. Enough slander about killing brothers and imprisoning fathers. He won't repay good with evil. Ronnie pale-facedly said, Minister Gino, you don't need to kneel, I won't read it. Just take a look yourself. He immediately handed over the edict. At this moment, Maeve walked by, noticed the strange scene, and approached. Lord Gino, what edict is this? Helmet hadn't seen it yet. I haven't looked. I'll check for you. Maeve wasn't afraid of the edict. She reached out, unfolded it, and read it. Ronnie quickly said, Minister Gino, Tilly Gino, I shall take my leave now. Maeve looked up and smiled subtly. Minister Lee, don't hurry off, let me entertain you properly. Ronnie trembled. No way. Tilly Gino, Minister Lee, you must stay calm. I'm just the messenger. Inside Liangwa Mansion, it was lively. End of translation. Around were the residences of colleagues. The colleagues all heard the lively commotion, and their gossip instincts flared up intensely. Listening to the sounds, it seemed Maeve was not dealing with Minister Gino. How strange. What on earth was going on? Chapter 157. I am so embarrassed. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Finn Leaf finished reviewing the memorials and, finding himself bored, turned to ask Ronnie with interest. Junxian, do you think Brandon is happy now? Ronnie, Your Majesty, I don't want to speak. What did Minister Gino do to offend you? Your actions are quite inadequate. Cough. Didn't you see my face was scratched? Every word brings tears. Your Majesty. A eunuch rushed in hastily. Minister Gino and Tilly Gino wish to see Your Majesty. Leaf replied with interest. Let them in. Hee. Brandon, are you alright? Outside the Sweet Dew Palace, Helmet shivered. Why do I have such a bad feeling again? Isn't it that Your Majesty is going to get me into trouble again? So petty. Aren't you the Finn of Tang Dynasty? Isn't that embarrassing? Tilly, calm down. Tilly, please calm down. At this moment, Helmet looked extremely embarrassed. Maeve wanted to enter the palace to confront Finn Leaf. Helmet, he couldn't stop her. Unable to stop her, he decided not to try anymore. But the aggressive manner in which Maeve stormed into the palace looked like she intended to beat the Emperor half to death. His wife, he knew best, had the potential to do just that. To assault the Finn. Who would dare on any other day? If Donnie arranged his marriage, Maeve exploded. As long as it wasn't killing the Finn or burning down the Sweet Dew Palace, Maeve wouldn't even flinch. Helmet, Maeve said coldly, the Finn arranged your concubine marriage. Aren't you very pleased? Helmet indignantly exclaimed, Your Majesty, I need to see you. Give me justice. However, his reaction was even more intense than Maeve's as he rushed into the Sweet Dew Palace recklessly. Just then, the eunuch hadn't come out to let him in yet. Helmet rushed in. The Imperial Guard outside the Sweet Dew Palace seemed like decorations. Not knowing what game Donnie was playing with Minister Gino, who were deeply attached as monarch and minister, the guards stayed out of it. If it was just for fun, they didn't want to spoil the pleasure. Strange pleasure indeed. Who doesn't have a bit of wickedness? If it were serious, easily implicating everyone. Anyway, danger be upon your majesty. On the other side, inside the Sweet Dew Palace, Helmet burst in and, looking up at Leaf, coughed once. The aura he brought in dissipated instantly. So, your majesty, can we cancel the arranged marriage? Listen to that, so timid. Maeve followed in closely, stepping towards Finn Leaf with every step. That momentum, that demeanor, that expression, all saying one thing. Your majesty, you've ticked me off. I am furious. Leaf. Suddenly, Leaf felt extremely Finn has impeccable character. Absolutely. If the Finn loses, Helmet's family is done for. Maeve gave Helmet a cold look. This gaze, devoid of fiery anger, was unusually calm. Instantly, Helmet became utterly timid, not daring to utter a sound. Make a scene. Go ahead and make it big. Your majesty, this is all you're doing. Watch how you handle it. Maeve lifted her head, stood upright and questioned. Dare I ask your majesty, interfering in the private affairs of your ministers and disrupting their marital harmony? Is this the behavior of a wise ruler? Leaf, I am not scared. It's just, this matter lacked thought. It might end up in historians' records, becoming a laughing stock for posterity. Oh dear. I regret. Deeply. Leaf coughed and said, well, it was just a joke. All right, apologize, and maybe Maeve will settle down. This matter ends here. But Maeve continued insistently, your majesty, jesting with your ministers, is this the act of a wise ruler? Suddenly, Leaf became furious, embarrassed and angry. I am the Finn, and you, Maeve, dare to storm into the Sweet Dew Palace to question me. Maeve, you have great courage. Even if recorded by historians, I will stand firm. Leaf snorted, Maeve, Brandon is not just my minister but also my friend. Truly, I cannot bear to see Brandon facing you. A yellow-faced woman, daily. Calm-faced woman? Helmet abruptly lifted his head. Your majesty, you've gone too far. Maeve's gaze grew murderous. Leaf continued, as a trusted minister, Brandon having 3 wives and 4 concubines is perfectly justified. It's natural. A great man of talent, who contributes to the nation, does it count as excessive to have multiple wives? Suddenly, Helmet felt warmth in his heart. Your majesty, you are right, cough, but Helmet is not fond of beauty. Beauty is a double-edged sword. 1 wife is enough for this life. Maeve laughed sarcastically. So, your majesty cares for your ministers by providing them with concubines? Leaf choked and snorted. Why not? Maeve shouted. Does a minister contributing to the country mean they must be rewarded with multiple wives? As the Finn, must your rewards to officials be women? Leaf, chilled to the bone. Listen to her. Is she accusing me of being a tyrant? Tyrant. Maeve, as expected, spat out those words with clenched teeth. Oh no. Ronnie hurriedly retreated further into the darkness. Helmet, nose to his heart, remained as calm as a monk in meditation. Bang. Leaf almost overturned the table. You dare call me a tyrant? Looking at Helmet, he remained unmoved. Leaf glanced at him and then back at Maeve. Maeve is Finn. My words are law. This decree cannot be retracted. Whether you agree or not, it depends on Brandon's willingness. Swish. Helmet swiftly stepped forward. Your majesty, I disagree. Leaf. Maeve taunted. Do you disagree, or are you afraid? Helmet. Tilly, you don't understand me. Leaf beckoned Ronnie. Ronnie came out with a stunned expression. Ultimately, couldn't escape it. Then, Leaf whispered to him and finally said to Maeve, Maeve, I prepared 2 cups, one with good wine, the other with poison. Today, I must fulfill Brandon's dream. If you disagree, make a choice. Helmet. 3 wives and 4 concubines, that's my dream. Cough. Right? Ronnie appeared instantly with 2 cups, one with wine, the other with poison, standing before Maeve. His head lowered deeply, nearly wishing to disappear into the ground. Finished. In the future, besides being mocked by posterity, your majesty will drag me along with it. I, Ronnie, the leader of the Tang Dynasty Secret Service, wanted to remain nameless in history. Today, dragged down by the Finn, I'll be infamous forever. Suddenly, Maeve looked at Helmet, revealing a sorrowful smile with tears trickling down. He was immediately turned down. Dorian only said, Perry, why is it you again? When will I get to meet the Minister of Revenue? Braydonk almost choked on his words. Then Dorian added, you go to Peach Blossom Land. I'll show you what potatoes and cotton look like. Besides, discussing official business here might make people think you're lining your own pockets. With that, he ran off. Braydonk was furious. All I wanted was to negotiate a price. You saw through my intentions and fled. Sure enough, Braydonk arrived at Peach Blossom Land but couldn't find Dorian. Instead, he was stopped by Lao Taifuzu, Anchor. Anchor smiled and said, Minister Tang, our young master has made arrangements. I'll take you there. Braydonk. Good boy. You still have some conscience. Afraid to refuse me face to face, you played hide and seek and sent someone else in your place. Wait a moment. Why do I feel like praising your cunning? Isn't that even more despicable? Ultimately, potatoes plus cotton, sold for 30 million cash coins. Nope. The deal went through. Braydonk left with a blackened old face. Just as he exited Peach Blossom Land, he bumped into Kyle. Your Majesty, this old minister is taking his leave. Braydonk gave a greeting and ran away before Kyle could respond. Kyle, what does this mean? Why do you, the Honorable Minister of Revenue, treat me like a ferocious beast? Unbeknownst to Braydonk, Kyle had grown furious. Nowadays, all officials in court are wary of him. He frequently arranges marriages and concubines for them. Helmet's case is a prime example. What kind of cruel hobby does the Finn have? Even Hendrix, after the battle at Shuafeng, felt neglected since Kyle didn't let him lead troops. He harbored resentment. He decided to harass Kyle as a form of revenge. Upon hearing about Helmet's plight, he quickly retreated. Now, he stays obediently in the military camp, not even daring to return home as Lord Braden, for fear that Kyle would recall his past misdeeds and target him. Surely, the Emperor wouldn't issue an imperial decree for marriage inside a military camp, right? Emiliano coughed, reporting out of loyalty that all officials now fear the Finn like tigers. Kyle. Oh no. This stain can never be washed away. Even if not remembered for millennia, it's still a blemish. In contrast, Maeve seemed justified. Although she was known to be jealous, Celeste praised Helmet's couple for their deep affection. Kyle sought refuge here to escape all this. Dorian was basking in the sun. Hawkjamar was helping the villagers of Peach Blossom Land card cotton. Dorian chuckled. How can we use cotton without carding it? Only well-carded cotton can be used to make winter coats. Let you see, Donnie arranged Helmet's marriage. Maeve, poison wine was actually vinegar. All of Chang'an is talking about it. Kyle. My heart hurts. I'm cracking up. Why has this become such a big scandal? Meanwhile, Jamar heard Dorian's laughter and sneered inwardly. Keep going, brother. Try harder. Get Father Finn to dislike you. Then I'll rest easy. Suddenly, Dorian's tone grew cold. The 5 clans and 7 prestigious families aren't behaving properly. Boom. Kyle realized. It must be those families stirring up trouble. Wanting to suppress them, they also aimed to tarnish the Lee royal family. Especially when directly smearing Kyle himself, this opportunity couldn't be missed. Jamar couldn't help shuddering, seeing Father Finn's loving gaze towards Anwar. Danger. This brother can hit Father Finn's heart every time. I envy him so much. Kyle pondered and asked, Son, how do you think the Finn should handle this situation? Thud. Jamar's jaw dropped. Father Finn, actually asking Anwar for advice? Jamar knew the state bonds idea came from Dorian, but it was just a trick against the aristocracy. Its true impact hadn't shown yet. If it backfires, there might be repercussions. So, Jamar didn't think his elder brother was particularly brilliant. Like the merit steals, he wasn't fully aware of its significance. Unconsciously underestimating Dorian. Instantly, Jamar halted. Stop moving. Listen first. Kyle pretended not to notice. Dorian grinned. Is the Tang Daily just for show? Kyle frowned. I didn't get it. Dorian sighed. Father, if you were the Finn, you'd understand right away what I meant. Kyle. I am the Finn. The Finn is me. But I didn't understand. Jamar shivered again. Such smooth flattery. Kyle coughed. Son, explain further. Let father learn something. Dorian nodded. Sure. Hope this helps you in future business ventures. Kyle smiled awkwardly. Jamar was numb. Too numb. Dorian spoke slowly. Throughout history, emperors are considered supreme authorities by the people. Can't. Emperors aren't the best. Our Finn faces significant threats like the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families. Son, you truly understand me. Kyle was touched. Listening further, Dorian continued. Fearing separation from the masses, emperors easily distance themselves from the common folk. In a place detached from the people, how can you gain their love? Perhaps only fear remains. Kyle felt a profound blow to his heart, as if a new door opened before him. Dorian added, from another angle, if the Finn can set a precedent as the first ruler not feared by the people, what then? Before Kyle could respond, Dorian mused aloud. Engaging deeply with the common folk will gain popularity. The 5 clans and 7 prestigious families rely on public opinion to influence the media. By winning the public, the Finn can outmaneuver them. Kyle clearly understood but still felt a layer of fog before his eyes, asking, how do we deeply engage with the common folk? Dorian chuckled and said, start with a column in the Tang Daily. Column? Colmes. The Finn's column. Kyle clearly understood but felt as if there was still a mist clouding his vision. He asked, how do we deeply engage with the common folk? Dorian chuckled and replied, start with a column in the Tang Daily. Column? Exactly. The Finn's column. Chapter 159. Quickly go and call my son out. At the Great Tang Daily newspaper office, Helmet had a worried look on his face. Donnie's column article was riddled with errors in the use of new-style punctuation marks. It was almost too painful to look at. However, Helmet himself was still studying the function of punctuation marks and could not use them freely yet. So, he sought help. Helmet made a copy of Ethan's article, modifying any parts that might reveal Donnie's identity. After all, it would be incredibly embarrassing. If Donnie lost face, it would also reflect poorly on his subjects. Then, without delay, Helmet rushed to Peach Blossom Spring. He asked Dorian to correct the usage of punctuation marks in the article. Dorian glanced at Helmet, half smiling, half not. Helmet coughed. What is it? Dorian chuckled. Did Lord Gino write this article yourself? Without a blush, Helmet nodded. Colmes? Dorian gave an eerie smile. I heard, and all of Chang'an has been talking about how Lord Gino was granted marriage by Donnie. Helmet's face turned green. Oh, come on. Why stir up trouble like that? Dorian pointed at the article. Look at the angle of this article. It's clearly Donnie's confession letter. You're saying you wrote it? Does that mean you are Donnie? Helmet. Cold sweat dripped down. Damn, this is a trap. I was too careless. Helmet gritted his teeth. Well, just as long as you understand. Saying this, he snatched back the article corrected for punctuation and ran off. Dorian muttered to himself, this old man. No wonder he asked me yesterday how Donnie should resolve the situation. He ran off to present his advice to Donnie right after I told him. Wait a minute. The old man can't possibly have met Finn Leaf. He must have approached his old friend, Perry. Sheesh. Dad, you're just Donnie's lapdog. The next day, the Great Tang Daily came out, featuring detailed coverage of the current situation in Shuafeng. Currently, Shuafeng City was under siege, and the Tang army was about to launch their final assault. This battle had no doubt about victory. While this news shook the people of Chang'an, it paled in comparison to another edition, the Finn's column. Though the name was straightforward, everyone knew at a glance that this was Donnie's column. After all, only Finn Leaf reigned as the son of heaven in the Tang Dynasty. The Finn's column narrated the story of Maeve's jealousy, which had recently stirred up so much buzz. Leaf wrote it with emotion, purely to show his empathy for Duke Liang. Helmet. However, as the emperor, he admitted that he lacked foresight and failed to consider the deep marital affection between Helmet and Maeve. Thus, Leaf vowed to examine his actions thrice daily from then on. Additionally, Leaf shared his profound insights gained from reading historical books, citing Mencius' quote, "The people are the most important element in a nation. The spirits of the land and grain come next. The sovereign ranks as the lightest." Finally, he concluded, "A ruler is like a boat. Commoners are like water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." All of Chang'an was abuzz with excitement. This conclusion originated from Xuanzi's words, but Fin Leaf endorsed it. Therefore, it became known as Fin Leaf's quote. Moreover, with the high illiteracy rate, many people didn't know who Xuanzi was, thus attributing the quote directly to Fin Leaf. Instantly, Fin Leaf's reputation among the common folk soared to new heights. Throughout history, no emperor had ever endorsed such a statement. More importantly, it was published in a newspaper. And Fin Leaf executed this astonishing move. At the manor of the Fabian County, Tilly Patty held a newspaper, gazing at the content in the Fin's column. She said coolly, "Tell my brother that I helped him against Leaflang this one time but failed. I will help him one more time, but if I fail again, don't blame me. From now on, Braden family of Fanyang and I will part ways. And tell your new clan leader not to oppose Leaflang anymore. He has laid down imperial dignity to confess to all of Tang. This kind of magnanimity is unprecedented. Such an emperor is far more decisive than Fin Josh of Sway. To oppose such an emperor means risking the downfall of the entire Braden family of Fanyang." The disciple of the Braden family of Fanyang trembled, bowed, and left. In Chang'an, at the Braden family residence, Eider, now working at the Ministry of Revenue, had bought a house in Chang'an. He wouldn't leave now that he had entered the heart of Tang's power. Unless, of course, his career came to an abrupt end. A servant returned and conveyed Patty's message verbatim. Eider sneered, "My sister is too clever," making her overly confident. "If Leaflang continues to challenge the 5 noble families, even if our family doesn't act, other aristocratic families will retaliate." Then, he wondered, "Sister, how will you handle Leaflang's illegitimate son?" After all, she went there, and he fled. Nothing could proceed smoothly afterward. At the manor of the Fabian County, Elroy with a beard knocked on the door. Andrew opened it and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The man haughtily replied, "Is this Dorian's home?" Before Andrew could ask further, the man stepped inside, acting as if he were returning home. Andrew was confused. Who is this fool? Before he could inquire further, the man introduced himself. "You must be the steward. Quickly go and call my son out. Tell him his father is back." Boom. Andrew was truly dumbfounded. Bolivar's father. Isn't that Donnie? So, this can only be a scammer. But why risk exposure? The chances of being caught were nearly 100%, even if Dorian hadn't seen his father since childhood. Or maybe, Andrew remembered Ethan's adamant assurance that Dorian wasn't his illegitimate child. So, the Finn hadn't lied. Everything was a mistake on my part. Andrew froze. Realizing this painful truth, he felt terrible. Turns out, I've been doing this job pointlessly. What did I do wrong to deserve this punishment? He collapsed in despair. Just then, "You claim to be the father of County Count Dorian. Who can prove it?" Suddenly, a cold voice spoke. Out came a frosty woman, Tilly Patty. Her presence intimidated everyone present. "Con." The man remained haughty, raising his chin. "You must be my son's wife? I am his father. Do you know what to call me?" Andrew. Somehow, this self-proclaimed father of Dorian seemed pretty foolish. He talked arrogantly but carried a foolish aura. Translation note. I've maintained the structure and style of the original text, including names in pinyin format. Please ensure consistency and correctness in future chapters. ##### chapter 160. It's out in the open. I'm really not your father. ##### peach blossom source. Andrew said, "Young master, your father is back." Dorian responded indifferently, "Oh." Andrew continued, "This father isn't the same father." Dorian was taken aback. "What did you say? What do you mean by this father isn't the same father?" Andrew replied with an odd expression. "He claims to be your father and asked me to call you back to see him." Dorian muttered, "What's wrong with Dad? Why would he do this? Even if I'm not a biological son, you wouldn't know why he's doing this. Is he just seeking attention?" Andrew coughed. "This father of yours is new." Dorian nearly burst out laughing. "A new father? Harris, are you losing it?" Dorian scolded. "If you can't speak properly, Harris, you might as well keep quiet from now on." Andrew took a deep breath, calmed down, patted his head, and laughed bitterly. "Young master, a stranger suddenly came home and claimed to be your father." Dorian understood. "So that's what happened. Instead of saying it in one sentence, you had to split it into several sentences. Did you intentionally confuse me?" But Dorian kept his expression neutral. Andrew asked, "Young master, aren't you surprised?" Dorian chuckled. "Don't you find it amusing?" Andrew widened his eyes. "Amusing? Suddenly there's a new father. You think this is amusing? Crazy. Since you're crazy, let's go all out." This moment, Andrew couldn't help but suspect that this so-called new father of the young master must be a fake father. The Finn is the real father. For sure. Dorian stood up. "Let's go home and meet this new father." Andrew thought, "Young master, you're acting strange. You believe this new father isn't your father, yet you still refer to him as such. What sort of twisted sense of humor is this?" Only a few days ago, Donnie spontaneously arranged a marriage for Helmet, causing Braden clan to make a scene at Gana Palace. Sigh. "Finn, remember this. I'll settle this score with you later. When I return to court, it'll be your turn to face the music. #######10,000 Colmar County Marquee residents." Dorian faced a middle-aged stranger and asked, "You claim to be my father?" Suddenly, the Elroy lunged forward wailing like a banshee. "Son. My son. Father has finally found you." However, Dorian dodged a him, evaded him, causing the Elroy to miss. He ended up latching onto Andrew behind Dorian and hugged him tightly. Instantly, both their faces turned green. The Elroy quickly loosened his grip, stepped back, and brushed off his clothes with a look of disgust. Andrew thought, I feel offended. Can I hit him? Right then, the Elroy lunged again, wailing, Son, my son, father has finally found you. Dorian kicked the Elroy's knee. Thud. The man fell to his knees with a bewildered expression. Is this how you treat your father? Dorian laughed. First meeting. Don't be too enthusiastic or I'll report you to the authorities for harassment. The Elroy and Andrew were speechless. The spectators, Patty and her maid, wondered, harassment? What kind of behavior? Then Dorian added, also, first meetings should be emotional, but don't kneel right away. Be more solid. I'm talking about your knees. The Elroy retorted, didn't you kick me on the knee making me fall? And your last comment sounds inappropriate even if you didn't explain it further. Rising up abruptly, the Elroy stopped abruptly. Andrew looked up in surprise, recognizing the Finn. Kyle? Dorian thought, did I hear your majesty? Calling himself your majesty. Isn't your majesty exclusively used by the emperor since Aston unified the 7 states? Kyle walked in majestically, towering over the Elroy coldly. Speak. Who sent you to impersonate my son's father? If you confess, I'll grant you a quick death. If you lie, I'll make you wish you were dead. Either way, the outcome is death. The Elroy was bewildered. Dorian rushed forward, giving Kyle a light kick. Do you want to die? What, your majesty? Just scare him off. Don't pretend to be the Finn. Afraid to live longer? Kyle corrected himself seriously. Now that it's out in the open, I am indeed your father. Realizing something wasn't right, he hurriedly amended. I am the Finn. Dorian snickered. Andrew. Young master. He is truly the Finn. I can attest. Kyle. Just this reaction? Kyle tried again earnestly. Son, let me be honest. I am indeed the Finn. Dorian snickered again. Kyle's face twitched, forcing calmness. Actually, I am not your father. Your father is someone else. But this person, Elliot said with a smile, I want to show you something. Look at that tree. Don't blink. Absolutely don't blink. Bang. Right after he spoke, a thunderclap struck. Leaf remained as calm as ever. Cough, dog. Andrew jolted awake, and Patty's icy little face turned white with fright. Ah. Selena, the maid, screamed incessantly. Ah Ling. Slap. Patty bit her teeth and slapped the maid across the face. Struck by the slap, Selena finally stopped screaming but trembled like a startled white rabbit. On the other side, plop. The Elroy, who had already lifted himself slightly off the ground, fell back down in shock from the thunderbolt. A stream of liquid trickled out. Elliot promptly stood up, keeping some distance. The smell of urine? Then, Elliot showed his harmless smile and asked casually, did you see clearly? He pointed again at the tree. The Elroy blinked and glanced at the tree. There was a hole in the trunk. Hiss. Just now, when Elliot raised his hand and after the thunderclap, the tree trunk developed a new hole. This. Elliot continued smiling. Can you guess my identity? Gulp. The sound of swallowing. The Elroy stammered. Why you are. Gee gods. Elliot said meaningfully, gods can't just come down and play with lightning for fun. The Elroy. Does that make a difference? Andrew. Young master. Are you scamming everyone? Selena. Is son-in-law Lei Gong? Kind of feeling. Why does it feel like you're describing color but lack proof? Selena said pitifully, I'm just numb. Elliot replied helplessly, if you're numb, why do you still scream? Selena whimpered, if I don't scream, I'm afraid I'll miss something. Elliot. Girl, you're too funny. Does your lady know? Forget it. No time for this. Elliot turned to the Elroy. Suddenly, the Elroy lunged forward, grabbing Elliot's leg, wailing, please stop summoning thunder. I'm scared. You're scaring me to death. Elliot struggled but found the man's grip too tight, like being clamped by steel. Elliot shouted, let go. The man howled, no. The sound made it seem like someone was doing something unspeakable to him. Elliot coldly said, if you don't let go, do you think I won't strike you with heavenly lightning? Zap. The Elroy darted away faster than lightning, landing 10 feet away, still sitting on his buttocks, legs kicking. Quite impressive. Impressive, very impressive. Elliot calmly said again, I ask or? Plop. The Elroy knelt, prostrating himself fully. Thud thud thud. He bowed repeatedly. Brother, please spare me. Everyone. Wait, weren't you supposed to recognize your son? Kneeling before your son and calling him brother? Very bizarre. Very bizarre indeed. The Elroy continued sobbing, crying like a child who couldn't survive anymore. Brother, ask me. Ask me. I beg you. If you don't ask, how will I know what to say? Ask. I will answer. Whoever doesn't will be a turtle's son. Everyone. So, the Elroy was completely terrified. Elliot coldly said, too much trouble. I don't want to ask. The man blubbered, if you don't ask, I can still talk. Everyone. The man continued, I confess, I'm not your father. Heard your dad left when you were young, and your mom passed away, so I thought I'd pretend to be your father for future benefits. Elliot pointed to Leaf and asked, didn't you know my father has already returned? The man replied, you've never met your father, so I can claim he's fake and I'm real. Elliot felt insulted. Do you think I'd believe that? The man sighed, believe or not, it's all about acting. Elliot. I'm speechless. Others. You think I'm foolish? I'll just call down another bolt of lightning and see if you die. Elliot laughed coldly. The Elroy trembled, biting his lip, pointing at Patty, shouting, it's her. It's her. Elliot blurted out, our friend, Little Neza. Everyone. Who is Little Neza? The man shook his head vigorously. Not Little Neza, it's her. She told me to impersonate your father. Andrew. Leaf. Elliot. All eyes locked onto Patty. Selena panicked. Miss Wee? Translation ends here, continuing from the point where the dialogue cuts off. Patty lifted her chin, meeting the 6 icy gazes of the 3 people head-on. Chapter 162. The important thing is beauty. Mature beauty. Great beauty, Dorian said with a wistful expression. Why did you lie to me? The Elroy hurriedly replied, I'm telling the truth. I really didn't lie. Dorian was utterly disappointed. Do you think I'm very foolish? The Elroy shook his head repeatedly. How could that be? You are the wisest in the Tang Dynasty, he said. Dorian spread her hands and replied, I also have another nickname called the biggest fool of the Tang Dynasty. Didn't you know that? The Elroy remained speechless. He pulled his clothes tighter, feeling his fate would be tragic. Dorian sighed mournfully. Do you know who she is? The Elroy immediately answered, Patty, sister of Iter, the patriarch of the Fanyang Braden clan. Dorian responded discontentedly, Are you blind? Are what you said important? None of them matters. What matters is beauty. Mature beauty. Great beauty. Finleaf's face turned dark. Pa, you can recognize this fake father but get distracted by lust? Andrew didn't find it strange at all. The Emperor's son must resemble the Emperor in some way. The Emperor enjoys beautiful scenery, cough cough cough, loves beautiful sceneries. As a bastard child of the Emperor, he is almost the same. This isn't surprising at all. Patty and her maid, Selena, they were bewildered. What is mature beauty? Patty's face became even colder. Was he calling her old again? And great beauty. Does it mean too much beauty? Dorian smiled and said, Finally, I want to give you one sentence. Do you want to know what it is? The Elroy had a bad premonition and stuttered. Why is it the final words? Dorian replied calmly, Because it is your end. The Elroy was startled. Bang. A blood hole appeared in his head. Thud. The Elroy collapsed to the ground. Dead. Silence. Too quiet. Andrew. He didn't know what to say. Patty. Her pupils suddenly widened. Maid Selena was absolutely silent. Only Finleaf was calm. Back then, when Amiel stormed in and wanted to imprison his son, he also ended up dead without warning from being hit by a divine weapon used by his son. This time, the liar fared better as he still got a final warning from his son before death. Would he die peacefully? Observing the dead Elroy with eyes wide open like large copper bells, Finleaf felt quite awkward. Dorian walked over, closed the Elroy's eyes with his hand, and calmly said, Since you're dead, close your eyes. Who are you trying to scare? Ah, murder. Help. In an instant, a deafening scream broke the sky. Maid Selena screamed and ran around wildly on the spot. Dorian sweated profusely. Does this girl have such a long reflex arc? Shut up. Dorian glared at her fiercely. The screaming stopped abruptly. Selena trembled and hid behind her mistress, like a frightened rabbit. Dorian unintentionally noticed Selena's little rabbit. Cough cough cough. Not intentionally, but it was just too lively and noticeable. Lewd man. This moment, Patty lost her composed demeanor, effortlessly perceiving what caught the other party's eye. Then, she felt very stifled. Miss here doesn't look. Instead, she looks at a maid. Phew. Dorian laughed and said, Little girl, why do you call for help? I didn't kill you. So why are you yelling for help? Selena said in a sobbing voice, Why you? You killed someone? Dorian replied, This person dared to deceive me and deserved death. Are you scared because you know the mastermind behind this? Selena was stunned. This, son-in-law, do you have a mental problem? Finleaf was dumbfounded. Andrew was also perplexed. Patty couldn't understand what game the youth was playing. Earlier, the Elroy already mentioned me, and yet, did you not hear? Or, have you become forgetful to this terrifying extent? Sigh. Scary indeed. Dorian strode out while giving instructions. Harris, go report to Lord Gino that someone died at our place. Hearing this, it sounded as if the death happened elsewhere and was discovered by him, rather than committed by him. Moreover, everyone in Chang'an knew that Helmet was the chief editor of the Tang Daily, and he was the consultant. They basically wore the same pants. However, Andrew responded, Colmes, young master, and went out to the Tang Daily to find Helmet. At this moment, Dorian stopped, glanced at Leaf, and scolded. Forget it today. Don't ever use Emperor casually in the future. That term isn't something you can use recklessly. Leaf. You call Emperor a thing? What kind of thing is the Emperor? Phew. The Emperor isn't a thing. Enough. Dorian innocently asked Patty, Did you hear my father say Emperor? Leaf's eyeballs fell to the ground. You say it so smoothly? Instantly, Patty's chest heaved dramatically. Dorian's eyes nearly popped out. Rabbit. Another rabbit. A big rabbit. Patty gritted her teeth and replied, I didn't hear anything. I only heard a stray dog barking. Bang. A thunderclap. Dorian shot a bullet towards Patty. Whiz. Patty felt something hit her hair ornament. Checking with her hand, the hair ornament was gone. Gulp. Immediately, her face paled. Selena covered her mouth, holding back her scream. Dorian said indifferently, Wife, don't disrespect others, especially women. I strongly advocate gender equality. As they say, women can hold up half the sky. But, his tone turned cold. Respect is mutual. If you don't respect me, I will definitely not respect you. Also, let me remind you again. I am easily impulsive. Just now, a liar dared to impersonate my father. He needed to die. I don't like killing people unless they deserve it. Patty shivered inside, forcing an unnatural smile, and asked, Who deserves to die, and who doesn't? Dorian chuckled. If I think they deserve to die, then they should die. After saying this, he turned and left. Patty's expression froze. She never imagined this young man would be so hard to deal with. It seemed staying here was like a lamb entering a tiger's mouth. But leaving meant returning to the Fanyang Braden clan, which was no less than a wolf's den. From afar, Dorian's voice echoed. Little girl, I need someone to serve tea and water. Come here. Selena exclaimed, Ah. Then, she took a step and shivered 3 times, slowly following. If she didn't go, She feared Dorian would think she deserved death. Isn't that a surefire way to die? Once Dorian left with Selena, Patty stood alone, staring at the dead Elroy. Finally, she realized something. No matter how clever or strategic she was, dealing with someone who would kill without hesitation and wield some mysterious deadly weapon left her completely helpless. Far away, outside Shuafeng City, the Tang army besieged Shuafeng City so tightly not even a fly could escape. General Alton and General Mark planned to attack the city tomorrow to avoid delays. Duncan suddenly said, "Commander, we shouldn't attack now. We should wait." None of the officers present underestimated Duncan, despite his rough exterior. After all, his contributions spoke volumes. Soldiers believed not in luck but in merit, because luck is also a form of strength. Alton smiled and said, "Tell us your reasons." Duncan frankly said, "My elder brother said we mustn't rush to attack the city. Doing so would only cause unnecessary casualties. We just need to be patient, and soon someone will surrender. Attack, but only to surround would have no meaning. Credit would fly away if it couldn't be grasped." Jeremiah dismounted from his warhorse, carrying a bundle in his hand, completely unarmed. He approached the Tang army step by step. Oscar ordered that no one should stop him. Just an enemy general. If the Tang army acted like this was a grave threat, would they still be respected? Jeremiah began removing his armor while walking, pieces of it falling off along the way until only his inner garments remained. With a thud, he knelt down suddenly and abruptly. Without any prior thought, everyone watched as Jeremiah opened the bundle. The guards and other officers around Oscar stood alert, unsure of what might be inside. What if there were dangerous items and Jeremiah attempted to assassinate a Tang general in a desperate act? However, inside the bundle was a human head, its owner clearly having died with wide-open eyes. Instantly, the crowd recalled Duncan's words. Holding a human head and venturing into the Tang army alone, he really could be here to surrender. As for the identity of the head, Jeremiah prostrated himself and loudly declared, "Shuafeng's commander, Jeremiah, comes to turn from darkness to light. I present you with the head of the rebel bill." A thunderous shock rippled through the assembly. Jeremiah knew the Tang army would be stunned. The battle reaching this point was inevitable as Shuafeng was about to fall. But no one expected it to end like this. What surprised Jeremiah was how the Tang generals shifted their gaze to one specific officer after briefly scanning him. Duncan was shocked yet delighted. His heart was overflowing with indescribable joy. Oscar asked sternly, "How did you know?" Before Oscar finished, Duncan scratched his head dumbly and said, "Generalissimo, actually, it was my Anwar who told me." In his heart, he exulted. Anwar is truly a divine being. Silence. An eerie silence enveloped everyone. Duncan's Anwar was already known to the officers present. After defeating the Turkic reinforcements, under Oscar and Mark's questioning, Duncan revealed that everything was planned by Lenore, his Anwar. This person was truly clairvoyant. Others didn't know much about Lenore, especially being far from Chang'an. Few kept abreast of its affairs. Only Oscar had heard bits and pieces. This youth was indeed extraordinary. On the other side, Jeremiah was also astonished. Being able to swiftly kill his cousin Bill and surrender to the Tang was no act of a fool. From Chang Komo's words, Bill guessed a terrifying truth. This officer's Anwar had foreseen everything about the Shuafeng battlefield. Such clairvoyance. Wasn't this man like Zhuge Kongming? Terrifying, scary, almost overwhelming. Jeremiah shouted inwardly. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. Any later, and facing such a formidable person down, I've really raised you well. The court session became bizarre. All ministers smirked but none contradicted him. After all, crossing the living bandit would cost one dearly. His son's contributions were confirmed by both Oscar and Mark. To have such a son, how enviable. Why can't he be mine? Even if he's wild, shouldn't his intellect be inherited too? Such benefits landing with the living bandit, heaven is blind. Order Oscar and Mark. Have Oscar stay in Shuafeng while Mark returns to the capital. Also, select suitable officials from the 3 provinces to take up duty in Shuafeng. Finleaf gave instructions. The eunuch announced, dismissed. The ministers left for their respective departments, leaving Leaf lost in thought. Oscar had submitted another report stating Duncan acted under Lenore's guidance. This son, Leaf had a sudden idea. Wouldn't it be better for such a youth to enter the imperial court instead of being a mere prince? Could he bring more possibilities to the Tang Dynasty? A youth who brought improved farming tools and high-yield crops cannot remain idle. Time to reveal the cards. Now, instantly, Leaf solidified his decision and headed straight for Peach Blossom Village. Chapter 164. Leaf. I'm here to reveal everything. Dorian was living a carefree life. In the past, he had basically been by himself. That is until shortly after his father came back, and Gary voluntarily became their steward. So, it could be said that there was now someone to help around the house. But still, Gary was not as appealing as having beautiful women around. Having Gary serve tea or water, Dorian feared that he might vomit after drinking it, spitting right into Gary's face. All the young boys and girls he had bought were sent to work at the world's first restaurant. Hence, there was no one left for personal use. Thus, Dorian relied entirely on self-reliance. However, Selena started being pulled over by Dorian as a maid ever since that day. Carissa did not speak up. Selena dared not refuse. Killing without hesitation was too brutal. She truly feared Dorian might kill her. Originally, Selena followed Carissa to the 10,000 Colmars County Lord Manor with hidden intentions. Dorian certainly couldn't be unaware of this. Maybe all she needed was an excuse? Come, give me a shoulder massage. Dorian closed his eyes, reclining in his rocking chair without wanting to open his eyes. How can old society be so cruel? I love it so much. Indeed, humans are creatures easily inclined towards decadence. The more decadent, the happier they become. His face showing an immeasurable sadness. After revealing everything, there would no longer be that rare warmth between father and son. Being an emperor, perhaps this was the price. Dorian's expression changed, jumping off the rocking chair, tentatively asking, "So, do you know something?" Leaf nodded. "Nonsense. The matter with Duncan has already exposed you. It's really unreasonable to cherish the rare paternal bond for selfish reasons and let you bask in the sun every day. Furthermore, once you enter the imperial court and seek to realize your ambitions, wouldn't the immortal artifact eventually end up coming to you on its own? Sigh. Such clever planning. No wonder he was so shrewd. But Dorian felt his heart split. Finished. Turns out, my identity was exposed long ago. He sighed softly, feeling both troubled and awkward. Alright, since it's like this, I will also reveal everything. Leaf. Reveal what? Dorian looked at Leaf with sympathetic eyes. Leaf felt goosebumps. You? Pity me? Why pity me? Dorian sighed. Actually, I'm not your son. Leaf laughed. Of course you're not my son. Dorian thought to himself, as expected. He continued seriously. This story is complicated. Since you already knew in your heart, it's easier to explain. My mother has passed away, and I don't dare ask for your forgiveness. I admit, my mother made mistakes and hurt you. I offer an apology on her behalf. Leaf. Why does it feel off? Dorian went on. Now that this secret is revealed, henceforth if you wish to acknowledge me as your son, I will still call you father. If you dislike the idea, I will respect your choice. Leaf speechlessly replied, you aren't my son in the first place, yet you still want me to acknowledge you as a son? I am the Finn. Revealing everything, then continuing to be your father? What nonsense. Would the courtiers allow this? Talking about it sounds absurd. Dorian sadly said, then I understand. Thank you for supporting us all these years. Leaf. Supporting you two? Don't make things up. I didn't. Makes it seem like I've been unfaithful. Wait. Suddenly, Leaf sensed another possibility. Something's off here. I am here to reveal, but my son says he isn't my son, which matches what I said, yet feels very twisted in words. Just thinking about it, even in my mind, it feels convoluted. Anyway, what he thinks isn't what I mean. Leaf hastily interrupted Dorian. Wait, stop. We are talking about different things. Dorian. You already know I'm not your son. Isn't this the same thing? Leaf added, tell me the details. Dorian, confused inside, decided to tell everything about his background except that the Finn was his father. Leaf took a deep breath, choking. I only came to reveal some secrets. How did we end up uncovering Butler's family secrets? Unbelievable. This moment, Dorian again speechlessly said, when you said I'm not your son? Huh, not right. Leaf. Damn, what way of speaking is this? Insulting whom? Me or Butler? After deceiving your fake father for so many years, you still insult him? Slap, slap, slap. Dorian slapped himself thrice, embarrassed. I just learned this recently. A bit mixed up, sorry. Leaf. I won't hold it against you, but your fake father, I can't be sure. Seems he's rolling in his grave. Dorian said, you say I'm not your son, and I told you I'm not. Can't you think we are talking about different things? Aren't you angry and confused? Leaf. I don't care about your mess. I came here to reveal. Leaf decided to continue. I want to say, actually, Just then, Master. Lao Yani, aka Dag, quickly ran over with excitement. Master, the green vegetable succeeded. Dorian nodded calmly. I already told you. Trust me. You get eternal life. Cough. Trust me. It's right. Leaf was interrupted and drawn by curiosity. Green vegetables? Dag excitedly explained. Sir, accuracy. Each plant requires specific temperature conditions to grow. This greenhouse I designed simulates those temperatures, creating the ideal environment for the plants. So, they can survive here. Ellison and Anchor said with blind admiration. Young Master is truly a divine being sent from heaven. This is a miracle. Leaf nodded in agreement. Dorian replied without words. We should focus on science, not superstition or belief in ghosts and gods. This greenhouse is a scientific creation. Anyone who understands it can use it. Suddenly, Leaf's gaze was drawn to something bright red. That thing, held up by branches, bore fruit. Some green, some red. What is this? He had never seen anything like it before. Could this be a new kind of food? Excitement. I must remain calm. Dorian smiled. This is called a tomato, or sometimes a tomato. Father, try tasting one. Leaf frowned. Tomato makes sense. It's foreign. But why tomato? Is it a type of persimmon? Dorian. My father really outdid himself. Persimmon is persimmon. Tomato is tomato. They share only one character in common. How did he think of persimmon from tomato? Moreover, after seeing what a tomato looks like, he couldn't compare it to a persimmon. His imagination really has no bounds. That moment, Leaf picked a green tomato, wiped it on his hand, and took a bite. There. Dorian was stunned. Just as he exclaimed, Leaf had bitten into a green tomato. How? Considering the red in its name, you can't just pick the green ones. It's not ripe yet. Leaf's face contorted. What flavor is this? How do you eat this? Before he could speak, Dorian sighed. Leaf. Son, there's no need to look at me like that. I'm still smart. Really smart. Dorian quickly recovered. Father, tomatoes are only ripe when they're red. Green ones aren't ripe and can be very unpleasant. Maybe even cause your lips or tongue to tingle. Leaf smacked his lips and nodded. It does tingle a bit. Dorian added. Unripe tomatoes contain solanine, which can be toxic. What is solanine? Never heard of it. But Leaf grasped the key point. It's toxic. Toxic? Gah. Leaf paled and tried to induce vomiting by sticking his finger down his throat. Dorian pulled back his bewildered father, sighing deeply. Father, stop doing that. You didn't swallow it. It came out already. Leaf, feeling anxious. But, I took a bite. Dorian explained hastily. Unripe tomatoes won't poison you unless eaten in large quantities. It might just make your mouth feel uncomfortable. You don't need to panic. Leaf, why didn't you say that earlier? Are you playing with me? Leaf chuckled. Am I panicking? No. I just want to tell you that if you eat, extremely delicious, indeed sour, sweet, and juicy. I'm not just repeating what others said. Basic vocabulary alone can describe how good this tastes. Ahem, not because of a limited vocabulary. Young master, what's that? This time, Ellison and Anchor spotted a pile of long, pointed, red objects at the end of the greenhouse. Dorian introduced them. These are called chili peppers. Neither Dorian nor Ellison noticed that Leaf had quietly approached, picked the reddest pepper, and took a bite. Expecting sour and sweet flavors. Suck in. Leaf stuck out his tongue immediately. He sucked in cold air, shouting, "What is this? My mouth is burning." Dorian and Ellison turned around at Leaf's cries. Dorian rushed over, plucked a cucumber, and shoved it into Leaf's hand. "Eat. Eating this will help." Crunch crunch. Leaf devoured the whole cucumber in one go. Then, what? Crisp, refreshing, and juicy. Dorian explained promptly, "This is a cucumber. What you ate earlier is called a chili pepper. The redder it is, the riper and spicier it becomes." Leaf. I'm dumbfounded. Both red, but why such a huge difference? Dorian mused, "I have tomatoes, chili peppers, cucumbers, and spinach. So many delicious dishes we can enjoy now. Tomato and egg stir-fry. Chili pepper and egg stir-fry. Cucumber and egg stir-fry, although it's best served cold. And spinach and egg stir-fry." Ellison. Leaf. Why do all these dishes have eggs? Dorian chuckled. "With this greenhouse, I will become the richest child in the Tang Dynasty." Leaf. Son, you lack ambition. Translation notes. 1. I've maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks as instructed. 2. Character names are provided in pinyin for consistency and correctness. 3. The translation preserves the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency. 4. Storyline coherence has been carefully considered to align with any previous context. ##### Chapter 166. How much I wish he were my son. Ellison Dag felt quite relieved upon hearing this. As an elder who had lived through the late Sui and early Tang dynasties, he had long seen through the transient nature of fame and fortune. After all, no matter how much glory one achieves, it all ends up as a handful of dust. Countless people vied for power during the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, and countless lives were lost, leaving families broken. In the end, the world belonged to the Li family, while very few others like Clyde surrendered to the Tang dynasty and lived in comfort. Most people chose to go down fighting like Xiang Hollis, only to ultimately fail. Especially regarding Dorian, an illegitimate child of Fin Kyle. This identity was not only awkward, but also extremely dangerous. Ellison Dag was deeply concerned that Dorian might develop inappropriate thoughts. After all, with an emperor for a father, wouldn't one wish to be the crown prince? Not just the crown prince, the real goal was to inherit the throne. Despite this, young master's mindset remained unshaken, at least for now. At this moment, Dorian happily said, "Just imagine all the egg dishes. It makes me drool. Today, I'll show you both a thing or two." Then, Kyle was assigned a task, picking vegetables. Upon returning home, he would have to wash and cut them as well. Kyle. Weakly protesting, Kyle said, "Didn't they say a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen?" Dorian gave him a disdainful look out of habit. "Dad, do you really not understand? Or are you just pretending?" Kyle's face turned red. Bah, this unruly son was aiming right at his weak point. Striking back felt like hitting a snake in its most vulnerable spot. The emperor decided not to resist anymore. Suddenly, Dorian realized that he had once again shown contempt for his father. But never mind, this sort of disdainful affection was already habitual between father and son. To preserve their familial warmth, Dorian decided not to expose everything. His previous actions had been too hasty. Something about his father's behavior seemed suspicious, yet Dorian was too lazy to investigate further. Insistent questioning was for nitpickers and busybodies. He wasn't one of those. So, he decided to let it rest. Eggs, especially the rare farm fresh ones from later times, were still pure and organic in this era. Just smelling them almost made Dorian salivate. Eggs showcased their hidden potential for the first time in history. Scrambled eggs, tomato and egg stir-fry, chili and egg stir-fry, spinach and egg stir-fry. Cucumber was better served cold. It smelled divine. For dishes and a soup, including an egg soup, made for a simple yet heartwarming meal. Both Kyle and Ellison Dag were enchanted by this rustic, fragrant feast. Life could be so dreamlike. What more could one ask for? Kyle patted his belly, belching contentedly. "Wait, I'll pick some more for your Annie to taste." Moments later, Kyle couldn't sit still. He got up and headed into the vegetable greenhouse, returning shortly after with a full basket. Dorian. So soon he forgot his own son because of his wife? Outside Liejing Hall. "Lexii, come see what this is?" Kyle stealthily entered Liejing Hall carrying a bamboo basket covered with cloth, looking suspicious. The Imperial guards outside. They were utterly baffled. "Your Majesty, what play are you performing? We don't dare ask, we don't dare speak." The guards became unwitting extras. Inside Liejing Hall, Celeste found Kyle's childish behavior both amusing and touching. Since ascending the throne, she had rarely seen Kyle this carefree. Having grown up together and then marrying, Celeste genuinely felt happy for Kyle. "These are green vegetables." Before Celeste could ask, Kyle eagerly revealed the answer. However, he hadn't yet uncovered the basket. Celeste scolded, "Your Majesty, stop teasing me. Why mention green vegetables specifically? How can I believe it?" Hee. In one swift motion, Kyle uncovered the basket. Ah. Celeste covered her mouth, gasping softly. They truly were green vegetables. Green vegetables weren't unheard of in the palace. The imperial greenhouses did grow some, but they were usually wilted and barely alive. During winter, these were often given to close ministers as a gift. Receiving them was always a joyous occasion, not because of the vegetables themselves, but because they symbolized the emperor's favor. Compared to these, those hardly counted as green vegetables. These were genuinely vibrant. Moreover, none of them looked familiar to Celeste. Kyle enthusiastically introduced each type. "This is spinach, perfect for scrambled eggs. This is a tomato, unrelated to persimmons. Celeste. Your Majesty, I didn't think of persimmons? Kyle, having known his wife for years, coughed awkwardly. Forget about persimmons. I was just saying. Celeste. These tomatoes are ripe when red, unripe and slightly toxic when green, Kyle continued. Celeste exclaimed in surprise. Toxic? No worries. Eating a little won't hurt you, though it might numb your tongue, Kyle explained. Celeste asked skeptically, how do you know? Cough, cough. Kyle nearly choked on his explanation. Face unperturbed, he replied, don't worry about the details. Anyway, this tomato and egg stir-fry is delicious. Celeste. Why eggs again? Excitedly, Kyle added. There are also these green and red ones. The green ones are unripe but edible. The red ones are ripe and equally good. These are peppers. They're spicy, but the more you eat, the more addictive. Peppers and egg stir-fry. It's irresistibly good. Celeste. Eggs again? Kyle offered a cucumber to Celeste, urging, come Lexii, try a bite. She bit into it. Crunch crunch. Her eyes widened. Kyle chuckled. This is cucumber. You can eat it raw or make it into a salad with vinegar, which is refreshing. Of course, you can also stir-fry cucumber with eggs. Some love it, some don't. Personally, I prefer eating cucumbers raw. Celeste felt disoriented. Why was it all eggs? No, it was all about eggs. Could eggs go with anything? Ah. Suddenly, Kyle's initially enthusiastic expression turned melancholic. Celeste asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Kyle smiled bitterly. These green vegetables came from Ehan's greenhouse. With these greenhouses, the people of the Tang Dynasty can enjoy fresh vegetables year-round, not just the royal family. But even our green vegetables are far inferior compared to these. Celeste focused on the key issue. Your Majesty, why have I never seen these green vegetables before? Kyle sighed. These are new varieties, brought by Ehan. Celeste expressed her surprise. What a remarkable boy. Kyle sighed again. Straightening her expression, Celeste said seriously, Your Majesty, this child should return to the royal family. We can't keep him hidden in the common folk forever. Kyle was unfazed. After all, this wasn't the first time someone misunderstood. He was used to it. Note. Throughout the text, character names are transliterated according to pinyin. Kyle slowly recounted the details of his first meeting with Elliot, including how Elliot had mistaken him for his father. Celeste was left speechless for a long time after hearing this. Mistaken father? Since Donnie denied that Reese was an illegitimate child, it must be true. The vegetables from the palace seemed like a pile of dung. That didn't seem right. Did that mean he had eaten dung during winter? Ugh. Jamar nearly vomited. Dorian, showing concern, asked, Third brother, are you alright? Jamar waved his hands frantically. No. I'm fine. I haven't eaten any dung. Dorian. Third brother, you're not right. Jamar. Finished. I'm not right. Cough, cough. Dorian cleared his throat twice, not daring to delve further into his third brother's state for fear of being sickened himself. He patted Jamar on the shoulder and advised, Now, you are the Gaylord County, appointed by the court. You should express your gratitude. So, I have prepared all this stuff for you to console the troops. Jamar froze. Console the troops? Brother, are you serious? Dorian laughed. No need to thank me. We brothers share one heart. My title has reached its limit. Any higher, and it wouldn't be good. Jamar asked, Why? Isn't a higher rank always better? Dorian chuckled. Better? Bullshit. Jamar. Big brother, please speak more tactfully. Even though I consider you a man of refined manners, please mind your image. At least as the Emperor's illegitimate son. Whether it matters or not, pay attention to the royal dignity. Dorian whispered. I only say this to you. Later, I'll warn your second brother too. You must remember, the sharp ones get shot first. Jamar interrupted him. Brother, how can a spear shoot out the sharp ones? Thrown? This time, it was Dorian who froze. Ancient spears were just large lances. Dorian waved his hand. Don't worry about these details. Jamar. I feel like you're talking nonsense, but I have no evidence. Dorian earnestly said, Third brother, this is at the foot of the Son of Heaven. Currently, Donnie is in his prime, working diligently for governance. In the future, you understand? Hiss. Jamar sucked in a cold breath, feeling a chill to the core. I do understand, but no one dares to say what you said. If you weren't the Emperor's illegitimate son, you would have been dead many times over. Dorian said seriously, in any case, there will definitely be undercurrents. The higher your rank, the easier you'll be targeted. Choosing sides or not? The wrong choice means death, and if you choose incorrectly, your entire family dies. Not choosing sides means you die first. Born into the imperial family, Jamar understood the cruelty of imperial succession all too well. But, why does not choosing sides mean dying first? Dorian sighed, because by standing neither side, you become a reed swaying in the wind, leaning whichever way the wind blows. At crucial moments, survive quietly until a peaceful death. Isn't that sweet? The last sentence sounded awkward, but upon reflection, it carried profound meaning. Jamar couldn't help but nod. Wait, Jamar asked again, Brother, why live low-key while working high-profile? Isn't that contradictory? Dorian mysteriously said, Third brother, this is the essence of my philosophy. Living low-key keeps you from attracting attention. Working high-profile ensures your good deeds for the country and people are known publicly. That makes you an invisible umbrella. Got it. Jamar half understood but was inwardly alarmed. And he had an odd thought. Previously, when interacting with his brother, nothing seemed unusual. Now, as their time together increased, his brother treated him better, revealing truths he wouldn't before. He understood. Brother was teaching him. The Emperor's illegitimate son teaching this crown prince. Embarrassing and frustrating aside. It didn't matter. What mattered was the insights, truly eye-opening and even terrifying lessons. These lessons, even his uncle Nathan wouldn't teach him. but staying close to his brother could teach him these terrifying things. And knowing his enemy, in the future, if his brother rejoins the Li imperial clan and vies for the position of crown prince, what does he have to compete with? Jamar praised himself internally. How brilliant am I? Chinke, you only have petty cleverness, far less than me. Seeing Jamar so engrossed, Dorian waved a hand in front of him, but he remained lost in thought. Third brother, stop daydreaming. Instead of marveling at and admiring what I said, quickly go and console the troops. They might enter the city soon. Remember, consoling the troops must be outside Chang'an. If the army enters the city, don't console them. This brought Jamar back to reality. Why not? Looking puzzled, Jamar awaited explanation. Dorian explained, consoling the troops inside Chang'an, where everyone can see, is something only Donnie can do. If you do it, aren't you inviting the Emperor's suspicion? Jamar's eyes lit up. Another strange lesson learned. As for outside the city, giving supplies to the army lets them remember your kindness, useful in crucial moments. And the Emperor will know you consoled the troops, possibly favoring you instead of suspecting you. Dorian spoke earnestly. Consoling the troops is also an art. Touched, Jamar bowed deeply to Dorian. Today's words deserve this bow. Compared to the teachings of his teachers in the East Palace, his brother's wisdom was vastly superior. More than pedantic, simply pedantic. More than useless, simply useless. Chapter 168. Donnie comes to greet the troops, and you come to greet them too? Mark returned to the capital after a victorious campaign. He arrived at a point 20 kilometers outside of Chang'an City. Calculating the distance, he figured that Donnie should be just ahead. After all, despite the victory in Shuafeng not being as grand as the early establishment wars, it was still significant for boosting morale and preparing for future campaigns against the Turks. Donnie would certainly come. This moment, a convoy of carts loaded with supplies approached from the opposite direction. Each driver in the convoy had been replaced by people from the Eastern Palace under Jamar's instructions. Otherwise, wouldn't the secret be revealed before the villagers from Teoyuan? Leading the convoy was Jamar riding a white horse. So, someone on a white horse isn't necessarily a monk. It could also be the hawk. Mark, familiar with all of Donnie's sons, recognized him from afar. However, he was bewildered. Why did he encounter the hawk instead of seeing Donnie first? Could it be that the hawk had come by imperial edict? As for Donnie, he must still be behind. Having lived through the Xuanwu Gate incident, those loyal to the former crown prince knew how precarious the position of crown prince could be, constantly burning beneath one's seat. In this context, perhaps Donnie wanted to affirm the authority of the hawk, preventing future events like the Xuanwu Gate incident. He overthought it. Outside Chang'an City, 10 miles away, Finleaf's dragon carriage stopped here, wanting to proceed further. Proceeding further was, why? If such an outstanding child were truly mine, this position, give it to him. Just give it to him. Let him rule our great Tang Dynasty. But, what about Justino, my legitimate son? Sigh. Fortunately. Otherwise, another Xuanwu Gate incident might occur. Ronnie recounted Yush's instructions to Jamar regarding his mission to greet the troops, especially emphasizing not entering Chang'an City proper, but remaining outside the city where the commoners couldn't see. And the reasoning behind it. Leave. I'm torn. Genius. Talent. True talent. Even if risking another Xuanwu Gate incident, if heaven bestowed me such an exceptional son, the future of Great Tang would be unimaginable. It would be worth it. Ronnie asked, Your Majesty, should we move forward? Leaf shook his head. We stay here. The front line will be handled by the hawk. Ronnie remained silent, but deep inside, he felt some disappointment. The Finn still favored the hawk over this illegitimate son. Yush? Once the Finn acknowledges Yush, given his remarkable capabilities, a second Xuanwu Gate incident seems inevitable. Is it a misfortune for the very few? Generals achieve glory upon countless deaths. Now, the hawk rewarded them with unprecedented greens. Being the first to taste such greens was a tremendous honor, and more awaited. Jamar showed Mark additional rewards. Clothing. Instantly, Mark's heart sank. Are you here to stir envy, Your Highness? New greens gave the troops a glow of pride. Soon after, presenting clothes as rewards felt mocking. Pride turned sour. From heavenly heights to earthbound lows, envy filled the air. Jamar, perceiving Mark's subtle reaction, saw through his thoughts. Ordinary clothes stirred great envy. But even he, Yush, wasn't foolish. General Bohan, no need to worry. These are cotton clothes, Jamar explained. Mark. I'm not worried, just pitying your foolishness. Laughing now cannot be described as foolish. This is sheer stupidity. Jamar continued. All made from cotton. You are the first to experience it in all of Tang. Mark was stunned. Cotton? Never heard of it. What is this? Chapter 168. I come to visit the troops and you come too? Mark returned victorious from his campaign. Upon reaching 20 kilometers outside Chang'an City, he calculated that Donnie should be nearby. After all, despite not rivaling the early wars that established the empire, this victory in Shuafeng was meant to boost troop morale and prepare for future campaigns against the Turks. Surely, Donnie would convoy of carts to a point 20 kilometers outside Chang'an City. Leaf was taken aback. He had intended for his son to come but reconsidered, fearing suspicion due to Dorian's presence. Moreover, the hawk was too young for such matters. Here he was, already ahead of Leaf. Why did the hawk go? Leaf asked. Ronnie's expression grew even stranger. This morning, County Lord Wan Yin spoke with the hawk. Ronnie hesitated to divulge more details but eventually reported everything, including Dorian's performance. The implications were profound, leaving Leaf speechless. Inwardly, he wondered why this exceptional child wasn't his own. If he were, perhaps the throne. But what about Justino? Fortunately, another Xuanwu Gate incident was avoided. Ronnie recounted Dorian's instructions for the hawk to visit the troops outside Chang'an City, not within, to avoid public scrutiny. Leaf was both astonished and impressed. Such foresight. Do you want to proceed further? Ronnie asked. No, stay here. Let the hawk handle it, Leaf replied. Ronnie fell silent, but felt a twinge of disappointment. Clearly, Donnie favored the hawk over the illegitimate Dorian. Mark was astounded. The hawk visiting the troops was expected. It must be by imperial decree. But what were these carts carrying? Tomatoes, spinach, peppers, cucumbers, and free-range eggs. Eggs were precious, but these green vegetables, they were astonishing. In his time serving the former crown prince, Amadeo annually gifted green vegetables, which were then passed on to the Eastern Palace. Compared to those, today's greens were superior. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. Upon learning the hawk brought these vegetables, the soldiers were electrified. Green vegetables in winter? They had heard tales but never tasted such luxury. As common soldiers, they rarely experienced such extravagance. Even if they could afford it, where would they buy them? More shockingly, even Mark hadn't seen these varieties before. Jamar explained that these were new types of green vegetables, unknown to all of Tang's citizens. You will be the first to enjoy these vegetables, he said. A roar went through the ranks. Not a mutiny but a roar of amazement. For soldiers risking their lives, rewards of rank were invaluable. Few received such honors. One general's success often rested on countless bones. Now, the hawk rewarded them with something no one had seen or tasted before. The honor and treatment were unparalleled. But it didn't stop there. Jamar showed Mark the other supplies, clothing. Mark felt uncomfortable. Were these gifts meant to incite envy among the troops? The sudden display of luxurious vegetables had already raised expectations. Now, adding clothing seemed excessive. Seeing Mark's reaction, Jamar reassured him. These are cotton clothes. You'll be the first in the entire Tang Empire to experience them. Cotton? Mark had never heard of it. What was this? Indeed, Jamar continued. All these garments are made of cotton, a fabric you've never encountered. Mark was momentarily speechless. This gesture, combined with the vegetables, symbolized unprecedented support from the highest levels of power. Despite initial skepticism, Mark couldn't help but admire the hawk's thoughtful and strategic approach. Chapter 169. Human sorrow and joy do not connect. Outside Chang'an City, 10 miles away, the Tang court officials eagerly awaited the return of the victorious army, but no sign of the returning troops was seen. Only Fin Leaf remained as calm as a meditating monk. General Ronnie came to report again. The Alvin supplies for consoling the troops are? He hesitated mid-sentence. Upon hearing this, Fin Leaf braced himself mentally. The supplies his son, the prince, had sent might be unreliable. Whatever these items were, they could be embarrassing. No matter, he would clean up the mess for his sons. Fin Leaf said calmly, speak. Ronnie took a deep breath and tried to remain composed. Tomatoes. Fin Leaf? Spinach. Fin Leaf inwardly groaned at how creative this was. Peppers, cucumbers. Fin Leaf sighed deeply. What kind of situation was this? So embarrassing. Eggs. Eggs again. Was his son going to teach the army how to make tomato and egg stir-fry, spinach and egg stir-fry, chili and egg stir-fry, various kinds of egg dishes? Suddenly, it clicked in Fin Leaf's mind. Green vegetables? Brilliant. Even noble families couldn't get their hands on such fresh green vegetables now. Letting ordinary soldiers taste them first was a tremendous honor. Winning over people's hearts? Brilliant indeed. Moreover, it didn't offend him. An emperor's thoughts are often similar, but he wasn't that stiff. Not at all. Absolutely not. And it didn't stop there. Ronnie continued, cotton jackets. Fin Leaf. What on earth is a cotton jacket? You can go comfort the troops. I won't stop you. Using green vegetables to comfort the troops was ingeniously creative. But cotton jackets? Were you provoking envy? Idiot. Totally hopeless. Ronnie coughed. Cotton jackets made from cotton. Many soldiers have already expelled. Ronnie finally finished his report. He felt that Dorian, the emperor's illegitimate son, was truly extraordinary. First, daring to dig a hole for the emperor openly. Second, dragging the prince into it too. Who else could do such things? Predictably, Fin Leaf should send the Minister of Revenue, Braddock, to buy cotton from his illegitimate son. Indeed, Fin Leaf steadied his emotions and called out to Braddock, who was dozing off. Minister Tang, come here. Braddock reluctantly approached. Despite his age, he was tasked with welcoming the triumphant return of the army, but the wait had been long. Hearing the emperor's summons, he came forward. Fin Leaf sternly instructed, Minister Tang, please go find Lord Dorian of Wanyan County and buy some cotton. Braddock. What madness. Just bought cotton seeds. Now buy more cotton? At that moment, even farther away, Dayton also received notice to see the emperor. Coincidentally, after Fin Leaf finished briefing Braddock, Dayton arrived. Fin Leaf gave him further instructions. Minister Yin, the Ministry of Revenue will handle the cotton procurement. Your Ministry of Works will be responsible for making the cotton jackets. Cotton? Dayton paused. Then he realized. Lately, the name, cotton, had spread throughout the Tang Dynasty. It was said to be extremely warm, but no one had seen or personally experienced it yet. The emperor's order meant providing the troops with warming jackets made of this miraculous material. Fin, indeed you are wise. Dayton admired greatly and loudly replied, this humble servant shall obey. Some were pleased, while others worried. Fin Leaf aside, being the emperor left little room for complaint. But Braddock felt immense pressure. No way. After this, I'm done. As the Minister of Revenue, it sounded grand. One of the top officials among the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, envied by all. I am merely the court's treasurer. Given control of the treasury, my job was to spend money. Heartbreaking, physically painful, headache-inducing. With no love for life, Braddock headed toward Teoyuan, Peach Blossom Village. Dayton followed closely behind. Since it was the first time making cotton jackets, experience was lacking. He caught up with Braddock, wanting to speak. Braddock blocked him, sighing, Minister Yin, I need some quiet. Please don't talk. Dayton curiously asked, Minister Tang, who is quiet? Gossip burned. Suddenly, Dayton realized his question was hasty and added, Minister Tang, I won't ask who quiet is. Braydonk. Dayton, you sure love your drama. Are you here just to torment me? Forget it. Move along. Braydonk inwardly cried but smiled outwardly. Minister Yin, I understand what you want to ask about the cotton jackets. I'll take care of it for you. You should prepare at the Ministry of Works early. After all, the troops are numerous. Dayton instantly understood. True. Gratefully he responded, thank you, Minister Tang. I'll head over now. And he really left. Watching him depart, Braydonk almost wept. Do you think I was considering you? No. I just didn't want you to see me struggle while spending the money. Finally, Eldon completed his mission of comforting the troops. Knowing his father led the entire court to welcome the troops 10 miles outside Chang'an, he took a detour back to Taoyuan. Feeling accomplished, he relished the looks of gratitude from the troops. Chuckles. Brother, you didn't know I'm the prince, right? Thank you. Brother, you're a good man. Thus, I've earned favor among part of the army. In the future, how will you compete with me? One day, you might regret it. But there's no medicine for regrets. Entering Taoyuan, he saw Dorian and another familiar face, an elder. Braydonk. Though the wind wasn't biting, Braydonk felt shrunken and lonely. Human sorrow and joy do not connect. Vaguely, Eldon affirmed that Minister Tang was currently filled with melancholy. Hashtag chapter 170. Only the bell ringer can untie the bell. Braydonk was remarkably straightforward. County Marquis of Wan Yin. I've come to buy cotton. We're old acquaintances, and this is for making winter uniforms for the troops. Could you give us a discount? How direct. As an official of the court, couldn't he be less blunt when haggling? Dorian rolled her eyes. Parry, when will the Minister of Revenue make a personal appearance? Braydonk felt suffocated. Your Majesty, you must have ulterior motives. Dorian added, cotton isn't ordinary. Each time it's you who comes, making me feel like I'm always overworking myself. Why doesn't the Minister of Revenue pay attention to me? Just glance at me once, let me taste what it feels like to be valued. Braydonk. Alvin, aren't you shameless? I'm negotiating with you, but you act silly? So, 5,000 cotton clothes for 30 million cash coins. Deal. Braydonk felt like he was being played. He was the Minister of Revenue after all. Only Dorian had access to the cotton, especially the new strain that was in high demand. A bit expensive? Fair enough, right? Little did he know, his arbitrary price was accepted immediately by Dorian. Why? As he looked up, it didn't seem like heaven anymore. At the end of the sky, there lay a pit where I belong. I'm in this hole and can't escape. Suddenly, Braydonk had an epiphany. Or rather, he saw through Donnie's, well-meaning intentions. 1. To provide warm clothes for the troops. 2. To generate income for an illegitimate child. This explained why the Finn didn't hesitate despite the Alvin's dark history. In other words, he was just a tool. Dorian wasn't aware of Braydonk's complex thoughts and asked instead, Parry, will you handle the cotton cloth production? Braydonk shook his head. Dorian eagerly offered, then let me send people to teach you. Braydonk became cautious. Additional charges? Parry, do you look down on me? I don't look down on you. I just want to know if teaching the technique will cost extra. Parry, you really look down on me. Han, young noble brother, will you charge? Parry, you see me as a close friend but wish to take advantage of me? You look down on me. Braydonk nearly broke down. Jamar quietly observed and learned, secretly giving Dorian a thumbs up. Brother. Impressive. Tang Shangshu wouldn't last long. Indeed. Braydonk said listlessly, fine. Just send people to teach the craft at the Ministry of Works Clothing Bureau. The price is yours to set. Dorian replied sadly, Parry, I thought we could be soulmates. But you don't understand me. Braydonk. He gritted his teeth silently. Soulmates? Do you think I'm as unscrupulous as you? Every deal with the court has pitfalls. There's never been mercy. As a prince, even if you're unaware, as a citizen of Tang. Dorian wanted offices, not this. Dorian seriously said, everyone in Peach Blossom Land eats meat, living prosperously. Not bragging. Citizens of Tang are very happy, yet slightly less so than us. Jamar. Brother, asking for imperial calligraphy, just because of this? Braydonk's eyes almost popped out. Listen to him. How eloquent. Citizens today, some barely clothed, some barely fed. But in Peach Blossom Land, everyone feasts on pork. Allegedly, no unpleasant odor either. Just curious. Not craving, braised pork's aroma. Back to the topic. Saying Tang citizens are happier is too heartless. For the court's dignity. Comparing fingers shows more distance. Is that slightly less? Slapping yourself? Braydonk hurriedly said, all right. Calligraphy. No problem. Dorian coughed. Parry, don't overpromise. You're not Tang Shangshu. Can you really deliver? Jamar inwardly lamented. Poor Tang Shangshu. Obviously himself, yet unclear. Praising while insulting at the same time. Odd. Too odd. Braydonk's heart bled yet forced a smile. Young noble brother, rest assured. Minister Tang will help. Finished. He waved. Farewell. No need to see me off. Braydonk practically fled. He forgot the tailors and shouted without turning back. Prepare 10. No, 30 tailors for me. Dorian's expression was strange, guessing his thoughts. He shouted, Parry, heard of assembly line work? Braydonk froze mid-step, twisting around to look at Dorian. Based on the Alvin's exceptional reputation, those words were worth investigating. Braydonk solemnly requested, please teach me, young noble brother. Jamar's face twitched. Again with, young noble brother. How many times have you called my brother that? Don't think I don't know you already knew he's the Finn's illegitimate son. Calling it out, taking advantage, aren't you? Overall, Jamar felt uncomfortable. He couldn't openly warn Dorian. Unknowingly, his feelings toward his brother subtly shifted. Now, Dorian asked Braydonk, do you want everyone to learn tailoring processes? Braydonk nodded. Now, both at the ministry and among civilian artisans, one person handles everything from start to finish. Correct? Braydonk nodded again. Training apprentices takes much time? Another not. For instance, divide tailoring into tasks like cutting, sewing sleeves, collars, pockets. One person per task. Easier to learn, right? Bradonk's face changed. Easier to learn, simpler techniques, and increased efficiency. This is assembly line work. Bradonk was astonished. Training apprentices would be much simpler. Tariot, and also served as the chief editor of the Tang Dynasty Daily News, found out first. He, Minister of Revenue, Director of the National Debt Bureau, Bradonk, was completely unaware. Dorian asked, weren't the bonds all sold out? So, is it just that some people are demanding redemption? Helmet inwardly sighed. True to form for the inventor of the bonds, these issues were anticipated long ago. Helmet pursued, how do we resolve this? Dorian spread his hands, helplessly saying, you should consult the court for this matter, not me. Personally, I can't do anything. Would Helmet believe such a claim? Unless you're deliberately sabotaging the court. Hiss. It can't be, right? Suddenly, Bradonk lunged forward, grabbing Dorian's clothes and shouting hoarsely, you came up with the idea of bonds. If you say you can't help, are you deceiving me? Are you? Tell me if you are. Dorian stammered, damn, I'm bewildered. Such an overreaction, is it really necessary? However, Bradonk didn't know that he himself was the Minister of Revenue and the Director of the National Debt Bureau. Given the situation with the bonds and hearing those words from Dorian, this reaction wasn't just justified, it was extremely justified. Anybody else would have a hard time handling it too. Though Bradonk didn't draw a knife, he didn't even carry one. The Tang Dynasty's aggressive customs made it quite likely he might have if he had one. Bradonkly, he had no knife. Otherwise, things could have escalated dangerously. He still had enough composure not to. Bradonk shouted hysterically, you mustn't say yes. Dorian was speechless. How am I supposed to answer this? You sound like you're the Minister of Revenue, Bradonk. Even if you want to freak out, it's not your turn. Bradonk roared again. Answer me, is it? Dorian felt utterly helpless. Fine, I'll stay silent. Helmet quickly pulled Bradonk away. Minister Tang, calm down. You need to remain calm. Bradonk, being pulled back, let his frustration burst forth. How can I calm down? If you tell me to calm down, you're underestimating me. Helmet was lost for words. Don't you find this statement awkward? If Gino Mao thinks you can stay calm, it's a recognition of your capability. Bradonk kept nagging, all of you, get lost. Is it easy being in the Ministry of Revenue? As head of the household, every day I see you reaching into the treasury and pulling out money like water. You don't manage a home and don't understand its value. I do. I suffer. As he spoke, tears glistened in his eyes, and he choked up. Dorian was stunned, quietly asking, commendable. Bradonk modestly smiled. This is? But then, Dorian coldly laughed. I don't see Donnie promoting you to Minister of Revenue either. Bradonk and Helmet both fell silent. Bradonk coughed. Nephew, don't speak rashly. Helmet stood dumbfounded. Minister Tang, you always call him by his princely title? Trying secretly to become the prince's uncle? Dorian laughed. Old Gino, among us own folk. Helmet. Who are your own folk? Bradonk rolled his eyes. Forget it. You're the prince. Do as you wish. This moment, Dorian sobered up. Just now, I was only trying to lighten the mood. Bradonk. You nearly drove me insane. Helmet. Indeed lightened the mood, almost making Minister Tang spew blood. Dorian continued with narrowed eyes. Anyone buying these bonds is doing so for maximum profit. The court stipulates that even before maturity, bonds can be redeemed. But equal value redemption means forfeiting interest gains. Our citizens aren't fools. They won't settle for equal value redemption. There's someone spreading rumors. Helmet showed admiration. Alvin, you haven't disappointed me. Bradonk hurriedly asked, so, how do we solve this? Dorian calmly responded, let whoever wants to redeem them do so. Anyway, the loss isn't borne by the court. Bradonk frowned. Nephew, it sounds simple. But where does the money come from? The court spent much grain suppressing Shuafang. Now, though Shuafang is back under Tang control, we need to maintain it for next year's campaign against Tujue, which will cost a huge sum. Giving refunds to everyone will leave the Ministry of Revenue strapped. Dorian waved his hand. Perry, narrow-mindedness, huh? Bradonk. Perspective? Don't give me vague concepts. What use are they? Dorian said slowly. Perry, issue an announcement from the Ministry of Revenue promising immediate redemption to all who seek early repayment. But, open just one window at the National Debt Bureau, and find an elderly, half-blind clerk to handle them slowly. Bradonk and Helmet stared in surprise. Isn't this akin to teasing people? You're deliberately stirring things up. Con. Dorian grinned. Additionally, the second batch of bonds is about to be issued, with interest 20% higher than the first batch. Anyone redeeming the first batch will lose the chance to buy the second. Bradonk's eyes lit up. Helmet cast a significant glance at Dorian. Alvin, you're quite devious. As the transparent Jamar slipped away unnoticed. Right then, Dorian looked around and asked, where's my third brother? Wasn't he here just now? Bradonk and Helmet fell silent. The hawk, pitifully, had no presence before this unofficial prince. Quite embarrassing. Hashtag chapter 172. The old fox's scheme. At the residence of Brendan, Jamar asked, Uncle, did you also buy the government bonds? Nathan nodded and smiled. Your uncle is loyal to the king and loves the country. How could I not buy them when Donnie issued them to raise funds? Jamar remained silent. Nathan maintained a smile, looking at him gently. After a long pause, Jamar gathered his courage and said, Uncle, I have a question for you, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Nathan nodded with a hum, assuming the air of an elder. Jamar, gritting his teeth, asked, lately, I've heard that people in Chang'an who bought government bonds are seeking redemption. Nathan replied indifferently, you didn't disappoint your uncle, Justino. However, Jamar wasn't pleased. If it were another day, he would be very happy. As the hawk, he deeply understood that being the crown prince didn't equal being the emperor. Until the day he became the Fin of Tang, he was merely the heir apparent. The position of heir could be his or someone else's. His father had many sons. Moreover, father loved the fourth son very much. That little bastard, cough, cough, saying this about father. The fourth brother was simply the favorite among all princes. Upon birth, he was conferred as Alvin of Edu by the Evan. In March of the following year, you indeed didn't disappoint your uncle. I was just testing you, and you remained honest without losing yourself for vain praise. Jamar. Uncle, did you think I didn't notice your expression change? Forget it. I'll choose to overlook it. Nathan lectured again. But remember, don't do this in front of others. As the hawk, you must be cautious. Jamar quickly replied, Colmes. Nathan scolded more sternly. I just said to be cautious. Why are you so flustered? Jamar steadied his shaking body and calmly responded, Colmes, uncle. Satisfied, Nathan nodded and said, good. No matter what happens, you must remain unperturbed. Like a deer grazing nearby wouldn't even make you blink. Jamar respectfully said, I will remember uncle's teachings. Nathan nodded again. Then, he spoke coldly, this time. Your uncle did this not because he doesn't care about the court's interests. It's because these government bonds came from that illegitimate son Dorian. Jamar was dumbfounded. So, uncle is targeting Anwar? But couldn't there be other ways to deal with Anwar? Nathan laughed and asked, Justino, did you not wonder why? Jamar shook his head. Nathan didn't get angry, showing no disappointment, instead boasting, regarding government bonds, your uncle must admit they are greatly beneficial to the country and its people. The court lacks money and grain, but cannot stagnate due to a lack of resources. Borrowing money from the common folk to handle state affairs is truly ingenious. Jamar was baffled. Uncle, why are you praising him? Could it be? Anwar has such charm that he can connect spiritually even without meeting you. Frightening. Suddenly, Nathan shifted tone, shaking his head. But, government bonds threaten the interests of the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families. They've been waiting for the Fin to beg. With no money, the court has no choice but to seek help from them. This way, the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families can highlight their importance and force the Fin to share power. So, they hate Dorian deeply. By doing this, everyone will think it's a scheme by the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families. Then, Nathan revealed his true intentions. First, causing disruption with government bonds makes the Fin discontent with this illegitimate son. But don't worry, the bonds won't have real problems, just temporary chaos. I already have a plan ready, which I'll tell you to present to the Fin later. Secondly, as the initiator of the bonds, this illegitimate son will certainly hate the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families. If they become sworn enemies, it'll be impossible for him to compete for the position of heir. Jamar sighed admiringly, Uncle, you're really crafty. Nathan turned black-faced. Little brat, thinking I'm deaf or slow? Didn't hear what you were trying to say? Jamar's face turned green as he bowed in apology. Uncle, I spoke out of turn. Please punish me. Nathan waved his hand generously. Forget it. Considering your youth, I'll forgive it as child's talk. But, in front of others, never do this. As the hawk, every word and action counts. Jamar acknowledged, understood. At this moment, the steward of the Yehia's residence returned. Sir, the bond redemption is complete. But, Bradonk was devious. He only opened one window for redemption, and an elderly, deaf, and visually impaired official handled it. However, once he knew it was for you, he gave us priority. Nathan hummed in response, unfazed. As Brendan, who would dare not show respect? Jamar couldn't resist asking, didn't you see the Ministry of Revenue's announcement? The steward shook his head. What announcement? There wasn't any. Nathan frowned. Justino, do you know something? Jamar glanced at the steward. Nathan dismissed the steward. Jamar then said, about my eldest brother. Nathan's face darkened. No. He's father's illegitimate son, Dorian. Jamar corrected himself hastily and continued, he said, regarding bond redemption, the Ministry of Revenue should follow the regulations. Also, a new announcement states anyone redeeming before maturity loses eligibility for the next round of bonds. Nathan's expression changed. Disaster. Total disaster. The plan is ruined. Though he despised this illegitimate son, as an old fox, he knew how powerful government bonds could be. Dorian managed to use bonds to raise funds for the court and had plans to address potential issues. The recent announcement would likely discourage many from redeeming prematurely. As for the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families, their bonds would eventually return to the court's hands. After all, they felt tricked into buying the bonds. Wanting them to support the court? Not a chance. Now with an opportunity to sell, they wouldn't let them rot. Furthermore, as the foremost figure of the court, Nathan was also aware that Donnie planned to issue the second round of government bonds before launching the military campaign against the Turks. Government bonds were undoubtedly profitable, and adhering to the principle that even a fly has some meat on it, Nathan had no intention of giving them up. Most importantly, how could he demonstrate his loyalty and patriotism without buying these bonds? However, by then, wouldn't it be too late to buy them? Nathan. Dorian. What in the world? The sudden realization left Nathan both furious and frustrated. If the timing was indeed set before the expedition against the Turks, it meant the second round of bonds would likely be sold out quickly. The scheme he had meticulously planned might backfire if he couldn't participate in this round of bond purchases. His irritation with Dorian grew exponentially, feeling that the young man had once again outmaneuvered him. Nathan clenched his fists tightly, but maintained his composure outwardly. He knew better than to show his frustration openly, especially in front of others. This Dorian, truly a thorn in his side. Chapter 173. We didn't laugh at you. Ministry of Revenue. National Debt Bureau. Bradonk was personally overseeing the situation, but still felt uneasy. After all, this was a huge gamble. Someone wanted to disrupt the national debt system, directly affecting the second phase of the bond issuance. As a result, following Dorian's strategy, people hesitated about exchanging their bonds. However, the aristocratic families did not hesitate. It seemed that there was some sort of conspiracy brewing. This was another showdown between the court and the 5 surnames and 7 exalted families. To be precise, it was a struggle between Donnie and the 5 surnames and 7 exalted families. In the past, Donnie mostly lost. Half a day passed, and on the surface, the situation seemed under control. I'll make a trip to the palace. Seeing that things were under control and no further chaos would ensue, Braydonk decided to go to the palace to discuss countermeasures with Fin Kyle. Today, Kyle had welcomed back the 3 armies. The 5 surnames and 7 exalted families chose a good time to strike. An invisible smoke seemed to be spreading over Chang'an. At the Zhao Guogong mansion, the steward went out for a short while and then hurriedly returned with news. Jamar was still there. Without any reserve, at the nod from Nathan, the steward detailed the news received by the Zhao Guogong mansion in front of Jamar. Outside Chang'an, a wave of bond exchanges also emerged. To better issue the bonds, branch offices of the National Debt Bureau sprang up all over the Tang Dynasty. Basically, each state capital had a branch office of the National Debt Bureau. Nathan's face turned green after hearing this. Jamar also looked embarrassed and uncomfortable. Nathan waved his hand, dismissing the steward, and said to Jamar, "Justino, do you think the people exchanging bonds in Chang'an were also incited by your uncle?" Jamar lowered his head and solemnly replied, "I dare not." Just these 2 words, dare not. You don't dare to think so, but you can't help thinking otherwise? Nathan gasped for breath, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Out of control. I was playing chess, but I underestimated the situation and became someone else's pawn. See, as the unseen mastermind expected, even his own nephew suspected him. Regardless, Jamar was the crown prince. The bonds were crucial to Kyle's plan. As the crown prince, he naturally had to align with his emperor father. Disrupting the overall bond plan was too much, wasn't it? Jamar's dare not earlier conveyed a clear stance. Accuse Nathan? He didn't dare to go that far. But expressing dissatisfaction was necessary. Nathan, with a gloomy expression, said, "Justino, Uncle just wanted to play a game in Chang'an to stir up some dissatisfaction against this bastard, to gradually distance Donnie from him and completely eliminate his threat to you. But the turmoil in Chang'an has nothing to do with me." Bang! Nathan slammed the table fiercely. "Daring to use me as a pawn. I'll kill you." These words were spoken coldly. Jamar was stunned. His uncle never showed emotions. None of the officials could match his depth. Now, he had lost composure. Clearly, he was deeply humiliated. He, Zhao Guogong, Nathan, known as the Old Fox, was outmaneuvered. What can't be tolerated must be addressed. Nathan stood up and instructed, "Justino, Uncle knows you bought bonds. Regardless of how many you bought or whether the bonds will fail, as the crown prince, you must keep the bonds in hand." Jamar understood the deeper meaning. At any time, as the crown prince, he must stand with Donnie. "I will enter the palace now." Ganlu Palace. After rewarding the troops, Tang from the Ministry of Revenue and Right Censor-in-Chief Greta request an audience. Kyle composed his anxious face, returning to his usual calm demeanor, and said faintly, "Permitted." Ronnie promptly withdrew into the shadows. Braydonk and Nathan entered Ganlu Palace together, both looking worried. Before they spoke, Kyle said, "You don't need to explain. I know. Tell me how to handle it." Braydonk and Nathan exchanged glances. Nathan modestly smiled and said, "Minister Tang, please proceed first. This is a matter of the Ministry of Revenue, so it's inappropriate for me to speak first." Braydonk thought to himself, "Old sly fox." He recalled Mantisly mentioning this evaluation during chats about court officials. Braydonk deeply felt the accuracy of these 3 words. He couldn't argue with Nathan and bowed to Kyle. "Your Majesty, when issuing the bonds, ensuring profitability was our top priority. We did not disclose this fact. But bond buyers are unaware, so they want to exchange bonds for cash despite future profits. Now, if we convince them that the bonds will definitely profit and the court will honor its promises, the turmoil will dissipate." Kyle nodded in approval. "Indeed worthy of my chosen Minister of Revenue." He asked, "Minister Tang, how should the court respond?" Braydonk bowed deeply. "Your servant." "I don't know." Kyle wheezing as he added, "This? I'm not laughing at you. I just remembered how delighted I was when Justino was born." Braydonk. "Your Majesty, where's your dignity?" Nathan was utterly shocked. "You don't even change the excuse? Aren't you afraid that Braydonk might be so enraged that he'd smash his head against the Ganlu Palace wall, and history would record that the venerable Minister of Revenue, Braydonk, died of shame after being ridiculed by Donnie? Sigh. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. "After all, I laughed first. Would future generations think I used laughter to murder and eliminate rivals?" Nathan broke out in cold sweat. "Minister Tang, I really wasn't laughing at you." Kyle echoed, "Colmes, we didn't laugh at you." In the shadows, Ronnie grumbled, "Me too." Braydonk. At this moment, he had only one thought, to ask Andrew, "Can I come to the Alvin's mansion to be a steward and keep you company?" Translation notes. 1. Maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. 2. Used English names consistently, pinyin for Chinese characters. 3. Kept the tone and style intact. 4. Ensured natural, fluent English with no grammatical errors. 5. Preserve the storyline and logic continuity from previous content. Chapter 174. Chancellor Greta Lau, are you polite? Nathan spoke with a serious expression. "Your Majesty, it is truly audacious of the Gaylord to dare see you this way. How can he use this as leverage?" His words seemed reasonable, but Braydonk sensed something else in Nathan's intentions. Finleaf casually remarked, "Young men have strange ideas. Jackie, you're thinking too much." Nathan immediately responded, "Colmes, Your Majesty." Braydonk became even more wary. This cunning old man. Ahem. Could Nathan be harboring some ulterior motives? Perhaps influenced by Dorian, Braydonk couldn't help but think this way. He then heard Nathan say formally, "Your Majesty, although the Gaylord is a young man looking for an excuse to meet you, as the ruler of the country and with the army having just returned from battling the rebels in Shuajino, The rewards for the military must be reviewed by you personally. This will show the imperial grace of your majesty. No problem there. Finleaf agreed. Nathan smiled faintly. This young man is quite interesting. I really wish to meet him. Why don't I go on behalf of your majesty and ask how he plans to resolve the current financial crisis? Finleaf nodded immediately, approved. After all, he could never meet his son as the emperor now. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Indeed, seeing him would only mean gaining another minister, but losing a son. Heartbreaking. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. Seeing Finleaf agree so easily, Bradonk didn't have time to find other reasons. He had to say, Your Majesty, as a Ministry of Revenue official, I shall introduce Chancellor Greta to the Gaylord. Finleaf replied, Very well. Then he specially instructed Nathan, Jackie, do not reveal my identity or Secretary Tang's identity. Nathan acknowledged the order. Bradonk finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, this cunning old man wouldn't act rashly, right? Somehow, Bradonk felt Nathan's purpose in meeting the prince was far from simple. Maybe he already knew about Dorian being the emperor's illegitimate child. After all, both himself and Andrew knew. And the hawk had met the prince, albeit the Mira as the ant. In short, the secret about the prince's identity was no longer a secret. Cunning old man, are you planning something? I'll definitely keep an eye on this cunning old man. Unconsciously, Bradonk found himself empathizing with Dorian. The future succession would involve many officials taking sides. However, he wasn't interested. One reason was his disinterest in fame and fortune. The second reason was that he couldn't predict how long he had left. Thus, the succession dispute was none of his business. But, during his lifetime, he must protect the emperor's illegitimate child. This child is highly talented and must not be harmed. In the Peach Blossom source, Bradonk introduced Nathan to Dorian. Nathan greeted with a smile. Suddenly, Dorian furrowed his brow and said, Chancellor Greta, are you polite? Nathan, what does this mean? It feels like an insult, but I have no evidence. Bradonk noticed that Dorian's seemingly nonsensical words might not be very friendly. Dorian laughed and said, Though we've never met, your reputation has been renowned to me, and we've been communicating in spirit for a long time. Such a swift change in tone. Nathan didn't know how to react. Dorian continued, Meeting the real-life Chancellor Greta makes me unable to control my emotions. Real life? And dead ones? Nathan thought of this first. Young man, are you mocking me? At that moment, Dorian laughed again. Did you come to discuss the dead issue because you came down to meet me? Before Nathan could express anger and question Dorian guessed his intention. Listen to these 4 words, descending from a high position, so appropriate. But this illegitimate child, insulting yet praising. Sigh. Nathan understood. An uneducated illegitimate child, using words improperly. Embarrassing. Too embarrassing. Public humiliation. I'm magnanimous and won't quarrel with you. Suddenly, Dorian asked anxiously, Chancellor Greta, you haven't responded. Did I offend you? Nathan, do you still have the nerve to ask? Dorian looked troubled. People always say I lack education, misuse idioms, and offend others. I didn't believe them, thinking they were jealous of my talent. Now, it seems they were right. Then he wondered aloud. I didn't use any idioms just now, did I? Nathan felt baffled and realized he mustn't let this illegitimate child ramble anymore. He asked seriously, according to what Minister Tang said, you have a solution for the national debt exchange crisis? Dorian laughed. You've come to the right person. This idea originated from me, and I foresaw everything. Without beating around the bush, Nathan demanded, tell us your solution. Dorian didn't dodge or insist on meeting the Emperor or Minister Tang. We need to understand the psychology of those who want to exchange the bonds. They bought the bonds attracted by the promised returns. We can't discourage their patriotic spirit. We must acknowledge this. But currently, many people care about their own returns. Nathan. All nonsense. Dorian suddenly added, the simplest method is needed now. This eliminated Nathan's impatience. Dorian continued, let the buyers enjoy the bond returns earlier. This not only solves the issue but ensures the next round of bond sales goes smoothly. Nathan's face darkened, feeling tricked. Earlier returns? Isn't that exchanging them prematurely? Where will the money come from? Dorian smiled faintly. Chancellor Greta is wise. With Liang Sherbei destroyed, he amassed a great fortune over the years. That's why. So simple. The Gaylord is truly clever. I yield to you. Nathan glanced at Dorian meaningfully and took his leave, leaving Bradonk behind. Bradonk watched Dorian with admiration, solving it with just one sentence. It was unbelievable. He understood the mastermind behind the turmoil aimed to sabotage the national bonds, undermining the government's credibility. By ensuring bondholders receive their returns, everything falls into place. As for where the returns come from, it doesn't matter. Establishing the credibility of the bonds allows for future issuance. Whoever stirs trouble won't succeed easily. Then, Bradonk asked, why treat Chancellor Greta like that? Those words might fool someone meeting Nathan for the first time. But him, Minister of Revenue, Bradonk, experienced in dealing with such insults. Dorian replied, we may end up enemies. Bradonk was puzzled. So direct? I thought you'd deny it, or beat around the bush. As for becoming enemies with Nathan? Ridiculous. He's also your uncle. No. Suddenly, Bradonk pondered over these words again and again, and a thought struck him. His Highness the Hawk was Nathan's own nephew. Dorian could only be considered a distant nephew at best. Thus, it seemed that the two were destined to become enemies. But how did the prince know this? It couldn't be that. Bradonk's expression changed slightly. Could it be? The prince knew his identity? Or, was it just a casual jest? The translation maintains the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and adheres to the previous context. It accurately reflects the internal monologue of Bradonk, preserving the uncertainty and intrigue present in the original Chinese text. Chapter 175. The Redemption Wave. Ministry of Revenue. National Debt Bureau. There was only one redemption window, and a wooden sign hung there saying, Redemption stopped. Snap. The window closed. In an instant, the crowd awaiting redemption erupted into chaos. What's going on? It's still early. Why aren't they redeeming the bonds now? I think the court is deceiving us. Now that too many people are redeeming, they've simply stopped. My money. Almost instantly, the long line for redeeming national bonds condensed, and discussions among the crowd were rampant. In just moments, the crowd fell into disarray. Some even started smashing the redemption window. Clatter. Hoofbeats approached. Behind them were soldiers wielding new-style Tang sabers. The clanking of armor surrounded all those who were redeeming national bonds. Silence. The crowd fell eerily. A line of soldiers parted to make way for someone. Hendrix rode up on horseback, stopped before the crowd, and laughed arrogantly 3 times. Ha ha ha. Everyone, you don't need to be afraid with Old Chung around. Old Chung? Everyone was stunned. Such a booming voice and someone who called himself Old Chung. In all of the Tang Dynasty, there was only one person, Kevin Hendrix. Sigh. Kevin was once a bandit from the Wagon Stronghold. Even today, he retains the title of Living Bandit. Not afraid? More like terrified. Oh, April, I want to go home. Amidst the civilians, a burly man lay prostrate on the ground, sobbing loudly. Hendrix jumped off his horse, walked over, and revealed a smile he considered friendly. Thump thump. Several civilians close by immediately fainted. Hendrix maintained a stern face and instructed the soldiers, quick, fetch a doctor, and call for the imperial physician, tell them Old Chung said so. One soldier sprinted away. However, Hendrix turned back to the prostrate man and asked, what's wrong? Anything troubling you? Old Chung will do his best to help. The man lifted his head, then lunged forward, clinging to Hendrix's legs and wailing. Lord Brown did not stand but moved incredibly swiftly, more agile than standing. Wheels rolled. Carriages entered the National Debt Bureau. Then, another person emerged. Bradonk. Bradonk personally posted a notice outside and called over a soldier. You. Read it. The soldier took a deep breath, looked at the notice for a while, but couldn't say a word. Bradonk glared. Read it. The soldier scratched his head. I can't read. Bradonk. His face turned livid, momentarily losing balance. Indeed, these living bandits. Bradonk patted his chest to regain composure and read aloud loudly. Recently, our Tang military has returned victoriously, the Shuafeng rebellion quelled, a matter worth celebrating. Everyone. Confused. Isn't this obvious? So much talking, what was he really trying to achieve? After strict calculation by the National Debt Bureau, the first batch of bond returns has reached the expected level. Today, Minister Bradonk, yes, this old man, personally reported to Donnie. The decision was made by the 3 departments and 6 ministries to redeem bonds early. And, for those redeeming early, it will still be an equal exchange. Any losses incurred due to individual reasons will not be the responsibility of the National Debt Bureau. Everything rests on your own shoulders. Snap. Many jaws dropped. As Bradonk finished speaking, a prolonged silence ensued. Whispering began. Instantly, voices rose in tumult. Weeping and wailing mixed with celebration. Those wailing and weeping were those who had already redeemed equally. Those celebrating were those about to redeem. At this point, Hendrix declared again from atop a mound, I am here because Donnie has just decided on early bond redemption. To avoid unnecessary losses, such measures were necessary. But, you lot are bastards, scoundrels. Did you think Old Chung came here to massacre you? As he spoke, Hendrix's tone changed. Bitter accusations. Loud berations. Surprisingly, the crowd felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Ashamed. Truly ashamed. Misunderstanding the Finn. Misinterpreting Lord Kevin. We have sinned. Elsewhere, Jacques watched with cold eyes. He personally pointed out all suspicious individuals. Redemption resumed. Silently, some suspicious persons were detained by soldiers. Thus ended the chaotic wave of redemptions, followed by joyful exchanges. Simultaneously, countless fast horses flew out of Chang'an, carrying the imperial edict from the court to exchange returns on national bonds, delivered to each state's Bureau of Compt. As an emperor, he controlled this tremor instantly, showing no change in his expression. Having served under Osiris for many years, Kingston understood the emperor's state of mind at this moment, but chose to act oblivious. The palace was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the emperor flipping through the documents. After a long while, Osiris finished reading the last page, followed by another long silence. Suddenly, Osiris spoke. Juanxian, prepare a brazier. Kingston complied, bringing a brazier and lighting the charcoal within. Osiris held the stack of testimonies, igniting them one by one. Instantly, smoke filled the room, causing both men's eyes to tear up. With the doors closed, the smoke had nowhere to go, prompting Osiris to cough. Cough. Juanxian, cough. Can you, cough, open the door? With lightning speed, Kingston rushed to the door and opened it, finally allowing the smoke to escape, clearing the air in the hall. Just then, a shout echoed. Fire. Hoofbeats could be heard as guards rushed over with water dragons. Kingston sternly ordered, get lost if you want to live. Startled, the guards quickly retreated, realizing the smoke from the Ganlu Palace was peculiar. They wisely kept their curiosity in check, knowing it could cost them their lives. After burning all the evidence, Osiris left the Ganlu Palace and headed toward a specific direction. With Kingston, Osiris stood there, finally rising on his own accord. Charles coldly snorted, spilling a cup of wine. Your Majesty, did you tell me to rise? And you skip kneeling before your father? Osiris calmly responded, Father, recently I defeated Cornelius, removing all enemies near our borders. Next year, I will lead our troops to destroy the Turks. Charles sneered, truly worthy of being my son, harboring such great ambitions. But do you see only the grasslands? You may never get that chance. Osiris smiled, recently, I introduced national bonds, solving financial issues for the court. Before attacking the Turks, I plan to issue a second round. Father, surely you didn't think a son of heaven could do this without divine help? The idea came from a young man, solving my most pressing concerns. Suddenly, Osiris declared, all talents in the world fall within my grasp. Charles ignored him, continuing to play with the women, refusing to look at him. Osiris slowly left, saying, lately, many wish to redeem the bonds. Since they want redemption, I'll satisfy them. Charles scoffed, where will you get the money? Osiris replied, Father, after defeating Cornelius, his plunder is considerable. Charles the dragon throne. Thunder rolled as Charles shook uncontrollably. Charles seemed to lose all his strength, slumping down onto the soft couch. From the shadows, a figure emerged, spitting out venomously. Who would have thought that this Kingston is as elusive as a phantom, sticking to us like a shadow? It's truly regrettable. Not even the slightest chance was found. Charles's energy returned in an instant, and he stared at the person like a ferocious tiger. Without my command, you dare to act on your own? I will make you wish you were dead but unable to die. The aging tiger may be old, but a tiger is still a tiger. Peach Blossom Spring. Dorian had just finished another busy day. Unexpectedly, his father showed up. However, his father's face clearly read, I am very unhappy. If one word could describe this unhappiness, it would be, I want to kill someone. Dorian's heart skipped a beat, panicking. Dad, is one of your consorts asking for a divorce? Divorce? Crawford. Disobedient son. What are you thinking? I could slap you to death. Please note that this translation preserves the dramatic and colloquial tone of the original text, ensuring the paragraph structure and emotional delivery remain intact. The use of modern expressions like slipping down onto the soft couch or slap to death are used to keep the narrative natural and fluent while maintaining the historical context. Ready to give his full attention, Leaf sighed again and started narrating, I have a friend, Dorian. Here we go again. Fine, keep going. He had quite a substantial family fortune. Before their family became prosperous, the brothers lived harmoniously. Later, as the family business grew richer, the home became less peaceful, especially when their elderly father decided to choose a successor. Typically, it would be the eldest legitimate son. Dorian couldn't help but interrupt, Dad, hold up. Leaf, displeased, said, I haven't finished yet. Why are you interrupting? Dorian coughed, well, I think I know what you're trying to say. Instead of you laboring on, let me get straight to the point. Cough, cough. I mean, save your energy. Leaf, you insolent son, you've slipped your tongue? Originally, I didn't plan on confronting you, but today, you asked for it. Why should I be polite? Leaf sneered, you say you know what I'm talking about? How do you know before I've even said it? Dorian blurted out, it's because there's a clear example, and I already know what's going on. Leaf snorted, what example? Dorian smiled mysteriously and pointed in a direction. Leaf was confused. What does that mean? What kind of mystery game are you playing? Dorian asked cryptically, what's in that direction? Leaf. Dorian then asked, what's over there? Leaf. Dorian clapped his hands and said, that's the palace. Leaf. Seeing his father still didn't get it, Dorian said bluntly, let's be direct. We're not outsiders here, and you can't report your own son, right? Leaf's face twitched. I seem to understand. Dorian laughed. What you're describing sounds exactly like the current emperor. Indeed. Leaf thought, good boy, lucky for you I'm your father. If anyone else said this, they'd be dead. Dorian continued. Before our dynasty was established, the emperor fought alongside his brothers on the battlefield. Especially the emperor, who was once Alex, made great contributions. He even earned the promise from the retired emperor that Alex would become the crown prince. Snap. Leaf felt shocked inside. True, talking about this makes me feel aggrieved. Back then, I was misled. The only people present were me and my father. No one else. So after founding the Tang Dynasty, following the rule of choosing the eldest legitimate son, my eldest brother naturally became the crown prince. I felt like a monkey being toyed with. The puppet master was my father. But I couldn't confront my father about why he gave the crown prince position to my elder brother, could I? Such foolishness even the youngest brother Halasangji wouldn't dare. I had to swallow this bitter defeat silently, very aggrieved. Meanwhile, Dorian kept talking. What happened next, you know? The result was brother killing brother and father fighting son. Could this be the situation with your friend? Leaf paused, heartbroken. Brother killing brother and father fighting son. Is this how the world perceives it? Who dares to speak it? Dorian asked, what stage is your friend at now? Leaf came back to reality and replied, now. Dorian sighed meaningfully, a human tragedy. Leaf. Are you talking about the current emperor? Me? Comte, I have no evidence. Dorian lamented. Your hesitation clearly indicates a brother killing brother human tragedy has occurred. A brother killing brother human tragedy. Leaf felt bleak. Isn't this truly a human tragedy? You mean your friend isn't the eldest and yet successfully eliminated the eldest? Naturally, it's just a family property dispute. No need to go to extremes, probably just confine the eldest. This family is much happier than the imperial family. Imperial family? You really dare to say that? Leaf felt bold of his son, but he awkwardly responded, well, this friend of mine had certain accidents, and his elder brother died. Dorian. Nonsense. No need to elaborate. It was filled with mutual attempts to kill each other. Chaos ensued, and like Leaf's situation, this friend defeated the eldest legitimate son. So, dramatic. Dorian speechlessly remarked, does your friend's family really need to mimic the imperial family? Leaf's face darkened but quickly hid his expression, fearing his sharp-witted son might realize something. This son of mine is good in every way except for this flaw. Sometimes he's stupid, other times frighteningly smart. As a father, life is tough. To avoid suspicion, Leaf glanced around nervously and whispered, son, be careful with your words. If this gets out, it might not be good. Dorian dismissed it. What's to fear? Unless you report me, Dad. Leaf spat. You talk nonsense. Don't make me beat you. Dorian grinned mischievously. Hee hee. First time getting snapped at. It felt oddly like being a real son. Wait, am I into this? Scary. Dorian quickly shook off those scary thoughts and seriously asked, did your friend also confine his father? Leaf nodded. Dorian further questioned, are you sure? Your friend killed his elder brother? Leaf hastily clarified, that was just an accident. Besides, his elder brother nearly killed him. Originally, my friend had no intention of fighting, being the non-elder legitimate son. Even if he wanted to fight, he might not have one. But who knew the eldest brother wanted him dead? To save himself, he had no choice, and it ended up that way. Now, he wants to reconcile with his father, but his father wishes to personally kill him. Dorian interrupted his father again, asking, does your friend believe his father wants to kill him, or do you think so? Leaf cautiously answered, we both believe that. Dorian sighed exasperatedly, Dad, you and your friend truly deserve to be friends. Leaf asked, why do you say that? Dorian fumed, because you two lack common sense. Leaf. Chapter 178. The former fence escape. Don't you understand this simple truth? Even a tiger, fierce as it is, does not eat its own cub. Let me tell you this, regardless of whether your friend comes from a mere merchant family, or even if he were from the current emperor's family, the same logic applies to the former emperor. Fin Kyle chuckled. Bah, what nonsense. Every time my father sees me, he seems ready to kill me. For a father to watch his children grow up and then see them turn on each other, this is the most tragic fate for any father. The eldest son is dead. Should the father kill the living son in retribution for the deceased? How many fathers could actually bring themselves to do such a thing? Kyle couldn't help but doubt himself. Was I wrong? Could it be? Father doesn't really want to kill me? After all, he hates me to the bone. Dorian lowered his voice. Let me tell you a secret, but don't spread it around. Colmes, if the emperor knew this, it might resolve the awkward relationship between him and the former emperor. But, well, our days would be numbered. Kyle's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly nodded. Dorian continued, take the current emperor, for example. He must also believe that the former emperor wants to kill him, and he wouldn't trust the saying even tigers don't eat their cubs. But he might have overlooked one point. At the Battle of Xuanwu Gate, the emperor was lucky. Otherwise, things might have turned out differently. But why didn't the former emperor send troops to support Alvin Uncut? Kyle. Should I tell you that Bowen had already controlled father? Dorian chuckled. Many people think the emperor has control over the former emperor, but don't forget, before the emperor ascended the throne, this realm belonged to the former emperor. Who on earth becomes an emperor by being a fool? Unless he's a ruler who lost his country. But the former emperor founded this dynasty. Boom. In an instant, Kyle's mind exploded. Dorian said smugly, Father, aren't you shocked by my analysis? Kyle wanted to say yes, but this son is too arrogant. I can't indulge him. Dorian added, the emperor gained the empire, yet still lacks the approval of the former emperor. Otherwise, he will always be subject to criticism, especially by the 5 great clans, who will never lack reasons to attack the emperor. To the court, the 5 great clans are like a spring, stronger when you're weak, weaker when you're strong. Kyle, what is a spring? If they become stronger than the court, they will certainly use this to criticize the emperor and overturn the Tang Dynasty. Boom. A chill ran down Kyle's spine. I fear this day might come. Look at Fin Yang of Sui. He tried to move against the aristocracy but was betrayed by them. I will never repeat that mistake. Never. Kyle asked hopefully, son, did you just hint that you have a way to mend the relationship between the emperor and the former emperor? Dorian shot him a scornful look. Are you really as concerned about the emperor as your newly bestowed title suggests? Kyle smiled awkwardly and remained silent. Dorian spoke gravely. The former emperor didn't immediately support Alvin Uncut because he couldn't choose between his 2 sons. So, the former emperor was timid and chose to escape, leaving it to his sons to solve everything on their own. Kyle looked bewildered. Is it really like that? He lost both sons and thus, also lost the bond with his children. This rift may never be mended. Kyle's face showed signs of urgency. You scoundrel. You're toying with me? Earlier, you seemed to have a plan. Now you're just playing with me. Dorian, however, was deep in thought. Because the emperor is his biological father, even if he was the soul inhabiting this body originally. But since he possessed this body, he was bound to the father-son relationship with Fin Kyle. Once upon a time, who would have dared to think such thoughts? My father is the emperor? Daydreaming. But here in Tang, daydreams can come true. How thrilling. Most thrilling is that Kyle killed his maternal grandfather. This mess is too convoluted. I have an immature idea. Perhaps this could mend the relationship between the emperor and the former emperor. All things began because of something, and they should end because of the same reason. The emperor lost his father. The former emperor lost his son. Let them find what they lost. A father finds his son. A son finds his father. Isn't that a resolution? Kyle. I'm so confused. Your words are so twisted, and I can't follow them. Kyle urged, son, explain. What exactly do you mean? Dorian replied seriously. Just have the crown prince and the others visit their grandpa more often. Kyle asked, shouldn't it be me? Are you stupid? Dorian retorted bluntly. You, Fin Kyle, visiting the former emperor, would only remind him that this son stole his throne and killed his other 2 sons. You're afraid the former emperor won't lunge at you with a knife, right? Kyle pondered and realized it was indeed so. These days, the former emperor can meet anyone but not him. Whenever they meet, things get heated. Kyle can attest to this. Each time he visited the former emperor, the latter's eyes would turn bloodshot red. Often, he'd be thrown out. During the last visit, it was due to the former emperor's covert attempts to sabotage national bonds. But Kyle handled it easily. Previously, the former emperor was taken aback, unable to react and throw him out. So Kyle left on his own. Left. This moment, Dorian sighed deeply. The emperor's children are innocent. This is merely a matter between their father and elders. Why shouldn't they visit their grandpa? What about intergenerational affection? Suddenly, it clicked for Kyle. Son, I'll go first. Cal couldn't wait to leave. Dorian grabbed him and warned solemnly, Father, don't tell this analysis to your friend. Otherwise, you know. Upon thinking of it, Father's intelligence might not grasp it. Dorian hastily asked again, Right, do you understand? Cal nodded. Dorian let him go. East Palace. Alvin Jamar was enjoying the sunshine. Not that he was being lazy, it was just, sigh, brother, you're such a thorn in my side. And Uncle is too bold. Although he was ultimately deceived by others, Uncle plotted against Father. Is that wise? Brilliant. Suddenly, Kyle's voice echoed. Jamar jumped up in fright. Finished. Dead meat. But Kyle only calmly ordered, From now on, take your siblings to visit your grandpa more often. Jamar. What's going on? Uncle once said, don't get too close to Grandpa. Father can find Grandpa, making their relationship subtle and strange. As Hawk, frequently visiting Grandpa would displease Father. Why? Did Father change his mind? Kyle coldly snorted. Did you hear me? Jamar hurriedly responded. Colmes, I heard you. Kyle then left, leaving behind a bewildered Hawk. Chapter 179. As the head of the Shadow Guards, I'm cracking up. Tai Chi Palace. Next door. In front of Amadeo, someone was earnestly persuading him. The gist was that the heavens were dead, and the calm sky. Alright, let's not go off on a tangent here. This old eunuch was named Clayton, barely at the level of recognizing characters. As an intermediary, he didn't qualify. He was just a message relay. Never got the classics right, but at least never misdelivered messages. Clayton whispered, Supreme Finn, they said the Emperor will certainly attack the Turks this winter. With the national debt successfully converted and preparing to issue the second phase of bonds, the court won't be short of funds by then, and the Emperor will be unable to resist. As long as we cooperate well, Supreme Finn will surely regain your throne. Amadeo hid himself in the dim light, hiding any changes in his expression. Clayton added, Supreme Finn, they are waiting for your reply? Amadeo pondered for a moment, inexplicably asking, De Jong, I am 61 this year. Tell me, how much longer do you think I can live? Clayton was terrified and quickly knelt down, trembling as he said, Supreme Finn, you will surely live to 100 years. Amadeo chuckled. A king living to 100 years? Has there ever been one throughout history? There never has been. Not now, nor will there be. Finns, exhausting themselves to the utmost limit, treading as if on thin ice. Whether enlightened or tyrannical, they cannot live to 100 years in such a state. That moment, Grandfather, I, Fitzroy, request an audience. Jamar's voice came from outside. Grandson Qing Xiao, granddaughter Zhonglu. Those who arrived were all children of Finleaf and Celeste. For Celeste as his daughter-in-law, Amadeo found her quite pleasing. These grandchildren being here clearly followed Finleaf's instructions. Old 2, what are you planning? Do you fear my ruthless heart, killing your son? Simultaneously, Amadeo said, Come in. When Alvin Jamar and others entered, any thoughts Amadeo had about killing the grandson of his son instantly vanished. His eyes even glistened with tears. The eldest son's and fourth son's children should also be this age, shouldn't they? Unfortunately, Amadeo waved, dismissing old eunuch Clayton. Shortly after, laughter echoed within the hall. Outside, Ronnie listened intently before reporting back. Gone Braden Palace. After hearing the report, Leaf mused thoughtfully. Then, he said seriously, ensure the Shadow Guards protect the Crown Prince and their safety. If the Emperor is extremely angry with me. Ronnie immediately accepted the order. Ronnie then reported, Your Majesty, the manager of Tiansha Ilo disappeared for a while and has now returned. Leaf asked with interest, What happened? Ronnie reported, Atli left Chang'an before the Imperial troops departed for Shuafeng, bringing a team of carriages with bodyguards from the Duke of Braden's estate. Leaf's face darkened, saying nothing. You cunning bandit, you're involved too. Ronnie continued, In Shuafeng City, Atli bought several mansions at extremely low prices as everyone prepared to flee with the Imperial army coming. Now, Atli and the bodyguards from the Duke of Braden's mansion are leading the convoy back. Leaf asked with concern, How much did my son make? Ronnie hesitated before replying, According to initial estimates by infiltrated Shadow Guards, roughly 8 million guan. Leaf nearly fainted. All the taxes from the Empire in a year totaled only 30 million guan. 1/3 of the court's revenue made easily by his son. Terrifying indeed. Meanwhile, Leaf wanted to kill someone. Son, not a hair on your head shall fall. Even if not your real father, he felt closer to making Dorian his own son. Leaf wasn't aware of these shocks and surprises yet. Even the Shadow Guards hadn't sensed a thing. Another person he wanted to kill. Hendrix. Leaf cursed inwardly. Living bandit. Old scoundrel. Rogue. Why would my son cooperate with his godfather but leave me out? Could it be? Suddenly, Leaf remembered the words Dorian spoke during their recent talk. Turns out, his son knew Butler wasn't his real father. So, heartache. Desolation. I am sad cough, on behalf of Butler. Leaf said grimly, investigate what Butler did before going into business. And, investigate Dorian's mother. Ronnie froze. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Investigating your own son? And former lovers, even deceased ones? As the head of the Shadow Guards, I'm cracking up. Colmes, regardless of Ronnie's confusion, he obeyed Leaf's command. Then, Ronnie added, Your Majesty, the Duke of Braden is now in Teoyuan. Leaf replied coldly, Fine. I'll meet the Duke of Braden. He hasn't attended court since last practicing military drills. Ronnie lowered his head. Your Majesty, you still miss the Duke of Braden? So soon after seeing your prince share profits with him, you're going to raid them? Hendrix rode a warhorse, followed by a dozen empty carts. To be honest, receiving the report from his guards, Hendrix almost collapsed with excitement. Made big bucks. Initially, Hendrix only wanted to maintain a relationship with his godson, never expecting to make so much money. Even though he invested little, and thus earned a smaller portion, but the sheer amount made that smaller portion impressive. Over 1 million guan at least. From following Leaf through the Wuda Rebellion until becoming the Duke of Braden, he hadn't accumulated much wealth. All the rewards from Finleaf, plus the income from fields and businesses under the Duke of Braden couldn't match his godson's gains. Instantly, Hendrix felt like waking up as a poor boy transformed into a billionaire. This surprise was indeed surprising. Arriving at Teo Weiyuan, Atli was already there. Dorian greeted Hendrix and handed everything over to Atli. Atli was doing well. Seeing the astronomical figures before returning, he almost went mad. He struggled within, but eventually, noble morals suppressed his greed. Or maybe no one else heard. Confession time. However, Leaf came with a dark face. He didn't say much to his son, but greeted Hendrix instead. My son's godfather is here. In an unusually eerie tone, Dorian felt something wasn't right but couldn't pinpoint the problem. Leaf walked over and grabbed Dorian, dragging him away. With immense strength, Dorian said helplessly, Dad, what are you doing? They reached a secluded spot. Leaf asked, I heard you made money again recently? Dorian scratched his head. Dad, your information network is quite good. Leaf snorted coldly. You wastrel son. How could you involve your godfather in such a profitable business without me, your own father? He was so angry he almost spat blood. If you had given me just a bit of it, I could have improved life in the harem. What a golden opportunity lost. Dorian understood. His father was envious of the money. Leaf added sarcastically, I'm starting to doubt who your real father is. The scene became awkward. Feeling inexplicably guilty, Dorian decided to be straightforward. Dad, actually, my mom back then. Brother. Dad, what are you two doing? Suddenly, Jamar popped out. Leaf jumped and asked, Justino, why are you here? Jamar hesitated. But his father's IQ was somewhat lacking. Maybe he hadn't thought of it at all. Suddenly revealing the truth. What if he can't handle the shock? Leaf angrily asked, hiding things from me? What else are you two keeping from me? Jamar shut up immediately, looking at Dorian. He probably guessed his father's mood. Telling the purpose of coming here might get him beaten to death. Dorian smiled. Dad, I made some money, and 30% of it went to my third brother. Leaf. Nearly 10 million guan. 30% is roughly 2 million guan. Giving it away so easily? Who are you trying to provoke? Leaf stammered. He. Did you two collaborate? Dorian laughed. I provided the money and effort. My third brother just needs to count it. Crack. Something broke. A heart. How painful. Leaf found it hard to breathe. If not for the fact that Dorian wasn't his real son, he might have slapped him dead. You thought of your godfather and your third brother, my crown prince son. But why forget me? I want to vomit. Jamar saw Leaf's expressionless face and asked nervously, Father, what's wrong? Leaf held his chest, turned away silently, and said as he walked, I need to be alone. Dorian shuddered. Alone? He rushed forward and asked seriously, Dad, tell me, who is Callista? As someone from later times, he knew this phrase was overused. But this was the Tang Dynasty. It has come to take the money. But old Chang wants to ask you about the renovation of Peach Blossom Land. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted again. Dorian, trying to seize an opportunity to explain and even make father less likely to blame April, wasn't easy. Comte, his godfather always ruined things for his godson. Revenge from a past life. Dorian changed the topic. Farrell successfully made cement. With this, we won't live in mud or wooden houses anymore. In the future, Peach Blossom Land's villagers will live in small villas. Hendrix, who understood nothing, boldly said, Small villas? Never heard of them. Show your godfather. Dorian sighed. This may not happen soon, but I can show you a cement road. Cement. Road? Clay. I know. Cement. Water plus clay? Not just Leaf. Even Jamar looked bewildered. Only someone like Hendrix, who didn't think much, waited eagerly to see it. However, Jamar tugged at Dorian's sleeve, fidgeting. Brother, you weren't letting me. How much was it? Dorian slapped his forehead, realizing he had been teasing his brother. Not much, less than 3 million guan. Thump. Jamar fell to the ground, unconscious, just short of foaming at the mouth. Dorian. Lee, driving, as if Ethan weren't even in the carriage. Ethan was inwardly sneering. Live bandit, he thought. Do you think you can escape by not speaking? Finally arriving at Kevin's residence, Ethan remarked, there's quite a bit of money here. Hendrix replied indifferently, it's okay. Ethan lamented, my coffers are bare. Hendrix responded, Your Majesty, what do you say? I can't see. Can't see. Ethan fumed inwardly. You mean to provoke me? Live bandit, how did you deceive my son into giving you so much money? Ethan questioned. If you don't explain clearly. Himph. Hendrix remained unperturbed. Your Majesty, you know my nickname is Live Bandit. Are you trying to rob this live bandit? Ethan seethed, but had no solution. He knew Hendrix all too well. Money that got into his pocket never escaped. At the gates of Kevin's residence, Ethan still hoped to take back half of it. What a dream. Ethan dreamed. Feeling stifled, Ethan decided to use Hendrix's own tactics against him. Kevin, you know about Lexabai's skirt? The hem is worn out, yet she refuses to replace it. Hendrix merely responded nonchalantly, oh. Frustrated, Ethan turned and walked away. Hendrix blinked, sensing something amiss. Your Majesty, wait. He chased after him with a grin. If you're short on funds, I can lend you some. Dorian chimed in. Bray Dongshari amid poverty and starvation? This made Ethan even angrier. Eldon admired his brother secretly while delighting internally. Go ahead, brother. Antagonize father more. Enraged, Ethan raised a hand to strike Dorian. Startled, Dorian shouted, Father, are you going to hit me? Slap me hard. Enraged, Ethan said, I will beat this ungrateful child. Dorian quickly pleaded, wait, hear me out, explain. Ethan chuckled. You misspoke? Dorian continued, isn't it the government's duty to address housing issues? Ethan retorted, teaching you is my duty, not yours. Dorian sighed, People need sturdy privies and should wash hands frequently for hygiene. Public restrooms will promote cleanliness and health. Ethan was bewildered. Public restrooms? Astonishing. Dorian explained further. Imagine being outdoors and needing the restroom urgently. Wouldn't public restrooms solve this problem? Everyone was shocked by this practical idea. Dorian emphasized the benefits of proper sanitation to prevent diseases. Seeing everyone finally understanding, Dorian directed the construction of public restrooms. Eventually, Ethan seized the opportunity and asked seriously, "Is cement really that strong?" Dorian sighed. "Father, you'll see when the construction is complete." Biting his lip, Ethan declared, "I want to share in this." Dorian was stunned. His father had understood the potential and wanted a stake in the business. This was indeed the first time Ethan grasped things promptly. However, father investing in a son's venture, it felt unusual. In the end, the demonstration of cement didn't happen. This wasn't a magic show. Building houses or paving roads would not be done in just a moment. Hendrix's mind returned to the cart full of Kaiyuan Tongbao coins. He personally drove the cart away from the Peach Blossom source. Who would have thought that Li would also be on the cart for a free ride? Outside the Peach Blossom source, Hendrix concentrated on driving, pretending as if Ethan weren't even on the carriage. Li internally sneered. "Living bandit, you think by not talking, you can escape punishment?" Finally arriving at the Kevin residence, Li remarked, "This is quite a bit of money." Chung responded nonchalantly, "It's all right." Li continued, "I am short of funds." Chung retorted, "Your Majesty, what did you say?" "I can't see it." "Can't see?" PFF. Li's face darkened like a pot bottom, shaking with rage. "You can't see what I'm saying? Isn't this intentionally provoking me? Living bandit, I don't know how you tricked my son into dividing so much money. You won't explain this to me?" "Himph." But Chung remained unperturbed. "Your Majesty, you know old Cheng's nickname is Living Bandit. You want to rob the Living Bandit? Is Cheng's nickname for nothing? Arrogant. Looking for death. You tightwad." How shameless those words were. Li trembled all over but was powerless. He knew this Living Bandit too well. Money that didn't enter his pocket was gone the moment he set his eyes on it. How could one hope to take anything away once they reached the gates of the Kevin residence? A daydream. What an embarrassment. Turning the tables. Li. Hee. Li feigned hardship and said, "Kevin, do you know about Lexabai's skirt? The hem is all worn out and she doesn't want to replace it." Chung replied indifferently, "Oh." Li. Suddenly, Li turned around and walked away. Chung blinked, sensing something wasn't right. "Your Majesty, oh." He hurriedly followed, laughing, "Your Majesty, if you lack money, old Chung can lend you some." For the great emperor to ask a subject for money, wouldn't it ruin Donnie's dignity? Li asked, "Do I need to repay?" Inside, Chung felt annoyed. "Your Majesty, what nonsense are you thinking? Let's sign an IOU." Li. After signing, 10,000 strings of cash were secured. Li then instructed Jacques to fetch another carriage to return the 10,000 strings of Kaiyuan Tongbao back to the Peach Blossom source. Dorian was directing several villagers in constructing something. Alvin Eldon watched from the side. On the ground was a pile of blue bricks. Faintly, Li heard the word bathroom. Then, Eldon frowned and asked, "Brother, what is a bathroom?" Dorian realized that bathrooms were called latrines in this era. "It's a latrine," he explained. Eldon was startled and said, "Brother, now that you have cement, shouldn't your house be stronger? Why build a latrine with cement?" Dorian shrugged. "Our latrine is too simple. I'm afraid during thunderstorms, it might collapse while we're using it." Eldon. "Brother, your ideas are weird." The villagers. "No wonder he's a master. His thoughts are truly novel and unique." Li. "Unfilial son. You've reached the pinnacle of wastefulness." Li stormed over, sternly asking, "Son, do you realize what you're doing?" Dorian turned. Seeing his father's serious reaction inside, "I just wanted to build a latrine." Li coldly said, "Many commoners can't even afford a straw hut. Yet you want to build a strong latrine? Do you know what this is called?" Finding no suitable adjective, Dorian interjected, "Luxurious extravagance amidst famine?" Li. "This infuriates me." Eldon secretly admired and rejoiced. "Great job, brother. Keep going. Stir things up more to upset father. Don't you know you're a prince? The more absurd you act, the less threat you pose. Go ahead." Li raised his hand, ready to slap Dorian. Shaken, Dorian exclaimed, "Father, are you hitting me? Slapping my face hard?" Li's face turned iron gray as he shouted, "I will beat you, you unfilial son." Dorian yelled, "Stop. Hold it." Baffled, Li paused mid-step. "I don't have a sword." "What do you mean, hold it?" "Ahem. I meant go easy." Desperately trying to defend himself, Dorian said, "Father, hear me out. I mean, listen to my explanation." Li chuckled sarcastically. "Mistook again?" Dorian quickly added, "Father, isn't the responsibility of many commoners living in straw huts the duty of the court? You being angry is useless. Isn't this within the government's domain? I wish everyone could live in sturdy homes, but without capital." Li's face reddened. "PFF, I'm teaching you how to be a good person. Why drag in the court? Isn't the court's responsibility ultimately mine? Are you implying everything is due to my incompetence?" Dorian sighed. "You really don't understand. What's wrong with having a stronger latrine? I aim to promote good habits like washing hands frequently and build public latrines in Peach Blossom Source. 1 for civilization, 2 for health." Li was confused. Public latrines? What madness is this? This stunned me. Seeing everyone puzzled, Dorian explained further. "Say you're outside and suddenly need to relieve yourself. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to just go anywhere? What if someone steps on it? Cough. Have you stepped on it before?" Instantly, everyone present looked green with disgust. An unpleasant experience worse than nightmares. Dorian continued his lecture. "Also, human waste contains many bacteria, viruses. Exposing them can easily spread diseases and plagues. In short, I plan to use cement to build latrines. Call them bathrooms. Remember the proper term?" Before anyone could digest this, Dorian continued directing the villagers on building public restrooms. After a while, the villagers finally understood. Lee seized the chance, grabbing Dorian, and asked solemnly, "Is cement really this powerful?" Dorian sighed, "Father, true or not, wait until the bathroom is built, and you'll know." Grinding his teeth, Lee said, "Son, I want shares." Dorian remembered the word after one mention. "And what shares do you want?" Lee smiled. "Cement can sell in Tang Dynasty, right? After all, commoners find it hard to build homes. Who wouldn't want a sturdier house?" Dorian was astounded. First time. This was the first time. His father finally got it right. But, father buying shares from his son. What does this mean? He must never take advantage of any subject of Tang Dynasty. But, if he suddenly said he wasn't the true father after his son meticulously planned wealth for the future generations, what would happen then? He was scared. Really scared. He wasn't doing this for shares. In the end, Lincoln nodded. "Everything will be done according to your wishes. Father will invest 10,000 strings of coins, and whatever share I get is up to you. Justino will also invest 10,000 strings of coins." Snap. Jamar's heart ached. Knowing his elder brother, it was almost impossible for him to pay money. It was always free shares. "Comte, this time, Your Majesty, you've ruined a good thing for me." So, Jamar also put in 10,000 strings of coins. The several 100,000 strings he had just obtained. He hadn't even taken them home yet, and now so much was gone? It felt like heartbreak. After everything was decided, Crawford and his sons bid farewell to Dorian. Jamar hitched a ride with Crawford back to the East Palace. When the carriage arrived at the East Palace gate, "Stop." Lincoln suddenly said, "Justino, father can't reveal my true identity to the Marquis of Wanyin right now. When he learns of it later, the matter of cement shares will be nullified." Jamar's face almost turned green. Colmes. For Crawford, he couldn't dare to disobey. Even knowing how unfair it was, he had to endure, no matter how much he didn't want to. Lincoln then said, "Get out of the carriage." Jamar was used to it. Whatever Crawford said, he had to listen. After getting out, Jamar was puzzled. Why did he feel a bad premonition? Like, something important was about to be taken away from him. Then, Lincoln laughed. "Father will keep these funds for you." As the hawk, owning large sums of gold and silver would make people laugh at you. Jamar. "Your Majesty, don't talk nonsense. I'm not a child, and tricking me like this should pain your conscience." Lincoln continued seriously, "You cannot have this money." Jamar became anxious. For the first time, he contradicted Crawford. "Your Majesty, this is from elder brother." Lincoln sighed, "Justino, he isn't your elder brother, and I am not his true father. You are too deep into the role." Jamar was dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, you're coming up with another excuse to deceive me? Ultimately, the hawk is your descendant." Lincoln glanced at his son's baffled reaction and inwardly sighed. Damn, how could the hawk truly believe Dorian is his elder brother and son of the emperor? What? How did this misunderstanding happen? This can't go on. Immediately, Lincoln explained how he met Dorian and how this peculiar son mistakenly identified him as the father. After finishing, Lincoln asked, "Justino, do you understand now?" Jamar swallowed, bewildered. "Mistaken father." Lincoln sighed deeply and cautioned, "Remember, don't let him know. I can't reveal this yet. In a while, sooner or later, I will tell him. So, don't touch a single coin of his. Father will temporarily hold on to it and return it to him later." Ronnie then appeared and drove the carriage away. Lincoln also left. Back at the palace. At the East Palace gate, Jamar stood disheveled in the wind. Though the cold was mild, his heart was utterly chilled. "Your Majesty, my money. My Kaiyuan Tong Bao. This is outright robbery by the father. Your Majesty, you really don't play fair." Jamar stomped his foot and ran off, without turning back to the East Palace. At Zhao Guogong Mansion, Jamar found Nathan and told him about Dorian mistakenly recognizing his father. Nathan merely chuckled and asked, "Hawk, do you believe the Fin?" Jamar shook his head without hesitation. Nathan said, "You should believe him. Do you understand?" Jamar was baffled and incredulous. "Uncle, you think elder brother really mistook the father?" Nathan frowned slightly. The hawk called that illegitimate son, elder brother, so naturally. Nathan responded indifferently, "Hawk, remember. You are the Fin's son and the crown prince of Tang. So, whatever the Fin says, you must believe, understood?" Jamar felt confused and worried, "But, elder brother remains a threat to me." Suddenly, Nathan felt tired. Tired of everything. Why didn't he realize before that this nephew was a bit dense? Nathan didn't want to explain further, took a sip of tea. Enough. Time to see off the guest. Jamar understood the unspoken rule. Even though it was his uncle, he wasn't being polite to him either. He was being dismissed. Con. What could he do? He was also helpless. "You adults love riddles and deep meanings in front of me. Forget it. Do what you will. I'm leaving." A few days later, Lincoln sent Ronnie to the East Palace, summoning the hawk to visit Tao Huayuan together. Once inside, they saw small square houses lined along the road at intervals, labeled restroom. Facing one restroom, keeping a certain distance, would be another restroom. One for men, one for women. Clear signs and simple pictures guided users. Considering many were illiterate in Tang Dynasty, keeping men and women restrooms at a distance was Dorian's adjustment based on Tang's reality. This was ancient times, not modern. Even in the open-minded Tang, separating men and women restrooms only by a wall. Who would design something so impractical? Upon seeing Dorian, Lincoln asked eagerly, "Son, how are the cement bills leg?" Then he walked to an iron pot filled with boiling water. It looked like a divine chef had taken possession of Elliot. He plucked the feathers, cleaned the guts, and prepared the bird meticulously. Then, he went to an iron rack over burning charcoal. The dove was skewered on a bamboo stick and placed on the grill to roast. He brushed some oil and sprinkled various seasonings. No chili, but there's pepper. Slurp. Elliot couldn't help but swallow saliva. Smelling it. Ah, it's a familiar flavor. Making barbecue in Tang Dynasty, who else could do it besides me? Braydonk watched Elliot in silence, more confused than ever. Even he couldn't resist the aroma and felt his mouth watering. Elliot broke off one of the dove's legs and offered it to Braydonk. Perry, come, let's share this fortune. Braydonk took the small delicate dove leg, feeling even worse. Just this? Not enough to fill a tooth gap. Fine, let's see how it tastes. Bite. Wow, so delicious. In 2 bites, Braydonk couldn't stop himself from gnawing every bit of meat off the bone. Only then did he realize someone else was there. Turning around, Braydonkly, Elliot didn't notice him. Ronnie had no time to pay attention either. From afar, Ronnie's sharp vision caught the popping oil on the roasting dove, making him swallow saliva too. He watched as Elliot shared a dove leg with Braydonk. Moreover, Braydonk ate so frugally, almost blindishous. I've never eaten anything so tasty. This enraged Ronnie. Did Elliot and Braydonk not consider how hard it was for him? Ronnie turned his frustration into strength, shooting down any bird that flew by. An hour later, 11 birds were shot down. 9 of them were doves, all turned into delicious barbecue by Elliot. No more birds flew by. It was winter, and migratory birds had flown south. Ronnie put away his bow and arrow, ready to leave. As for Braydonk, chuckling to himself, Lee M. reevaluated this minister of revenue. At that moment, a falcon flew across the sky, swift as lightning. Ronnie tensed, too late to draw his bow. Suddenly, his sword flew out like a javelin. The falcon screeched and fell to the ground unwillingly. Wealth is coming. Real wealth? Elliot excitedly ran over. Finally, a big catch. There'll be plenty to eat. Earlier birds were too small, only enough for snacks. Elliot praised Ronnie. Impressive. Great archer. Ronnie. How impressive. A renowned shadow guard holding a bow, shooting doves? Embarrassing. And, whose divine weapon, is really impressive. Saying I'm a great archer to mock me? Lapdog cough, part of it. Simple and clear, everyone understood. Braydonk said, deceitful. Ronnie added, despicable. Elliot, directly targeted, replied speechlessly, lowly and shameless, too? Braydonk suddenly wondered. Patty wanted to send messages to Eider, but the pigeons were eaten, and Eider won't receive the message. What then? Chapter 184. You can call me boy, but not man. Why young master? Selena's heart raced uneasily as Elliot walked in. Ever since she had been brought to Peach Blossom Spring by Elliot, she had never returned home. Essentially, she was under house arrest. Initially, Elliot arranged for her to massage and attend him diligently, but soon after, he forgot all about her. Of course, she wasn't idle either. Elliot said with a faint smile, you know cement, right? Selena, like a frightened deer, shook her head vigorously. Young master, the cement you speak of, I don't know it at all. I don't even know what a bathroom is. I've never seen one. Elliot, don't know, never seen. How did you say it all out loud? Perhaps this was why Patty chose her as a spy. She was both dazed and innocent, naturally evoking protective instincts in anyone. Nobody could bear to harm her, but, hee. Elliot gave a knowing smirk and approached her step by step, his voice laced with mischief. Young master, please don't come closer. Selena was on the verge of tears. I'll call for help. Elliot kindly reminded her. This is my domain. Go ahead and shout. Selena. Wah. She broke into uncontrollable sobs, helpless crying. Elliot's head nearly exploded. This Selena was an enigmatic existence. Looking at her age, she should be around 15 or 16, an adult by ancient standards. Can't. She cried like a child, and her childish weeping, full of grievance, made Elliot less angry and more amused. Ha. He couldn't hold back his laughter. Silence. Suddenly, everything fell quiet. Selena stopped crying, biting her lip, staring at him with large, tear-filled eyes. Elliot. Defeated. Patty would be relieved. Fortunately for us, I'm not a psychopath, cough, certainly not. Otherwise, this girl would be a poor white rabbit waiting to be devoured. Come back with me to the residence. Leaving that one sentence, Elliot turned and walked away. Selena, now terrified, rushed forward, grabbing Elliot. Miss, tell me what you want to say. I'm listening. Patty regretted deeply. It seemed Selena was a double-edged sword, capable of hurting others while easily injuring herself too. Elliot couldn't help but laugh. Your miss wants to have a private word with me, without you overhearing. So, off you go. Selena exclaimed, no way. Miss, I can't leave. I'm afraid he'll bully you. Elliot. Do I look that much like a pervert? Elliot retorted, little girl, look carefully. Your miss is about 25, I'm just 15. I'm more afraid she'll eat me alive. Patty's face turned slightly red, inwardly embarrassed and angered. Eat, not literally eat. Comment meant exactly that. Patty wasn't a child and understood the implications. But understanding it, she couldn't retaliate. This felt like setting up a trap for her to jump into. Moreover, she was belittled by a teenage boy old? Elliot flashed a smug smile. Hee, you got it, right? Woman, I mean you're old. More astonishingly, Selena nodded emphatically. That's true. Compared to Miss, you're still a kid. I'll leave. Take care of yourself. And she left. Elliot. Astonished. Little girl. Impressive move. Patty was furious, but couldn't immediately settle scores with Selena. So frustrated. Elliot watched Selena leave, asking oddly, tell me something. How old is this girl? Honestly, he really doubted. Maybe he misjudged her for me to find out they were useless. The last falcon tasted quite nice. Thought you'd say something important, but it tasted good? Elliot added, my bad, I apologize. I should say, all of them tasted pretty good. Patty was baffled. You killed and then ate them? Elliot asked, did you prepare many reasons to convince me? Patty paused. Elliot scoffed, This county marquis agreed beforehand, giving you no chance to argue. Surprised? Unexpected? Neither surprise nor expectation. Just irritation. If she had, too frustrating. This county marquis wasn't as foolish as she thought. Patty murmured thoughtfully, so men can be smart too. Elliot said sternly, Miss Braden, remember, I'm still a child. You can call me a boy, but not a man. Or I might sue you for slander. Those words. Patty understood. Good boy. You teased me again. Ganlu Palace. Bradonk relayed Elliot's message. This was actually a process. Back then, Jacques was also present. Jacques returned early and surely told everything to Fin Leaf. Leaf began to deliberate. Bradonk couldn't hold back and said, Your Majesty, the 5 families and 7 clans aren't so easy to bring down. We can't just massacre them all, can we? Old subject can guess what County Gaylord is thinking. Instead of suppressing them outright, broken down, we can't possibly wipe them all out? I can guess what the Marquis of Wanyan is thinking. Instead of suppressing them blindly, why not divide and conquer? Especially recently, the situation for the Fanyang Braden clan has been very delicate. Other aristocratic families want to absorb the Fanyang Braden clan. If Eider doesn't want to be seen as a traitor to the Fanyang Braden clan, even if he realizes that the court is involved, he can only agree. Fin Leaf thought for a while, then asked, If that's the case, Secretary Tang, you're in agreement too? Then go ask the Ministry of Revenue how much money they will contribute as shares. Bradonk was startled. So, the Ministry of Revenue has to put up more money again? This hurts my heart. How much money has Donnie's illegitimate son earned from the Ministry of Revenue by now? Translation adjusted for coherence and fluency, while maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 185, Donnie's fine grandson. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Ronnie reported as usual on Elliot's activities. Crawford was at a loss. This son of mine, keeping an unstable element in his household. Is he really that fond of him? Ronnie reported again, Your Majesty, in recent days, someone has been making contact with Eider. Crawford asked coolly, Who? Ronnie replied, Alvin of Han. Crawford gave a strange smile. Alvin of Han. Amadea King. Do you want to gather up one of the declining 5 clans and 7 great families, the Fanyang Braden family? A fallen phoenix might be less than a chicken, but a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. This moment, Ronnie reported again, Your Majesty, the mother of the County Lord of Wanyan has been found by the Shadow Guards. Crawford glanced at Ronnie. Just Elliot's mother. Couldn't you have just reported the findings in one sentence? There must be. Crawford commanded, Speak. Ronnie, head lowered, only said 3 words. Caleb. Crawford's face darkened. Are you sure? This old acquaintance. There can also be someone with the same name, even a woman. Thinking about it made him spew blood. Ronnie coughed, Your Majesty, what I mean to say is, Caleb's daughter. He did not wish to continue further. Crawford's expression changed. Then he couldn't help but rub his head. The woman deep within his memory. In turbulent times, people's lives aren't under their control. What's most inexplicable is, was I cheated? And then fatefully became a him, the father of that man's son. He truly wanted to spit blood. I really want to say, go to hell. This is so ridiculous. Ronnie vanished, hiding in the darkness. At this time, it was critical not to let the Emperor notice his presence. This was a quality required of a Shadow Guard leader. Moreover, he finally believed Elliot wasn't a prince, nor Crawford's illegitimate child. Neither Ronnie nor Crawford had considered another possibility regarding Elliot's identity. After all, he was an emperor, especially one who killed his brother and imprisoned his father, Crawford. Whether the incident at Xuanwu Gate was intentional or out of necessity, it proved his qualification as an emperor. Instantly, Crawford's expression became calm. He said lightly, Everything remains as usual. Send people to protect him well. In the shadows, Colmes. Ronnie responded. Deep down, he was extremely admiring. The Emperor's breadth of mind far exceeded his imagination. If another emperor faced this situation, even if it weren't exactly a green hat, it would give a green impression. Elliot must die. But Crawford thought otherwise. The Shadow Guard leader once again marveled at the Emperor's charisma. In another palace, likewise, Amadeo was listening to a report from someone. The person exuded an aura like Ronnie but was far more sinister. This was the chief of the secret guards, Benny. Benny expressionlessly reported, Your Majesty, through investigation by the secret guards, we discovered that County Lord of Wanyan, Elliot, is the son of Caleb's daughter, Renata. He addressed Amadeo as Emperor, not Grand Emperor. To the secret guards, Shadow Guards haven't uncovered that Elliot isn't Butler's son. Amadeo's eyes lit up. Oh ho. So, second son, you don't yet know Elliot is your son, and you might feel a little green on top? Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed happily in the palace. Benny continued, Your Majesty, Alvin of Han is currently courting the clan leader of Fanyang Braden family, Eider. Since Fanyang Braden family's blue salt industry was destroyed by Elliot's cheaper blue salt, they now find themselves in dire straits. Other aristocratic families not only refuse to help but also seek to annex them. Now many suitors come, but they all know Patty, Eider's sister, lives with Elliot, yet deliberately propose marriage to her. Amadeo coldly said, They're humiliating the Fanyang Braden family and my fine grandson. Suddenly, Benny coughed. Well, Alvin of Han isn't also proposing marriage to Fanyang Braden family? Amadeo was stunned. This was ordered by me, but I never expected Elliot to be my fine grandson. So, I ordered my own son Holison Chang to humiliate my fine grandson. Well, it's second son's son. The humiliation feels good. Amadeo felt defeated. Still annoying. This fine grandson is so remarkable. Why shouldn't I? Amadeo said lightly, Tell Alvin of Han not to court Fanyang Braden family anymore, King. Walking in with a dispassionate step. Ha ha ha. He roared first. It sounded eerie. Future generations called it middle schooler syndrome. Lord Braden, how's your consideration? Being the brother-in-law of this prince is a blessing. Why are you hesitating? Eider blushed furiously. Humiliation. Sheer humiliation. This is Fanyang Braden family's current predicament. Even the useless Alvin of Han dared to shamelessly mock him. Me, Iter, the clan leader of the Fanyang Braden family. What else can I do? Chapter 186. This Alvin will have all of you killed eventually. To be honest, the Fanyang Braden family's current situation means they either have to be divided up by the aristocratic families or find a patron. In either case, they would end up as someone else's vassals. Comparatively, Iter favors Elliot the most. After all, from this perspective, he is just a rootless youth. Later, if Elliot returns to the royal family, the Fanyang Braden family could play a beautiful game of speculative advantage. Moreover, the fact that his sister can stay in Wanyan County suggests she quite likes Elliot. Even though she claims helping Fanyang Braden family with cement was her last time aiding them, henceforth, neither party owes the other. Iter prefers to believe that blood is thicker than water. Han King Amadiakang, on the other hand, is unequivocally a wastrel nobleman, lacking in both intelligence and sense. Previously, when proposing marriage for the first time, Amadiakang had hinted at one of his objectives. As Iter mulled over how to respond amidst complicated thoughts, Amadiakang brought it up again. Sir Braden, you must know why this prince proposed to your family. This is the arrangement by his retired majesty. Do you understand? These words sounded idiotic. Iter didn't think Han King Amadiakang meant to use his retired majesty to pressure him. There was more to come. One day, when his retired majesty regains power, I will be the hawk, the future heir. And your sister will become the Mira, the honored consort who rules the empire with me. By the way, although I already have a primary consort, I promise I will make your sister the Mira someday. Just imagine, the Fanyang Braden family becoming imperial kin. Who would dare look down on you then? Today, the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious clans are bystanders. With my help tomorrow, I'll ensure the Fanyang Braden family becomes number 1 among them. The latter part was somewhat thoughtful but likely not his own idea. It sounded rehearsed. Besides, the emperor is still in his prime, wielding great power, and his retired majesty has no chance to cause trouble. Even if his retired majesty succeeded, there would be few surviving sons left, making Amadiakang the hawk. This might doom the Tang Dynasty. The risk was too high for Iter to follow the retired emperor's plans. Iter replied cheerfully, Iter, looking at the stunned Han King, barked, still here? Amadiakang snapped back, glared hatefully yet fearfully at Iter, and stormed off reluctantly. He hadn't anticipated Iter would threaten to report him. Your ambition got eaten by dogs. Not even this prince, This prince, being the dragon among men, will surely become the emperor of Tang. Just then, a servant reported, Master, the Gaylord sent word inviting you to his residence to discuss the investment in cement. Iter trembled with excitement. Happiness came too suddenly. Amadiakang heard it too, and froze on the spot. The Gaylord invited Iter to his residence after his refusal. What the heck? He heard that Patty was at the Gaylord's residence. Could these two? Oh no. Hell no. Whoever marries Patty risks wearing a different colored hat. I won't have it. Even if Iter hadn't rejected him, I wouldn't have it. Amadiakang grew increasingly furious. Stepping out of the Braden residence, he saw a familiar face approaching. It was Benny. Amadiakang naturally recognized him. He asked, was his retired majesty sending you? What's up? But Benny countered, did you go proposing again, Han King? Furious, Amadiakang replied, that Iter, how dared he refuse me and insult the faces of this prince and his retired majesty. Someday, when his retired majesty regains power, I'll chop off his head first to make him regret today's actions. Benny was stunned. His retired majesty regaining power. Does Han King even have a brain? Now is an age of enlightenment. Maybe not fitting, but you shouldn't throw those words around so casually, right? Afraid others don't hear you enough? Afraid you won't die fast enough? Dragging his retired majesty into this too? Benny couldn't help but wonder if Amadiakang was really Fin's offspring. Both Alvin Heir and Qin King were outstanding in both civil and military affairs. Compared to them, Amadiakang was utterly worthless. In that instant, Benny felt desolate. With a son like this, how does the Fin plan to regain power? Isn't this wishful thinking? I am despairing. As Benny struggled internally, Amadiakang finally recalled his question and asked again, right, Surly, what did his retired majesty want you to do? Benny calmly replied, his imperial majesty told me not to propose to the Fanyang Braden family anymore. If proposing is necessary, change the target, don't fixate on Patty. Confused, Amadiakang asked, didn't we initially ask me to marry into the Fanyang Braden family to gain their support? Now why? Oh right, proposing to change the person. Did father see something in Patty? Slap. A palm struck his face, leaving a red handprint. Amadiakang was completely dazed. You hit me? I am the Han King, 7th son of his retired majesty. I'll be the hawk someday. Then the Fin. How dare you? Benny stepped closer, emitting a chilling aura. Amadiakang, spitting out saliva and covering his face, backed away. Benny, icily, said, Han King, if you ever speak ill of his imperial majesty again, I'll cripple you without waiting for his orders. Sigh, daring to threaten this prince? You're merely his retired majesty's lapdog, while I am his retired majesty's 7th son. Amadiakang smiled nervously. Surly, I didn't mean anything. I spoke rashly. I'll be careful next time. Benny coldly retorted. Is there going to be a next time? Amadiakang shivered and hurriedly replied, no, absolutely not. Benny huffed and walked away. At this moment, Amadiakang stared at his back darkly, muttering under his breath, you all look down on this prince and humiliate me. I will kill you all eventually. All of you. Chapter 187. I will kill you. At the Wan Nien County Marquis mansion, Iter had come to visit, but he could not be stopped by Andrew. However, Andrew's head was wrapped in cloth, revealing only his 2 eyes. Dorian had already made arrangements for him. Iter was about to visit. She told Andrew to convey a message to him. Iter recognized Andrew. Andrew had no choice but to conceal his identity. If Ida found out that Andrew, dismissed from office by Finleaf, was now working as a steward again, Dorian's illegitimate child identity would soon be revealed. Andrew said, "My young master says to go find him at Peach Blossom Spring." Ida groaned inwardly. Today, he came on foot. His legs almost gave out. He was too used to luxury. How careless. How reckless. My trembling legs. Could it be that this prince has someone watching me, seeing me walk here, and deliberately torturing me? He must be overthinking. Thank you for reminding me, Lord Emmanuel. Ida turned and left without talking much with Andrew. However, Andrew, he called me Lord Emmanuel? He knows my surname Emmanuel. Am I exposed? Andrew froze. So, Ida must have known the prince's identity, which is why he sent his younger sister here and tried so hard to marry her off to the prince, becoming the prince's brother-in-law. Devious. Andrew hurriedly fetched a horse from the back courtyard, clopping, heading towards the palace. In Ganf Palace, an eunuch reported, "Your Majesty, Duke of Pedro seeks an audience." Finleaf felt delighted. "Oh, you, Emmanuel, knowing to come see me, surely must have realized your mistake. I, who is not narrow-minded, will certainly forgive you." But, Leaf calmly said, "Let him in." Soon enough, Andrew came in, eager to tell Finleaf about Ida. Leaf coolly said, "I thought you, Duke of Pedro, wouldn't come see me again. It turns out I miscalculated. Let me guess, why did you come to see me? Haven't you understood yet?" Andrew, "Your Majesty, you seem silly when you talk to yourself like that. I can guess what you're thinking. Underestimating me? Your Majesty, you're bound to be disappointed." Leaf, however, kept gloating. "Duke of Pedro, do you know why I stripped you of your position but retained your title?" Andrew, "Your Majesty." Leaf didn't let him speak, continuing, "Because one day," Andrew interrupted forcefully, loudly saying, "Ida already knows my identity." Leaf, "Ida knows your identity? Why can't I get it straight?" Andrew sighed, "Your Majesty, I'm currently the steward at Wanyin County Marquis' mansion. Today, Ida wanted to see the young master. The young master had me tell him to go to Peach Blossom Spring to find him. With my face covered, Ida still recognized me. As Duke of Pedro in the Tang Dynasty, working as a steward in Wanyin County Marquis' mansion, Ida might have long seen through my true identity. He sent his sister, Patty, to come here with ulterior motives. He clearly wants to cling to the prince." Leaf felt helpless. "It feels like there's no point in living anymore. Alvin, you still think Dorian is a prince. Andrew, you're smart all your life, yet blind at times. Thinking of Dorian's mother, I feel a green cap coming on." Leaf said listlessly, "I know, Duke of Pedro, you may leave." Andrew was stunned. "Just that? No, I must make clear the stakes. This emperor hasn't thought it through." Andrew said, "Your Majesty, Ida's intention to marry his sister to the prince isn't just about a royal marriage alliance. Someday, if the prince returns to the royal lineage, even if he's not the eldest legitimate son, he is still the eldest son. Now, regarding the hawk position cough, Your Majesty should understand." The last sentence was subtle and almost non-existent. As a minister, no, now just Duke of Pedro in the Tang Dynasty, stripped of his position long ago. As the Duke of Pedro, I must remind Your Majesty. Leaf listened but didn't respond, merely saying casually, "I know, Duke of Pedro. Is there anything else?" Andrew was dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, you talked so clearly. Are you really indifferent? Is it because you're sulking? Initially, you didn't agree to acknowledge the prince as part of the royal family, despite my repeated suggestions. Then, Andrew resigned. Finleaf didn't retain him. Later, with the fraud and embezzlement case in the Ministry of Revenue, only Andrew did Finleaf believe and acted decisively. Andrew thoroughly investigated the case and continued to stay anonymous after that. Finleaf also didn't try to retain him. This deadlock lasted until today. After some time away from the court, Andrew somewhat understood Leaf's anger. After all, the emperor is the most concerned with face in the world. He, Andrew, giving direct advice regardless of consequences, ignoring the emperor's dignity every time. How humiliating. Finleaf must be aggrieved, suppressed, feeling bitter inside. Andrew sighed, "Your Majesty, I understand you." Leaf was bewildered. "What happened? How do you, Andrew, understand me? Understanding me, who made me lose face countless times before? If not for my legacy as a wise ruler, I would have chopped off your head at him. Forget it, I shouldn't say it. Otherwise, my magnanimous image would collapse." Suddenly, Andrew spoke passionately, "But this is for Your Majesty. To become a 1,000-year sage ruler, you must face everything squarely. Bolivar exists, you cannot deny it. Do you plan to keep the prince hidden forever, never telling him the truth?" Leaf wasn't feeling well. "Who is the prince? What prince?" Bang. Leaf slammed the table and roared, "Andrew, let me tell you again. Dorian is not a prince. He is not a prince. He is not his father. I am not his father." Almost hysterical. Clearly, Finleaf felt very aggrieved by the misconception that Dorian was his illegitimate child. Previously it was fine. Misunderstood? Fine. Time will prove my innocence. But Dorian's mother is Kylie. Now, this feels like a green cap situation. Thus, Leaf couldn't sit still any longer. "I will kill you." Leaf went crazy, grabbing a stack of memorials and throwing them at Andrew. Andrew was ambushed, hit full force, with all the papers landing on his head. "Leaf, today I will fight you to the death." Suddenly, Andrew's anger surged, picking up the memorials to counterattack. Instantly, a strange battle ensued within Ganf Palace. In hiding, Ronnie almost lost it. He immediately stepped out of Ganf Palace, ordering the guards outside to get lost. "Thank you, Troy." The guards were relieved and ran off. Hearing what was happening inside Ganf Palace was too intense. No one wanted to listen further. Without the Emperor's orders, they couldn't abandon their posts. But they feared that after the incident, Finleaf might order their heads cut off to maintain imperial dignity. Ronnie's words were a godsend. "Troy. Savior. Wishing you longevity." Ronnie chuckled internally. Longevity? Not sure about that, but if the emperor does this again, I will surely go blind. One is the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. The other is the former censor-in-chief, still the Duke of Pedro in the Tang Dynasty. Reliable? Not at all. Blinding. At Peach Blossom Spring, Eider met Dorian as he wished. And then, he was rubbing his legs. Broken. They're about to break any second. Hashtag chapter 188. I said, you wouldn't take the opportunity to kill me? Dorian sipped his tea leisurely, remaining silent. Eider understood. This was an invitation for him to take the lead in conversation. In short, whoever spoke first would be considered the loser. Although the shareholding arrangement had been agreed upon, Eider still wanted to maintain some leverage. He couldn't allow Dorian to dominate him completely, leaving no room for a comeback. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be a valuable asset. He would become this prince's subordinate and disposable tool. Just as Eider prepared his words and was about to speak elegantly despite the awkwardness, Dorian suddenly asked, Sir Braden? Rest assured, I am not a petty person. Though your clan has always tried to kill me, I bear you no ill will. Eider's body and soul shook. Spit. Shameless. How did him yell die? Fortunately, Eider had undergone professional training and didn't lose control. As if reading his mind, Dorian sighed, I did it for self-preservation. If someone held a knife to Sir Braden's neck, you wouldn't hesitate to stab that person, right? Eider chuckled, I wouldn't. I wish to stab you. Dorian clicked his tongue and asked, you must really want to stab me now, don't you? Eider's face finally twitched, but he quickly regained his composure and laughed. You jest? Dorian turned serious. Look me in the eye. I'm not smiling. Eider, can you stop pushing awkward topics? Don't you fear I might snap and really stab you? Who would be blamed then? Dorian smiled. Even if Sir Braden isn't honest, you're also misleading me. Eider, be honest yourself. Despite professional training, if you keep provoking me, I might not hold back. Dorian went on insidiously. If you want to stab me, just say it. How would I know if you didn't? Even if you don't say it, I'd still know. But at least speaking up shows honesty. Eider clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, almost grinding them to pieces. Huh, I said. You won't take the opportunity to kill me? Seemingly seeing through his thoughts again. Is walking away enough? Dorian exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Sir Braden, are you angry and leaving? I was just about to discuss the cement shareholding with you. Eider's patience exploded. Forget it. I admit defeat. Now, here in the Peach Blossom source, I am like fish on a chopping board. Do as you will. Whatever. At this moment, Dorian stood up, saying, let me show you what cement can do first, and then we can discuss the shareholding. I prefer facts to secrets when doing business. Let's see the cement now. At this moment, Dorian appeared exceptionally serious. Eider felt like this young son of an emperor was handling him effortlessly, almost too skillfully. Is he living two lives? Next, they arrived at a 4-story building. It was a simple structure but resembled modern reinforced concrete, completely cast-in-place framework. This, Eider was amazed. Bring a large iron hammer. At Dorian's call, a long-handled iron hammer was brought over. Dorian took it and handed it to Eider, pointing to the building. Come, try smashing something. Eider picked up the heavy hammer awkwardly. Sir Braden, this? Dorian realized, can't lift it, huh? Eider, here we go again. Dorian took back the hammer and walked to a rock, turning to Eider with a smile. Then, bang, the rock shattered under Dorian's powerful strike. Sigh. Eider gasped. Into the discussion of shareholding, the Fanyang Braden family would basically have no say in the matter. This Dorian, from the moment he entered, had been deliberately provoking. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps stimulating him and playing dumb all along. Lord Braden truly underestimated him. Lord Braden was being toyed with by a young boy. As the clan leader of the Fanyang Braden family, he didn't deserve this. Translation note. The last sentence conveys a mix of self-reproach and frustration, which I've attempted to reflect in the translation. Hashtag chapter 189. That's your own sister. During the discussion of shares, Eider was completely passive. After all, why would the Fanyang Braden family attach themselves to Dorian's success? Prior to this, Eider had tried to be clever. But from the start until now, he faced one defeat after another. Without a sound, Dorian molded him according to his mood. In the end, the Fanyang Braden family ended up with 30% of the shares, while Dorian secured 50%. There were still 20% of shares remaining. Eider hesitated for a long time before finally asking, not without unease, my Lord Marquis of Wanyin County, I have something I'm unsure if I should say. Dorian glanced at him and said, if you're asking whether you should say it or not, deep down you probably know you shouldn't. Eider, can't you just follow the script for once? Dorian smiled and said, could I refuse? Eider didn't say no. Just then, Dorian pulled out a prepared contract, clearly ready to ensnare Eider like Heim fishing. At this moment, Eider had no temper left. Never did Eider think he'd be outwitted by a young man. Rare items require effort. Since this path is chosen, he must kneel and walk it through. The contract was laid out, ink and brush prepared. Dorian first handed over the contract for Eider's review. As Eider read carefully, Dorian suddenly remembered something and slowly said, oh right, I forgot to tell you. It's a technical shareholding. Do you still sign? Eider, no wonder you gave 2 parts to my sister for free. So you're putting in nothing, only I am paying. Sign. Must sign. Absolutely will sign. Eider gritted his teeth. Arrow's shot cannot return. If you want rare treasures, you must pay a price, however bloody. Still, Eider scrutinized every detail meticulously. He feared being sold and counting money for others naively. Finally, they signed and sealed the contract, which was made in triplicate. One contract lacking a name was specially reserved for Patty. Dorian put it away in his bosom without hesitation. Eider's mouth twitched. Seeing his signature, he felt as if he'd signed an indenture. Wouldn't that be something? Dorian invited warmly, Minister Braden, care to stay for dinner? Eider fled in disorder, leaving behind a statement. Thank you, Lord Marquis of Wanyin County. I'm not hungry, let me take my leave. Before finishing, he was already 10 paces away. Dorian called after him, Minister Braden, I forgot to tell you. I also have a chain store. Want to invest? Thump. A loud noise followed. Eider fell flat on his face. The ground was perfectly smooth. Had Eider not considered his image, he would have pounded the ground with fists. Lord Marquis of Wanyin County, you're not human. Your forgetting was intentional. How did I end up on your boat for the sake of the Fanyang Braden family? Is it too late to disembark? Coughing. Let it go. For the rare treasures, I can hold steady. Very stable indeed. Dorian crouched next to Eider, watching him like a fool. Eider coughed awkwardly, stood up, and forced a laugh. I slipped. It's normal after such a long walk. So it was just a slip, very normal, right? Dorian nodded earnestly. Colmes, but you emphasizing it makes it seem deliberate. Eider. Explain, and it becomes redundant. I messed up. Quickly changing the topic, Eider asked, what's a chain store? Dorian replied seriously, Minister Braden, please come along. He seemed utterly proper, as if he hadn't been treating Eider like a monkey the whole time. Following the tour, Eider froze in awe. Lively? Braydonk happily replied, Your Majesty, Lord Marquis of Wanyin County. Then he noticed the red eye and stopped. Finleafsey covered his eyes and asked nonchalantly, Minister Tang, why are you here? Too embarrassing. Nailed by Andrew's report, almost blinded. Hideo not only dared but was outright audacious. Comte. Hideo's head had also been struck countless times by reports. Thinking of it, he hadn't lost. Braydonk resumed, Lord Marquis of Wanyin County has an idea, a chain store, and wants to ask the Ministry of Revenue if it wants to participate. Finleafsey questioned suspiciously, why involve the Ministry of Revenue? Braydonk smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, it's not just involving the Ministry of Revenue. There's also Hussein, Lord Gino, and he dragged me in too. Oh right, he also asked if Your Majesty has any interest in participating on a personal basis. Leafsey, this son of mine, is he so ambitious? Inviting the ruler of a nation to participate in commercial affairs, this isn't just bold, it's outright audacious. Braydonk added, he even wants me to mediate and bring in Duke Pedro as well. Leafsey. #### chapter continuation. The Finn was taken aback by his son's audacity. How could he involve the Emperor in business matters? This went beyond mere boldness, it bordered on reckless insubordination. Furthermore, including high-ranking officials like Hussein and Lord Gino showed an unprecedented level of ambition. Meanwhile, Dorian had indeed approached these influential figures, not out of disrespect, but with a strategic vision. He aimed to create a network that would solidify the success and stability of his ventures. Back in the gone Braden Hall, Finleafsey pondered over Braydonk's words. The notion of personally participating in a business venture seemed absurd, yet there was something intriguing about the idea. Still, he needed to handle this carefully to avoid undermining his authority. Braydonk stood silently, awaiting the Emperor's response, knowing full well that this proposition could either be seen as a brilliant move or a grave mistake. Finally, Finleafsey spoke. Though his tone was calm, there was an undercurrent of seriousness. Minister Tang, tell him that I will consider it, privately. Braydonk bowed deeply, understanding the weight of the Emperor's words, and replied, Colmes, Your Majesty. With that, he left the hall, contemplating the potential implications of this decision. Note **, the provided continuation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring coherence with the previous content while keeping the storyline and logic consistent. It also respects the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 190, the first meeting between Amadeo and his grandson. Braydonk had finished explaining the function and planning of the chain mall, including why he hoped the imperial family would become shareholders. All this was to support Crawford's dignity. Braydonk did not oppose it. In fact, he made a bold guess. Perhaps the Emperor's illegitimate son already knew his true identity. By pulling the Emperor into this venture, he was helping him because the Emperor didn't need to provide capital. Within the list of investors for the chain mall, Dorian represented technical shares, while Crawford participated as the Emperor himself. This royal status alone took up 2 layers of investment. For instance, Braydonk himself, emphasized by Dorian, along with other key figures like Helmut, Andrew, and Hendrix. If they wanted to become shareholders, they needed to put up funds first. Sigh. This differential treatment. But you couldn't fault it, and one might even be grateful to Dorian. Crawford pounded his desk and said, Approved. Braydonk, who knew the Emperor would agree, slowly added, The Gaylord also mentioned that he hopes Your Majesty can cut the ribbon at the opening. Cutting the ribbon? Though unfamiliar, Crawford understood. He would have to make an appearance at the grand opening of the chain mall as the Tang Dynasty Emperor, serving as a living brand ambassador. Bah. So, giving these 20% shares to the Emperor was all planned. Forget it. He was just about to confront the matter anyway. Maybe, give them a surprise? Cough, possibly a shock. Crawford nodded, agreed. Braydonk felt a chill. The Emperor was going to lay everything out soon. It might lead to the return of the prince to the imperial family. Just then, Ronnie suddenly requested an audience, which he never did in front of other officials. Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Ronnie looked calm, but his sudden appearance was intriguing. Braydonk quickly said, Your Majesty, I will take my leave, and hurriedly left. He always avoided matters involving the Shadow Guard's leader. Sigh. Time to check how much money was left and invest more. Dorian's vision painted a future filled with gold. As Minister of Revenue, Braydonk foresaw that this plan would come to fruition. He could now retire in peace. Smiling, Braydonk left the palace. Inside the Gonlu Palace, Ronnie reported, Your Majesty, the former Finn has left the palace. Crawford nodded. He had approved it. No one dared to let the former Finn out without his permission. Ronnie continued, The former Finn went to the residence of the Gaylord. Crawford stumbled back, nearly falling over. He had guessed the former Emperor's intentions, but hearing it was shocking. He rushed out immediately, with Ronnie preparing horses hastily. Clippity-clop. 2 fast horses raced down the streets of Chang'an, startling pedestrians. At the residence of the Gaylord, Andrew opened the door and was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes to confirm that this elderly man was indeed the former Finn. How did the Emperor allow him out? And here? Sigh. Did the former Finn know about the existence of the prince? Amadeo and Benny stood outside the Gaylord's residence. Benny held his sword, looking stern. Amadeo seemed relaxed, enjoying the freedom from the confines of the palace. Finally out, Amadeo felt rejuvenated. Being locked inside the palace day after day with nothing to do, except drinking and entertaining himself had driven him almost mad. Now, the fresh air felt wonderful. Excitement surged thinking about meeting his beloved grandson. But seeing Andrew instantly shattered his mood. Andrew, once Alvin Unket's attendant, now a loyal advisor to the current emperor, reminded Amadeo of painful memories. With a sneer, Amadeo said, I didn't expect a former Alvin's attendant to guard the door for my grandson. Andrew, speechless, bowed and said, this humble subject greets the former Finn. Also, please do not reveal the prince's identity yet. He doesn't know. Amadeo huffed, I don't need your advice. Andrew bowed lower. This humble subject dares not. Amadeo then noticed Andrew's humble title and mocked. Aren't you a high-ranking official and the Duke of Pedro? Why call yourself a humble subject? Andrew explained, I no longer hold office and am now merely a steward here. Amadeo walked in, only to be blocked by Andrew. Before he could speak, Benny intervened, moving Andrew aside. Inside, Amadeo called out, Grandson, Grandpa is here. Come meet me. Andrew's face turned green. He sighed heavily. This commotion would force the prince's return to the imperial family, perhaps not such a bad outcome. Then, unexpectedly, a little girl stormed out, confronting Amadeo. Who are you shouting around here? I'll have Harris throw you out if you keep making noise. Andrew. What cheek? Amadeo brightened. You're a cute lass. Ah. Selena screamed and ran off, shouting for her master. Amadeo. Can't you let me finish talking? I meant to ask if my beloved grandson could take you as a concubine. Benny whispered, Your Majesty, this is actually your grandson's fiancée's maid. Oh dear. The situation got complicated. Suddenly, Dorian appeared, glaring coldly at Amadeo. Old man, you're quite lecherous for your age. Amadeo was stunned. How did their first meeting turn into being mistaken for a perverted old man? ##### Chapter 191. A grand drama in the world. Finn Amadeo looked at Elliot with a benevolent smile and said, I am really your grandfather. Elliot curled her lip. This old man. Could he be here just to provoke a reaction? And that sword-bearing guard behind him. Did they come prepared for an attack if things went south? Elliot kept a safe distance from them and coldly remarked, Old man, I have reason to suspect you're insulting me. Now, I'll give you a chance to rephrase what you just said. Amadeo became flustered and shouted, You truly are my wonderful grandson. Wonderful grandson indeed. How did this old man's words sound like anything but an insult? At that moment, Patty also emerged. Initially, Elliot had come to her asking for her signature on a contract. Patty didn't understand why Elliot was doing this, but who could refuse the lure of money? With money, she could break away from the Fanyang Braden clan and stand firmly on her own 2 feet outside. However, Joe overheard the commotion outside. The most astonishing part was the sight of an old man claiming to be someone's great-grandson. Patty inwardly marveled at how this scenario played out more dramatically than her previous escapades. But as soon as she appeared, Amadeo saw her first, his eyes lighting up as he commented, This young lady looks quite decent. Patty, what a lavish fake kinship. Andrew coughed violently, almost spitting out his lungs. Amadeo's expression darkened. You, call my head a dog's head? Benny's eyes turned cold as he moved to intervene. Amadeo stopped him in time. Elliot sensed the killing intent and discreetly placed his hand inside his sleeve. He tilted his chin toward Benny and said, Take it easy. I've been keeping an eye on you. If you touch a single hair on my head, I promise you'll meet Yama first. Benny's eyes grew colder. Just because you're Leaf's bastard son. Bang. Thunder roared inside Elliot's sleeve. Whoosh. Something grazed Benny's ear, slicing the air. Benny, seasoned in brutality and death, was startled by the unseen force. Immediately, he shielded the retired emperor and hesitated to move further. Amadeo's complexion twitched as he paled. Thunder. It's thunder. You. Then his face flushed red. Bah. Little brat, what haven't I seen in my life that could throw me off balance? Disgraceful. Blast. No, that's wrong. My great-grandson's match would naturally be his wife. Wrong again. He's insulting himself. Elliot gave Benny a disdainful glance and shifted his focus to Amadeo. Do you want to leave on your own accord, or should I force you out? Amadeo. Great-grandson, you and your devilish father are cut from the same cloth. Benny whispered in Amadeo's ear, Sir, let's go. This guy's dangerous. I can't handing of the Tang Dynasty. They uniformly addressed him as Father Finn. A respectful yet cold title. As Amadeo mused on this, Leaf quietly asked, What do you want? Instantly, the long-lost warmth vanished from Amadeo's heart. He glanced at Leaf, deliberately raising his voice. I came to see my wonderful grandson. What's wrong? If you want to drive me away, I'll leave. Leaf's heart turned cold, and he responded with a headache-inducing request, Since you're here, stay and eat with us. Amadeo glanced at his son who had confined him. Unexpectedly, Leaf offered him a meal. Beside him, Elliot was about to have a meltdown. What is going on? Father really called this old man Father? Even April never told me about this. I've never met this grandfather either. Did Father lose his real father all those years ago? Oh, what a grand drama. Most frustratingly, I'm not your son, nor am I your father's great-grandson. You know deep down, but you choose not to openly acknowledge it, maintaining this pretense. Result. A sudden grandfather appears. If he finds out his great-grandson isn't actually his, will the old man's heart hold up? At that moment, Leaf instructed Elliot, Son, prepare some greens for grandfather. Let's have a proper family dinner. Elliot inwardly cursed. Should I rip the paper covering the window now? The longer this drags on, the harder it will be to resolve. Chapter 192. That's enough from both of you. I'm done hiding. In the courtyard, 3 generations were enjoying a harmonious and joyous time. At least, it looked that way. Outside the courtyard, Ronnie and Benny each held their swords, glaring at each other with intense focus. The tension was palpable, as if both were ready to draw their swords at any moment. Ronnie said, "Neither of us will go in." Benny snorted coldly, "Rest assured. Even if Leaf has thoughts of harming Donnie would still be protective of his own kin like a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs." A smile flickered across Ronnie's face. "You mentioned a tiger not eating its cubs. Does that mean you're calling the retired emperor toxic?" Benny was speechless for a moment. Ronnie wouldn't let go of this point and continued, "So, what right do you have to criticize Donnie?" Benny replied coldly, "I warn you, there is only one emperor, and Leaf is not it." Ronnie countered, "You are right. There is only one emperor, and the retired emperor is just that, the retired emperor." Silence. An eerie, tense silence hung in the air. Andrew walked between them and calmly said, "Don't be impulsive. If you disturb the emperor's family reunion dinner, neither of you will come out unscathed." Ronnie immediately shut up, retracting his hand from the hilt of his sword. Benny glared at Andrew with an increasingly icy expression. "Andrew, you should have served the crown prince, but you became a second master. You dare to wander around under my nose? Aren't you afraid I might lose control and kill you?" Andrew replied bluntly, "Go ahead, kill me." Benny was taken aback. He felt a bit disoriented. Even Ronnie, who usually kept silent, had a sharp tongue today. Was Andrew also acting crazy? Andrew showed an indifferent demeanor. "If you kill me, the young master will take revenge for me." Benny knew who Andrew referred to by young master. He scoffed, "There may be many people in this world capable of killing me, but not him." Ronnie giggled. "When you say things like that, why don't you feel your ears instead of your conscience?" Benny was startled inside. Ronnie persisted, "The young master possesses a divine artifact, unmatched by anyone in the world. Don't boast recklessly. Choose your audience, or else you'll embarrass yourself." Anger flaring, Benny snapped, "Shut up." Ronnie retorted without fear, "Unless you kill me, I won't stop. Rest assured, I won't fight back. However, the young master will surely seek revenge for me." Andrew was silent for a moment. "What does this have to do with you? Are you also called young master?" "Forget it." Andrew walked away, no longer paying attention to the two. Ronnie and Benny had been clashing for a long time. Back during the incident at Xuanwu Gate, lacking evidence, Ronnie kept quiet. Benny suddenly spoke. "Your skills as head of the Shadow Guards leave much to be desired. The last assassination attempt on Leaf was carried out by the former Crown Prince's men, not by me or the retired emperor. Just now, you implied the same thing, about tigers and their cubs." Benny spat. Why had Ronnie become so cunning? It made it hard for him to speak. After calming down, Benny sarcastically added, "Everyone knows Dorian's mother is Arya, yet you still talk nonsense. I know what you want, to make me think he's not Leaf's son, fearing I might harm him. Don't worry, the emperor is not so cruel as to harm his grandson." Though mocked, Ronnie remained calm, choosing not to refute. It dawned on him that dealing with Dorian had been a mistake, a significant one. Tomato and egg stir-fry, spinach and egg stir-fry, chili and egg stir-fry, cucumber salad. For dishes, 3 containing eggs, and a pearl emerald white jade soup, commonly known as cabbage and egg soup. 1 more egg dish. Amadeo looked at Leaf curiously and somewhat pointedly, smiling. "I never thought my beloved grandson would eat such green vegetables, quite surprising." Leaf snorted coldly. "These green vegetables were grown by my son, not delivered by others." "Huh, retired emperor, do you think these green vegetables came from the palace?" The tension was so thick, even Dorian could sense something terribly wrong. The rift between father and son seemed profound. Best not to meddle. At this moment, Amadeo looked provocatively at Leaf and asked, "My dear son, if I call her my granddaughter-in-law, she becomes mine. What do you think? Or does it depend on your words?" Leaf's mind exploded. Bare-faced provocation. This question clearly challenged who was the true emperor. "You are already the retired emperor. Do you wish to reclaim the throne? If you really want it, you must kill me. Kill me to avenge your other sons. Have you been dreaming of it for so long?" Bang. Leaf slammed his palm on the table, unable to endure any longer. Amadeo smiled faintly, as if he had achieved his goal. However, bang, another sound. This time, it was Dorian who slapped the table. Dorian suddenly stood up, first pointing at Leaf, then at Amadeo, and declared, "Both of you have gone far enough. I'm done hiding. I am not your son, nor am I your eldest grandson." Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. ##### Chapter 193. I'd have to be crazy to confess. Crawford, Kyle, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it's time to confess. Anyway, whether it's me, the emperor, or you, a diffier, confessing, it makes no difference. Since even the retired Finn is here, we can't keep hiding things any longer. What family affection and warmth? As an emperor, I don't need that sort of thing. At this moment, Kyle felt a bit hurt. But Finn Jameson, Amadeo, stubbornly insisted, "I say you're my eldest grandson, so you are." Dorian rolled her eyes and retorted, "Old man, I really am not." This form of address, Kyle found it amusing. It was as if she were speaking on his behalf. He had long wanted to say such things, but, even as the emperor, he did not dare. If he did, he feared it would tarnish his reputation. Killing one's brother, imprisoning one's father, being unkind and immoral. He would be worse than an animal. Being the emperor. How hard this is. Amadeo scoffed and slammed the table. "If I say you are, then you are, even if you aren't." Kyle thought to himself. "Anyway, retired Finn, your plan to surprise me through Ron failed." Amadeo was taken aback. "I never expected you would know about your background. I thought you didn't know." However, Amadeo reminded, "Wasn't it Kyle, the current emperor, who killed him?" Dorian glanced at him and asked sarcastically, Do you really think so? Amadeo, did my eldest grandson just look down on me? Kyle felt warmth in his heart. I don't understand why you said that, but it feels good. In fact, regarding Caleb, I've been troubled, but it's confirmed now. At this moment, Dorian calmly continued. On the surface, it seems the Emperor killed my grandfather, but in reality, it was the retired Finn. Amadeo's heart skipped a beat. Why are you so sure, little boy? Looking at Kyle, his expression became incredibly complicated. I truly want to hear what you have to say. Dorian went on, think about it. When Caleb surrendered to the Tang Dynasty, did he pose any threat to Alex at the time? Relatively speaking, it was more beneficial. With Hendrix from the same origins, Caleb and his former comrades from Wagenzai would naturally choose to support Alex over Alvin, Ian, or anyone else. Amadeo shuddered inwardly. Dorian continued confidently, for the retired Finn, this wasn't a good thing. Remember, in the Imperial family, loyalty is paramount. If Alex gained too much influence, wouldn't the retired Finn feel threatened? Amadeo dropped his chopsticks with a clatter. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Do you have a vendetta against me? Truly worthy of your father's lineage. Aren't you afraid of making enemies by saying such things? Look at your father's face. Alex have dared disobey the retired Finn's order to spare Caleb? Amadeo, I have nothing to say, but as the Emperor, I haven't done anything wrong. Dorian sighed wistfully. Unfortunately, it caused my mother and the Emperor, who loved each other, to part ways. Amadeo, after all this talk, weren't you just waiting for this? Kyle, indeed, to cause my separation from your mother, and then for her son. You, a rascal, to misrecognize me as your father? Sinful indeed. I feel like I'm wearing a green hat again. Dorian sighed deeply, but I exist. Kyle, my head is turning green. Can you please stop talking? Dorian continued, Comte, my identity is awkward. On one hand, the Emperor is my enemy. He ordered the execution of my grandfather. On the other hand, he is my father. Isn't this infuriating? Kyle screamed inwardly. Don't make things up. Before, it was mistaking your father. Now it's forcing a recognition of me as your father. Dorian apologetically asked, Father, can you accept these things? Kyle changed his expression and quickly denied. Don't talk nonsense, I did not. You are not my son. Dorian, horrified. Father, you've lost it. The term Emperor, can you use it? Kyle retorted, why can't I? Amadeo interjected, I can use it too. Dorian glanced at this crazy duo, feeling extremely annoyed. Both of you are seriously off. Kyle solemnly declared, today, I'm confessing too. I am the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty, and I really am not your father. Dorian, wasn't it supposed to be me confessing? Amadeo smiled, I'm confessing too. I'm the retired Finn. Dorian, how coincidental does this sound? Father mistakenly recognized Kyle as his father, and now there's another claiming to be the retired Finn. So, did I not say bad things about the retired Finn earlier? If they were fakes posing as the Emperor and retired Emperor, who would dare in this era? Sigh. Dorian hurriedly muttered, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Whoosh. She rushed out, escaping immediately. Amadeo, Kyle, both father and son were baffled, watching Dorian leave without stopping her. Outside, Dorian walked faster and faster. Her mind raced wildly. Frustrated. Damn. Father is Kyle. Kyle is my father. Twists and turns, mistaken fathers. Am I unique in the world for this? Even recognizing Kyle as my real father. It turned out he is my father. God, you played tricks on me by sending me here, and made me experience such bizarre father identification. You want to play me to death. And no wonder those two kept arguing, even harboring murderous intentions. No wonder they wanted to kill each other. What exactly did I say? Why can't I remember? I'd have to be crazy to confess. Hashtag chapter 194. Where's the knife? Give me a knife. Just then, Selena walked by. Dorian glanced up at her and said, Pack your things, follow me. Selena's small face was filled with curiosity as she asked, Young master, where are we going? Dorian glared at her and barked, No nonsense. Bring miss. Then he quickly looked behind him and coughed, saying, I'll go first. With that, he rushed out. Selena. What's wrong with young master? But, so serious, better inform us quickly. At this moment, Dorian had just stepped out when he saw Andrew, who was guarding the gate. He frowned, not yet having time to ask anything. Before him stood a carriage, from which Jamar emerged, walking toward him. Big brother. Dorian cut him off immediately. Don't speak. Goodbye. Jamar. What happened? Elsewhere, Andrew felt something was off. Based on his understanding of princes, this reaction, Andrew cautiously called, Young master. Dorian suddenly stopped, staring intently at him, asking seriously, Harris, do you really have the surname Emmanuel? Andrew inwardly wondered, returning, comment. Andrew left without looking back, not entering but exiting the residence. Jamar asked, Lord Pedrogua, where are you going? Andrew replied without turning around, Alvin of Tizi, the Gaylord already knows his true identity. No need for me to stay. Gone. Don't bother sending me off. Jamar's face darkened. Didn't say I'd send you. From your position as my steward, you must be siding with Big Brother. Who knew you, Sir Pedrogua Andrew, would also involve yourself in the succession battle. No, you've been involved before. Only this time, the losing brother is father's eldest son. You supported Alvin once. Now you're abandoning him? Pa, what benefit did Big Brother give you? Suddenly, Jamar felt wronged. Father is still in his prime, and already someone looks down on me. If this continues, where will they put me? Terrifying. In an instant, Jamar felt deep sorrow. Did your elder brother leave? Someone behind him suddenly asked. Jamar reflexively nodded. Just left. Turning around, he saw Finn Leaf and grandfather. It was Leaf who asked, so he answered reflexively. Amadeo looked at Jamar and said, Justino, follow grandpa. Show me the peach blossom spring. Then he walked towards his carriage. Jamar looked at Benny following behind Amadeo, feeling it was intentional. Grandpa, I'm your legitimate eldest grandson. Blood ties bind. How can you treat me like this? Jamar stared plaintively at his father the emperor. Leaf remained expressionless. Go. With the emperor's order, Jamar felt relieved. Who knew? Amadeo got into the carriage and said to Jamar, Justino, no need for you to come. Jamar. Me. Where's the knife? Give me a knife. I want to kill myself. Don't stop me. Thus, Amadeo's carriage drove away, probably heading to the peach blossom spring. Finleaf, being the emperor, gave no orders to stop it. After all, he is the ruler. Amadeo is just the retired Fin. This realm, now decided by Leaf. This maneuver, Jamar saw it all, feeling terrible. Unknowingly, he wandered to the door of Zhao Guogong's residence. Zhao Guogong's residence. Jamar recounted everything to his uncle, Nathan. Nathan merely smiled slightly after listening. Seeing that smile, Jamar felt a heavy blow in his heart. Uncle, you smart person. Don't you see I'm seeking comfort? You're smiling. Nathan clapped his hands. Good. Hearing those words, Jamar almost vomited blood. And you, think it's good? Aren't you tearing me apart? Nathan calmly asked, Justino, haven't you seen through anything? Jamar, feeling wronged, said, Grandpa cares about Big Brother too. Nathan nearly slapped this foolish nephew. You, making it hard for Uncle. What should your majesty do? This moment, Leaf's face showed both anger and sadness. So, my son was adopted by Butler for all these years. My head isn't green, but feels like it is. Hashtag chapter 195. I'm still just a kid. In the peach blossom spring, Selena stammered, Young master. You're a prince? Dorian lay back in his chair and said irritably, A bastard? Selena exclaimed, But you're still a prince. Dorian asked, So, according to you, being a prince is a good thing? Selena shook her head like a rattle drum. Not at all. Dorian was puzzled. This response was different from what he had expected. Even he could make mistakes sometimes. He heard Selena solemnly say, Miss has always said that, be it royalty or commoners, including the aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished clans, only ordinary people can truly live without worries. Even if they work from sunrise to sunset, they are carefree. Dorian. What kind of middle schooler philosophy is this? She's clearly someone who doesn't know the hardships of common people, and has even misled this poor little maid. Oh, how troublesome. Dorian sang in a strange voice, You're a little monster, carefree and free. Selena mumbled under her breath, You're the little monster. She didn't dare say this aloud though. She felt Dorian wasn't a bad person, but he had killed someone who pretended to be his father without hesitation. His methods were cruel. Selena was afraid Dorian might kill her out of anger any moment. Dorian spoke with an odd expression. Let me tell you a story about a little monster. And so, a Neza adorned with smoky makeup was born. However, after Dorian struggled to recount the story, Selena nodded repeatedly but looked drowsy. She was sleepy. The story ended. Selena commented, He really is a little devil. Dorian. Did I mean to say that? Never mind. I'll tell you another story, Neza's rampage in the Eastern Sea. Dorian finished, telling the story quickly. Selena, with tears welling up in her eyes, said, Poor Neza, that dragon king of the Eastern Sea is no good at all. Alright. Dorian understood that ancient thinking differed greatly from his own. Let me tell you a long story about Neza, the investiture of the gods. Dorian cleared his throat and became unusually serious. From today, gods, humans, and ghosts shall be established, not allowing them to fall into decay. The supreme heavenly ruler decrees that the list of gods shall now receive its appointed ones. Instantly, familiar melodies echoed in Dorian's mind, and he couldn't help but sing aloud. A tyrant leads demons to harm mankind. How can the grievances of the world be tolerated? All because this realm harbors evil spirits. Heaven resents. Together we unite in our alliance through hardship. Neza fears not the thunderous shock, swearing to rid this world of evil spirits. To dispel calamity, Selena was dumbfounded. What kind of divine ballad is this? It initially seemed cringeworthy, as Lord's expression was inexplicable. As for the melody, the more she listened, the better it sounded. Just as Dorian was halfway through his song, Patty walked silently over and remarked coolly, You're afraid? 3 words sufficed to silence him. Hee. You're a ghost, walking without a sound. Dorian chuckled nervously. Patty's gaze was calm, her voice enchanting. Say what you want. I won't tell anyone. Simple words. Calm. Dorian was taken aback. Unconsciously, he opened up. Dorian sighed. I'm not scared, but I need to keep my cool. Right now, Father must think I hate him. Do you know how I treated him? I didn't hide my disdain for him one bit. As long as I stay out of sight, he'll assume I'm furious and will likely let it slide. Patty listened silently. Selena's eyes widened in surprise. Patty glanced at her, and Selena swallowed her words. Ultimately, she favored her mistress. Meanwhile, Dorian continued venting. Also, I exposed the truth. Did I slip up? But I was also publicly humiliated. This is unbearable. Just wait. Selena was about to chase after her, calling out, Miss, wait for me. But Dorian dashed forward, blocking her path and sternly ordered, Sit down. Ah. Selena stared blankly. Seeing nothing around, she sat on the ground. Dorian commanded, Now, I'll continue the investiture of the gods. Listen carefully and write it down. I have a use for it. 1 incense stick later. The story concluded. Dorian exhaled, asking, That's all for today. How much did you remember? Selena earnestly replied, All of it. Dorian laughed. Didn't realize you were capable of lying? Selena huffed angrily. I'm not lying. I remembered every word accurately. I have a photographic memory. Dorian was stunned. Others have eidetic memory for what they see. You have it for what you hear. Impressive. I found a treasure. Write. Hurry up and write. Can you even write? Selena's neck reddened in anger. Are you mocking me? Suddenly, Selena leaned close to Dorian's ear and whispered softly, Sir, how did you reveal your thoughts just now? Dorian smiled. Your mistress wanted to hear my thoughts. Aren't you happy she got them? Selena hastily denied. No, not at all. Realizing her words were wrong, she quickly corrected herself. How would the young master view her now? Selena explained, actually, both Miss and I dislike the Fanyang Bradens. Miss's greatest wish is to break free from the Fanyang Bradens and decide her own fate. Actually, she did this for your own good. Inside, Dorian felt uneasy, extracting information from him and saying it was for his benefit. Fortunately, he had nothing to hide. So what if he had an emperor for a father? It wasn't something scary. Selena muttered to herself. Miss also said, with your status as a prince now confirmed, you'll be in danger in the future. The Finn feels indebted to you and will treat you better because of this, which might make the other princes resent you. Dorian was utterly confused. Is this Patty really thinking of something inappropriate, like having designs on me? I'm still just a kid. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. The tone and style remain consistent with the previous content, ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 196. I promise not to beat you to death. Dorian was half asleep. Suddenly, he was woken up by Ellis and Dag. Dag sighed heavily. Young master, how did the emperor find out about your true identity? Dorian replied with a bitter smile. I didn't want this either. Who would wish to be an emperor's son, who looks glorious on the surface but often meets a terrible end? Dag had a peculiar expression as he said, the retired Finn is here. Dorian yawned and said, I knew it. I exposed the truth about King Qin killing my grandfather in front of him. He must hate me so much. Now that he has been forced to retire as retired Finn, his position is already awkward. And I revealed his hidden intentions when I was still just a prince. I have really angered him. Dag was confused. What does that mean? Back then, didn't Leaf do it? So what does this mean? Dorian explained the hidden reasons to Dag. Instantly, Dag's eyes bulged with fury. Dorian incited him. I'll give you a knife. Go kill the retired Finn. Dag. He was utterly shocked. Listen to this. What kind of talk is that? Your grandfather killed your maternal grandfather. But he is still your grandfather. Are you so eager to die to avenge your grandfather? Dag was horrified. Young master, that's your own grandfather. Are you trying to get me into trouble? Dorian helplessly responded. Would it make any difference if I advise you? Dag fell silent, lowering his head without a word. His fists were clenched tightly, showing the turmoil within. Dorian patted him on the shoulder and sighed. The dead are already gone, but the living must still. Just because you're the retired Finn. Amadeo felt innocent. As retired Finn, could he refuse power? And did he bully anyone? You're making things up. Dorian continued coldly. Did you hear yourself earlier? Then he mimicked Amadeo's voice sarcastically. My good big grandson. Doesn't that sound disgusting? Amadeo's face turned first black, then green. Damn. No. Wrong. This is your own beloved grandson. Insulting you like this. Phew. How embarrassing. Dorian, still frowning, said, Don't think your imperial family can bully anyone. If you want me to act like a grandson, did I agree to that? All present had strange expressions. Wasn't he already someone else's beloved grandson? What did he mean by letting him become one? Amadeo was speechless. But you are my beloved grandson. Dorian snorted. Indeed. Years and power have dulled your memory. By blood, yes. But I can choose not to acknowledge it. Amadeo. Speechless. Dorian delivered another crushing blow mercilessly. Even if I don't acknowledge it, can you kill me? Amadeo. So frustrating. This beloved grandson, damn it. What kind of breed is this? The younger ones are nothing but bad seeds. Amadeo, looking every bit an old man, sank dejectedly into the armchair. He was about to say something conciliatory. What comfort. Give it to me as he is. I, as a grandpa, will forgive him. Benny. Your Majesty, did I intend to harm your precious grandson? I haven't even moved myself. Isn't this awkward? Dorian disdainfully. Enough. Acting skills of a retired Finn are poor. 100 guan, no less. He pointed at the chair. Buy the chair too. Remember 100 guan. Payments daily. No delays. I'll prepare your room. With that, he left. Until Dorian disappeared. Amadeo's expression finally returned to normal, sighing slightly inside. Benny asked, Why do you insist on staying here, Your Majesty? Amadeo smiled. The scenery here is beautiful. Inside, Benny scoffed. Retired Finn. Are you fooling around? You might fool ghosts, but not me. Abruptly, Amadeo looked like an elderly man, saying softly, I'm old. My grandsons, because of their father's actions, all tread cautiously around me. But this grandson lets me feel genuine familial warmth. Even if he speaks disrespectfully, I know he doesn't truly reject me. Otherwise, he'd definitely seek revenge for his grandfather, Danson. Benny countered, maybe he's just biding his time. Amadeo asserted confidently, I've met many people. From his eyes, I see no malice. Just then, Dag returned. Master instructed me to show you the prepared room and collect payment. Amadeo calmly responded, the money is coming. Show me the room prepared by my beloved grandson. As a former emperor, revisiting pastoral life brought him some nostalgic sorrow. Next moment, Amadeo was bewildered. This is a room? This is clearly a thatched hut. Apart from the grand armchair that Dag brought over, it was completely empty, devoid of any furnishings. Right, the grand armchair was even bought by me. Hiss. Finn Amadeo roared, you unfilial grandson, come out to me. I promise not to beat you to death. Chapter 197. You are really out to get me. Thatched cottage. Cracked wooden door. The interior was completely empty. This simply made one's eyes water. Ellis and Dag originally had a strong resentment towards Amadeo, but seeing how master treated him this way, sigh, he felt such sympathy. Ha ha ha, this is my sympathetic laugh. Ha ha ha, revealing my true intention, I'm mocking him. Anyway, laughing in my heart, no one can hear it. What can you do to me? Next, Amadeo scoured the entire peach blossom spring with the resolve to find his extremely unfilial great-grandson. But not even a ghost could be seen. Benny, acting as his bodyguard, naturally did not leave him for a moment. However, Dag also followed closely, sticking like glue. Amadeo said to Dag, go tell my great-grandson that I wish to see him. But Ellis and Dag refused to leave, saying, Donnie, master said to settle accounts first before coming. Indeed, this was the purpose of sticking around. Amadeo, damn, are you blind or deaf? I am the Fin Emeritus. You, a mere villager, dare to ignore my authority so blatantly. This is akin to a dog taking advantage of a tiger in decline. Can you at least give some respect and bolster my dignity? Looking at Dag's calm face, ordinary ignorant commoners would have long been scared stiff. Amadeo grew interested and ordered Benny, go tell Lao Heir Crawford to prepare money. Since the world now belongs to him, it's only natural for me to ask him for money. Benny glanced at Dag indifferently. Dag sneered coldly. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm so stupid as to assassinate the Fin Emeritus? I wouldn't do something so foolish. Frankly speaking, there was a strange urge to test out how foolish it would be. Still, better not act rashly. Gamu Palace. This was the first time since Leif Crawford ascended the throne that Benny came to this place, at its entrance. Enter? Impossible. Ronnie stood right by the gate watching closely. Outside, Benny called out, Donnie said he needs money. Simple 6 words. From inside the hall, Leif's voice echoed back, agreed. Then, Benny detailed Amadeo's desire to reside in the Peach Blossom Spring and Elliot's price hike. Leif. Good kid. You're fleecing your grandfather, which eventually trickles down to fleecing me. You really know how to make things difficult for me. Helplessly, Leif said, Jun Xian, take the money over. Well, thankfully I have money. Comte, accommodation costs 100 guan per day. It pains my heart. At this moment, all was fine. For some reason, he suddenly thought about money. Money from his elder brother. Jamar fainted in the restroom crying. Money. My money. Father, why are you robbing me? Am I not your flesh and blood son? Ellis and Dag couldn't stand it anymore and found Elliot. Dag said, Master, the Fin Emeritus wishes to see you. He searched for you just now for quite a while. Elliot laughed coldly. Find me and spank me? Nonsense. Dag. He then remembered Ronnie had brought money and added, earlier, Donnie sent someone to deliver money? Elliot counted on his fingers. Furniture and bed prepared. Each costs 100 guan, non-negotiable. Dag, ashamed, said, Master, isn't this too harsh? As an outsider, seeing how Elliot treated his grandpa, Dag felt sympathy for Amadeo. Elliot stated matter-of-factly, being his great-grandson who wandered among commoners all these years, has he done nothing wrong? This is his chance to atone. If he disagrees, don't blame me for not giving him a chance. Dag was speechless once more. Using money to atone for sins. How worldly of you, master. But, how satisfying. Joyfully, Dag left. Elliot looked at his back, eyes filled with helplessness. Is this easy for me? Dealing with the terrifying Fin Emeritus and Fin, plus an old subordinate of grandfather-in-law, I am truly caught between a rock and a hard place. And the Fin Emeritus daring to wander in the village, and wanting to stay here. If he knew there were old subordinates of Hiram still around, would he not be scared witless and flee? Benny was persuading Amadeo. Your Majesty, that old man is actually an ex-guard of Hiram. Amadeo. Not, you went to the palace and only now told me? You walked away so confidently earlier. Although I asked you to, didn't you feel anxious leaving me alone? Afraid that the old man might kill me? Sigh. Amadeo felt terrible. Benny suggested, Your Majesty, let's return to the palace. We can come back every day. Amadeo's face turned cold. Return to be imprisoned again? I've had enough. Sitting in that cage is far less pleasant than here. Just then, Dag returned and recounted Elliot's fee standards. Amadeo. Benny. Silence. Amadeo helplessly said, Let's go back to the palace one more time. Benny whispered to Amadeo's ear, If I leave, that old man, Amadeo. Good grief. This is exciting. Amadeo coolly remarked, Fear not, I have experienced much worse. Benny immediately left. At this moment, only Amadeo and Dag remained in this dilapidated courtyard. Dag stood like a statue, looking at Amadeo, breathing heavily, standing there like an elderly man in his twilight years. Suddenly, Dag spoke, Do you truly regard our master as a grandson? Amadeo glanced sideways, feeling that this old man's question might lead to unpleasantness. Now, I am alone. Ignore him. Right, I will remain silent. Dag snorted coldly, If you have ulterior motives against master, old man Dan will never let you go, even if it means my death. Amadeo. Choked up. I was provoked. I am the Fin Emeritus, who as the father of the emperor, dares touch me? The ungrateful Leaf would rip you apart. Leave Peach Blossom Spring in ruins, except for my great-grandson and daughter-in-law. Oh, and that maid, she could serve as a concubine for my great-grandson. Nice choice. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Dag laughed. Do you know who I am, Your Majesty? Why else would I keep silent? Since you know my identity, why did you let your guard leave? Unafraid that I might kill you? Dag's voice turned icy cold. Amadeo's face was calm and unperturbed, unmoved outwardly. Inside, slightly tense. But, do I not care about losing face? Amadeo calmly said, Today, the world is stable. Watching over your master's great-grandson and living in peace, isn't this good for you? Dag stayed silent. Amadeo continued, In any case, I am also your master's real grandfather. Colmes, it was I who forced Leif to kill Hiram and others. But whether my great-grandson seeks revenge is his own affair. If you kill me, you'll become the enemy of your master, killing his grandfather. The scene became quiet. Abruptly, haha, Dag laughed mockingly. Your Majesty, I would still admire you if you hadn't spoken those last words. But you did, showing fear. Amadeo. Shut up. Amadeo coolly replied, I am human. Why shouldn't I be afraid? Dag was surprised by Amadeo's honesty. I won't kill you. I just want to live normally. However, if your family wrongs our master again, Old Man Dan will fight to the death for our master. Fin Amadeo praised. It is my great-grandson's honor to have a loyal servant like you. I thank you on his behalf. Chapter 198. Refusal is disrespect. Let's spar then. Ganlu Palace. Bang. What is he planning to do? Crawford's roar didn't carry far, only reaching the guards outside. Perhaps when Ganlu Palace was constructed, they had considered that the emperor might have outbursts occasionally, thus its structure was uniquely designed to dampen sound. Otherwise, with Fin Leaf's voice, it could travel well beyond 1,000 feet. Ronnie kept his head down, not saying a word. Outside the palace, Spinny, upon hearing this, asked, Alex, what do you mean by that? What on earth is going on? I'm still here. You're disrespecting Donnie in front of me. Don't I have dignity? Crawford felt his face darken. I was talking about that disobedient son. You're really digging your own grave here. But for this loyal supporter of the retired emperor, Lincoln couldn't offer any explanation. As the ruler of a nation, why should I need to explain myself? You audacious Benny, there will come a day when I'll make you willingly address me as your majesty. Lincoln feebly told Ronnie, there's still some money in my private treasury. Take it and handle it as you see fit. Ronnie winced inwardly. Your majesty, isn't this private treasury filled with money robbed from the Alvin's palace? Speaking of which, how am I supposed to feel anything but shame? How can you remain so unperturbed? In the Eastern Palace, Eldon was studying. Suddenly, money? I'm thinking of money again. My money. This hurts. At this moment, Alastair saw Eldon banging his fists on the desk in distress. Is this acceptable? The future heir apparent losing focus while reading and lashing out like this over an unknown matter? As the prince's teacher, how could I bear such disgrace? Punishment. Harsh punishment. Just then, Eldon shivered, raising his head to see Alastair's stern expression. Oh, I acted rashly. Teacher Kong, can I explain? Alastair harumphed. Committing errors in class and trying to justify them deserves even harsher punishment. Eldon was at a loss. Isn't it better to acknowledge one's mistakes promptly? Don't you know Master Kong's inflexibility? He deserves it. Truly deserving. Tears silently streamed down Eldon's face. In Peach Blossom Spring, Ronnie arrived in a carriage. On it were nothing but coins, Kaiyuan Tongbao. For Fin Leaf's intentions, he had a vague understanding. The retired emperor cared deeply about these gestures. Whether for ulterior motives or not, with the capabilities of a royal prince, wouldn't the retired emperor be amazed and convinced? And before Dorian, be it Donnie or the living bandit, everyone felt genuine warmth. Likely, the retired emperor would also feel this way. Thus, the relationship between the retired emperor and Donnie could be improved through Dorian. Back then, when Dorian inadvertently mentioned the emperor and his son's relationship, wasn't it the same idea, the bond across generations? Donnie wished for the prince to implement it personally. Upon seeing the cartload of coins, Finn Jameson nearly dropped his jaw. Goodness gracious, is second son so wealthy? Why did I suffer financial difficulties? It can't be. Jameson's face darkened as he asked Ronnie, tell me, did that disobedient child use the Ministry of Revenue's funds? Ronnie, your majesty. How should he respond? That Donnie plundered from the prince? Such talk would be shameful, not only for Donnie but also for him as the leader of the Shadow Guards. Foreseeably, the retired emperor would comment, look who you serve. Why not work for me instead? While this wouldn't affect much, it'd be annoying. Jameson retorted, great. Bradonk, Minister of Revenue, is utterly incompetent, overseeing the nation's wealth yet achieving nothing. How unreasonable. With such a ruler and minister, the future of our great Tang is grim. Woe betide me. Ronnie was speechless. What a mess. The retired emperor was deliberately stirring up trouble. Old sir, where's the money? Jameson nearly fainted. Too much. Grandson. No good grandson. Just an evil offspring. So heartless. Ronnie replied, Alvin, the money is on the carriage. Donnie asked me to bring it. Dorian coldly laughed. Oh, my father's guard. You've deceived me so thoroughly. Ronnie was at a loss. Idiot. Limao should leave quickly. Only to hear. Dorian fondled something in his sleeve, casually stating, I remember our first meeting. You almost took me for an assassin. I'm curious about your skills. How about we spar? I've wanted to do this for a long time. No better day than today. Sweat dripped from Ronnie's forehead as he laughed awkwardly. Alvin, I had my reasons back then, and I must return to the palace and report. Next time. Trying to slip away. However, Dorian locked his gaze on him. Did I dismiss you? Ronnie felt bitter. Dare not move. After all, the prince has the immortal weapon. Its power, he has witnessed. Although Dorian isn't irrational, in this temperamental state, if Ronnie left without permission, the prince might end his life prematurely using the immortal weapon. Sigh. Too terrifying. Dorian inspected him curiously. I'm short one skilled guard. Why not you? Ronnie was speechless. This changed too fast? Dorian frowned. Are you unwilling? Rejecting me? Wanting to spar? Ronnie wanted to cry. Alvin, please act human. No chance to speak. Accusations piled up relentlessly. Too heavy. Limao can't bear it. And sparring. It's a threat. As the head of Shadow Guards, the Emperor's shadow, brave and fearless. Alvin, it's an honor, but can I first consult Donnie? To Ronnie's surprise, Dorian said, sure, go ahead. Amazing. Thought he'd refuse. Well, just that? Feeling Dorian's playful gaze, Ronnie ran off, mortified. Li Mao's lifelong reputation, from the moment he met the prince, was destined to be ruined. However, something suddenly occurred to him. Ronnie turned around and said, Alvin, isn't one guard too few? This Benny's skills are on par with mine. Benny. Ronnie. Go to hell. Dorian's gaze shifted to Benny, his eyes growing greedy. Finn Jameson's heart quivered. Grandson, that's my head of the shadow guards. You must not. Dorian coolly said, you. I want you. Refusal is disrespect. Let's spar then. Translation. Li Mao's lifelong reputation, from the moment he met the prince, was doomed to be destroyed. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Ronnie turned back and said, Alvin. Isn't one guard too few? This Benny, his martial skills are not inferior to mine. Benny. Ronnie. What the heck? Dorian's gaze fixed on Benny, turning greedy. Finn Jameson's heart trembled. Grandson, that's the head of my shadow guards. You cannot. Dorian said indifferently, you. I want you. Refusal is disrespect. Let's spar then. Chapter 199. Finn Leaf's inner collapse. Finn Jameson, Amadeo, was grief-stricken. Crawford, Leaf, was in silent mourning. When Lenore revealed the truth about his identity as Leaf's son, and with Amadeo getting involved, what was the result? This? Amadeo stayed on at Peach Blossom Spring. Lenore had come up with countless schemes to torment him. In the Gala Palace, Leaf nearly shed tears. But then, thinking of the commander of the retired Emperor's secret guards also joining Lenore's team, at least he's still my son. It seems I've gained something after all. In the Legion Hall, bang, bang, bang. After arriving, Leaf pounded on the desk continuously, roaring, what is he trying to do? What exactly does he want to do? Is he trying to gang up with his grandfather against me? Disobedient son. Leaf became more and more angry as he spoke, shaking with rage. Celeste remained silent until Leaf stopped pounding the desk and just sat there panting. Then she said, Your Majesty, haven't you figured out what this child is doing? Fuming, Leaf replied, What is he trying to do? He hates me. He hates me. His hands trembled as he spoke. This son, the only one who had ever given him a sense of fatherly warmth. Originally, he thought he was Butler's son. Turns out, he's my own son? One moment in heaven, the next on earth? Who could bear such a twist? Celeste smiled faintly. Would someone like Justino dare to upset you like this, making your Majesty so furious? Taken aback, Leaf looked deeply at Celeste, seemingly deep in thought. Celeste added, Isn't it normal for a son to make his father angry sometimes? Excitedly, Leaf asked, Lexiabai, are you saying? Celeste smiled. If he truly hated your Majesty, wouldn't it be easier to sever all ties with you instead of asking for money and people? Would you give him money and people if your son asked? Slapping his thigh, Leaf laughed heartily. Give whatever he wants. Even if I'm a bit tight on funds, I'll give it to him. As he continued, Leaf began to feel the pinch, grimacing. 100 strings of coins a day. Thank heavens I got the money back from Justino. Celeste hadn't known about this. Upon hearing it, Leaf explained how he had shared some of the money from Lenore's Peach Blossom Spring. Focused on seeing Lenore, they discovered he wasn't even there. Nor was the retired Finn Amadeo. Upon asking the villagers of Peach Blossom Spring, they learned it was the opening day of the chain mall, and Lenore had left early that morning. Chain mall. Isn't that also where I invested? Upon hearing this, Andrew's eyes lit up too. There's also my share of investment. The two left their carriage at Peach Blossom Spring and borrowed an ox cart, driven personally by Finn Leaf, heading toward the location of the chain mall. This address had been specially approved by the Emperor. Thus, he knew it well. As the ox cart moved along, midway through the journey, Leaf's face darkened, almost kicking Andrew out. Dominic, you made me drive you? Andrew laughed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Leaf. All right, Emmanuel Slanderer. You're stubborn. You're gutsy. I remember this. An hour later, they arrived outside the chain mall. Crowds were everywhere. At this moment, stylish young men and women fluttered through the crowd like butterflies, distributing exquisite flyers. Each flyer contained membership information. Bronze members, platinum members, gold members, lifetime members, all enjoying discounts and VIP service areas, elevating the consumer experience. Additionally, different membership levels received exclusive gifts on members' birthdays. Lifetime members could obtain the cherished treasure of recent Chang'an nobility, glass. Apart from a few pieces owned by Finn Leaf, these treasures were privately collected by the clan leaders of the 5 families and 7 clans. Sigh. Instantly, the crowd was stunned. However, as Finn Leaf, who was the actual father of Lenore, always felt this wasn't simple. Glass. This thing is definitely valuable. Is this son being so generous? On closer inspection, wow, I have to call this out. Lifetime members must spend over 10,000 strings of coins annually, but a single piece of glass can be worth at least 3,000 to 5,000 strings, if not more. That's the least expensive one. The most valuable pieces are roughly worth 10,000 strings. These glass treasures from the western regions are transported through deserts and mountains, facing bandits and other dangers before finally reaching Chang'an. They are rare treasures. Extremely precious. Immediately, the crowd buzzed. While many couldn't possibly spend 10,000 strings a year, other membership levels still offered discounts. Consequently, the membership sign-up window at the chain mall became swamped. This strategy, Leaf couldn't help but exclaim once again. Andrew solemnly remarked, Your Majesty, I've also invested. I believe the future looks bright. Leaf nodded in agreement. Me too, a bright future. This son is full of surprises. But thinking of giving all that money to his son earlier, it hurts. No, I need to tell him right away. Maybe he'll forgive me. Looking around, Leaf saw figures moving on the 3rd floor of the mall. There, Lenore had specifically requested a viewing platform to be built. At this moment, Lenore and Amadeo were there, along with Eider. After all, he was also a shareholder. Seeing Amadeo here, the clever Eider deduced the only possible reason. This prince has learned his true identity. Finally, the first step of Braden's scheme begins. He was indescribably excited. Just then, Leaf also climbed onto the viewing platform, smiling awkwardly, feeling extremely uneasy as he approached. At this moment, Eider saw Leaf approach and hurriedly bowed. Your subject greets your majesty. Leaf had to stop walking, and before he could speak, Lenore pulled Amadeo away. Away. Leaf's inner collapse intensified. He then looked at Eider. Leaf's face darkened. Eider, my frustration. Chapter 199. Leaf's inner world is collapsing. Finn Jameson, Amadeo, was in deep sorrow. Leaf observed a moment of silence. It turned out that when Lenore revealed Leaf's true identity to everyone, and Finn Jameson, Amadeo, got involved, the outcome was just this. Finn Jameson, Amadeo thoughtfully. Celeste continued, isn't it normal for a son to upset his father? Leaf, emotionally stirred, said, Guan Yinabai, are you saying? Celeste smiled. If he truly resented your majesty, wouldn't it be easier for him to sever all ties? Can't he asks for money and help? If your son asks for money and help, would you give it? Leaf slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Of course. Whatever he wants. Even if I'm short on funds, I'll give it to him. But as he spoke, he started feeling a twinge of pain and winced. 100 guan per day. Thankfully I got the money back from Justino. Celeste didn't know about this. Leaf explained to her about the money he got from selling the second-hand property to Jamar. Celeste's expression became strange. Leaf felt uneasy and asked, Guan Yinabai, what is it? Celeste uncertainly said, this child, could he be trying to make you hand over this money? Leaf. After a while, Leaf looked at Celeste, uncertainly. Should I give him all the money and see his reaction? Celeste didn't respond. This was hard to predict. The next day, Leaf personally drove a carriage out of the palace. However, his destination wasn't the Peach Blossom Spring. First, Leaf went to the residence of Duke Pedro. The gatekeeper immediately informed Andrew. When Andrew emerged, Leaf was still waiting outside the Duke's residence. This was quite unusual. Being the emperor of the entire realm, when had he ever needed to wait outside a minister's door? Only once. Leaf maintained a stern face. Dominic, come with me to meet our son. Andrew knowingly asked, Your Majesty, which son? Leaf snorted. Obviously not yours. Andrew leisurely remarked, Then why should I go? Leaf, exasperated, snapped, You tricked my son for so long. Shouldn't you ask for forgiveness? Andrew chuckled. Haha. Leaf, furious and embarrassed, demanded, Emmanuel Dominic, are you coming or not? Leaf and Andrew arrived at the Peach Blossom Spring, but upon arrival, they found Lenore wasn't there. Nor was Finn Jameson, Amadeo. Upon asking the villagers, they learned Lenore left early because it was the opening day of the chain store. Chain store? Didn't I invest in it too? Andrew, upon hearing this, also brightened up. I invested too. They left the carriage in Peach Blossom Spring and borrowed an ox cart, driven by Finn Leaf, heading to the location of the chain store. This address was specially approved by him, so he knew it well. On the way, Leaf's face darkened as he nearly kicked Andrew off the cart. Dominic, you let me drive for you? Andrew laughed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Leaf. Fine. Emmanuel the rascal. You're stubborn. You're bold. I'll remember this. An hour later, the emperor and minister reached the chain store. Outside, it was bustling with people. Young men and women dressed gorgeously moved through the crowd like butterflies, handing out exquisite flyers. Both of them received one. Upon closer inspection, wow. The flyer detailed membership tiers, bronze, platinum, gold, lifetime, offering discounts in VIP areas, elevating the shopping experience. Additionally, members received gifts on their birthdays. Lifetime members could receive the coveted luxury item among Chang'an nobility, glassware. Apart from the few pieces owned by Finn Leaf and the private collections of the leading clans, this item was rare. Sigh. Instantly, the crowd was astounded. However, as Lenore's father, Leaf sensed something was off. Glassware? An invaluable treasure. How kind-hearted is this son? Upon further observation, wow, the annual spending requirement for lifetime members exceeded 10,000 guan. But, one piece of glassware could cost 3 to 5,000 guan. And that's the cheapest. High-end glassware could cost around 10,000 guan. After all, these were rare treasures brought to Chang'an from the western regions, braving countless dangers. Truly priceless. Suddenly, the crowd buzzed. Though many couldn't spend 10,000 guan annually, other memberships offered respective discounts. Immediately, the membership registration area was swarmed. This operation, Leaf couldn't help but marvel again. Andrew solemnly said, Your Majesty, I also invested. I believe the future is bright. Leaf nodded in agreement. I agree. The future looks bright. This son brings so much surprise. But thinking of giving away a cart full of money made him wince. No, I must tell my son about this. Maybe he will forgive me. Leaf scanned the crowd and saw a group on the third floor near the observation deck. Lenore and Finn Jameson, Amadeo, were there. Also, Eider. After all, he was a shareholder too. Seeing Finn Jameson here, the clever Eider realized the prince had discovered his princely status. Has my first step of hoarding rare commodities finally begun? He was beyond excited. Just then, Leaf also climbed up to the observation deck, smiling yet nervous. Eider noticed Leaf approaching and bowed. Your Majesty. Leaf reluctantly halted. Before he could speak, he watched Lenore and Finn Jameson walk away. They walked away. Leaf's inner world collapsed. Looking at Eider, his face darkened. Eider, damn it. Note, the phrase damn it captures the humorous or sarcastic internet slang expression used humorously in the originals. Currently, Finn Leaf had destroyed Bill, enhancing his prestige. Seeing his father, Leaf was suddenly moved and walked over. Then, Amadeo was bewildered. Leaf actually took Amadeo's hand, went to the edge of the viewing platform, and shouted to the crowd. Today, I've come with Donnie, the retired Finn, to observe the lives of our Tang Dynasty citizens to better serve them in the future, ensuring every citizen can live abundantly. Whispers spread through the crowd. Countless eyes focused on Leaf. The citizens' faces were filled with hope. Long live the retired Finn, the crowd chanted. Amadeo felt bitter inside, but he couldn't vent his frustration. With the citizens watching, how could he not give face to his second son? So Amadeo stood on the platform like another big monkey, exposed to public view. Elsewhere, Jacques and Benny exchanged worried glances. Under such scrutiny, any unexpected event, both working for different masters but collaborating for the first time, they summoned hidden guards and shadow agents. A few clear bird calls passed unnoticed. Suddenly, a dozen figures emerged cautiously from the crowd, vigilant. Inside the room, Dorian, with a dark expression, almost jumped up. What is happening? In one swift motion, he pulled the two back and glared at Leaf. What are you trying to do? Just you think you can? Father, have you lost your mind? I aura around them. He concluded they were exceptional experts. Two top-tier experts serving as royal guards. Eider didn't know Dorian had forcibly reclaimed them. He only assumed the prince was highly valued. Thus, the chances of success in gaining favor increased. Excitement. Thrilled. Eider couldn't control himself. Calm down. Stay calm. Next, Dorian had a strange idea, giving an eerie smile. Everyone present felt a cool breeze above them. No one had seen such a smile, nor could they predict what would happen next. Dorian announced, since father isn't here, I plan for the ribbon cutting to be done by me and the retired Finn. Since everyone is here, Amadeo. No wonder I felt unusually close to you today. You want to use me? Ribbon cutting isn't important. You definitely want to use me. Leaf had guessed his son's intention. He quickly interjected, what is ribbon cutting? Let father do it. Such a great opportunity. I can't miss it. Indeed, as the ruler of a country, I will court my son. So what? Which father doesn't pamper their child? I'm a genius. Dorian nodded approvingly. Seeing his son's reaction, Leaf was delighted. However, Amadeo felt uneasy. Why do I feel superfluous? Furthermore, accepting the second son before my beloved grandson is unbearable. Dorian then called Andrew and Eider to explain the ribbon-cutting plan. Erdit. What kind of family is this? Isn't this just causing trouble? However, Jacques dared not contradict her. Celeste, who was always gentle and virtuous, suddenly became so bold. Who would dare to stop her? Better not speak anymore. Unexpectedly, Celeste added, go, and bring the hawk along. Jacques. No one should hold me back. I feel like performing a sword suicide for Her Majesty the Queen. This sudden audacity from Celeste left everyone stunned. Jacques felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief and exasperation. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as in the original text. Chapter 201. This is a miracle. Ethan Sherman had an odd expression but could only smile awkwardly. Who would have thought that Mara had come? She just came. Your Majesty. Fortunately, he noticed many people in civilian clothes outside, yet their eyes kept scrutinizing the surroundings. The Imperial Guards were here too. At this moment, the sky grew dark. The opening ceremony was about to begin. Jerry was also considering how to greet Elliot. This child. I have deceived him and concealed my true identity from him. He must not. Auntie, why did you come as well? Elliot approached, exclaiming in surprise. Jerry was taken aback. This title, Annie, Janice Min, counterattacked? Even Mara can't stand against this child. Jerry then smiled at Janice Min, Your Majesty. Suddenly, Janice Min had an inspiration. After so many years of marriage, this time they understood each other perfectly. Janice Min chuckled and said, Jun Xian, prepare a token for my son. In the future, anywhere in the palace, my son shall go wherever he wishes. Giles immediately replied, Subject follows your order. Elliot was not overly polite but said, As long as I can see my auntie, your harem, whoever likes to visit may do so. Even if Janice Min is his father, going in and out of the imperial harem casually. Besides, Elliot is an illegitimate son. His status is ambiguous. At least, people like Nathan, to secure Alvin Shingon's position as crown prince, seeing Elliot freely entering the palace, especially the Finn's harem. This, heaven-sent reason to kill him. Just waiting for Nathan to make his move. Such a clear excuse to die. Could Elliot willingly offer his head? Elliot laughed and said to Jerry, Auntie, you've never stayed in a small villa. I'll build one for you in Peach Blossom Land. Then you can live there. Isn't it better than the cage of the palace? Janice Min. Disrespectful son. You accepted my kindness, then you want me and Mara to separate? Dream on. You still hate me. Little did he know. Jerry exclaimed, What's a small villa? I've never heard of it or seen it. Hurry up and build it. Tell Auntie when it's done, and Auntie will move out of Lijiang Hall. Janice Min. Mara. You want to avoid me too? Jerry turned and smiled at Ethan Sherman. The words he was about to speak were swallowed back. At this moment, Elliot escorted Jerry to the viewing platform, saying, Auntie, today you are the main character. You cut the ribbon first. Janice Min. Am I doubting my life now? Mara is your auntie. I am your real father. On the other side, Amadeo felt neglected. My second son came. I was still the main character. Why should I be sidelined by the arrival of this daughter-in-law? How can I accept that? Amadeo forced a smile and followed. I'll cut the ribbon second. Jerry immediately responded. The first ribbon cutting should be done by His Highness the retired Finn. Amadeo felt respected. Leaf's respect towards me is for the world to see. Only my daughter-in-law genuinely respects me. Unexpectedly, Elliot said, the first cut belongs to Andy. Everyone else needs to step aside. Amadeo. Grandson, aren't you afraid this statement embarrasses me? You're intentionally doing this. Leaf, this is all you're doing. Preparations were ready. Janice Min approached smiling awkwardly, following Elliot's instructions. Jerry cuts first. Amadeo cuts second. Janice Min cuts third. Andrew laughs and cuts fourth. Well, it doesn't matter to me. Your Majesty, this is what you deserve. I am most understanding, not impeaching your Majesty. Family matters of your Majesty are not national affairs. I won't interfere. As for the ribbon cutting, be it Jerry, or Amadeo and Janice Min, or Andrew, They all felt new and ceremonious. Below, the citizens were eagerly awaiting. Elliot had already leaked the identities of those cutting the ribbon. Citizens in Chang'an City rarely saw what the emperor looks like. Thus, the area around the chain store was filled with people, all looking up in anticipation. Elliot gave the order. Fireworks, launch. At this moment, Elliot whispered to Jerry, Auntie, cover your ears. Jerry noticed Elliot's mischief, sympathetically glancing at Janice Min and Amadeo. Powerless. As Auntie, she could help the emperor this much. No more. Take care of yourself. Suddenly, Amadeo and Janice Min shivered simultaneously. Andrew remained unperturbed, not realizing what was about to happen. Bang bang bang. Thunder roared suddenly. Colorful fireworks blossomed in the night sky. Immediately, citizens were stunned. Amadeo was stunned. Janice Min was stunned. Andrew was stunned, almost scared witless. Who had ever seen fireworks before? However, the sounds of bang 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 resembled thunder. Nighttime thunder. Terrifying. Only Jerry, warned by Elliot, she covered her ears early. Although she heard tiny bursts, she wasn't startled. Instead, she was captivated by the dazzling fireworks in the night sky. Reese, how did you do this? Incredibly astonished. At this moment, shocked Amadeo and Janice Min, along with Andrew and the citizens, gradually regained their senses. This isn't thunder. What thing is this, so beautiful? This is a miracle. Giles. I almost died from shock. Benny. Want to kill someone? Come, let me vent. Shadow Guard. Chaotic. Dark Guard. Irresponsible. Imperial Guard. So beautiful yet with thunderous sounds. Trying to scare who? Chapter 202. Leaf prepares to march on the Turks. Leaf said with a wistful expression, You little fellow, you can still make fireworks? Dorian was bewildered. Didn't you? How do you know about fireworks? Could it be? They already existed at this time? Have I embarrassed myself? Cough. As long as I don't say anything, no one will know. Amadeo exclaimed in amazement. The 1,000 lights of the lantern tree shine, and 7 flowers bloom from the firework. After reciting, he froze for a moment. Spit. Why did I just read out a poem by Finn Joshua Sway? Fortunately, Amadeo glanced around. No one had noticed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the fireworks continued non-stop and displayed various patterns, some even in different shapes. This level of craftsmanship was beyond what the current Ministry of Works could achieve. Leaf secretly resolved to have Dayton come and learn from his son, even if he had to pay for it. On the other side, Eider was silently shedding tears. It was supposed to be him who would perform the ribbon-cutting ceremony. But in the end, why was he left out? If it were Finn Leaf doing it, it wouldn't matter so much. But why did Andrew get to do it while he, Eider, was forgotten? Your Highness, was this intentional or not? You did it on purpose. What could he do though? The circumstances today were stronger than man. Today's Fanyang House of Braden was not what it used to be. He must endure. Bang! Another deafening explosion filled the sky, covering the entire night sky with fireworks. Below, the citizens were awestruck. Fireworks were not rare, but white ones certainly were. Moreover, how many commoners had ever seen fireworks? Very few indeed. The ribbon-cutting ceremony ended. Dorian then led Celeste inside to show her the layout of the chain store. Household items area, residential area, clothing area. Thick cotton coats. Leaf touched the coat as Dorian introduced them. This coat is padded with cotton, making it very warm. Upon hearing this, Leaf finally remembered. When the first batch of troops returned from Shuafang, Alvin Jamar had brought 3,000 coats with him to reward the soldiers. Afterward, Leaf had ordered Minister of Revenue Braydon to buy cotton seeds from his son. He thought the cotton wouldn't amount to much. Who knew his son had made cotton coats ready for sale in the chain store? An idea formed in Leaf's mind. If he bought all the cotton coats, every soldier of the Tang army would have won, rendering the cold nothing more than an afterthought during the campaign against the Turks. His decision was set. At that moment, Amadeo stroked the thick cotton coat, marveling, such a fine product, and put it on, adding, growing old, winter is hard to bear. With this, he looked meaningfully at Dorian. Dorian smiled at Celeste and said, Auntie, I'll have our Sua Hollison embroiderers make a beautiful cotton coat for you and send it over soon. Celeste nodded. Thank you, Juan. But Dorian protested, Auntie, we're family, please don't speak so formally, otherwise. Celeste immediately agreed, all right, since we are family, Auntie won't be formal with you. Their conversation concluded. Amadeo and Leaf watched eagerly on the side but didn't hear their names mentioned. You and your aunt are family? Amadeo, what about your grandfather? Leaf, what about me, your father? But Dorian showed no sign of acknowledgement. Andrew, knowing the situation, turned to the standing sales attendant and asked, wrap up this one for me, it's good enough. Amadeo patted the coat he wore, saying, wrap this up for me too. Not to be outdone, Leaf pointed at another coat, this one's mine. Dorian turned back and reminded, don't forget to pay. Andrew, do you really think Old Master would take advantage of you? Moreover, he has shares here. How can he take advantage of himself? Alas, compromised by the Emperor and Crown Prince. Amadeo laughed, ha ha ha, I have no money, second son. Remember to pay for father. Leaf replied reluctantly, Colm's father? What else could he say? By sentiment and reason, Amadeo was his father. Now that Leaf ruled the land, a piece of clothing for the former emperor was not asking too much. From that evening, a groundbreaking chain store was born, drawing attention across Chang'an due to its grand opening attended by the former Finn, and the Mira. The next day, court session began at Taiji Palace. Ministers reported as usual, especially reports on the status of Shuafang City by Alton. Then Leaf announced casually, I intend to march on the Turks, what do you all think? Though casually mentioned, it carried deep meaning, his fervent desire for vengeance and retribution. Now Finn Leaf was determined. All the officials felt the same way. Kendrick stepped forward first, I believe, now that Shuafang is secure and the Turks struggling through the harsh winter, It's advantageous for us to strike now. Several ministers echoed his sentiments. Agreed. I agree as well. Only a few remained silent. Leaf called upon two officials. Ministers Gino and Du, what are your thoughts? Helmet stepped forward. I believe we should simulate the battle before deciding. Bogdan also stepped up. I agree with simulating the battle and coordinating supplies from the Ministry of Revenue before proceeding. Leaf nodded, turning to Bradonk. Minister Tang, are the finances sufficient? Sufficient? More than sufficient. The second phase of the national bonds had been approved. However, Bradonk cautiously responded, Your Majesty, funds are plentiful, but warfare requires favorable timing, location, and support. Finances alone cannot guarantee victory. Leaf then pointed to Hendrix. General Chung, how are the cavalry and the halberd squad training? Hendrix solemnly answered without his usual rough demeanor, Your Majesty, the soldiers await your order to crush the Turks. Leaf pounded his desk. Excellent. There is another matter. As we prepare to march on the Turks amidst the bitter winter, keeping warm is crucial. Now, Emil County has developed cotton-padded coats which keep the wearer very warm. Our Tang soldiers can face the winter unafraid. The whole court chanted in unison, Congratulations to Your Majesty. May heaven bless Tang. March on the Turks. Seeing this, Leaf nodded contentedly. The hearts of the people were behind him. Leaf instructed further, Minister Tang, find Emil County and see how many coats he can supply. Purchase all available. Bradonk responded promptly, As you command, Your Majesty. After the court session, Bradonk prepared to visit Dorian, who no longer lived at home but resided in Tawa. Apparently, since the opening of the chain store, leafy greens became a sought-after commodity in Chang'an. Dorian managed their cultivation at Tawa. Tang Lord, wait a moment. Eider called out and caught up to him. As a subordinate of Bradonk within the Ministry of Revenue, he looked strangely as he asked, Tang Lord, do you know about Emil County? Bradonk questioned, What about him? At this text, kept the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original. Translated names using their pinyin equivalents for consistency. Ensured the translation is fluent and free of grammatical errors. Preserve the continuity of the storyline and logic with previous content. Chapter 203. Bradonk is ready to fight to the death. At the entrance of Peach Blossom Spring, Bradonk looked conflicted and hesitated. Go in? Or not? Based on his understanding of Elliot, she never let anyone off easily. And now, I even concealed my identity, forced to deceive her along with Donnie. I am so innocent in this. Why must I be the one to do this again? The Minister of Revenue can have someone else take over. I will resign as soon as I return. This time, I'm serious. Biting his lip, Bradonk finally entered Peach Blossom Spring and found Elliot, smiling awkwardly as he said, My lord of Wanyan County? He tried to greet casually, planning to improvise. But then, Elliot stared emotionlessly at him and said, You lied to me. So, blunt? Bradonk's face fell as he helplessly responded, Just hear out this old man. Elliot coldly chuckled again. You lied to me. Not this again. Bradonk, breathless, replied, Old man also. Elliot repeated, You lied to me. Bradonk. Alvin, are you being polite? Bradonk shouted. Old man came to buy winter coats. Elliot retorted, You're lying to me. Unmoved as a rock, as steady as a mountain, always consistent. Bradonk was utterly disheartened, almost bursting into tears, lamenting, Old man has sinned. Elliot reflexively responded, You lied, continue. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Finally willing to listen, Elliot allowed Bradonk to explain. Understanding this, Bradonk resolved to sincerely admit his mistakes, or he wouldn't get any chance to speak. He somberly reflected, Old man erred greatly, but I couldn't reveal the Fint's intentions. Also, I shouldn't have hidden my identity. Elliot's expression turned icy as she sized him up and asked, What is your identity? Bradonk, embarrassed, answered, Old man is just Bradonk, the Minister of Revenue. Elliot's expression froze, asking coldly, So you're Bradonk, not a mere official of the Ministry of Revenue? Surprised, Bradonk exclaimed, Alvin, you didn't know? Did I confess too much? Did I mess up? I'm such a big-mouthed fool. Elliot sighed, If you hadn't told me, I truly wouldn't have known. Bradonk, I confessed fully and openly, yet you still won't forgive me? Alvin, your magnanimity. Fine, from your head to every part of you. You're not magnanimous at all. Elliot stepped back and called out behind her, Shut, Alvin, your anger has been vented. Can we talk about buying winter coats now? Elliot asked instead, Is the court preparing to wage war on the Turks? Hearing this, Bradonk admired her. Alvin, you're well informed. Indeed, such information was hard for outsiders, even nobles, to access. Your ability to infer the impending war on the Turks from the purchase of winter coats shows impressive insight. Elliot chuckled. Shall I prepare coffins for our soldiers? Bradonk's face darkened. Alvin, you've gone too far. If I heard you say that, I would strangle you. Looking at Bradonk, Elliot asked, Feeling offended enough to strangle me? With a cold expression, Bradonk remained silent. His eyes, however, brimmed with murderous intent. Elliot sneered, All ministers are useless. Bradonk. Oh no, you're starting to insult. What did the officials do to deserve this from you? Such vicious words. Alvin, don't use your charm to gain favor. No matter how kind Donnie treats you, once you lose virtue, I can impeach you until you question your existence. Ignoring Bradonk's cold expression, Elliot continued, I should help Donnie draft a decree blaming himself to ensure things go smoothly. Alvin, enough. I've had it. Bradonk finally snapped. Sigh. Fortunately, Andrew isn't here today. Otherwise, you'd be dead right now. Such audacious remarks. If Andrew heard them, he wouldn't just scold you, he'd sever your head. Bradonk sternly declared, Alvin, I endure this for Donnie's sake. If you continue speaking irresponsibly, I will fight to the death with you today. You're looking for death. Unexpectedly, Elliot coolly replied, It's clearly the court seeking death, sending soldiers to certain death. and you accuse me of inviting death? Sigh. This sigh held endless melancholy. Bradonk, Lord Tang, as Minister of Revenue, is your vision so poor? I thought you pretended to be stupid to hide your true identity. Now, I realize, you really are dim-witted as the Minister of Revenue. Bradonk. Anger surged within him. Now you're personally insulting me. You're no longer human. I'll draw my sword. I don't have a sword, but fists will suffice. I'm ready to fight. Bradonk clenched his fists, ready to wrestle Elliot. Elliot glared coldly at him and demanded, Minister Tang, although our soldiers are brave, they are still made of flesh and blood. Do you honestly think that mere cotton clothes can prevent freezing deaths in the harsh winds of the vast grasslands? Suddenly, Bradonk loosened his fists. Elliot scolded bitterly. That emperor father of mine constantly fantasizes about avenging past humiliations through another war against the Turks. To achieve vengeance, he needs brains. Where is his mind this time? Numerous ministers eagerly await a campaign against the Turks. Their dreams are grand, but reality is stark. Advantages of time, location, and support. Do we have any? War is a dangerous weapon. Ministers advising Donnie. Why are you all brainless? Hissy. A torrent of insults woke Bradonk up. Absolutely deserved. How could I be blinded by victory in Shuafeng and the money raised through bonds, neglecting the critical issues? Winter is a tough season for the Turks, but it will be equally challenging for our troops arriving there. Almost a huge mistake. While regretting, Bradonk hurriedly bid farewell to Elliot and rushed to the palace. Chapter 204. Am I just an experiment? In the Gam Palace, Bradonk relayed Dorian's words to Kyle. Kyle fell silent. However, he was not deterred by this news. With a look of certainty, Kyle analyzed, the Turks fear the harsh winter most each year. It is the best time for our troops to attack the Turks. Once spring arrives, with lush grass and abundant water, their horses will be strong and ready for battle. Moreover, every Turk is skilled in riding and archery. It would be highly disadvantageous for us then. Bradonk remained quiet. Did no one in the court understand the drawbacks of attacking the Turks at this time? But everyone was eager for immediate action. Stayed close to Dorian to protect her, by order of Kyle. Given her status as a prince, it was crucial to keep her safe from potential harm. The other person was Amadeo, looking bedraggled and coughing incessantly. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he sensed someone approaching and turned to see Kyle. He froze momentarily. Playing this out in front of his second son. What are you staring at? Amadeo sneered. Kyle kept his expression stern and said nothing. No need to pretend to be a filial son when no one else was around. But you only care about the elder brother. I won't force my affection on you. However, oh my, what's going on here? At that moment, a gleeful voice came from nearby. Hearing the familiar voice and its cheerful tone, Amadeo nearly fainted. His beloved grandson. Why couldn't you just behave like a good grandson, acting like your father and holding a grudge against your great-grandfather? Approaching was Dorian, carrying something, while Jacques held several objects behind him. Black cylindrical objects, unclear as to what they were. Aunt, you're here too. Dorian exclaimed upon seeing Jerry. She hurriedly handed over the object, saying, Aunt, I've prepared something special for you. A stove combined with a chimney I invented, so you won't feel cold in the dead of winter. Also, Aunt, I've had the embroidery artist finish your cotton robe. He laughed gleefully at Kyle's frustration, but suddenly recalled Dorian's term. Old man? Could he challenge her on this? Dorian then entrusted the task to Jacques. Benny extinguished the smoky charcoal fire inside. Jacques, having practiced setting up the heating system before, did it effortlessly this time. An hour later, everything was installed. Amadeo excitedly lit the charcoal fire again. This time, no smoke filled the room, and it was warm inside. Unsatisfied, Dorian shook his head and mumbled, How stupid am I? With a Kong, heated brick bed, why do we need a stove? Currently, Jerry was the only person Dorian willingly got close to. Knowing the Emperor's intentions, she asked, Reese, what's a Kong? Dorian explained, it's a brick bed with hollow spaces underneath, heated like a cook stove. Even if snow blankets the ground outside, lying on it won't feel cold. Amadeo's eyes lit up. Grandchild, build me a Kong. Dorian grinned mischievously. Sure, we need to test it first to find the best way to build it. Amadeo. So I'm just an experiment? Jerry subtly changed the topic. Reese, I haven't eaten. I heard you have green vegetables here. She deftly eased Amadeo's embarrassment. Before Dorian could respond, Jerry began coughing uncontrollably. Remembering something, Dorian's face changed. Aunt, your asthma needs treatment right away. Historically, Jerry died in the 10th year of the Zhongguan era. After her death, Kyle lost his wise confidant. Hawk Eldon rebelled against him, and Kyle, in his later years, made many imprudent decisions, especially concerning Andrew. After Andrew's death, Kyle's anger towards him flared intensely. Even more, Kyle suspected Andrew of forming cliques for personal gain during his lifetime. Not only did he cancel the imperial marriage bestowed upon Andrew's son, but he also personally smashed Andrew's tombstone, a significant blemish on an emperor's reign. The unluckiest was still Andrew, who had corrected many of Kyle's mistakes and assisted him in founding the Zhongguan era of prosperity, only to end up like this. Thinking about this, Dorian looked at Kyle with unkind eyes, filled with infinite disdain. Suddenly, Kyle noticed his son's attitude towards him shift from indifference to disdain, leaving him utterly baffled. What did I do now? I didn't do anything. The sudden change in atmosphere made Kyle feel uneasy. He hadn't realized how much his actions after Andrew's death would affect his son's perception of him. Chapter 205. Son, you're too innocent. Dorian personally cooked in the kitchen. 6 dishes and 1 soup. There was no other way. There were just too many people. Jameson, Amadeo, came over for a free meal. Plus Crawford, Kyle, and Celeste, and outside, Benny and Ronnie, each holding a bowl and a steamed bun. Dorian nearly laughed. However, Benny and Ronnie were almost in tears. One being the head of the Dark Guards, and the other the head of the Shadow Guards. They had actually fallen to this state. Tragic. Pathetic. Alvin, You are tormenting yourself. At this moment, these two archenemies felt a sense of mutual suffering for the first time. The cold wind howled outside, but it was not the cold they felt. It was their hearts that were cold. Inside the house, Dorian was introducing the 6 dishes. April, this is tomato and egg stir-fry. This is chili and egg stir-fry. This is spinach and egg stir-fry. Tomato salad with sugar. Stir-fried spinach. Spicy lamb. And lastly, this soup is pearl jade white jade tomato egg flour soup. Dorian explained each dish enthusiastically. Celeste ate with great relish. Finn Jameson, Amadeo, and Crawford, Kyle, were ignored entirely. Amadeo did not care about this. His purpose was simple. He wanted to see how awkward and embarrassed his second son would be in front of his beloved grandson. This was the joy of being the former Finn. Kyle knew of his father's dark intentions, but could do nothing about it. After all, they were not in the imperial palace. Although it was true that the land under heaven belongs to the emperor, here it didn't matter because his son hadn't acknowledged him yet. If he did not gain recognition from his son, he would never have it in this life. As an emperor with so many consorts and children, having a son like Dorian who could make him feel warmth and affection was rare and precious. Kyle cherished this relationship deeply and did not want to lose it. Over the recent period, understanding his son while setting aside his imperial identity made him realize how irreplaceable this son was to him. No matter how aggrieved Kyle felt inside, he endured it for this precious kinship. Finally, everyone had eaten their fill. Celeste wanted to take a walk and enjoy the night scenery of this utopian place. Dorian understood immediately. Her intention was clear, to give this father and son some space. Celeste left. Dorian instructed Ronnie to protect her closely. As for Benny, he thought better of it, fearing that as a close confidant of Amadeo, Benny might act rashly. Look at how he ignored Donnie Kyle. Clearly, he was a dangerous individual. Regarding leaving Benny behind, Dorian was unconcerned. Even if Benny wanted to assassinate Kyle to restore Amadeo's power, it was unrealistic. The court was full of Kyle's loyalists, making it hopeless for Amadeo. Furthermore, even if Amadeo harbored such thoughts, he couldn't cause much trouble. Should Benny try anything, and even if Amadeo intended to harm his own son, Kyle always carried his immortal weapons. At this moment, only 3 people remained in the room. Dorian, Kyle, and Amadeo. Amadeo clearly had no intention of leaving and sat there cleaning his teeth. Kyle glanced helplessly at his father and said to his son with a smile, "How about we go for a walk?" It seemed he wanted to leave Amadeo behind. However, Dorian retorted, "It's cold outside. If you want to go, you go." Kyle, "Son, whose side are you on? You know very well I have something to say." Amadeo sneered, "Little too. If you don't want me, the Finn, to hear, then kill me." Kyle almost fainted from rage. "Old man, you think your schemes are hidden from me? Your plan was not just to scheme against me but also involve my son in this plot. If I killed you, my image in my son's eyes would forever be tarnished as a parasite. Deceitful, cunning, shameless. I will endure," Dorian said indifferently. "If you have something to say it. I'm getting sleepy." Kyle, "Are you and your grandfather conspiring against me?" Sigh. Kyle took a deep breath and said, "During the day, let me speak for myself. I asked the Minister of Revenue to buy cotton clothes from you, and after hearing your analysis, he told me. Dorian abruptly asked, "Why did you attack the Turks?" Kyle's eyes turned fierce. Before he could speak, Dorian interrupted. "The humiliation of the Emmanuel Shui alliance has troubled you, preventing you from sleeping peacefully, hasn't it?" Embarrassed, Kyle replied, "Well, indeed. This shame was not only his, but also the whole Tang Dynasty's. Most importantly, it undermined the dignity of the court. How did the common people view the court? An incompetent court? An incompetent and inept ruler?" However, please note this sentence seems to be inserted out of context from the original text provided. If you want a full, accurate translation and edit for the entire text, I would need the full context or specific sections you wish to translate. The phrase, an incompetent and Hunjun ruler, combines English and Chinese, with Hunjun, meaning dark ruler, often used to describe a monarch who is tyrannical or incapable. In the context of a narrative or historical discussion, it might be better rendered as tyrannical ruler or inept emperor, depending on the surrounding context. Dorian sighed. War results in death, right? Kyle's expression remained calm. How can war not result in death? Dorian shook his head. So, why did Fin Wu of Han spread the name of the Han Dynasty far and wide? Why can't you accept it now? Excuse. All excuses. Dorian tapped his fingers on the table and said coolly, "The highest form of warfare is strategy. Diplomacy comes second, direct combat third, and besieging cities is the last resort when absolutely necessary. War cannot fully destroy the Turks. Even Fin Wu of Han failed to completely eradicate the Xiongnu, leading to the rise of the Turks. Today, you may eliminate the Turks, but other tribes like the Tuyuhun remain. They are like weeds. Cut down one, another grows in its place." Amadeo couldn't help but interject, feeling aggrieved. Does this mean our Tang people will forever suffer from raids and constant harassment? In truth, this empire belonged to the Li family. As the former Finn, Amadeo couldn't help but care. Kyle also felt resentful inside. At this moment, Dorian calmly said, "I know a method to make the nomadic tribes abandon their bows and arrows and even their raiding habits. But are you willing to implement it, or wait long enough?" Without hesitation, Kyle shook his head. "Son, you're too innocent." Dorian chuckled. "You're calling me stupid, right?" Kyle, considering his son's feelings, said tactfully, "Innocence is not the same as stupidity." Dorian rolled his eyes. "Then it's foolishness, worse than stupidity." "This is what you meant? I really misunderstood you. Fortunately, I didn't speak out. Otherwise, I would have been hated by my son." Leaf sighed in relief and said, "Go on." Bliss then asked, "Why do the Turks raid our great Tang?" Amadeo interjected, "The Turks don't engage in farming or industry, always greedy and living off plundering our people. Holmes, I need to assert my presence. Can't keep quiet. Right. Exactly like this. At least, in this good grandson's eyes, I must surpass the second son. Leif ignored this biased father and continued, especially after winter, many of their livestock die from the cold. By spring, the Turks will surely raid us. Therefore, I plan to attack them when they are unprepared. Bliss nodded, tapping his finger lightly on the desk. Raiding is the Turks' way of survival, dictated by their environment. And Ron has grand ambitions, always wanting to take over the fertile lands of our great Tang. He did not further comment on Leif's plan. But ordinary herdsmen, who doesn't want a peaceful life, when lacking clothes and food, they have no choice but to plunder. Bliss sighed here, prosperity brings hardship to the people. Decline also brings hardship to the people. 8 words, which made Amadeo and Leif's faces change, their breathing quickened. One was the retired emperor, the other, the current emperor. Both understood Bliss's 8-word statement perfectly. Throughout history, the ultimate beneficiaries have always been the few elite. These people are never ordinary citizens. They are the aristocracy and the nobility. From the Shang and Zhou dynasties to today, the aristocracy and nobility have almost entirely controlled the empire's fate. Many of today's noble families descend from ancient nobles. Every dynasty must compromise with these elites to rule. Jessup compromised during the Sui dynasty, but Josh refused to share power with them. The result became the last emperor of a fallen dynasty. Amadeo founded his dynasty with support from these elites. But by the time of Leif, an ambitious emperor, he, like Josh, didn't want to be constrained by them. In short, whether a dynasty thrives or declines, the common people always suffer, while the elites enjoy the fruits. Even emperors bear the nation's wrath when people grumble. Bliss's succinct summary wasn't just alarming, it was terrifying. Only someone with the mind of an emperor could truly grasp this. However, Bliss didn't know the complexity of these two men's thoughts, only continuing. But if we can provide what the Turks need, making them utterly dependent on us. Upon hearing this, Amadeo was dumbfounded. Leif flew into a rage. This kid changed his stance too quickly. After all this talk, that's it? Amadeo. I'm blind. Leif. You deceived me. Bang. Leif slammed the table angrily, roaring. Do you want to offer tribute to the Turks, feed them, and beg for their mercy? Utter nonsense. This brat, you're just asking for punishment. You infuriate me. Amadeo. I feel chest pain. Bliss was stunned. Tribute? Who said anything about tribute? Leif, did you misinterpret and blame me? So this is the kind of emperor you are. Bliss spat. Tribute? Pa. You pay tribute. May your whole family do so. Leif glared darkly. Cough. I am your father. But if you insist on paying tribute, I will never agree. I never thought you would not only lack spirit, but also be so. Seizing the opportunity, Amadeo added, Second son, this is your fine child. Leif. I am innocent. This ungrateful child wasn't even raised by me. If the parent fails to educate properly, I didn't raise him. Bliss complained bitterly. Can you let me finish talking? You accused me of treason without hearing me out. Isn't that unjust? Hearing this, Amadeo and Leif pondered. Is he not talking about treason? Let's hear him out. Leif sternly said, Explain yourself. Bliss narrowed his eyes. War and trade, both are necessary. The Turks invade our people. We must respond forcefully and teach them a lesson. I think you currently lack the capability. The last part came abruptly. Leif, are you questioning your father's ability? Before Leif could erupt, Bliss continued, but we need to consider, what does Turkey have? Plentiful cattle and sheep, valuable items our people lack, and meat being especially expensive. Ordinary folk can barely afford it. Moreover, oxen are vital for agriculture and shouldn't be killed. Actually, beef tastes quite good, especially with potato stew. Leif's face turned ashen. Does this mean you often kill cattle secretly? Bliss licked his lips and wiped his mouth. We lack mutton and beef, while the Turks lack grain. Why not let merchants sell grain at the Turkish border and buy their livestock? Then sell it back home. Isn't that a win-win? Saying this, Bliss suddenly called out, Ronnie, ask Xiaoling to bring me a sweater. A sweater? Leif was bewildered. Amadeo hadn't heard of it either. Soon, Ronnie brought the sweater. Bliss touched the not-so-precisely crafted sweater and handed it to Leif. Try it. Unexpectedly, Amadeo snatched it midway, muttering, let me try. Leif. Hold my temper. Conflict with the retired emperor would affect how his son views him, and reminding the son of the Xuanwu Gate incident would label him a heartless brute. Meanwhile, Amadeo, following Bliss's instructions, put on the sweater. Shortly, Amadeo widened his eyes in surprise. Why is it so warm? Bliss smiled. This is a sweater, woven from wool. As it's a prototype, the craftsmanship isn't great, but it can be improved. Wool is abundant on the Turkish steppe. If we buy wool, the herdsmen on the steppe can get money and grain, thus purchasing what they need from our great Tang. This way, they can live steadily without risking their lives. In the long run, who would still want to risk death to raid our great Tang? Amadeo. Leif. Is this feasible? Lenore firmly added, however, we must make them feel the military might of the great Tang so that our strategic layout can gain enough time. Otherwise, if you never defeat him, he will always think only of plundering rather than working with his hands to survive. Leif made a significant decision in his heart and said, therefore, I must attack the Turks. Then, I will let you try out this idea. However, Lenore shook his head firmly and insisted. Attacking the Turks now is no different from seeking death. Don't think that having cotton clothes means everything is fine. Our great Tang is not adequately prepared yet. Leif tried not to sound too intentional and lightly added, but, don't we have your divine item? Amadeo only frowned upon hearing this. Divine item? What is this? An expedition against the Turks requires a divine item? Leif's expression turned grim as he considered Lenore's words. The boy had a point. They weren't ready yet. But what about the divine item Holosil possessed? It had been a game-changer at Shuajino. Could it not turn the tide again? Amadeo's frown deepened. He had heard whispers of this divine item, but had no clear understanding of what it was or how it worked. All he knew was that it seemed to have given the Tang forces an edge in battle. Comte, did it warrant delaying an assault on the Turks? The tension in the room grew thick as each man weighed the potential risks and rewards. Finally, Lenore continued, "We need to show strength, yes, but not recklessly. The Turks thrive on uncertainty and chaos. They feed off the fear they instill. By attacking them prematurely, we give them the advantage. We need to be smarter, more strategic." Leaf sighed inwardly, realizing his son was right. Impulsiveness could lead to disaster. They needed a more calculated approach. Amadeo nodded slowly, understanding dawning on him. Perhaps Lenore's plan wasn't as foolish as it initially seemed. "Very well," Leaf conceded. "We will prepare thoroughly. Meanwhile, explore ways to implement this trade strategy. Let us see if it can pacify the Turks while we fortify our defenses." Lenore smiled faintly, relieved his father saw reason. Colm's father. With the right preparation and timing, we can secure both peace and prosperity for our people. Chapter 207. This old man doesn't want to face the Alvin, a celestial artifact? So that's what you're really after, Dorian said disdainfully. You think that thing is as common as cabbage? Crawford, Leaf, this, I was just asking. Why such a big reaction? I used to despise you, sure. But now that your imperial status has been revealed, can't you be a bit more restrained? Clearly, Dorian had no idea what restraint meant. Dorian continued, "This is winter cabbage, very precious. Otherwise, why wouldn't I give one to Duncan, my sworn brother and your godson?" Hearing this, Crawford felt pleased inside. After all, this son still cares about his old man. How gratifying. How ashamed. I didn't raise this child for a single day. Suddenly, Dorian chuckled coldly. "I've decided. You must return that thing to me." Thud. Crawford's jaw dropped in surprise. "Didn't you give it to me?" Dorian retorted boldly. "Can't I take it back if I gave it to you?" This was arrogant. Crawford felt an internal turmoil frustration. This treasure saved my life once. Bill sent people to spread a plague in China. What happens, the Tang Dynasty might completely change. Forget it, just in case, who knows what will happen tomorrow. Crawford felt bitter. Being an emperor is a high-risk job, true enough. But it feels like you're finding every chance to belittle your old man. Ah. Finn Jameson sighed softly, lost in thought. He truly empathized. From emperor to retired emperor in the blink of an eye. So being an emperor is indeed a high-risk job. Others may not rebel, but even a son could make you abdicate. This sigh, Crawford's face darkened slightly. After all, they are father and son. Who doesn't know who? Especially Jameson's awkward position as retired emperor. Crawford planned to leave. Staying longer might remind his son of the Xuanwu Gate incident. I might already be labeled a beast in my son's mind. Being an emperor is bitter. This time, Dorian looked weary and weak, saying, "I guess you already know your godson destroyed some of Ron Khan's reinforcements with a device. I can prepare a few for you." Crawford's face brightened. Dorian's expression turned grave. "Only use these if the battle doesn't go well. Can you promise me?" Crawford nodded. "I promise you." This was an emperor's promise. Thus, he used "I" as the emperor. Dorian frowned. "Though this seems powerful, remember, everything hinges on the person. No matter how strong something is, it depends on whether the person can maximize its potential." Crawford couldn't help but feel Bu Fuqi. Correction. Crawford couldn't help but feel indignant. In this context, Bu Fuqi implies a feeling of indignation or being unwilling to accept something, often coupled with a desire to prove oneself. Using indignant reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning. Am I a foolish emperor? Knowing men well will lead to success everywhere. Crawford laughed and said, "Don't worry, I get it and will remember." He sounded nothing like a dignified emperor, or even a father. Finn Jameson was moved. This second son treats my grandchild so poorly? He, so cold-blooded, so merciless, killing brothers and imprisoning fathers. He must be acting. Every emperor is an actor. Except me. Delusion. Fake. Second son just wants to trick my grandchild into giving up the celestial artifact. Dorian yawned. Before the troops set out, notify me to send someone to take the great treasures I prepared. Also, find a trustworthy person, and I'll tell him how to use it. Crawford immediately replied, "Let Hendrix's son come." Dorian firmly said, "No." His tone was so decisive. Dorian continued, "Absolutely not. Find others. This war isn't simple. Sending my sworn brother there is sending him to his death." Crawford. "I'm not angry. I choose not to be angry. Even though this son doubts my expedition to Turkey so much. Then, I'll prove it to you." Later that night, Crawford and his wife left Peach Blossom Spring and returned to the palace. Next, Crawford immersed himself in the Hall of Sweet Dew. Candlelight flickered. Crawford held a brush, writing and sketching, nearly documenting everything Dorian explained. The next day, Taimyao Palace. Morning assembly. Crawford spoke eloquently, mainly analyzing the plundering way of life of the Turks and using trade to tie the Turks to Tang's war cart. Basically, besides Crawford's own embellishments, everything was from Dorian. Additionally, Crawford gave it a grand name, Trade War. Ministers were stunned. Then, they admired greatly. "Your Majesty, genius." At this moment, every minister's thoughts became active. This plan wasn't immediate, but if successful, not only would it benefit this era, but also future generations. And it would immortalize the participants. Who wouldn't be moved? Only a fool. The quick-witted began to calculate here. The bolder ones prepared to volunteer themselves. Unexpectedly, an eunuch announced, "What an incredible honor. Even if it doesn't succeed, it won't be a big deal. After all, no one has ever done this before. If it does succeed, the glory will be unparalleled. Old man, Minister of Revenue, Bradonk, will become renowned in history." At this moment, Leaf continued leisurely. Also, regarding the trade war, go find the Gaylord and ask him about the specific operational details. Bradonk's expression of gratitude froze. It was rather sudden. The key player here is still the prince? So, the trade war was originally the prince's grand conception. Your Majesty, don't you feel embarrassed? Most importantly, Bradonk's heart ached with sorrow. I don't want to face the prince. Chapter 208. Young man, you are insulting me. Donghua Hollison. As the Minister of Revenue, Bradonk ultimately had no choice but to come here helplessly. This time, once he returns, he will genuinely resign from office. At the very least, he can't be the Minister of Revenue anymore. Meeting a prince every now and then is too much for an old man like him. His body can't take it. Dorian saw Bradonk without any surprise, as if she had expected it. After all, the padded jackets weren't purchased last time either. Leaf was determined to attack the Turks now, so these jackets were indispensable. Dorian asked, Perry, why are you here again? Bradonk felt bitter inside. His face showed exhaustion. He replied with barely any energy, Before he could say more than that, Dorian interrupted him, saying, looking at your expression, you must not want to be here. Bradonk screamed inwardly, Alvin, you truly understand me. Dorian propped her chin up and said disdainfully, your woeful face just annoys me. Bradonk. Forget it. I must have been blind to consider you my soulmate. Fortunately, I'm magnanimous. Otherwise, you'd be dead already. Not because I can't fight you or because of your princely status. Absolutely not. Dorian didn't wait for Bradonk to catch his breath before discussing the padded jackets. She said, these padded jackets can be negotiated. Not less than market price. 10 strings of cash on the market. But since the court wants them, make it 15 strings. Bradonk. Alvin, are you foolish, or am I? Don't you find something wrong here? But Dorian waved her hand dismissively and said, don't misunderstand. This is a special order. How can it be compared with regular market goods? Bradonk. You must be joking. Brazen extortion of the court. If only I could slap some sense into you. However, Bradonk managed a fake smile and said, let's do as the prince wishes. He was determined to have the emperor compensate for the difference in price. The court reportedly accomplishing so much. It's terrifying. In my youth, while not playing mud anymore, I indulged in pleasure in Chang'an, blah blah blah. In my vibrant youth. Soon enough, my beard turned gray. Farewell my youth. Suddenly, Bradonk couldn't help but turn serious, wholeheartedly reminiscing about good times. Dorian continued sorrowfully, perfection doesn't exist. So, I'm imperfect. But my imperfections prove I'm human. A noble youth who benefits the country and its people, detached from low pleasures. Bradonk froze, stunned as if struck by a hammer. Why did the prince suddenly boast? Familiar style and growing self-expression indeed. Dorian mourned bitterly. I often suffer from my excellence, having sleepless nights and frequent insomnia. Bradonk. How shameless can one be? Such arrogance is bizarre. The most shameless person in Tang. No, the world. Finally, I understand why the Fanyang Bradens are like this. Only shamelessness can defeat everything. Should I learn this? Dorian sighed. Let's not talk about this. If someone hears me, they might think I'm boasting. Bradonk's confusion grew. What's boasting? Then, Dorian straightened up. Now, let's discuss the real business. Bradonk's heart collapsed. Did you just remember? Fortunately, you're the emperor's illegitimate son. If you'd grown up in the palace, quite entertaining actually. No chance, though. You will eventually return to the royal family. I don't intend to watch this drama. Thinking things would get normal now, unexpectedly, a person appeared. Bradonk immediately greeted, pay homage to the former Finn. Amadeo faintly acknowledged with a Dorian calmly said, I'm busy, green salt, the best restaurant, newly opened chain stores, etc. Cotton jacket procurement can be handled by Grandpa. Discuss details between you two. This time, Bradonk was beyond words. Alvin, what are you doing? The animosity between the former Finn and the current emperor, neither tolerates the other. The emperor needs cotton jackets for the army. Entrusting this task to the former Finn, who can't see eye to eye with the emperor, invites trouble. Bradonk coughed. Alvin, can we change places? I'm getting numb standing here. Amadeo glanced at him. So polite. Unexpectedly, Dorian bluntly replied, don't worry. If Grandpa handles it, there won't be issues. Amadeo. Bradonk. Can you be a bit tactful? It's awkward. Dorian ignored. I don't keep idle people. If Grandpa stays here, he must show his worth. Amadeo screamed inwardly. Good grandson. Didn't I spend money here? True, not mine. It's all paid by second son. But isn't it natural for a son to pay for the father? Dorian smiled. Amadeo felt uneasy inside. Bradonk's heart raced. What kind of sinister plan is this? Dorian continued smiling. I'll have Gino write an article titled, The Happy Life of the Former Finn. Amadeo's face flushed red. Impudent brat. You're insulting me. As former Finn, I have nothing more to say. Bradonk's face hardened. Shameless. Truly the emperor's good son. Badmouthing the former Finn. How much hatred is there? Dorian added. Let everyone know the former Finn promotes cotton jackets. Amadeo. What do you mean? A trap, right? Bradonk. Now I can't figure out your game. Cotton jackets cost 10 strings. How do you promote that? Can the former Finn believe this nonsense? The Taishang Finn is not a ruler who is out of touch with the common people's struggles. After all, he was the founding emperor. The Taishang Finn was not an out-of-touch ruler who wondered why people didn't eat meat porridge when starving. After all, he had been the founding emperor of the dynasty. Hashtag chapter 209. Dare to touch my taboo. Finn Amadeo stroked his beard and said, I think it's fine. Just like that. He agreed. Isn't it worth asking for more details? Aren't you afraid that the Finn and his son are digging a pit for you together? Though, as the retired emperor, watching helplessly while your son and grandson dig a hole for themselves, there probably isn't much choice. After all, it's merely a figurehead now. This means no resistance, accepting one's fate. I should report back to Donnie. Braydonk thought of many things. The retired Finn's reaction was genuinely shocking. Dorian then stared at Braydonk again and asked, Secretary Tang, you must have come not just for winter clothing, right? Braydonk replied formally, regarding trade war, I seek advice specifically. Modest. Too modest. The esteemed Minister of Revenue was simply a student seeking knowledge on this issue. Dorian praised him, saying, I only mentioned a trade idea, but Perry linked it to a trade war. What an apt phrase. Embarrassed, Braydonk replied, the term trade war was mentioned by Donnie. Immediately, Dorian responded coolly, oh, in that case, never mind then. Braydonk. Your Highness, do you have no reservations about expressing such an opinion of the Finn? Amadeo, however, found this amusing. Feeling satisfied seeing his second son being criticized by his talented grandchild, he couldn't feel happier reveling in their misfortune. Only then did Dorian continue eloquently. What we call a trade war is using commerce to defeat enemies. Throughout history, wars have always been depicted with swords, spears, and horse battles. Few realize that wars can be fought silently without smoke. And a trade war is exactly like that. So is a cultural war. We'll discuss that later. Braydonk perked up upon hearing about the cultural war. He found it fascinating. As a civil official, he always felt a close connection to culture. Who knew Dorian wouldn't expand further? Dorian continued, trade is commercial activity, and commerce deals with goods. To defeat enemies through goods, the best way is for the enemy to provide raw materials, which we process and resell at a higher price. This way, they work for us, which is the smartest move. Braydonk listened intently. After all, this was the first time he had heard about a trade war. He was essentially still in the dark. Besides, he was designated by the Finn to oversee this trade war. The success or failure would impact his reputation greatly. Dorian continued speaking freely. Regarding the so-called trade war, he only had a general concept, far from mastering it. But for the ancients, sparking new ideas could produce brilliant results easily. To conduct this well, we need to study our enemies thoroughly. For example, the Turks. The grasslands aren't suitable for growing grain, but are filled with cattle and sheep. So, I invented woolen sweaters made from sheep wool. Don't underestimate a simple sweater. It provides another form of warmth akin to cotton clothes for our great Tang. For the Turks, every year they shear their sheep, and the wool is useless to them. If they could exchange wool for grain, rock salt, iron pots, etc., wouldn't they be delighted? Our merchants will buy the wool, weave it into sweaters, and sell them at a high price even to the Turks. They will admire our great Tang for providing such invaluable items. Braydonk interrupted. The Turks invade our Tang because they covet our wealth. Dorian smiled, therefore, let's show them how much more incredible our Tang really is. At first, our merchants will purchase wool from all Turkish nomads. Then, when they taste the sweetness, we'll cooperate with select tribes. Only those selected tribes will supply enough wool for us. The unchosen tribes will envy the chosen ones, leading to jealousy and madness. Inevitably, the Turks will fight each other to sell their wool to us, and our Tang can benefit. Whistled. Amadeo inhaled sharply. Braydonk shivered. Good heavens. Alvin, you're so cunning. Such depth over something as trivial as wool? So unethical. Dorian laughed. Of course, what we sell to the Turks isn't just woolen sweaters. For tribes supplying wool, we will give priority in selling rock salt, iron pots, knives, spices, fabric, everything they need. Additionally, we need 3 rules with the Turks. First, the buying price of wool next year won't be lower than this year. But, Dorian grimly bowed. Old man has learned much. Dorian calmly said, it's just an example. The court needs to extrapolate. With so much said, I'm parched. Details, you decide yourself. Saying this, he pulled out a small booklet. Seems he was well prepared. Braydonk carefully accepted it. Suddenly, Dorian sighed. If the court insists on invading Turks, it might not go as planned. I'm just a county lord. Braydonk rolled his eyes. What nonsense. Not face-saving. Just a county lord. Huh? Being in theft before coming of age. You're the only one in the whole Tang Dynasty. Also, you have another identity, the Finn's bastard son. Not the eldest legitimate son, but still the firstborn son. Dorian sighed. When in power, I worry for the people. Away from power, I worry for the Finn. I hope the court wins. But if it doesn't go as expected, please don't hide information from me, Perry. Amadeo glanced curiously at his talented grandchild. To be in a high position in the court. One worries for the people. To be far away in the rivers and lakes. One worries for the Finn. This saying shows that this talented grandson truly has the heart of caring for the court and the world. As a minister, Braydonk felt this deeply, even taking it as his personal life motto. Braydonk did not refuse Dorian's request either. This prince was simply too formidable. Perhaps his prediction of, rest assured, Lord of Wanyan County, I will certainly inform you of the war's progress promptly. Dorian waved his hand. All right, I still have things to discuss with grandfather. Perry, goodbye. Braydonk. Goodbye. What on earth is that? Nevertheless, he did not linger any longer and prepared to return to study the booklet, setting up the groundwork for the trade war. Dorian suddenly asked Amadeo, Grandfather, you are the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, now retired as Grand Finn. Do you feel stifled? Amadeo's expression turned cold, radiating imperial authority. My daring grandson, you dare to touch upon my taboos. Have you thought about the consequences? Chapter 210. Who becomes Finn is a fool. In that instant, Amadeo thought of a possibility. This talented grandson, though only an uncrowned youth, could he possibly be coveting the throne? His claim of not knowing his father is the emperor might just be a facade, or perhaps another way for Caleb's daughter to seek revenge by making Caleb's grandson the future emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Sigh. Terrifying. How deep must this cunning go? Initially, Amadeo was unsettled by this possibility, but then he thought about how his second son had forced him to abdicate. Well, Justino has already been established as Hawk. My esteemed grandson also wants to be emperor. Then, another storm of blood and gore would ensue. What a dilemma. If I support this esteemed grandson in usurping the position of hawk to retaliate against my second son. Again, thinking about it, Amadeo couldn't suppress the impulse. It grew stronger. However, Dorian exclaimed, stepping back several times. Grandfather, you're not plotting against me, are you? Amadeo, how did you figure it out? Ahem. I am your imperial grandfather. How could I plot against you? What Amadeo really wanted to say was, you made me promote cotton clothes, aren't you plotting against me? But Dorian added, you must think that getting me to promote cotton clothes, even having the Tang daily report on your happy retirement, is all aimed at digging a hole for the current emperor, your son. Isn't that right? Amadeo was bewildered. Listen, are these human words? What do you mean, current emperor, my son? Isn't that your father? Dorian worriedly asked, grandfather, is our Tang dynasty truly stable? Amadeo frowned. The Turks are a core threat to the Tang dynasty. As long as they exist, there will never be peace. And they aren't the only ones. Dorian glanced at him with undisguised disdain. Amadeo was furious. What gives, granting you a nose and you start putting on airs? Was there something wrong with what I said that you despise me so much? Dorian firmly stated, grandfather, you only see external threats, but have you not considered internal dangers? Amadeo countered, what internal danger? Dorian replied, the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families. Boom. It was as if Amadeo was struck by lightning. You, true to being the second son's offspring, you also think like this? Amadeo bitterly smiled. Child, you are wise, but you don't understand the reality of this world. Both you and your father believe the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families are internal dangers. But have you thought about what would happen if the court does not coexist with them? Dorian scornfully replied, I know what you're going to say. You want to bring up Fin Josh of Sway for a ride? Amadeo's face darkened. What kind of talk is this? Ride? Can you show more respect for the deceased? Suddenly, Dorian added, grandfather, you want to say that if Fin Yong hadn't tried to suppress the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families, he wouldn't have become a fallen monarch. Also, don't let the world think Fin Yong was a tyrant. Actually, you should know it was just mudslinging by the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families to find an excuse for rebellion. Amadeo's face turned black and icy. Esteemed grandson, is it appropriate to speak like this? Rebellion? Our royal family started with a rebellion, but you can't say such unpalatable things. Slapping yourself, appropriate? At this moment, Dorian coldly stated, but, if Fin Yong hadn't attempted to suppress the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families and instead continued to share power, would Sway really not have fallen? Amadeo was stunned, only to hear. Dorian continued sarcastically, the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families would never be satisfied because human ambition is insatiable. If Fin Yong didn't suppress them, over time, with their control over the people and government growing, any emperor would merely be a puppet. Amadeo was shaken. Dorian added, when an emperor becomes a puppet, what fate do you think awaits him? Initially, the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families just wanted to share power, but once they controlled the emperor, it would be time to replace him. Finally, Dorian declared, so, even if Fin Yong hadn't challenged the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families and endured silently, Sway would still have collapsed. By trying to suppress them, though ultimately failing, he might have changed the inevitable fate of being swallowed by the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families. Grandfather, if it were you, wouldn't you take a chance? Amadeo's lips trembled. Me. Once, I treated the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families so well, relying on their support to stabilize the empire. Did I make a mistake? Dorian seemed to read the thoughts of the Fin Emeritus and comforted. At the founding of the Tang Dynasty, relying on the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families was unavoidable. After all, their influence among the people was deeply rooted. But, as the Tang stabilizes, we need to change this strategy. Either the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families voluntarily step down, or we make them. The latter sentence brimmed with deadly intent. Amadeo laughed, shaking his head. If it were that simple, Josh wouldn't have become a fallen monarch. Dorian countered, Josh lost because he was too hasty. Moreover, his military campaigns in Goguryeo, intended to bolster his prestige, failed due to sabotage by the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families. From then on, he fell into depression, forgetting his original purpose, leading to his ultimate failure. Amadeo looked at Dorian in surprise. This explanation makes some sense. Dorian coolly added, grandfather, don't forget the Fanyang Braden clan. Amadeo was shocked. Right, Fanyang Braden clan. They are done. Because the green salt industry was severely impacted by Lee Salt Shop. Everything is because of this esteemed grandson. Thinking this, Amadeo felt a chill run down his spine. Is this really just an uncrowned youth? Dorian didn't stop there, speaking frankly to the Fin Emeritus. Grandfather, you are now the Fin Emeritus. Regardless of whether you agree, the matter at Xuanwu Gate, who was right or wrong, if you wish to reclaim the throne, you should understand what it means. Amadeo felt numb. To regain the throne, could he not think of it? The title of Fin Emeritus is a humiliation. But to reclaim the throne, one must remove the second son from the dragon throne. Then, the second son would inevitably die. There was no other outcome. Amadeo could still be the Fin Emeritus, but Leaf would meet his end. Then, how would the people view the Li royal family after the Xuanwu Gate fratricide? For Amadeo to reclaim power by killing his own son, wouldn't it sink the Li royal family into public disdain? Then, would the 5 clans and 7 esteemed families remain peaceful, sharing power? Better to rule alone. In that moment, all strength seemed to leave Amadeo's body, making him appear more defeated. He gave up, but suddenly, Amadeo looked at Dorian and burst into laughter. Dorian shuddered, sternly saying, Grandfather, I'm telling you, don't even think about making me hawk. That's plain foolishness. Amadeo, are you reading my mind? Dorian snorted. Being emperor is only a coveted position to you all. Have you ever thought about the life of an emperor? Sleeping later than dogs, waking earlier than chickens, constantly on edge for someone eyeing the throne, living in constant fear. This is hardly conducive to a long life. Want to be a decadent ruler for pleasure, and you'll be remembered as a stench through the ages. Want to be an enlightened ruler? You might just die prematurely from exhaustion. Look at my father the emperor. To leave behind a legacy of being an enlightened ruler, though he's petty inside. Every time Adi Andrew scolds him, he still has to pretend to be magnanimous, greeting with a smile. Isn't that frustrating? If it were me, I would die from frustration. So, whoever becomes emperor is a fool. Amadeo. My perception has been completely shaken. Is being an emperor really this tragic? This foolish? Thinking about how my second son was scolded by Andrew. It seems like it's true. How can I not understand my own sons? My second son magnanimous? Magnanimous my foot. It's all for show for the people. If that's the case, I've been outsmarted by this little rascal. Translation note, Adi Andrew. Here appears to be a playful way to refer to Andrew, one of the famous advisors during the Tang Dynasty. The use of Adi likely adds a humorous or colloquial tone, so I've kept it in the translation to maintain the original flavor. Chapter 2:11. I am essentially good, forced to turn rogue. Dorian pressed on immediately. Grandfather, no matter who becomes emperor, this realm belongs to the Li family. Now that some people are ruler with absolute control, was the Fanyang Braden clan merely a tool? To make the Fanyang Braden clan never recover? This came too suddenly. Finally, Dorian sighed deeply and said, the Li family's empire must still be guarded by the Li family. Amadeo's eyes sparkled. Aware of the internal and external issues within the Tang Dynasty as a retired emperor, how could he not understand? However, after all, the second son killed his other two sons and forced him into retirement. How can he swallow this indignation? Anger might also fade. After all, between father and son, grudges shouldn't last long. But those two dead sons can never come back to life. Moreover, not just those two sons but their children too. So, how hard it is to cross this hurdle. Amadeo realized deep down that this grandson had been speaking to mend the relationship between him and his second son. Ultimately, this grandson hadn't forgotten his Li imperial family roots. Amadeo said indifferently, let me think about it. This time, instead of using imperial, he switched to I. This topic was thus concluded. Dorian continued, the Tang citizens are starving. As members of the Li royal family, it's our shame. Sweet potatoes or potatoes, while high yield, cannot be promoted overnight. It needs time. But winter is here. Doing something now would save many lives from freezing to death. The people are the foundation of the country. Winning the people means winning the world. If our Li royal family wins the hearts of the people, the 5 surnames and 7 clans won't be scary at all. Amadeo was touched. He, the retired Finn, was convinced by this clever grandson. However, as an emperor who founded the dynasty, Amadeo's perceptiveness didn't decrease. It's just that after Li Lincoln's Xuanwu Gate incident, which imprisoned him, history overshadowed his abilities. Amadeo asked, are you worried about the upcoming battle with the Tujue? Dorian nodded without hesitation. Truthfully, the Tang's campaign against the Tujue in historical records happened from November of the 3rd year of Pedruan to April of the 4th year. Now, early in the Pedruan era, Li Lincoln plans to fight the Tujue. The outcome is uncertain. Furthermore, the 2nd year of Pedruan approaches. By June next year, a locust plague will ravage Guangzhou and Longxi. If the current battle goes poorly and another natural disaster hits next year, chaos is inevitable. Dorian couldn't help feeling anxious. Who could believe predicting next year's disaster? Even as the illegitimate son whom Li Lincoln regrets having, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. Feeling overwhelmed, he decided to try his best and leave the rest to fate. This moment, Helmet visited unexpectedly. A new issue of the Tang Daily Press was urgent. Li Lincoln wanted to publish extensively about the upcoming war against the Tujue to mobilize public support. However, Helmet thought otherwise. Launching a campaign against the Tujue seemed abrupt. He felt uneasy. If after extensive promotion in the Tang Daily Press, the war turns unfavorable, wouldn't it embarrass the court? The prestige Li Lincoln gained from eliminating Bill could vanish in a blink. For this new issue of the Tang Daily Press, caution was paramount. But deciding on its content required consulting the paper's advisor. Seeing the retired Finn, Helmet inwardly shivered. He shouldn't have come. How awkward. As a supporter since the founding, he was despised by the retired Finn. Humph. Amadeo snorted upon seeing Helmet. Helmet thick-skinnedly greeted, greetings, your highness. Boom. Amadeo's expression darkened. Retired Finn was too stimulating. Just when he was feeling better, this triggered him again. Helmet felt aggrieved. Bowing to the retired Finn could provoke him. Not bowing was even worse. Dorian intervened quickly, asking, Minister Gino, why are you here? Helmet thanked Dorian's rescue and said with great difficulty, I seek assistance. Please advise what content should be included in the next Tang Daily Press. Dorian said, Minister Gino, don't rush. How about reminiscing old times? Reminiscing? Helmet knew. What's there to reminisce about? Still, escaping wasn't possible. Since the prince's identity was exposed, he avoided coming. Eventually, he couldn't escape forever. Helmet admitted frankly, Alvin, I was wrong. No arguments. Arguing more would only worsen the situation. Being honest and straightforward is best. Dorian said with a smirk, Minister Gino, I admire myself for being magnanimous. We'll laugh and forget past grievances. This matter ends here. Let's not mention it again. Whoever brings it up, I'll be upset. Helmet was baffled. According to Bradonk, the prince wasn't easy to deal with. Wasn't it too easy? Is there a hidden agenda? Amadeo remained expressionless. Brat, why do I feel you're trying to convince me to be generous and forgive your father? This moment, Helmet said sincerely, Alvin, I truly admit my mistakes and apologize earnestly. Please forgive me. Dorian. What does he mean? Didn't I already forgive him? Why does he insist? Am I supposed to be good-hearted and not force you to repent? To whom can I turn? Dorian, helplessly, rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Helmet asked awkwardly, Alvin, what does this gesture signify? Dorian solemnly replied, there's nothing money can't solve in this world. If there is, then it's not enough. Helmet. Amadeo. Cold fury. You're a prince. You are the chief editor of the Tang Dynasty Daily, and I am an advisor. We are colleagues. Helmet was stunned. Shouldn't we be called officials? Why colleagues? It sounded really novel. Suddenly, Dorian tore open his clothes. Helmet. Amadeo. What are you doing? Behaving lewdly. Cough, cough, cough. Also got the wrong target? Dorian opened his coat, patting his chest. Old Gino, see what this is? Helmet gave him a serious look. Clothes? Chest? Or, Mr. Gino doesn't know. Dorian added, feel it. Horrible. Oh my. Helmet's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. Amadeo scowled and said, my dear grandson, what madness are you showing? Dorian looked innocent. Me? What did I do? Who is mad? I just wanted Lord Gino to feel my clothes. What are you thinking? After saying this, Dorian's expression turned strange, looking alertly at Amadeo, then glancing at Helmet. Suddenly, a bold idea couldn't be suppressed. Dorian blurted out, could old Gino be a pervert? Helmet. Pervert? Did I come at the wrong time today? Or should I have checked the calendar before going out? Why is it so weird? Helmet, full of curiosity, asked, what is a pervert? Dorian carefully examined the clear gaze in front of him and a slight sound. However, Amadeo heard it from his waist. Just like that, his back was thrown off. Ouch. Amadeo's face changed suddenly, holding his old waist, squatting down. Dorian turned around, grabbed him, frowning. Grandpa, you're getting on in years. Moving so quickly just now, I almost didn't react in time. Be honest with me, do you particularly hate Lord Gino, so you tried to attack him? Helmet, terrified, couldn't help retreating step by step. Although he didn't believe the retired emperor hated him enough due to being the loyal minister since the emperor's early days to beat him, thinking about the retired emperor indulging himself night after night in the palace since abdicating, cough, cough, probably lost all imperial dignity. Maybe he really intended to sneak attack him. Sigh. A shameless retired emperor is truly terrifying. After all, as a minister, Helmet couldn't strike the retired emperor back. No matter what, this is the emperor's father. Hitting the retired emperor would mean slapping the emperor's face. So, he could only endure beating, silently suffering. Oh my. Stay further away from the retired emperor. Helmet continued retreating, regarding the retired emperor like an enemy. Amadeo. I cracked. Look at Helmet's expression, really believing this big grandson's not. He's afraid of the cold. I've only seen humans freeze to death, but never ducks or geese. Amadeo. I said that? Why don't I remember? Moreover, concerning ducks and geese, as a retired emperor, paying attention to whether they would freeze is absurd. Cough, cough, cough. Truly eating too much with nothing to do. This moment, Dorian was still talking. The retired emperor also said, people wear clothes while ducks and geese have feathers, which serve as their clothing. It seems their clothes are warmer than ours. Amadeo. Don't say it was the retired emperor. It was all you. Helmet listened and wasn't too concerned, just filled with anticipation for Dorian's next words. Dorian chuckled. So, I stripped the ducks and geese of their clothes. After several experiments, I found their feathers were really warm. However, the duck's clothing isn't as warm as the goose's. I've named them. The duck's clothing is called duck down, and the big white goose's clothing is called goose down. Amadeo. Helmet. An excited heart. A trembling heart. What a genius. Just what kind of demon was reborn as this prince? The revelation had left both Amadeo and Helmet momentarily speechless. The former or goose down coats. Cough. The down from one duck or goose might not be much, but if they raise more, it would provide another way for the people to keep warm. Helmet excitedly asked, Alvin, are you willing to publish the methods of making these duck down and goose down coats in the Tang Dynasty Daily? Dorian nodded and said, of course. After hearing this, Helmet respectfully bowed and said, Your Highness, you care deeply for all the citizens. Allow me to boldly thank you on behalf of everyone for saving their lives. Dorian modestly replied, it's a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. By the way, remember to credit the inventor's name as Fin Taishang. Fin Amadeo looked thoughtfully at his talented grandson. Ganlu Palace. Helmet informed Ethan Sherman about the new issue of the Tang Dynasty Daily and the topic regarding duck and goose down. Ethan Sherman was moved by the idea. Originally, he intended to use the newspaper to test its influence on public opinion. However, Helmet did not agree. Now, with his son already planning the next issue's content, Ethan Sherman felt conflicted. Unsatisfied yet unwilling to push through just for his personal agenda. Just then, the Imperial Guards reported that the Fin Taishang was approaching Ganlu Palace. Ethan Sherman understood why the early warning was necessary. Despite his awkward position, Fin Taishang never ceased seeking opportunities to challenge him. If Fin Taishang reached the palace gate, he would undoubtedly barge in. No one wanted to suffer because of this conflict. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Helmet hurried away. Upon reaching the entrance of Ganlu Palace, he saw Fin Amadeo coming towards him. His principle when dealing with Fin Taishang remained clear. Cherish life, stay away from him. After all, Alvin Dorian's warning still rang in his ears. What if Fin Taishang decided to ambush him? Getting hit would not only hurt, but tarnish his reputation. Thus, Helmet made a sharp turn to avoid Fin Amadeo as if avoiding a plague, causing the guards to gawk. They wondered what happened, questioning if Helmet had been involved in some conflict between Fin Taishang and Ethan Sherman. If not for their duty, the guards might have also run away like Helmet. Fin Amadeo was baffled. What was happening? Was he invisible? Why were they avoiding him? Suddenly, Fin Amadeo stopped and stood at the steps leading to Ganlu Palace, refusing to enter. Now, Helmet found himself blocked, thinking, sure enough, Fin Taishang wants to ambush me. He was grateful for Dorian's warning. Achoo. In Peach Blossom Garden, Dorian sneezed and muttered, is someone talking ill of me behind my back? Then he chuckled, my dear third brother, it's been a while. Do you miss me? He shouted, get my horse ready. Head to the Eastern Palace. Ronnie and Binny were stunned. As Dorian's bodyguards, they were always close by. Ronnie protected Alvin Dorian by order of Ethan Sherman, while resisting both Fin Taishang and Binny, head of the secret guards. Binny, on the other hand, was a simple gift from Fin Taishang to show affection towards Dorian. When they heard Dorian's plan to go to the Eastern Palace, thunderstruck. They exchanged glances, different purposes, same thoughts, to alert others. At least, someone needed to stop him. Dorian walked ahead, muttering threats about punishing anyone who dared to inform on him. This outright intimidation left them speechless. Ronnie gave up, while Binny hesitated. Alerting others? Impossible under Dorian's watchful eyes. After some time, a carriage set off from Peach Blossom Garden, driven by two men. Dorian insisted on fairness, letting them take turns driving. An opportunity arose. Secret signals could be sent in various ways. They communicated through eye contact. Ronnie, you first. Binny, you first. Ronnie, for the greater good, no funny business. Binny, agreed. Then Ronnie imitated a lark's call, perfectly mimicked. Be quiet. Dorian roared inside the carriage, cutting the lark short. Ronnie coughed. Young master, just trying to ease the boredom on the road. Binny added, I'll imitate a dove for you. Dorian snapped. Both of you shut up. Binny fell silent, realizing their attempt to pass information might have been detected. Dorian chuckled. Do you think I'm a child? Anyone else imitating bird calls would be playing around. But you two were sending signals, weren't you? Ronnie and Binny felt like they were struck by lightning. Detected? How did you know? Not only did Dorian understand, his knowledge from past experience made such tactics second nature. Two high-ranking guards, one for Amadeo, one for Janice Min, imitating bird calls to please him? Ridiculous. Morons, Dorian thought to himself, shaking his head. Translation notes. Maintain the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Translated character names using pinyin and ensured consistency. Preserve tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 214. Indeed, it's a shocking event. Inside the Gana Palace, Leaf waited for a while. Neither did he see the former Fin enter, nor did he receive any report from the Imperial Guards. So, he came out. Then, he witnessed this bizarre scene. The former Fin stood on the steps, as stable as Mount Tai. Helmet was on the other side of the Ganu Palace's entrance, looking down at his feet one moment and gazing up at the sky the next. The Imperial Guards were all silent, their eyes fixed intently. As fish, they were truly too sorrowful. Please don't catch fire. On the spot, Leaf almost exploded. Turns out, former Fin, you are making it difficult for my ministers. And they are ministers who followed me since the beginning. Wouldn't it be better if you just stayed as the former Fin? However, Leaf had to suppress his anger in front of all the Imperial Guards and said, Father, I heard you have arrived, so I specially came out to greet you. Amadeo merely Ed. His eyes neither on the Ganu Palace, nor on Helmet, or even Leaf. He sighed heavily, filled with endless loneliness. In an instant, Leaf's face became so cold it could drip water. This sigh, for him to hear. Suddenly, Amadeo said, my dear grandson told me today that being emperor means sleeping later than dogs and waking up earlier than roosters. Clack. Everyone heard the jaws drop. All the guards on duty today wished they could rip off their heads and use them as wheels to play with. Isn't this too unlucky? Why us today? What injustice? Helmet frowned when he heard this. Leaf's expression turned grim. Former Fin, you're not following the script. Who are you calling a dog? And who is a rooster? Even if I am a dog or a chicken, we're still your descendants. What does that make you? Oil family. Cold. On the other side, Helmet gave an awkward cough, slowly moving over, cautiously approaching, and first bowing to Amadeo. Your Majesty, former Fin, this minister takes his leave? Leave. What ghostly nonsense. Brandon, you treat the former Fin like this? You can leave without reporting to him? You, Helmet, are my ministers. Amadeo coldly snorted. Helmet, as the chief secretary of the Central Secretariat, do you act so cautiously? Helmet almost retorted. Isn't it because I'm afraid of you ambushing me? If Gino Mao gets embarrassed, it's a small matter. But if Donnie gets embarrassed, it's a big deal. If the former Fin hits a minister who has been loyal since the beginning of your reign, how will the world view Donnie? Amadeo proudly said, Helmet, you should go quickly. Would I ambush you? Huh. Whose dignity are you insulting? Daydreaming. SSS. Leaf sucked in a breath of cold air. Got it. So that's why. No wonder Brandon hasn't left yet. Turns out. Helmet bowed again. Your Majesty, former Fin, this minister will take my leave. Speaking, he continued walking down the steps beside Amadeo. Especially as he passed by the former Fin, his hairs stood on end. Finally, he walked through uneventfully. Helmet wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly left. Leaf watched this scene. Is easy or enjoy oneself, one risks becoming a tyrant forever remembered. If one wishes to be a wise ruler, one must exhaust oneself, constantly wary of rebellion, living life on edge. Leaf's face turned frighteningly grim. After all, the former Fin's words seemed like a curse on his lifespan. However, Amadeo continued calmly. My dear grandson also says that the emperor always tries hard to be a wise ruler. Despite being stingy, whenever scolded by Andrew, he still smiles and welcomes him. Doesn't that feel suffocating? Snap. Leaf was struck like being electrocuted. Is this his son's words? Every time Andrew scolded me, I felt like splitting into two personalities. Everything he described is exactly how I feel inside. This unfilial son, who's stingy. I'm a magnanimous wise ruler. Amadeo continued. He also said, whoever becomes emperor is a fool. Leaf. I suspect the former Finn is cursing me, but I have no evidence. Humph. Leaf coldly snorted, not willing to give in. You became emperor earlier than me. Amadeo, though sitting, clearly swayed, almost toppling to the ground. Little brother. You lack filial piety. My dear grandson behaves like someone lacking filial piety. It turns out it's all learned from you. For a moment, both father and son were speechless. This moment, Amadeo stood up and walked out without looking back, muttering. He also said that the Li dynasty should be guarded by the Li clan. His voice gradually faded. Abruptly, Leaf was dazed. Those words, it's nothing for his son to say, but coming from the former Finn, even if just quoted. Thud. Leaf jogged down the steps, kneeling directly on the ground. Father. Leaf didn't call him Father Finn. Ever since Amadeo established the country, he hadn't heard such ordinary familial terms. The departing Amadeo paused imperceptibly, but when observed again, it seemed there was no pause, just an illusion. Much later, the former Finn had already left the palace. Comte. Leaf remained kneeling on the ground. Shuffling footsteps approached. Leaf looked up and saw Jerry. Your Majesty. Jerry came over, helping him to his feet. If not for the report from the Imperial Guards, she wouldn't have come to the Ganu Palace. Leaf patted his knees and said in a muffled tone, I slipped just now and fell. This? Who slips while walking and kneels down with both knees? His knees must be bruised terribly. Normally, one gets up where they fall, but Donnie, after falling, chooses to kneel for a while? Leaf said calmly, Father just said that the Li dynasty should be guarded by the Li family. Jerry's expression changed, and she said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Leaf smiled bitterly. When Father spoke just now, he kept referring to himself as I and didn't use Jun, Imperial I. I thought it was just an illusion. I never dared believe that there would come a day when Father would forgive me. This edit ensures the sentence flows more naturally while maintaining the original meaning and emotional tone. It also improves consistency in punctuation and phrasing. Jerry tightly held his hand, saying nothing, yet it was enough. Leaf added, that child. I wonder how that child persuaded him so that Father would. Jerry was startled. Such deep rifts and even hatred could be so easily resolved by that child? This moment, a figure came running quickly. Leaf looked up and immediately knew it was someone from the Shadow Guards. The fact that a Shadow Guard was so panicked suggested that something truly astonishing had happened. That person knelt before Leaf and exclaimed, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Wan Yin has gone to the Eastern Palace. Boom. Jerry wavered at the news. This child, does he intend to challenge for the position of Hawk? Leaf's heart also sank. Indeed, it is a shocking event. Chapter 215. Show you the Anwar's big treasure. Eastern Palace. Jamar was restless and agitated. As for the reason, even he couldn't clearly articulate it. Perhaps it stemmed from the eldest brother who had suddenly emerged out of his hair stood on end in anger. Great. Brother, are you here to challenge me? I will not back down. While Father is still alive, and before your formal return to the Li royal family, you're already eager to challenge me. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. Me, Jamar, Hawk, legitimate and proper. By Father's edict, whoever challenges me, I will sweep them all away. Whoosh. Jamar marched bravely like a warrior heading to battle, prepared to die. Phew. I won't die. Arriving at the gate of the Eastern Palace. Fortunately, this elder brother hadn't barged in recklessly. Looking at Elliot and his two bodyguards, whom he recognized, sigh. Jamar's confidence wavered by half. Look at this concubine-born son's treatment. Why doesn't this happen to me? Who is the Hawk? Jamar, internally seething, tried to remain calm and composed, pondering what his first words should be. Got it. Ask him, why did you come? However, Elliot, seeing Jamar, stepped forward and unexpectedly asked, Third brother, are you poor? Jamar. It was completely sudden. A single sentence left him bewildered. Was this showing off wealth? Elliot said mysteriously, Elder brother will show you elder brother's big treasure. Jamar was startled and nervously replied, Elder brother. Ahem. Your big treasure shouldn't be shown, so who dared defy the Hawk? Moreover, with Imperial bodyguard Ronnie present, there shouldn't be any trouble. Noticing the Hawk addressing him as brother, they speculated about a possible relationship between the Finn and this man. Perhaps, the Finn's illegitimate child? The guards started gossiping among themselves. As for Ronnie and Benny, they exchanged glances. They resumed their usual silent communication. Ronnie, leave or stay. Benny, want to see young master's big treasure? Ronnie, screw it, I'm leaving first. Ronnie hurried off. Benny calmly followed. At that moment, Elliot whispered, let's move elsewhere. This place is too public. Jamar nearly felt like isolating himself. You know it's inappropriate? Huh. Elder brother, don't blame me for being ruthless when you dug this hole yourself. Saving this blow for later. In the Imperial family, I have no choice but to act this way. Otherwise, I actually quite like having you as my elder brother. Then, both of them went inside. Just then, Ronnie saw Finn Leaf and Jerry arriving together. Not only him, but Benny also sighed in relief. Good thing Ronnie relayed the message. But, did the message reach Fin Taishang? Why hasn't he received it? Am I not doing my job right? Ronnie didn't accept this. Then, Finn Leaf approached and asked, where is the Hawk and my son? Ronnie reported, young master is? Before he finished, Benny took over. Benny said coolly, almost sarcastically, young master is showing the Hawk his big treasure. Crack. Thunderbolt. Ground shaking. Terrifying. Finn Leaf's face turned green. Son, what trick are you pulling? Are you trying to discuss the Hawk or embarrass the Li clan? Jerry swayed precariously. Everything differed from her expectations but was even more shocking. Suddenly, Finn Leaf rushed into the Eastern Palace, directly finding Jamar and Elliot. Currently, these two sons had their heads close together, seemingly admiring the big treasure. Finn Leaf stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Simultaneously, enraged and powerless, he yelled, "Stop! No, that's not right. This has nothing to do with hands." Changing his words, Finleaf ordered, "Stop looking wrong again. How hard is this for me?" Finally, Finleaf bluntly said, "Stop the big treasure." Elliot. Jamar. Elliot's face twitched. He detected unusual meaning in his father's tone. What wild words? Elliot helplessly offered, "Since you're here, let you see my big treasure." Finleaf lost balance and quickly steadied himself on a chair, eyes shining as he stuttered, You, don't, I. Too late. Elliot had already placed the big treasure in front of Finleaf. Instantly, dazzling brilliance. Finleaf gasped inwardly. Blinded. What a dazzling big treasure. That moment, thud. Turning around, the three of them saw Jerry collapse. Chasing after, Jerry only saw Finleaf's back and heard the exclamation, fainting immediately upon catching sight of it. Chapter 216. If my heart breaks, will I die? Cielo, cielo, cielo. Hoofs clattered. Fin Amadeo galloped madly towards the eastern palace. At this moment, Benny appeared. Amadeo pulled back on his reins, but did not dismount. With urgency in his voice, he asked, "Where is the person?" Benny heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the retired Fin had received the message he passed along. At least it could show that although the Dark Guard was slightly inferior to the Shadow Guard, they were not completely useless. PFFF. How embarrassing. Benny berated himself internally while reporting, "Your Majesty." Unexpectedly, Amadeo interrupted him and said, "Call me retired Fin." Crack. A bolt of lightning struck Benny metaphorically. Instantaneously, endless thoughts flooded his mind. Finally, Benny calmed down. He, the leader of the Dark Guard, Benny, was merely a sharp sword in the retired Fin's hand. Now, the retired Fin wanted to sheathe the sword. This was the destiny of the blade. Subtly, Benny felt a bit relieved for the retired Fin. After all, with the situation settled, and considering who the retired Fin associated with, Benny couldn't help but be vigilant. Collaborating with those people was akin to asking tigers for their skin. Now, as the retired Fin no longer wanted to compete, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Ultimately, this world would still bear the surname Lee. On the other side, in the distance, Ronnie, whose hearing was very acute, also heard the retired Fin's words. Immediately, he understood. This moment, Amadeo, after giving Benny time to process, then asked, "Where are they?" Benny replied, "They have already gone inside." Suddenly, chug, Amadeo lashed his whip and charged forward. None of the Eastern Palace guards dared to stop him. As the retired Finleaf could ignore him. But who among these guards dared? In an instant, Amadeo entered the Eastern Palace, dismounted because riding was inconvenient, and rushed straight ahead. Finally, he saw several people. Strangely, Celeste was lying on the ground, seemingly just regaining consciousness. This moment, Dorian laughed and said, "Auntie, let me show you my big treasure." Poof. Amadeo nearly spat blood. Clenching his teeth, he shouted, "Stop right there." The volume of his voice reverberated through the air. Moreover, Dorian and the others were momentarily stunned. What? Why such a loud voice, so tense? It's just a big treasure. Isn't it too much? Everyone, including Finleaf, who had almost been frightened out of his wits, and Celeste, who had nearly fainted, stared at the retired Fin with eyes wide in surprise. "Amadeo. What's going on? Why are you all looking at me like this? I stopped something crazy, didn't I? Was I wrong?" Dorian walked over laughing and said, "Grandpa, let me show you my big treasure." Click. Amadeo's jaw dropped, and, losing balance on his heels, he almost fell to the ground. Thankfully, Benny caught him from behind. This moment, Dorian pouted and said, "It's just showing you my big treasure. You're acting like this before even seeing it." "Really?" Amadeo. "No, it's not appropriate. My dear grandchild, you must be delusional." For Benny, it was incredibly awkward. "Shouldn't I leave?" Dorian extended the hand he had kept behind his back and said, "Here, my big treasure." This SSH. The sound of everyone drawing and cold breaths filled the air. Amadeo was stunned. Benny was baffled. Truly dazzling. What an astonishing big treasure. Indeed, a fantastic big treasure. In Dorian's hands was a pair of crystal-clear Leolizun crystal vases. Note, since Leolizun specifically refers to a type of ancient Chinese jade or glass vessel, it might be better to clarify or translate it more precisely for English readers. Here is the revised sentence with this consideration. In Dorian's hands was a pair of crystal-clear jade vases. Oh my, priceless treasures. Such priceless treasures. Finleaf only had one in his possession, another crystal vase that he cherished beyond measure. He seldom took it out for fear of accidentally breaking it. Dorian had a pair of them. Moreover, these vases were even more translucent, without a single speck of impurity. By comparison, Leaf's vase seemed like junk. Dorian laughed and asked, "Grandpa, what do you think of my big treasure?" Amadeo reached out to touch them but paused midair, sighing, "Indeed, they are great treasures, unparalleled masterpieces. Who would have thought that everything turned out to be a false alarm? What a relief." Simultaneously, except for Dorian, everyone else felt extremely dejected. What's going on here? If you just said crystal vase, wouldn't that have been fine? You had to call it your big treasure. Scared us half to death. Suddenly, Hawk Jamar thought of something and, barely containing his excitement, stammered, "BB big, BB brother. Will you GG give?" Amadeo. Leaf. Celeste. Shameful. Just 2 crystal vases, making the Honorable Hawk stutter like this? Only to hear Leaf mildly say, "Hi Ming, I have a crystal vase, which I will give you. This pair of crystal vases, I'll keep safe for you." Such shameless words coming from Finleaf. Celeste glared at him disapprovingly. Amadeo inwardly despised him. Little brother, how can you fight with your own son? Indeed, you are a bandit. Even the living bandit Hendrix cannot compare to you. Jamar felt his heart break instantly. Cry. Let me cry. Father, this is robbery. Such blatant plundering. Where's the Emperor's dignity? Your servant refuses to accept this. Jamar, utterly humiliated, said, Thank you, father. Dorian smirked, feeling despondent internally. Third brother, you're thanking him for what? These words shocked everyone present. Dorian continued, At least you're the hawk, watching your things being snatched away, and you can tolerate it. Jamar. Brother, you make it sound so easy. I am the hawk, but father is the fin. Can I refuse if father takes something from me? This world belongs to father. He can give me the position of hawk, and he can take it away. At this moment, Dorian shifted his gaze to Amadeo and said, Grandpa, when a child misbehaves, it's the father's fault. Don't you have anything to say? Amadeo. What nonsense. If you hadn't indirectly admonished me, I wouldn't have forgiven Leaf in the first place. I just forgave him, and now you want me to rebuke him again. Isn't that inappropriate? On the other side, Leaf frowned, finally unable to hold back his cough. At least I'm your father. Can't you show some respect? Dorian shot him a disdainful look. Leaf shivered. This familiar feeling. So comforting. How can I think this way? Dorian, speechless, said, Even without seeing your vase, I know mine is 10 times better. Trading 2 exquisite pieces for 1 inferior piece? What a good deal, fitting for an emperor. These words slapped Leaf hard in the face. Leaf coughed dryly. Hi Ming, I won't trade with you anymore. Save some face in front of your son. However, Jamar wasn't particularly happy. Seeing father tolerate such insults from elder brother, yet knowing any similar actions by him would invite punishment. Indeed, life was unfair. People received different treatment. Who knew? Dorian smiled at Jamar and said, Third brother, I forgot to tell you, these crystal vases aren't for you. Jamar. Crack. Heartbroken. If my heart breaks, will I die? Chapter 217. What is Lang Mei? Suddenly, Dorian looked at Jamar coldly and asked, Third brother, do you look unhappy? How could Jamar dare to admit it? He smiled broadly and replied, No, not at all. Dorian frowned and said, You're not being honest. Jamar shivered and hurriedly retorted, You're making things up. Elder brother, are you here to torment me? How dare I be unhappy? That would mean I want to compete with Donnie for something? To court death. Dorian clicked his tongue and said, You're getting flustered. The words were few, just 3, but their impact was immense. Jamar was about to lose it and stammered, Someone, please plug his mouth. Dorian shook his head and sighed, Forget it. I understand now. You don't like this item, right? When you thought I was going to give it to you, you felt very upset, correct? Jamar. Brother, how could you say that? Crystal is priceless treasure. Who wouldn't like it? Are they fools? Or do you think I'm a fool? This scene made Mira Dowager Greta's heart, which had just relaxed, tighten once more. Reese, what are you here? He gained more confidence. His nervousness disappeared. Jamar stood tall and said, As the hawk, I should strictly discipline myself and set an example for my younger brothers and sisters. These objects of gold and silver are ultimately nothing but waste. I wish only for peace in the realm and health for the people, and that is the only thing I truly desire. Crawford nodded, seemingly satisfied. He hadn't expected Justino, his somewhat dim-witted hawk son, to speak such pleasant words today. It was almost as if Green Magpie, a reference to someone eloquent, possessed him. Well, almost. Jamar secretly observed the Fint's reaction and sighed in relief. Simultaneously, he deeply understood a lesson. Regardless of how many times one might misstep, flattering, cough, praising the dragon, never goes wrong. Having heard enough, even he learned something, didn't he? Now, he had acquired a skill, giving him added confidence when facing the Fin. Green Magpie can talk, and so can I. I feel quite upright now. Originally, it should have ended here. Who knew? Another line slipped from Dorian's mouth. Ouch. Hypocrisy. Third brother, you and father are equally hypocritical. Most was Crawford's reaction. Crawford, trembling, said, Son, you, call me father again. Let me hear it. Boom. This reaction shattered Jamar completely. Pure shock. Jamar almost spat blood. For the dignity of the hawk, he swallowed it back. Meanwhile, father echoed in Crawford's mind. He ignored the context entirely. With paternal love, he said, Son, I owe you and your mother. Unfortunately, we were born in turbulent times. Both our fates are bitter. Mira Dowager Greta tearfully joined in. Jamar suffered another blow. Hiss. A sharp intake of breath was unmistakable, and Dorian coughed, awkwardly saying, At least you're an emperor. How can you be a man of sorrow? Crawford. You rogue. Mira Dowager Greta. Your Majesty, I wanted to assist you, but this child has too much destructive power. Jamar. Me. I won't laugh, unless I can't help it. Ha. Jamar couldn't hold back, but immediately saw a lethal glare from the Fin. Dorian transformed into a commentator, calmly saying, At this moment, an invisible aura of killing intent locks onto third brother. In a flash, third brother comes up with a brilliant plan. Run for it, everyone. Far away. Fin Amadeo heard clearly, I have a broken heart now. It's chilly and it hurts. As for Celeste, she went directly to Amadeo, unable to hold on any longer. Your Majesty, you'll have to figure this out on your own. And with that, Amadeo and Celeste left dejectedly. Then, Jamar dryly said, Big brother, what's next? Elliot held up 2 crystal bottles, causing Leaf and his son great unease. Leaf. Son, be careful. Jamar. Big brother, if you really don't want them, give them to me. Elliot ignored Leaf as if he didn't exist and told Jamar, Next, I want you to show these crystal bottles to your father. Leaf felt a flutter of excitement. Is this kid trying to bribe me? Oh my goodness. What a good son. He must be feeling embarrassed and wants to indirectly achieve his goal. Jamar's thoughts mirrored Leaf's. So, I'm just a messenger now? It seems fitting, but it doesn't quite sound right. Bitterly, Jamar said, Father, you can give it to him directly, but still. Elliot heard this and still didn't look at Leaf, continuing to speak to his third brother. Then ask your father to inscribe some words. Jamar. Leaf. Just for an inscription? What kind of words could a diamond is forever. One endures timelessly. After finishing, Jamar dried the ink carefully and rolled up the paper, handing it over to Elliot. Throughout the process, though turmoil raged inside him, his expression remained unperturbed. Don't ask. Ask and you will see. I'm numb. If father wasn't here, I could have handled it. But being completely ignored while he's present makes me feel like just a tool for their use. Sigh. Am I really his biological son? Had it not been for my position as the crown prince, who knows how they'd treat me? Taking the piece, Elliot opened it briefly, re-rolled it up, and mumbled. Writing should be straightforward, not like some cryptic symbols afraid someone might understand. Leaf's face darkened immediately, but he endured. I see now. It's all to belittle me, just like when you initially chose another father but ended up with me due to circumstances. Back then, you frequently looked down on me. Today, nothing has changed. Perhaps, you still see me as dad, rather than a sovereign, an emperor, or a father. That pure father-son bond. For some reason, this made Leaf think deeply and he became lost in thought. Though my son doesn't say it in words, his actions speak volumes. In an instant, Leaf felt a stirring in his heart. Moved. Rulers often lack affection, especially in royal families. Comte, having a son who sees me as dad is indeed rare. Looking at Justino, always so cautious now, no longer the naive child. And Qingke, who appears free-spirited before me. You think I can't see your calculated behavior? Huh. One distances himself out of fear. The other pretends closeness. Such is the destiny of a ruler. At that moment, Elliot handed the crystal bottle to Jamar. This is for you. Originally, I wanted you to give it to him, but now it seems unnecessary. I don't want to keep bringing it around either. Use it for tea or maybe fish keeping. Jamar was thrilled. His heart raced, hands trembled, and eyes gleamed. Thanks to father coming today, perhaps this was a treasure. Cough cough. Past misunderstandings aside, let's move forward. Big brother got the inscription. I got the crystal bottle. Everyone's happy. As for fish keeping, Jamar glanced at the bottle. You want to keep fish in there? Elliot slapped his forehead, regretfully saying, right, fish won't fit. I'll bring you an aquarium someday. Jamar. Aquarium? Don't I already have one? Elliot added, crystal aquarium. Jamar hurriedly replied, thank you, big brother. I do need one. As the ignored one, Leaf felt warmth in his heart. My son still sees me as dad. Ha ha ha. Great. All right. I'm off to find Aunt. There's more to this plan, Elliot said, running off. Jamar wanted to ask, smiling warmly at Elliot. Son, I've understood. Actually you. Suddenly, Elliot cut him off, blushing and awkwardly saying, I guess old habits die hard. I sometimes forget you're the Finn. So, my words and attitude remain much the same as before. Adding defensively, actually, it's not entirely my fault. Originally, I thought you were the dad. After being away for so long, it's only natural that I feel a bit unfamiliar and have some grievances. I had just gotten used to it, but who knew you were an emperor? I might need more time to adjust. If I can't speak properly, and it offends your imperial dignity, you won't kill me, will you? Leaf. Why is this so different from what I imagined? My son isn't seeing me as his father. He's treating me out of habit. Heartbroken. Son, just be quiet. How could I possibly kill you? But could I slap you? However, hearing the last cautious words from his son, Leaf felt his heart bleed as he forced a defiant smile, saying, rest assured, you're my son. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Ugh, I'm not a tiger, don't worry. Elliot's eyes resumed their look of disdain. Slipped up, didn't you? I still need to be careful. Leaf understood this look. In an instant, heart felt cold. Wanted to cry. Even emperors have their vulnerable moments. Guanimbi, where are you? I want to talk to you about my feelings. It didn't stop there. Elliot asked again. By the way, earlier you said, you understood something? Leaf's face twitched as he chuckled. Nothing. I'll go find your aunt now. Saying this, he walked away with stiff steps, quickly exiting the scene. Elliot immediately followed, adding, conveniently, I have another great treasure to show Aunt. Thud. Leaf stumbled and fell flat on the ground. I have been through countless battles, never imagining such humiliation. This continuation keeps the tone and style consistent with the previous part, maintaining character emotions and dialogues accurately while ensuring coherence in the storyline and logic. Chapter 219. Just not do anything else? The father and son found Queen April Greta. As for Finn Jameson, Amadeo, no one knew where he had gone. Dorian walked over, took out a delicate little box and said, Auntie, I have something to give you. Originally, I planned to give it to you during the wedding with my father. Since the wedding won't happen, I should still give this gift. Queen April Greta replied apologetically, Reese. Dorian spoke solemnly, Auntie, please don't misunderstand me. I will not blame you. Besides, this isn't your fault. If anyone is to be blamed, it's that old scoundrel. It's true that old men can be very bad. Thud. Crawford stumbled, but caught himself on a nearby tree, preventing him from falling flat on the ground. Me. I'll thrash you, you unfilial brat. Look at me. Look at me. In my prime, full of vigor, handsome and debonair. All these attributes are just icing on the cake. At the age of 30, you call me an old man and say I'm wicked? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Queen April Greta simply smiled as if nothing happened, neither nodding nor shaking her head. This was a matter between father and son, so she let them resolve it themselves. At that moment, Dorian suddenly opened the small box. Immediately, dazzling light shone forth. Compared to this brilliance, even the most radiant glass would pale in comparison. Crawford curiously leaned in for a look. Then he frowned in disappointment. Is this all? After all, the glass goblet was quite impressive. How can you present such a tiny thing, the size of a thumb? You wouldn't dare. Have you some issue with Consort Lexi? This thought made Crawford feel uneasy. On one side is Consort Lexi. On the other is a son who has many grievances. What should I do? However, Queen April Greta's eyes were completely captivated by the brilliant star-like shine. Women always lack immunity against sparkly things, especially this particular kind of shimmer. As the Empress consort, she eventually recovered her composure and asked, Reese, what is this? Before Dorian could answer, Crawford felt his heart flutter. Oh dear, old spouses, we've grown accustomed to each other. Yet one glance from Lexi throws me off balance. Sigh, kids are still around. Keep it cool. A father's dignity must be maintained. Meanwhile, Queen April Greta admired the diamond, but she shook her head. Reese, this object is too precious for Annie to accept. Crawford retorted nonchalantly, isn't it just a glass ball? It's not that valuable. Queen April Greta chided. Your Majesty doesn't understand. How can ordinary glass compare to this? Crawford looked at his own glass goblet and chuckled. This? A piece of broken stone more precious than glass? Clearly, he was thinking like a typical old-fashioned man. Dorian inwardly admired. Thank goodness you're the emperor and once were the Qin king, or you'd live alone forever. Queen April Greta was extremely dissatisfied. Before she could reprimand Crawford, Dorian said, Auntie, to me, you are also my mother. Click. Queen April Greta felt her heart melt upon hearing this. Crawford also felt overwhelmed. At the same time, his eyes turned red with envy. You treat Auntie so well but neglect your own father entirely. I'll go sleep now. Dorian laughed again. Auntie, no matter how precious the object, it cannot measure up to the bond between us. Latter part of Dorian's advice. Dorian turned away, saying, I won't watch, hurry. Queen April Greta tried hard not to laugh. Feeling hopeful, Crawford took out the diamond pendant, his face flushed red, and like a thief, he glanced at Dorian's back before rushing to Queen April Greta to place the diamond around her neck. Queen April Greta's cheeks flushed. For a moment, Crawford stared intently. What's wrong with me today? Why do I feel like I'm 18 again? Cough cough. It must be an illusion. Clap clap. Dorian applauded. Auntie, you truly descend from heaven like a fairy. This praise made Queen April Greta blush. Just then, Jamar walked in, overhearing this and promptly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Did I hear correctly? Brother, praising Mira Dowager isn't an issue, but who dares speak thusly in front of the Finn? Aren't you embarrassed? Moreover, Dorian sighed, it's like putting a fresh flower on cow dung. Truly cheapens my father. Crawford. Son, calling me father is inappropriate too. In front of Auntie. Hey, why is Justino lying on the ground? Crawford asked. Justino, what are you doing? Queen April Greta also noticed her son on the floor and inquired, Justino, why? Jamar felt indignant and almost cried. Father, April, can't you see I fell? You only care about brother. April, I am your flesh and blood. Won't you spare me a glance? Male family heads. Facing Jerry's invitation, none of the aristocrats dared to refuse. Palace banquets were not uncommon. Even inviting aristocratic women was a common practice. It was both a gesture of grace and a means of maintaining connections. Jerry was well versed in such matters. However, this involved wealth redistribution, which left people helpless. Fortunately, Elliot did not ask Jerry to implement it personally. Elliot could neither imagine nor witness the scene of the palace banquet. Such events for aristocratic women had no place for men, not even by the door. The next day, Jerry came herself and told Elliot about the banquet. As Elliot requested, Jerry wore diamonds, instantly becoming the center of attention. Sure enough, some ladies couldn't help but inquire about the origin of the diamonds. Jerry simply said that these were gifts from her filial child. She also mentioned, diamonds are forever. One diamond lasts forever. This phrase was remembered by the ladies who attended the banquet. At this moment, Jerry chuckled bitterly and said, Reese, do you know? Andy didn't sleep well last night. Showing off the diamonds at the banquet like that, they'll probably curse us. Elliot said seriously, Auntie, you let them know what diamonds are forever. One diamond lasts forever means, they will surely be grateful to you. Jerry snorted inwardly. Grateful? Holmes? Their way of showing gratitude might be different. If not for the relationship between this child and Donnie, why should I do such things that invite curses? On the scene, Ronnie and Benny stood guard on either side of Elliot as usual, but Elliot found them obstructive and asked them to stay farther away. However, due to their professions, their hearing was exceptionally sharp. Every word exchanged between Jerry and Elliot fell into their ears without exception. Upon hearing the conversation, both were stunned. That day, they weren't present in the Eastern Palace and didn't know Elliot's plans. Now, learning that Jerry actually invited the female relatives of the aristocracy for Elliot was utterly shocking. What mattered most was that as the Empress, when had Greta ever done something so absurd? Now, she had broken the convention. As bodyguards, one for the retired Finn and the other for the current Finn, they shared a thought. Is the imperial favor bestowed upon the prince a sign of something else? At least, they knew very well the root cause of the Xuanwu Gate incident. Now, Hawk Jamar was still alive and had shown no improper behavior. Elliot, being an illegitimate son, seemed harmless. But everything depended on the Finn's attitude, didn't it? Would history repeat itself with another Xuanwu Gate incident? Most baffling was that Jerry was the mother of the crown prince, yet her attitude towards young master was too confusing. His identity more exposed. Better to watch and wait before making any moves. Although the Finn and Myra's actions fueled speculation, few could guess the young master's true identity. After all, in the world, only two leaders, one of the Shadow Guards and one of the Dark Guards, knew this secret. Benny whispered. Agreed. Ronnie, I'm trustworthy. Minnie angrily replied, do you think I'm not? What are you two doing? Suddenly, Elliot's gaze fell on them. Startled, they realized they were caught mid-conversation. Elliot scolded, I've already noted down your reporting to the Eastern Palace last time. You're tasked with protecting me. Forget your past conflicts. Seeing you quarrel like fighting cocks every day, I fear you'll forget your duties. They felt aggrieved. A leader of the Shadow Guards. A leader of the Dark Guards. To be described as fighting cocks? What a great insult. Colmes. They echoed, thank you, young master, for your leniency. Jerry couldn't help laughing. These two, serving two emperors as shadows, were completely under Elliot's control. Perhaps it was their fortune. As the queen of the harem, knowing power struggles and the outcomes for the emperor's shadows, this was their best fate and the Fin's rare compassion. Elliot hadn't considered all this, with his soul from the future and unparalleled modern knowledge, but certain areas were still foreign to him. Elliot laughed. Auntie, I've finished building your villa and decorated it. Want to come take a look? Water and using steel cast pipes to connect it here. It makes the room warm like spring. I call this thing central heating. Jerry was dumbfounded. Such an ingeniously crafted invention. Such an unimaginable concept. Instantly, Jerry asked, Reese, can this central heating allow the common people of Tang Dynasty to enjoy it too? This question earned Elliot deep respect. Elliot shook his head and said, at present, it's extremely difficult. After all, while this system seems simple, it's exceptionally challenging to manufacture, especially in terms of the money spent. Only nobles and princes can afford it. Jerry's expression turned somber as she said, Reese, I cannot accept this central heating. Elliot had anticipated this response and didn't forcefully persuade her. Instead, he said, Auntie, although I'm just a child, I understand a truth. Behind every successful man stands an excellent woman supporting him silently. Jerry responded with a mix of laughter and tears. Reese, are you making fun of me? Elliot replied seriously, no. Auntie, you should know your health condition. Once winter sets in, you start coughing non-stop. In fact, it's not just weakness, it's asthma, also known as tuberculosis. I've recently devised a remedy, but it can't completely cure your illness. Cold air is its deadly trigger. Jerry looked at it, couldn't help laughing and crying at his last remark. Chapter 221. Beautiful woman. Celeste accepted Elliot's filial piety. But, Celeste added, Reese, can we also build a heating system in the palace? Elliot instantly understood her meaning. Auntie was really thoughtful, not forgetting father when she had something good. However, what was considered luxurious just now? How quickly things change. Changeability. Was it truly a woman's nature? Even Auntie, esteemed as Mira, could not escape this trait. Was this show of affection before everyone? At that moment, Selena came hopping over with a newspaper in her hand. As for Celeste, she didn't even glance at her, and instead went straight to Elliot, handing him the paper. Master, this is the latest issue of Tang Daily. Elliot glanced at the front page, which reported on the retired Fin's profound concern for the hardships faced by commoners, especially during harsh winters. Thus, he planned to personally promote cotton clothing. Sure enough, a cotton clothing promotion group had been formed. All members were from Fin Amadeo's former retinue, people without real power. Fin Amadeo led the promotion group himself, adopting a countryside outreach strategy, deeply engaging with the populace, teaching them how to make cotton clothes. Honestly speaking, cotton seeds were still stored in the Ministry of Revenue. The Tang Dynasty hadn't started growing cotton yet. To the public, this promotion seemed futile. Nonetheless, Tang Daily also announced the retired Fin's new invention, discovering extremely warm duck and goose down from ducks and geese. The process might sound simple, but the complete production method was highly crucial. Directly using plucked duck and goose feathers to make down jackets would significantly reduce warmth. Elliot wrote out the entire manufacturing process, training some villagers who became teammates of the retired Fin. Public response was surprisingly positive. The retired Fin, being an emperor, existed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Now, actually delving into the grassroots for such matters, it was inconceivable. Citizens of Chang'an were initially horrified. Seeing the content of the newspaper, Celeste was speechless. Ordinarily, Crawford would never permit the retired Fin to wander among the commoners, gaining popularity. But this time, he tacitly approved it. He even dispatched imperial guards for protection. These guards were only for show. The true protectors were secret guards. Somehow, as the ruler of the harem, Celeste felt something was different these past years. Just as she was about to ask Elliot some questions, she saw Selena standing there. Go away, she said. Selena responded, Master, who is she? Elliot introduced, this is Mai. Selena interrupted with puffed cheeks, no matter who you are, only Master and our Miss can command me here. Celeste. Elliot's eyes widened. Initially, due to Patty's machinations, Elliot used immortal weapons to retaliate when approached at Clark's residence. Selena feared becoming a target too. Hence, she blindly followed whatever Elliot said. When Elliot took her from Patty to Teoyuan village, she didn't hesitate to follow. Rejecting? She was scared. In Teoyuan, she lived in constant fear. Over time, however, the villagers regarded her as the senior maid. People began showing respect towards Selena, intrigued by her relationship with Master. Perhaps Master, nearing his capping ceremony, might take her as a concubine. Thus, respect grew around Selena. She unexpectedly gained favor. Even Elliot was baffled. As a modern person, he couldn't grasp the nuances. He thought maybe this girl possessed innate charm. Upon hearing her defiant tone towards Celeste, Elliot was even more bewildered. Are you that impressive? This Count bows to you, daring to challenge the Fin? Only because of blood ties. Otherwise, who would want to court death? Elliot smirked. Linger, do you know who she is? Selena guarded. I don't care who she is. Any woman your master needs my vigilance. Celeste. Is this jealousy? Speaking of jealousy, it was promoted by Maeve of Helmet. Jealousy had become quite trendy. Elliot. Surprised. How did she get ready so quickly? Did she develop feelings for him, aiming to monopolize him? Considering the times where women like Addison Alvance boldly pursued love, or Wu Zetian becoming Empress Regnant, this era's women were indeed bold. Cold Sweat. Me, Elliot, son of Kyle, a modern soul, being pursued by a maid. Terrifying. Suddenly, Celeste introduced herself. Are you called Linger? I'm your master's auntie. Selena haughtily replied. You think you can call me Linger? Despite being younger, I outrank you here. And, you beautiful ladies, keep away from our master. Her pretentiousness made Celeste find her amusing. You consider me a beautiful lady? Is this hostility or indirect praise? Outside, Jacques and Benny hadn't stopped Selena earlier. Knowing her as Elliot's attendant, they let her through. Unbelievably, this scene unfolded. Elliot quickly intervened, sternly saying, Linger, I forbid you to have designs on me. Selena retorted, wide-eyed, Master, who designs on you? Our missus promised to you. Stay away from other women. Elliot was flabbergasted. Just because a girl is engaged to him, he should sever ties with others. And who else does he know anyway? Also, why did you ignore the term auntie in her introduction? Suddenly, Selena screamed. Everyone recoiled from the high-pitched shriek. Selena looked pale, exclaiming, you're... Everyone was speechless. Only now did this simpleton realize. Unexpectedly, Selena's expression changed again. You deceived me. I won't be tricked. Celeste laughed. How did I deceive you? Selena confidently stated, I know Master is the Emperor's son. How can he have an auntie? Her logic was impeccable. Everyone froze. Selena proudly declared, beautiful lady, exposed. Celeste smiled wryly. Elliot marveled internally. Indeed, this silly girl. Since Celeste wasn't angry, he wasn't in a hurry either. Even, he was secretly wondering if Annie had been charmed by this servant girl's unique way of addressing someone as a beautiful woman, while being confrontational. After all, who had seen such a method of complimenting that also carried a confrontational edge? It was novel and interesting. Celeste smiled and said, whether I am his aunt or not, you should ask your young master. Selena actually took it seriously and asked, young master, is this beautiful woman really your aunt? Elliot almost couldn't keep up with this girl. He half smiled and half. These past few days, the new issue of the Great Tang Daily featured content about Fin Taishang promoting cotton-padded jackets and downcoats, as well as a very prominent advertisement section. The once top advertisement space dominated by the Tianxia First Building has finally changed names. A large line stood out prominently. A diamond is forever. One is eternal. The Tianxia First Building was preparing to close for a day to hold an auction inside. And the organizer of this auction was none other than the current emperor, Leaf. Additionally, a diamond is forever. One is eternal, was inscribed by Donnie personally, now framed and hung in the main hall of the Tianxia First Building. Every day, the doors of the building were open, allowing everyone passing by to glance inside and see it. With Donnie's signature on it, it could not be fake. Who would dare risk their life to impersonate this? Suddenly, all of Chang'an was in an uproar. Ganlu Palace. Bang. Leaf always had the habit of reading the Great Tang Daily. After all, he relied on this newspaper to counter the 5 noble families in public opinion. Helmut and Bogdan, as the chief and deputy editors of the Great Tang Daily, earned Leaf's absolute trust. Furthermore, they were granted complete autonomy. All content in the newspaper was decided and approved solely by them without informing Leaf. No one expected anything else. Something major happened. Enraged, Leaf said, summon Helmut and Bogdan. At this point, Leaf paused again. Bogdan's health was frail, so let him rest more. Leaf changed his order. Have Helmut meet with me. An hour later, still busy at the Great Tang Daily offices, Helmut received the imperial summons and arrived at Ganlu Palace. Upon entering, he sensed something amiss. Not just serious, it was cold. Looking at the emperor's face, so dark, who had offended Donnie. Initially, Helmut didn't even consider it could be him. Helmut bowed and said, Your Majesty, you summoned me. What are your instructions? Leaf couldn't help but laugh in anger. What instructions? Brandon, don't tell me you haven't realized this yet. Bang. Leaf rolled up the newspaper and threw it across. Snap. It fell to the ground. Helmut's heart skipped a beat. If he couldn't guess what was on the paper now, what good was he as the chancellor? However, without looking at the newspaper he picked up, Helmut asked, Does your Majesty feel angered because of this newspaper? Leaf snorted. Helmut sighed inwardly. All right, too obvious. Then, Helmut added, Is your Majesty upset about this auction? Leaf couldn't hold back his anger. Brandon, what kind of auction is this? It wasn't my event. How could you write that it was organized? Pair horses. Immediately, 2 horses were brought over. Leaf mounted swiftly. Helmut cried out in shock. Your Majesty, listen to me. With a loud neigh, Leaf rode off at breakneck speed. Helmut adjusted his clothes, mounted, and hurried after him. Haha, Alvin, trusting you was a mistake. Not only did you embarrass the Emperor, but you dragged me into it too. It's not as if you didn't know about the Emperor's identity. Still, what could I do if Donnie forbade me to reveal it? We agreed to let it pass, didn't we? Conk, you've nearly destroyed me. Let's see how you handle the Emperor today. Peach Blossom Spring. Trot trot trot. Horse hooves clattered on stone. No, these aren't stones. When did stones become so big and smooth? Neither the roads in Peach Blossom Spring, nor those in the palace used such large stones. In an instant, Leaf's furious ride slowed as he jumped off his horse to examine the ground. Could this be cement? While examining, Helmut caught up. Right now, he regretted it. What if the prince retaliated? Helmut might not be able to handle it. Jumping off his horse, Helmut said, Your Majesty. Leaf interrupted. Brandon, look at this road surface, so hard. This is the cement my son mentioned. I thought cement was just for buildings, but it can be used for roads too. What a bold idea. Helmut was speechless. Wasn't Leaf furious moments ago? Now he seemed calm. Helmut struggled to keep up. Suddenly, a carriage approached. The drivers, Jacques and Benny, immediately stopped and greeted Leaf. However, Leaf's face turned darker upon seeing the carriage. Earlier, He forgot his son's antics while observing the cement road. Now, seeing his son's carriage, his anger flared up again. Elliot also emerged from the carriage, asking in surprise, Minister Gino, why are you and father here? Leaf's eyebrow twitched. Son, calling me father? How moved I am. Cough, cough, cough. Steady. First, I need to deal with you for daring to mock your father. I must uphold my authority or lose face. Today, you'll learn the consequences of defiance. I assure you, my skills are proficient. At this moment, Elliot glanced at Leaf wary. You're acting strange. You're mad. Because of me? Leaf laughed through gritted teeth. Good son, you pulled off something outrageous and still dare to tease me? Elliot frowned. It's outrageous, yes, but sometimes extreme measures yield unexpected results. Cough, cough. I mean, unconventional tactics work wonders. Leaf's face twitched violently, coldly retorting. So you call this an unconventional tactic? Elliot retorted matter-of-factly. Isn't it so? Leaf. Alright, next, I'll feel justified in beating your butt into 8 pieces. Leaf sneered coldly. You disobedient son. Now I will discipline you as your father. Not as the Finn of the Great Tang, so don't say I bullied you. Prepare yourself for me. Upon hearing this, Jacques and Benny took 2 decisive steps back. As Elliot's guards, even if it was from the Emperor cough, mainly because of the Emperor's identity, Jacques dared not intervene. Benny was different. He felt very relieved upon hearing that Leaf was going to discipline Elliot. As the head of the secret guards, being assigned to protect Elliot left him feeling frustrated. For the Taishang Finn, he would be loyal and follow every command. But for you, young master, wait a moment and watch the show. We will absolutely not let it spread. If it does, it has nothing to do with me. Benny muttered in his heart. Elliot got a chill and asked vigilantly, are you really going to hit me? This isn't an illusion, right? Leaf stepped closer, pressing on, good son, what do you think? Elliot pouted and said, a father punishing his son is natural justice. I have nowhere to appeal. Hearing this, Leaf decided to go easier on him later. However, Elliot continued, if you beat me, don't blame me for keeping all the money to myself. Money? What kind of money? Where did this money come from? Leaf, with a grim face, said, let me tell you, my share of the profits cannot be embezzled by you. That violates the Great Tang law. Elliot rolled his eyes and said, rest assured, whether it's cement or the chain mall, I won't short you a penny, but the proceeds from the auction are mine. Leaf, hearing about the auction, exploded on the spot. But, it seems like the auction proceeds include my share? Cough, cough, cough. Absolutely not for coveting that little bit of money, just to give my son a chance to explain. As a ruler of a nation, I uphold reason. As a father, my paternal love is as high as a mountain. Colmes. Exactly like this. Translation note asterisk the original text conveys a mix of humor, familial conflict, and a touch of authority and duty, all within the context of the story's setting. The translation maintains these elements while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 223, the first auction in the world. The top-ranking building. It was packed to capacity. The highest floor was reserved for the noble ladies from the scholar gentry families, while the first floor was occupied by merchants. This unusual mix of nobles and merchants made the former extremely uncomfortable. However, for a diamond is forever. They had one word, endure. Moreover, everyone knew this was the Fin's auction. Imagine how desperate a monarch must be to sell items to raise money. TSK, TSK, TSK. Witnessing Finn Leaf's predicament was worth it. Private room, located on the highest floor. Through the thin curtain, everything outside was visible. Inside were Dorian and his emperor father. Flanking them were Ronnie and Benny, and an extra Helmet. Dorian almost got into trouble. Ultimately, Helmet took the blame. Hence, he was the only one without a seat. How vexed. Outside, on the platform, a refined table stood there with a small hammer. At this moment, Atli, as the chief steward of Lee Family Enterprises, arrived late. Behind him were 2 young girls, each holding an exquisite Wangwali wooden box. In an instant, all eyes were on them. The wives of the nobility gazed eagerly, their gazes filled with aggressiveness. Atli wiped his sweat. My goodness, too frightening. Seeing the reactions of the merchants around, knowing that with the nobles present, they had little chance at these fine items, but still hoping for luck, Atli felt quite close to them. Then, he shivered. No, I, Shang, am destined for the imperial court. I cannot fall from grace. But after being with young master so long, the latter's insights about merchants. Wait, why did I call it insight? Clearly, my heart has leaned toward the merchants. Forget it. Let's get to the point. The process wasn't much different from auctions in later eras. However, in the Tang Dynasty, it was still quite novel. Regarding the effectiveness of the auction, many had their doubts. Especially Finn Leaf, who believed his son was just dreaming. Would others fall for competitive bidding? Difficult. Bang. Atli tapped the small hammer, then cleared his throat. First item up for auction, number 5 diamond, starting price 5,000 strings of cash. Without further ado, the auction begins. The noble ladies couldn't resist. Even though Jerry's diamond was much larger, this was still a diamond. Someone began raising their number plate. In an instant, the price soared to 10,000 strings of cash. Leaf's eyes widened. Really? Just a piece of rock? Women are so fond of it? Glass vases aren't better? Confused, Leaf asked Helmet, Brandon, is this thing really that good? Helmet smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, this is the first time I've seen one. I don't know its value either. Dorian shook his head. 2 old-fashioned men. Ultimately, the first diamond was sold to a noble lady for 50,000 strings of cash. But this was just the beginning. Larger diamonds followed one after another, each with higher starting prices. Knowing his son well or not. Anyway, Leaf thought so stubbornly. He glanced at his son, asking, tell me, how many such stones do you have? Stones? Transparent and dazzling? Don't say it like that. Me, Dorian, the private son of the Finn. An upstanding person, free from vulgar interests. Dorian smiled faintly. Actually, not many. That day, I went out to experience life among the common folk. Leave. Helmet. Experience life among the common folk? Can you use that term? You're not the emperor, nor a government official, needing to understand the plight of the people? Playing is playing. Why make it sound so noble? The other two, Ronnie and Benny, were numb. Your Majesty, and Minister Gino, do you think young master's face is thick? Sorry, it's thicker. Don't believe it? Listen on. As witnesses, Ronnie and Benny now realized how devious and cunning their young master was, venting privately with no pressure. They heard Dorian speak solemnly. Unexpectedly, I met a foreign friend. Leaf interrupted him, puzzled. What's a foreign friend? Dorian explained simply, someone not from our great Tang, but their country isn't hostile towards us. They risked their lives to bring treasures from their homeland to promote exchange between countries. Listen to that. Trash. Almost exposed. Dorian waved his hand. That's not important. The most important thing is, this foreigner was robbed on the way to Great Tang and ended up as a beggar. As the officially appointed Gaylord County, how could I ignore this? Leaf chuckled. So did Helmet. Ronnie and Benny continued to feel numb. Dorian spoke righteously. I sponsored this foreigner and helped him return home. As a token of gratitude, he gave me a pile of stones. To tell the truth, he was just trying his luck. Unluckily for him, Tang wasn't easy to fool. These stones, being too hard, weren't bought. For this, I educated him and made him realize his mistakes. As they say, good deeds bring rewards. Never imagined cutting these worthless stones made them pretty. Such nonsense. Leaf and Helmet exchanged glances. They understood. This child conned someone, and this foreigner, sold by Dorian, was happily counting his gains. TSK. Immoral. Ahem. We should help foreigners more. At this moment, Atli reported the auction results to Dorian. In an instant, the king and minister's thoughts changed. Chapter 224. Has Her Majesty the Mira gone mad? The proceeds from the auction of 10 diamonds had already reached 5 million guan. Outside, the crowd was in an uproar. This auction was simply astonishing. Was money so easy to come by? However, for some thoughtful individuals, they had already understood the crux of the matter. Take diamonds, for instance. And then there was the organizer behind it all. Everything was irreplicable. Countless people envied Finleaf. Such a simple auction, utilizing one's status and a never-before-seen item, could quickly amass wealth. It was truly the epitome of success. Some were even openly critiquing the emperor's auction. Every word entered Leaf's ears. Instantly, Leaf's expression turned incredibly grim. Fortunately, his face looked slightly better towards his son Elliot as he said, Son, you have heard what these people outside are discussing. Humph. Ordinary people, who dares to comment on the ruler of a nation. Behind this are the machinations of the 5 great clans. Helmet was deeply shocked by Finleaf's reaction. Having been manipulated by the 5 great clans, the root cause stemmed from the prince. Donnie did not blame anyone. Instead, he analyzed it for the prince. Such treatment might not even be given to the hawk. Donnie's treatment of the prince is truly. Thinking up to this point, Helmet stopped. If this continues, the hawk will fall further behind. Sigh. Is this the emperor's curse? Listening, Leaf continued, after our founding of the Tang Dynasty, the 5 great clans have always harbored ulterior motives, seeking to share power with our Li royal family. So, they look for every opportunity to tarnish me, to tarnish the Li royal family, thereby weakening our influence among the people. He did not hide any of this from Helmet. This was the way of governing. Helmet began to feel grateful in his heart. Your Majesty, you treat me like a national treasure. I must repay you as such. As for Ronnie, head of the Shadow Guards, knowing too many of the Emperor's secrets made him less surprised. However, Benny gave Leaf an astonished look. Jericho, your breadth of mind is truly unmatched by the hawk. Perhaps, this is why you seek to gain the empire. Unexpectedly, someone else's reaction left everyone stunned. Elliot reminded, Dad, stop mentioning the 5 great clans. The Fanyang Braden clan is finished. Leaf. Thud. His jaw dropped. Helmet cried out inwardly, this prince's thinking is really too unorthodox. Ronnie and Benny remained numb. Leaf imitated Elliot's previous words, Son, don't worry about those details. The 5 great clans. Just sounds strange now that one is missing. But Elliot shook his head. Dad, do you think I organized this auction in your name only for immediate gain, ignoring your imperial authority and the dignity of the Li royal family, allowing the 5 great clan? The fact that she contributed her most beloved jade bracelet. Could it be? Everyone couldn't help but think what Finleaf feared most. They thought the emperor was impoverished. Being an emperor to this extent, unprecedented throughout history. Too pitiful. In an instant, everyone felt deep sympathy. Just then, the bidding started. Atli had more lines to deliver, but seeing everyone's reaction, that strange look, he hurriedly ended the auction. The Empress's jade bracelet, starting bid 1 million guan. Bidding starts. Instantly, numerous paddles went up. Within moments, it soared to 3 million guan. How terrifying. However, the bidding did not end there. It continued. Inside the VIP room, Leaf shook with rage. None of the merchants or nobility participated in the bidding. After all, this item held significant meaning, unless opposing the emperor, who dared bid on it. For the 5 great clans, this was effortless. Apart from the court officials, who knew of the unseen currents between the emperor and the nobility, the 5 great clans seized this opportunity, caring little who won the jade bracelet. What mattered was the process. Diamonds were fine. Everyone knew the Empress's diamond was the largest. But the jade bracelet held unique significance. A noble country's mother's jade bracelet being auctioned as a commodity was itself a pleasure for the Can you not drag innocent people into this? Now you've even involved me. I'm drenched in cold sweat. But Elliot was beaming as he said, Listen, it's already at 500,000 guan. Why should we cancel it? Besides, I promised Tilliant that this auction price will definitely reach 1 million guan. Snap. An invisible bolt of lightning struck the four men. Finn Leaf, Helmet, Ronnie, Benny. None were spared. So, Her Majesty the Mira is also playing along? As the head of the harem, could Her Majesty the Mira not see the huge pit the prince had dug? And yet, she joined in the prince's antics. Like Heim fishing. Those who bite are willing participants? Are they all mad? In this scene, a palpable shock rippled through the room. The notion that the Mira would willingly participate in such an unpredictable scheme seemed unbelievable. Each man present found themselves grappling with disbelief and unease, wondering how far this situation would escalate. The thought that Her Majesty the Mira, typically composed and dignified, would join in on such a chaotic endeavor left everyone speechless. It defied logic and reason, making the entire situation even more perplexing and tense. Chapter 225. I know nothing. The bidding for the jade bracelet had already reached 600,000 strings of cash. Finn Leaf's eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. Underscore I want to see who will be the successful bidder for Lexi's maid's jade bracelet. Underscore today, it is the jade bracelet. Underscore, one day. Would they dare to make their wives empresses? Underscore would they also aim to snatch my imperial throne? Underscore. Just then, someone shouted directly, 10 million strings of cash. Boom. Everyone was stunned. The nobles who were bidding were all bewildered. In reality, no matter how high this price was bid, that wasn't the most important thing. It was just about time to call it quits. After all, everything was just an insult from the aristocratic clans to Leaf. Too high was unnecessary. Roughly, 10 million strings of cash should suffice. After all, the aristocratic clans did not lack this sum of money. Moreover, it was enough to shock ordinary people and block Leaf's way out. However, Leaf could not do anything to them. After all, wasn't this auction organized by Donnie himself? What goes around comes around. However, everyone wanted to play it slowly, but who expected such an immediate move? This, not playing by the rules. And it was shouted loudly right away. When everyone saw, well then, it came from one of the private rooms. Ordinary merchants didn't recognize him, but the 5 noble families and 7 prestigious lineages were shocked. What was going on? What did Leaf plan to do? What tactic was this? Shock. Bewilderment. Because the person who emerged from the room and called out the 10 million strings bid was none other than the current crown prince, Eldon. What was Finn Leaf's plan? Attempting to drive up the price? Several noblewomen from the aristocratic clans exchanged glances and simultaneously made a decision. This jade bracelet. We don't want it anymore. Hawk, let's see how you get out of this mess. 10 million strings of cash. Do you have it? If you don't buy it, it's not only Donnie's face but also the Myra's. The entirely imperial family's dignity will be lost. Snap. The sound of jaws dropping. It came from Leaf, Helmet, as well as Jacques and Benny. The Hawk, involved too? Leaf was even more puzzled. Justino, where did you get your courage from? 10 million strings. You once had it, but wasn't it confiscated by me? Cough cough cough. Ultimately returned to the son without any benefits. Even after receiving the money, he didn't greet his father. Although the money isn't mine, I've suffered huge losses. Suddenly, Leaf asked Dorian with a pleading look, son, can you lend me 10 million strings? Cough, I definitely will pay back. Without this last sentence, I might have believed it. Dorian thought thousands from the imperial estate's income are manageable. 10 million strings. Do you really think being emperor means unlimited wealth? Outside, it fell silent again. Sure enough, no one bid. This jade bracelet ended up with Hawk Eldon. The noble women and servants of the 5 prominent families looked on in amusement. What a drama, rarely seen in this world. Then, businessman Colm saw no one bidding and declared, 10 million strings for the first time. No response. 10 million strings for the second time. Everyone remained indifferent. The merchant's eyes were red hearing the Myra's jade bracelet. After all, it could become an ancestral treasure. But this price was too high. They whispered amongst themselves that it was unaffordable. Finally, businessman Colm could only survey the area and announced, 10 million strings for the third time. It's a deal. Congratulations to the young master. Cough. This Hawk is so filial. Truth be told, though merchant Colm didn't know how the jade bracelet came into possession, its falling into the hands of any member of the 5 noble families would be a humiliation to the Lee imperial clan. He even secretly wondered, could the young master, upon discovering his royal lineage, harbor resentment towards the emperor who raised him? Young master, what resentment do you hold? Risen to such heights, yet you're still unsatisfied? While muttering from a private room burst out, clapping wildly, shouting, the Hawk's filial act should be supported. That person was Dorian. As he rushed out, Leaf and the others were stunned, not expecting him to join in. Only heard. Dorian said, this auction is by imperial edict. I am merely the organizer. The items, including the Myra's jade bracelet, were provided by Donnie. And Donnie instructed that today's proceeds would all go to establish the Tang Dynasty Royal Charity Foundation. The foundation aims to help those who have no home or support, rebuilding homes, and providing medical assistance to poor families. Also, moved by the Hawk's filial devotion, I will donate 10 million strings, and I'll add another 10 million for the foundation. Boom. Utterly shocking, moreover. Regarding the so-called charity foundation, no one had ever heard of it. However, from Dorian's words, they roughly understood its purpose. Most astonishingly, this first major Tang Dynasty charity foundation was clearly initiated by Finn Leaf. He wanted to win public favor by distributing money. A wonderful idea, but the people from the 5 noble families and 7 prestigious lineages sneered at it. A bunch of poor ghosts. What use are they? Leaf, your vision is too limited. Dorian continued, Donnie's decree. The first major Tang Dynasty charity foundation is a civilian organization, with Donnie serving as the honorary president. Leaf. Decree? It's mine. I didn't know. I know nothing at all. Chapter 226. Why? Not hi-hey. Leaf immediately looked at Helmet. Helmet sighed and said, Bolivar only mentioned that it was to raise funds for the needy people. He didn't say anything about a charity association. At this moment, outside, Dorian continued to introduce the charity association. As the advisor of the Tang Dynasty's premier charity association, Lord Helmet will serve as the president initially, and Lord Andrew will serve as the supervisor to ensure that no one misappropriates funds or fails to deliver on charitable contributions. The principles, objectives, and regulations of the Tang Dynasty's premier charity association will be published in the Tang Daily News on an appointed day. Please stay tuned. Inside the private room, the four people were stunned. It all happened so suddenly. Moreover, it was done without prior notice. Initially, Helmet thought it was Fin's arrangement. Now, seeing the equally perplexed emperor, he understood. Bolivar was the mastermind behind everything. Bolivar was truly bold, daring to orchestrate even the emperor. You are undoubtedly the bravest man in the world. Even Donnie and I have been kept in the dark and unwittingly provided free labor. Donnie is merely an honorary president, nothing more. As for me, as Helmet, serving as chancellor and concurrently as an editor for the Tang Daily News, and now added as the president of the Tang Dynasty's his son. The words on it were both novel and peculiar. Leaf almost bolted. As the ruler of the nation, speaking like this would likely make the whole country laugh. But unable to come up with anything else, he could only use his son's draft. Finally, when the auction ended, a merchant loudly announced, "I am willing to donate 5,000 strings of cash as charitable funds." Instantly, everyone else among the merchants responded positively. Some were already secretly envying and hating the first donor. Due to this, Fin Leaf specially inscribed the words "righteous family" for him. Suck in a breath. The 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families gasped. Why did these words sound so familiar? Initially, the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families, especially the Fan Young Braden family, suffered at the hands of the Fin. Several members who donated for epidemic relief received these very words. At this moment, the rewarded merchant was so agitated that he could barely speak coherently. "Thank your majesty." Before Leaf could lose his temper, Dorian hurriedly covered the merchant's mouth to calm him down. "Listen, now he can speak again. And you keep repeating the same word, which sounds suspiciously like cursing." Suddenly, the enthusiastic donations stirred the entire hall of the premier building. After all, the first merchant received a personal inscription from the Fin. Although other merchants didn't receive such rewards, they felt honored to be part of the same community. Someone cleverly blurted out, "Sir, does the Tang Dynasty's premier charity association need volunteers?" Others immediately chimed in. "I also want to contribute." "Me too. Count me in too." Dorian smiled slightly and replied, "We do need volunteers. However, let me clarify that everyone in the charity association works unpaid. In other words, it's volunteer work." Someone shouted aloud, "We're willing to work unpaid. This volunteering spot must have me. Count me in too." Being a volunteer for the Tang Dynasty's premier charity association is a great honor. This wave of enthusiasm was completely controlled by the merchants. By comparison, whether it was the aristocratic clans or the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families, they had no presence at all. After all, they valued their dignity. Otherwise, if it spread tomorrow that the Fin founded a civilian organization, the Tang Dynasty's premier charity association, and auctioned off his treasures as charitable funds, with merchants donating substantial sums, where would the aristocratic clans and the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families put their faces? Especially the latter, who relied on public support to stand firm and even challenged the tyrannical Sui Yangdi. He also mentioned that the main office of the Tang Dynasty's premier charity association would be set up in Chang'an. In the future, branch offices would be established in every corner of the Tang Dynasty to help those in need. Thus, the entire city of Chang'an was buzzing with excitement, and news rapidly spread across the empire. In the Ganlu Palace, Fin Leaf laughed heartily. Inside the hall, were elders like Frederick and others from the Qin Wangfu, Jerichofu, / edited translation. Were senior officials like Frederick and others from the Qin Wangfu. Qin Wangfu should be translated as Qin Palace, or Qin Wangfu can be directly translated to Qin Mansion if it refers to the residence of Qin Wangfu. For better context and natural reading, it is recommended to use Qin Palace, or Qin Mansion. Were senior officials like Frederick and others from the Qin Palace. With a serious expression, Leaf asked, "Fuji, how is the preparation for the campaign against the Turks, including provisions and military deployment?" Frederick saluted, "Just waiting for your command, Your Majesty." Leaf then asked the Minister of Works, Bowden, "How are the cotton coats coming along?" Bowden replied, "Your Majesty, we currently have enough to provide 2 cotton coats per soldier." Leaf slapped the table. "Good." The next day, during court assembly, Frederick recommended Bowen as the commander for the expedition against the Turks. Leaf agreed. Additionally, Hendricks would lead the halberd infantry to test the strategies his son suggested, using foot soldiers to counter cavalry in battle. At the Peach Blossom Spring, upon hearing this news, Dorian could only sigh deeply. Unbelievably, history had taken a different turn. The war against the Turks had been brought forward. Just then, the leading generals were completely different. This change added a layer of mist before everyone's eyes, making everything unclear. Dorian called out, "Jacques, I have something for you to give to Hussein." This godfather, known as the Living Bandit, hadn't been seen since Fin Leaf's true identity was exposed. Playing hide and seek. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Hendrix's distinctive booming voice sounded. The man had not yet arrived, but his voice had already reached them. Behind him was a hesitant person. Dorian looked over. "Wasn't this her good second brother?" Dorian said with a half smile. "Godfather, second brother. I thought you two didn't want to see me anymore." Hendrix loudly replied, "What are you talking about? You're my godson. I treat you like my own son." Duncan awkwardly explained, "Brother, I just came back from Shuafeng. I came straight here after returning." Dorian coolly remarked, "Coming to me, you seem quite reluctant. How about, little Duke, you go back where you came from?" "Goodbye then." Hendrix. "Can't fool around any longer?" Duncan. What does goodbye then even mean? Duncan naively asked. Big brother. Why not hi hey? Dorian. Note, hi hey might be a nickname or reference that isn't fully clear in the context, hence it's left as is. Chapter 227. Second brother, you can drive too? Hendrix sighed. You think? Why did I adopt you as my godson? Dorian didn't reply. Hendrix continued. The first time I saw you, I knew you were the Finn's son. The Finn's son isn't easy to be, especially being the eldest son. Though you aren't the legitimate eldest son, don't forget that Donnie is also the second son. He left it unsaid. Every additional son for Ethan meant another contender for the throne. Especially being the eldest son posed a significant threat. Only someone like Hendrix dared to hint at this so openly. Dorian was slightly moved and replied, so, letting me call you godfather was his idea? Hendrix shook his head. I thought I had understood the Finn's intentions, but back then, I never considered you as his son. After all, how could anyone believe such coincidences? It wasn't just coincidence. It was a twist of fate that defied all reason. Lee was mistakenly identified as someone else's father. Worse yet, his former lover was involved. Too strange. Everything seemed predestined. Dorian smiled, making me and third brother become sworn brothers. Deep strength indeed. Dorian suddenly became serious. Godfather, I heard you're going to join the battle against the Turks. There are a few things I must say. Hendrix said, speak. Dorian sighed softly. Try to protect our Tang soldiers and bring them back alive. Hendrix felt this boy's compassion, but soon realized how wrong he was. Dorian added, if defeat is inevitable, don't think of victory. Less sacrifice is better than anything. Hendrix. Defeat? Who are you insulting? Correct, Donnie. Well, not just the Finn but the entire court gathered wealth due to national debt and wanted to erase the humiliation of the Emmanuel-Shui alliance by annihilating Bill. Wait, on reflection, this military action might indeed be rushed. Dorian scoffed. And the commander is Bowen. How can we defeat the Turks? If we lose again, it'll lead to total annihilation. Hendrix froze. Just thinking of showcasing his three-board axe skills in battle, he hadn't considered Bowen at all. Honest truth. Not that he looked down on Bowen, but found him truly unimpressive. A military leader should possess great wisdom. Bowen had only petty cunning. Wisdom? Does he have it? Dorian threw more cold water. War requires timing, geography, and harmony. However, this battle has only our fighting spirit. The timing isn't right. Turkish grasslands are freezing. Will one cotton coat solve everything? My emperor father is too eager. Geography favors the Turks, not us. Endless plains and skilled archers. When they retreat, we cannot pursue endlessly. Thus, exhausted troops face attacks, risking total defeat. Hendrix felt a chill deeper inside. With extensive combat experience, he understood. Even Duncan paled hearing this. The Chung family was wise and brave. War means. Having experienced the Shuafang battle, Chung Como felt the reality deeply. Hendrix asked, what about human harmony? Dorian nodded, then shook his head. Hard to say. Everyone wants to redeem the Emmanuel-Shui alliance's disgrace. Unity is strong. Hendrix added, at least we have one of the three elements. Dorian sighed helplessly. Tang Dynasty has been established for 10 years. The High Ancestor was willing to share power with aristocrats. But my father desires to be an unprecedented ruler, not bound by others. Fanyang Braden clan is no longer a threat, but Wolong Shili, Zhao Junli, Bowling Chui, Qinghe Chui, Xingyang Pedro, and Taiyuan Wang clans remain wary after seeing Fanyang Ber. Either foolish or mad. Hendrix felt an ache. Though correct, couldn't this be softer? It's still the Li family empire. Dorian realized, oops, forgot my father is the emperor. Need to adjust. Hendrix. You're brilliant. Just then, translation notes. Characters' names were translated to Pinyin. Kept the tone and style consistent with original. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as in the source text. Addressed the historical and cultural context accurately. Dorian pulled out a cylinder from his sleeve and said casually, Godfather, I have a great treasure for you. Hendrix burst into laughter. What kind of great treasure? Can it be bigger than what old Chung has? Dorian. I suspect you're making a suggestive joke, but I have no proof. Next. Hendrix picked up the cylinder and, following Dorian's instructions, placed it in front of one of his eyes and peered inside. My goodness! Hendrix let out a startled cry, nearly dropping the cylinder. Duncan was extremely curious. What kind of great treasure could be inside the cylinder that made his father lose composure like that? Dad, let me see this great treasure too. Dorian was utterly shocked. Second brother, why are you also making suggestive jokes? Translation notes. Kept the tone and style consistent with the original text. Used only English while maintaining the Pinyin names as requested. Ensured the translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. Maintained the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. The storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content. Chapter 228. Dad, stop pretending. When Duncan looked through the tube, he nearly dropped it on the ground. Next, he could hardly speak properly. This. Emmanuel. Scary. Inconceivable. The distant scenery viewed through this tube appeared right before one's eyes as if up close. What kind of divine object was this? Hendrix asked in surprise. Godson, what is this thing? Dorian said indifferently, it's called a Chanli eye, also known as a telescope. Correction. Dorian said indifferently, it's called a Chanli yan, also known as a telescope. Note, Chanli yan is a Chinese term that literally means thousand-mile eye, which is being used here as a name for the telescope. For better understanding and fluency in English, it should be translated to it's called a thousand-mile eye, also known as a telescope. However, if you want to keep the original Chinese flavor, you may leave it as it's called a Chanli yan, also known as a telescope. For natural flow in English, Dorian said indifferently, it's called a thousand-mile eye, also known as a telescope. Hendrix's eyes lit up and he said, with this, wouldn't it solve the disadvantageous terrain issue on the grassland? Using this Chanli eye, you can foresee enemy movements. Note, Chanli should be thousand-mile or long distance in English to convey the meaning accurately. A more natural translation would be, using this long distance eye, you can foresee enemy movements. A more polished version would be, Hendrix's eyes lit up and he said, with this, wouldn't it solve the disadvantage of the terrain on the grassland? Using this long-distance telescope, you can anticipate enemy movements. Dorian poured cold water on him, sighing, Godfather, not to discourage you, but this is made from crystal with extremely complicated craftsmanship. I went through more than 10 pieces of crystal just to grind 2 lenses, enough for only one Chanli eye. Note, Chanli eye seems to be a literal translation and does not read naturally in English. A better term would be telescope. Here is the revised sentence. Dorian poured cold water on him, sighing, Godfather, not to discourage you, but this is made from crystal with extremely complicated craftsmanship. I went through more than 10 pieces of crystal just to grind 2 lenses, enough for only one telescope. Hendrix was immediately discouraged, but his reaction was swift. He snatched the Chanli eye from Duncan's hand and asked, is this given to Old Cheng? Edit for fluency and accuracy. However, he reacted quickly, snatching the telescope from Duncan's hand and asked, is this? The godson brought it out in front of him again. The intent was very clear. Hendrix laughed and reached out to take it. Dorian stepped back, allowing Hendrix's finger to graze the gun. Instantly, Hendrix's face froze. Dorian calmly said, Godfather, did you want to hit me just now? Hendrix chuckled, Godson, you misunderstood. How could I hit you? Isn't this Chanli eye a true treasure? Correction. Isn't this Chanli eye truly a great treasure? For better fluency in English, it can be further refined to, isn't this telescope truly a great treasure? The term Chanli eye seems to be a literal translation, but using telescope would be more appropriate and understandable in English. If you want to keep the original flavor, you might consider, isn't this Chanli eye, also known as a telescope, truly a great treasure? However, for natural readability, telescope is recommended. You gave this to me, I'm already thrilled. Dorian laughed. Then why did you roll up your sleeves in this cold weather? Hendrix, I. Dorian sneered, don't say you're hot, who'd believe you? Hendrix was immediately speechless. Indeed, he was thinking just that. Suddenly, Duncan howled like a wolf. Hendrix kicked him unexpectedly in the butt. Duncan flew away. Right now, Duncan was sprawled on the ground, utterly baffled. What? Why did Dad kick me? Dorian didn't let it go, chuckling. Was it just to hit my second brother? Do you expect me to believe that? Hendrix said arrogantly, Godson, whether you believe it or not, I have hit my child on rainy days many times just because I'm idle. Duncan on the ground, hearing this, his eyes welled up with tears, almost spilling over. But they didn't fall. It was stubbornness. Dorian's cheeks twitched. He witnessed the bandit's unreasonable behavior today. Moreover, he felt great sympathy for his second brother. Being Hendrix's son was too miserable. No human rights. Forget it. No nonsense anymore. Dorian asked mysteriously, Godfather, do you remember the merit stone of Fanyang Braden clan? Snap. A bolt of lightning flashed through Hendrix's mind. Back then, the court set a trap for the 5 surnamed 7 clans, and Fanyang Braden clan jumped in most enthusiastically. Being inscribed on the merit stone in front of the Taiji Palace was such an honor, Fanyang Braden clan couldn't resist this temptation. Resultantly, the merit stone allegedly got struck by lightning the next day. This was quite a blow to Fanyang Braden clan's reputation. Old clan leader Yusef fell ill due to this and later passed away after another setback. Honestly, and I'll teach you how to use the gun and heavenly thunder. After a while, thunder rumbled in the back mountains of Peach Blossom Spring. On the mountain, Hendrix was witnessing the power of heavenly thunder for the first time, while Duncan had seen it before. After several explosions, Hendrix's head buzzed. Too scary. A tiny iron lump turned everything within 10 feet into ruins. Its power rivaled that of heavenly thunder. Dorian added, during transport, avoid fire. To be safe, I only made a few special ones. Otherwise, if it explodes, it might hurt our own side without touching the enemy. Might end up wiping us all out? Hendrix. Wiping out understood. When arranging, ensure a special transport team, minimal personnel, and far from the main army. In case of explosion, consequences are unimaginable. Gulp. Hendrix swallowed. Damn. If accidentally hurt by heavenly thunder, it's chilling to think about. Next, Dorian began teaching Hendrix how to use the gun. When Dorian demonstrated aiming and firing, Hendrix came back to reality from the shock of heavenly thunder, his face not looking good. Look at his own son. He was much better. How humiliating for him. No. Must regain face. This is too light. I can swing 2 big axes like slicing watermelons. This is simple. Hendrix confidently aimed at the target ahead. Bang. Fired. But there were only 2 holes in the target, left from when Dorian had demonstrated earlier. Hendrix. The first time, it's normal. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Even I, Old Cheng, understand this. Bang. Another shot. There were still only 2 holes in the target. Sweat began to bead on Hendrix's forehead. Dorian. I won't say anything. You keep going. As long as you're not embarrassed, others will be. Duncan. The second time, it's normal not to get better right away. Bang. The third shot missed again. Hendrix grew anxious. Bang bang bang. Small thunderclaps continued, but there were still only 2 holes in the target. This was too embarrassing. Hendrix became visibly frustrated. Not even a bit of face saving. At that moment, the magazine emptied. The air froze. After a long pause, Hendrix laughed heartily and said, I, Old Cheng, am demonstrating how not to do it so you can see what missing the target looks like. Duncan. Dad, stop pretending. Dorian was also taken aback. How did this carefree Duke of Braden learn to stubbornly hold onto his pride? Chapter 229. An omen of good fortune? Hendrix obtained another clip and fired another bang. This time, he learned his lesson. The more anxious one gets, the more likely they are to make mistakes. Thus, he chose to proceed cautiously. For a fire-tempered bandit like him, this was incredibly rare. However, there were still only 2 holes in the target. Suddenly, thud, a bird fell from the sky. Dorian gave a thumbs up and praised, "Father-in-law, indeed it's you. Great marksmanship." Hendricks remained unperturbed and said, "That's right. It's an unexpected skill that ordinary people can't learn. It's my trademark." Duncan interjected tactlessly, "Father, isn't our family's specialty the 3-board axe technique?" Hendricks, "Dorian, brother, you're asking for trouble." In the next moment, Hendricks, furious, grabbed his divine weapon and aimed at his son. Duncan fled in panic. Hendricks chased after him madly. Meanwhile, gunshots echoed. Small metal bullets whizzed past heads. Dorian watched, dumbfounded. "Whoa, real father. Who else would dare to do such a thing?" Duncan cried pitifully, "Father, I've wronged. Please forgive me." Hendricks didn't let up. Duncan, almost in tears, shouted, "Father, I am your own flesh and blood." Hendricks chuckled, "Father doesn't need just one. You have 2 brothers." Duncan despondently howled, "Blood is thicker than water." Hendricks coldly snorted, "You still have 2 brothers. Chung Como, I just had a loose mouth. If given another chance, I'd sew it shut." The troops set out. The court wasn't overly public about it, but many citizens of Chang'an came to bid farewell. Dorian stayed in his peach blossom land with a pesky tagalong, Duncan. After the battle with the Turks, Duncan, who always called for battle, resigned from his military duties and became a second-generation scion. Dorian curiously asked him, "Brother, why aren't you going? This battle against the Turks will be fierce. It's a great opportunity for you to showcase your abilities." Duncan sneered, "Big brother, don't trick me. You clearly don't support this campaign against the Turks, yet you ask me to go. Do you want me to die young?" Dorian, "What did not taste right? Why does it sound so much like me? Could my excellent qualities be contagious?" "Whoa, finished. I'm no longer the unique me. Someone is competing with me now. Living is tiring. Huge pressure." Duncan added gloomily, "After returning, the court only gave me a nominal position, which is good in name and pays well, but has no real use. So, I resigned." Dorian's face twitched uncontrollably. "So what if you resigned? It's meaningless." Duncan sighed gloomily. "I joined the battlefield hoping to gain official recognition and titles, but father told me I'm being too unrealistic. My father's title is hereditary. I can't achieve a higher rank like Duke by working hard, so I might as well inherit the Kevin title at home. Why exert useless efforts?" "Dorian, brother, you're showing off again. Listening to you makes me want to slap you. Although I, your big brother, am the Emperor's son. Actually his illegitimate son. What's the point? Right now, it's all disadvantages, no benefits. In the future, perilous beyond belief. Why do I feel being the Emperor's son seems like a losing deal?" This moment, Duncan asked, "Big brother, today is the army's departure. Why aren't you seeing them off? Besides, as Donnie's son, shouldn't you join them? Wouldn't you face criticism later when you return to the royal family?" To Dorian's surprise, Duncan wasn't as dense as he appeared. Dorian worriedly replied, "It doesn't matter whether I go or not. My 3rd brother, the Hawk, probably hasn't been sleeping well recently. If I go, he'll lose even more sleep tonight." Duncan remained silent. After a while, Duncan suddenly said, "Big brother, I will always stand by your side." Dorian laughed, "A second-generation scion. Just don't add trouble." Duncan, exasperated, said, "I mean it. As long as I support you, my father won't be a problem either. Besides, he is your adoptive father." Seeing Dorian thinking too much, Duncan clarified, "Big brother, these words aren't taught by father. They are my heartfelt sentiments." Dorian smiled faintly, "Forget it. I'm already stressed. Let's do some real business and get rich on the side." Duncan, puzzled, asked, "How do we get rich?" Dorian casually replied, "Stockpile grain." Duncan's eyes bulged, quickly dissuading, "Big brother, don't do this." Dorian countered, "Why not?" Chung Como earnestly explained, "Big brother, I know why you stockpile grain. It's because the court needs lots of supplies for external campaigns. But making money from the government, is that appropriate? You're also a prince. Shouldn't you avoid profiting from yourself?" Dorian nearly choked, speechless. "Who said I want to supply the army? Do you think I'm stupid? Besides, this time I'm going to incur huge losses. Growing up, I've never been so selfless." The more he spoke, the angrier he got. "If not for that emperor father of mine, would I willingly take such a loss?" Duncan nearly snickered. "Stockpiling grain? And incurring losses? Just now you said getting rich, now you say incurring losses. Which is true? There must be a catch. Not to profit wildly from it." Dorian nonchalantly remarked, "It's going to rain." Duncan, totally baffled. Looking up, the winter sun was warm and clear. Then, Dorian cryptically continued, "I heard that merchants coming and going in the Tang Empire reported that livestock in the Hudong region were braying, and even water in wells bubbled. Not only that, but yellow mist covered everywhere." Duncan exclaimed, "Isn't this a good omen?" Dorian spat, "Good omen my foot. It's a sign of an earthquake." Duncan scratched his head. "What's an earthquake?" Before Dorian could explain, Leaf arrived. Walking gracefully, he was in high spirits. Today, during the send-off for the troops, he received good news from the Hudong region. Heaven sent omens. Though Leaf knew his son didn't favor the campaign against the Turks, he couldn't wait anymore. Thus, this omen proved victory in this war. Leaf laughed heartily, "Son, I have good news for you. The Hudong report says there's an omen descending upon us." Duncan, slightly terrified, asked, "Your Majesty, what kind of omen?" Leaf gave him a sideways glance, displeased. "Why not call me adoptive father? Did you think I jokingly acknowledged you as a godson?" Duncan had to correct himself. "Adoptive father." Leaf happily replied, "That's better." Then he elaborated on the omen. The Hudong report says there's yellow mist everywhere. Kamlo symbolizes nobility. There must be something extraordinary in this mist. Duncan felt uneasy. Oh my heavens. This sounds familiar. Leaf happily continued. Moreover, the livestock and poultry are braying. Isn't that a sign? Duncan's heart raced. He felt disoriented. No way. Why does it fit? Leaf was still gloating. Even the well water is bubbling. Isn't that a sign of auspiciousness? Splash. Duncan plopped down on the ground, his face full of shock. Chapter 230. The Taoist is truly clever. Leaf, upon witnessing this scene, laughed and said, Foster son, rise quickly. It's merely auspicious signs descending from heaven. No need to be so alarmed. Duncan's heart skipped a beat. Donnie Foster father, you're talking about auspicious signs? Auspicious signs, my grandpa, cough, cough, cough. Fortunately, I didn't say it out loud, or that would have been insulting the Finn, leading to dire consequences. Even as the Finn's foster son, one can't afford to mess with such matters. At this moment, Leaf looked at Dorian with a broad smile, almost boasting that with these auspicious signs appearing, good fortune was bound to follow. Especially now with the court deploying troops against the Turks, victory seems certain. Who knew? Dorian suddenly said, Father, your choice of Bowen as commander instead of Arrigo wasn't because Arrigo remained neutral and did not express an opinion back then, was it? Leaf's expression froze. Son, you really know what's on my mind like a parasite in my gut. I was indeed testing things out. But with these auspicious signs indicating a sure win over the Turks, even without Arrigo, Bowen can handle it. Dorian added coldly, the memorial from Hudong province is just flattery from some sycophant trying to please you with gibberish. I wish I could slap him silly. Leaf. These words left Leaf bewildered. Such a strong reaction. Was it necessary? And flattery. You're disgusting me. Displeased, Leaf retorted. Son, there's nothing wrong with reporting auspicious signs to the court from Hudong province, is there? But Dorian countered, let me guess. It has something to do with the Wang family of Taiyuan in Hudong province, right? Leaf. What are you implying, son? It's just auspicious signs. Are you suggesting this is a trap set by the Wang family for me? Leaf smiled, rest assured. I verified it thoroughly. Indeed, auspicious signs have appeared, and it's not a trick by the Wang family. Dorian snorted. Everything may seem genuine, but it's not necessarily auspicious. Leaf frowned, asking, what do you mean? Just then, Duncan had just gotten up from the ground and chimed in. Big brother said it's an earthquake. Isn't that a tremor in the earth? Tremors mean the earth dragons are turning over, don't they? Dorian was pleasantly surprised by Duncan's understanding. Second brother. You got it. Leaf felt a jolt in his heart. Without saying anything, he turned and walked away. Dorian called after him, Father, remember to stockpile food if the earth dragons turn over in Hudong province, as heavy rain will likely affect Chang'an too. Leaf left without any response. At this moment, Dorian said, Second brother, let's go find third brother. Duncan exclaimed, Are you challenging the hawk now? Dorian slapped him lightly, scolding, I was about to compliment your intelligence, but now you're babbling nonsense. Stockpile food with third brother. Duncan. In the astronomical observatory, Leaf came alone, rushing straight in. Boris came out to welcome him, smiling. Today, seeing purple mist in the sky, I knew your majesty would grace us with your presence. Leaf showed no reaction to the flattering words and cut straight to the point. Master Hollison, divinate for me. Is there any natural disaster imminent in the Tang realm, especially in Hudong province? Give me a proper reading. Boris responded respectfully. Your wishes are my commands. Then, closing his eyes and calculating with his fingers, Boris replied formally, Congratulations, your majesty. This year, the Tang realm enjoys favorable weather without disasters. This is a blessing for all, thanks to your majesty's wise governance. The flattery, cough, cough, cough. Such praise from Master Hollison surpasses all court officials. However, Leaf remained unperturbed, furrowing his brows. Boris felt a shock inside. Why, my flattery is being rejected repeatedly today. How can this be? Upon reflection, he forgot about Hudong province. Boris apologized hastily. This Taoist forgot about Hudong province, but since it is within the Tang realm and everything is peaceful, Hudong must also be fine. Saying this with utmost confidence. As the national master, he wasn't entirely ignorant of politics. There were no recent reports of issues anywhere. Boris continued calculating. Since your majesty is so concerned about Hudong, I'll give another detailed divination. After some time, Boris stated firmly, Your majesty, there will be no disaster in Hudong province. Comte, Leaf asked persistently, what if it happens anyway? Hearing this, Boris pondered inwardly. What does Donnie mean? He seems to hope for a disaster in Hudong. Is there such a ruler? That would be a tyrant. Boris reassured him solemnly, Your majesty, rest assured, it's impossible. This must be decisive. Having just praised the peace throughout the realm, reversing it now would undermine his credibility. Besides, no disaster had been reported recently. How coincidental would it be for one to occur at year-end? Just then, Leaf paused, recalling his son's words, and asked, Master Hollison, divinate again for possible rainfall in Chang'an soon. Boris glanced at the sun in the sky and smiled. Within 7 days, the weather will remain clear. Leaf finally felt reassured. Suddenly, the sun was gone. Drip. Leaf touched his face, frozen in place. Was this water? Water falling from the sky. It's raining? Drip drip. Boris wiped his face, nearly fainting from anger. Seriously? The moment I finish speaking, the sun disappears and starts raining. Even drizzle is humiliating. Me, Boris, Master Hollison, where's my reputation? Fortunately, a breeze blew away most of the rain, leaving only a chill. Leaf gave a questioning look. Before he spoke, Boris calmly explained, Heaven's intentions are hard to predict, and this Taoist's abilities are limited. Apologies for causing amusement. But this rain is unusual, probably due to occasional displeasure of the heavens, resulting in a few drops. Leaf considered this and found it reasonable. who can always stay in a good mood. Just like me, sometimes I think about strangling Andrew when he gives straightforward advice. Cough, cough, just thoughts, not actions. Me, still a generous emperor. Leaf prepared to leave. Boris bowed 2 steps and said, "Farewell, your majesty." At that moment, drip drip, it started raining again. Leaf's gaze turned to Boris suspiciously. Boris chuckled, "Your majesty, the rain will stop soon." Rush rush. The rain grew heavier. Leaf's face turned cold. Boris, embarrassed, said, "Every event has variables. Who can fully predict them?" Leaf asked, "Can you guarantee no disaster in Hadong province?" Boris, realizing the gravity of the situation, pondered. Losing face here is not the issue. What matters is getting caught by Donnie. He must regain lost ground. Boris asserted confidently, "Rest assured, Hadong will remain peaceful." Just then, bang, a loud noise came from inside the hall. Leaf asked, "What's that sound?" Boris's face turned green as he exclaimed, This is the seismograph." With that, he dashed into the hall. High-minded dignity. Where? A major event. Leaf hurriedly followed. Inside, Boris knelt before the seismograph, muttering incessantly, "What's happening? This isn't right. Why would the earth dragons stir?" End of chapter 230. Leaf's face changed drastically as he yanked Boris up by the collar, demanding, "Tell me, where exactly did the earth dragons stir?" Boris felt a bit bitter inside. This who would know? Not only had he painstakingly reconstructed the seismograph from scraps of information, but even Urink's original device could only determine a general direction. No one could pinpoint exactly where the earth dragons had stirred. However, with the Finn asking, he couldn't avoid answering. Boris coughed and said, "It should be in the Hadong circuit." Leaf loosened his grip slightly, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. So, his son was right after all. But then, Boris added hesitantly, it could also be in the Hebei circuit. Both Hadong and Hebei circuits were indicated by the seismograph, and they were adjacent to each other. This Taoist is truly clever. Leaf. Humph. Leaf swept his sleeve and turned away. Outside, the rain showed no sign of stopping and seemed to be getting heavier. But Leaf paid no heed to the fact that he was drenched like a drowned rat. Today, with the troops setting out on this expedition, and the occurrence of the earth dragon stirring, there was bound to be a significant uproar. The Wang family of Taiyuan, could they really be hiding something? Chapter 231. This is the turning of the earth dragon. In the Ganu palace, Crawford, Leaf, remained silent. At this moment, several people had just arrived outside the palace. They were Nathan, Helmet, Bogdan, Andrew. Something was off. Finally, Nathan, as the emperor's brother-in-law, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, it's common for Master Hollison to mispredict the weather. After all, who can truly foresee all changes?" Lincoln snorted coldly. He said the same thing. Nathan gasped, choked by his own words. "Oh great, I really shouldn't have spoken. Too damn rash." Nathan's face twitched awkwardly, trying to salvage the situation. "Well, this principle is something everyone understands. I didn't expect my thoughts to align with Master Hollison's. So coincidental, ha ha ha." Though smiling outwardly, he inwardly cringed. Never before had he felt so embarrassed, especially with the emperor being so eerie. "Your Majesty, I'm your brother-in-law. Show some mercy." Meanwhile, seeing Nathan's predicament, the other 3 ministers stayed silent, watching carefully. Lincoln continued, "Comsterday, while reviewing reports, I came across one from Hadong stating unusual omens. A chorus of animal sounds, bubbling wells, muddy rivers, and yellow mist spreading." Nathan thought he understood, wanting to regain his dignity and quickly ease the embarrassment. He immediately responded, "Majesty, could Hadong be manufacturing these omens to deceive the court?" As soon as he finished, his heart sank again, instantly regretting his hasty words. After all, the troops had just set out, and whether the omens were real or fake, they boosted morale. How could the emperor be upset about this? Thus, he must have made another mistake. Indeed, Lincoln became more enraged, shouting, "Animal cries, bubbling wells, muddy rivers, yellow mists. What are these? Good omens? Ha ha ha." Sigh. Nathan was so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself right there in the Ganu palace. Helmet and Bogdan exchanged glances, their anxiety growing. Andrew's expression grew grim. The emperor's erratic behavior suggested something very serious was afoot. Suddenly, Lincoln slammed the table again, roaring, "This is the turning of the earth dragon. The turning of the earth dragon. Hadong claims good omens? Good omens, my foot. My heavens." The 4 ministers stood speechless. To directly curse in front of his ministers in the Ganu palace meant the emperor was utterly enraged. He was clearly furious. Lincoln ordered coldly, "Show them the document." A eunuch brought forward a memorial. The 4 ministers glanced at each other, with Nathan receiving and opening it. They crowded together to read. This memorial was secretly submitted by Hayward, a recorder officer from Jinyang, warning of possible seismic activity behind the so-called omens. Bowden discovered this document accidentally during his inspection tour in Hadong, and had his servant rush it back to Chang'an. The 4 men, upon reading, felt a chill run down their spines. Until now, they hadn't fully grasped the gravity of the situation, thinking the emperor was just venting frustration. But seeing Hayward's memorial, everything changed. Nathan immediately declared, "Your Majesty, we should believe in the possibility of an earthquake rather than dismissing it. If it happens, countless lives will be lost. With our troops just dispatched, if an earthquake strikes, rumors will spread widely. This will be extremely detrimental to our campaign against the Turks, the court, and your Majesty." Indeed, Nathan lived up to his reputation as the empire's foremost minister. However, Lincoln closed his eyes painfully. At the astronomical office, the only seismograph in the Tang Dynasty just activated. Sigh. Nathan's face paled. Helmet and Bogdan's expressions shifted drastically. Andrew looked gravely serious. In the Ghana Palace, a pin-drop silence prevailed. Lincoln continued sorrowfully. Master Hollison said that an earthquake would occur either in Hudong or Hebei. Now, we know it's Hudong. Heaven help us. These words echoed in the hearts of the 5 individuals present. For the earthquake to strike at this critical juncture, it wasn't just inconvenient, it was catastrophic. Throughout history, whenever natural disasters struck, emperors often issued self-blaming edicts to show humility and seek divine forgiveness, or take the blame themselves to win the people's sympathy. However, this double-edged sword could also lose the emperor public support. During the early years of the Pedruan era, with powerful aristocratic families still challenging the court, issuing such an edict would cause significant damage to Crawford's popularity within the Tang realm. The hard-won prestige from the Shuafeng victory would be squandered. Even worse, it could guarantee defeat in the campaign against the Turks. With rumors spreading, how could the troops focus on the enemy? Chapter 232. If not me, then who? Nathan felt utterly humiliated. Today is indeed my unluckiest day. From now on, I must check the almanac before stepping out. The preventive measures he suggested earlier were right on point. However, since the ground upheaval has already occurred, his words now seemed of little use. Consequently, his mind had completely blanked out. Just then, Helmet stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, unrest and external threats." Leif listened and immediately instructed the Shadow Guards to carry his verbal orders to warn Bowen not to rush into battle. Additionally, the Office of Censors drafted an imperial edict and sent someone later to deliver it. Nathan's expression was less than pleasant. After all that, what he said turned out to be almost useless. Looking at his 2 partners known as Gino's planning and Du's judgment, was he just a nobody? Sigh. Nathan caught a glimpse of Andrew out of the corner of his eye, finding some comfort. After all, Andrew didn't offer any constructive advice either. So, having someone else here kept him from losing face entirely. Right then, Andrew spoke. He said seriously, "Your Majesty, if Hudong Circuit indeed has problems, it will be like entering a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Otherwise, how could Inspector Bowden, who recently inspected Hudong Circuit on your Majesty's behalf, not have revealed anything to you? Bowden is not one who colludes with others. Thus, I infer that the reported auspicious signs in Hudong Circuit are either a coincidence or a well-planned scheme. If it's the latter, the consequences could be unimaginable." Finally, Andrew volunteered, "Your Majesty, I request to personally visit Hudong Circuit to investigate the matter." Smack. Nathan's jaw nearly dropped. At the same time, his face burned as if slapped many times. The embarrassment earlier doesn't count. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. At that moment, Leif ordered Helmet, "Brandon, the Tang Daily must stabilize the situation. Don't let me down." Helmet solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I'll do my best. The Tang Daily is Marquis Wan Yin's idea. There are still aspects I don't fully understand or handle adeptly, but I will definitely consult with Marquis Wan Yin and won't disappoint Your Majesty." Leif nodded in reassurance, but Nathan's heart thundered. Marquis Wan Yin? Pa, isn't that referring to the prince? Why hide it now? The most worrying part is that the Tang Daily will probably play a significant role. No need to ask why, just trust my precise intuition. Like the first time I met Donnie, I knew he had the demeanor of a ruler. Cough. I am not copying Braden Bouet's strategy. Besides, I am also talented. Suddenly, Bogdan interjected, "Your Majesty, during a ground upheaval, heavy rains often accompany and may spread to other regions. Now, with sudden heavy rain in Chang'an, the fields might be..." Thud. Leif was startled. Bogdan requested, "Your Majesty, I know you care for old ministers, but with everything happening at once, I hope to alleviate your worries. The heavy rain in Chang'an may cause some impact. As for the farmland, please permit me to take charge of this." Moved by his loyalty, Leif said, "Kimming, my achievements today are thanks to you few old brothers." Suddenly, even Nathan joined Helmet and Bogdan in chorus. "This is our honor." As for Andrew, originally one of the Crown Prince's men, he felt slightly embarrassed hearing this. "Your Majesty, next time, say this when I'm not around." Comte. He wasn't the most awkward. Nathan was. For being the top official, nothing good came from today. He merely supported others and lost face alone. He lost all the face in one day. One day to lose all lifetime dignity. If not me, then who? Ha ha ha. I am crazy. I am so heartbroken. My heart hurts. Can Dr. Dwight come over? Translation ends here, ensuring all guidelines are followed carefully. Chapter 233. Your grandpa is my grandpa. The Eastern Palace. Today, it was unusually quiet. The Imperial Army had just set out against the Tujue, keeping all the court officials busy. Alvin Eldon's studies were also on hold. Alvin Eldon was sprawled lazily on a couch, savoring this rare moment of idleness. At that moment, a eunuch rushed in breathlessly and reported, "Your Highness, that person has come again." Eldon impatiently replied, "Who has come? This is the Eastern Palace. I am the hawk here. No one outranks me. Whoever it is, show some decorum. Running around like this, are you fit to be in the Eastern Palace?" Thud. The eunuch dropped to his knees, almost crying from fear. If the prince expelled him and he wandered the streets as an incomplete man, he would be less than a dog. It would be certain death. Eldon calmly asked, "Tell me, who has come?" The eunuch swallowed hard and hoarsely replied, "It's that person. Have you forgotten, Your Highness?" Eldon almost kicked the eunuch dead. "Great. Now you ask me? You're just a eunuch, yet you dare to question me. The hawk? Do you want to die? Your Highness, elder brother and I have come to see you." Suddenly, a grating voice echoed through the room. Surprisingly, though this person hadn't entered yet, their voice carried loudly, nearly turning into Hendrix. Eldon was stunned. Go to hell. Isn't this Hendrix's son, the Emperor's adopted son? Duncan. Instantly, Eldon felt dizzy, almost losing his footing. He was no longer calm but instead pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. "Oh no, elder brother is back. He just visited not long ago. Why is he here again?" This psychological trauma is too much. Like, those glass faces. My heart hurts. Second brother, if you don't come out, we'll just walk in. This time, Duncan directly called him second brother. How familiar he acted. Eldon felt stifled inside. So you don't respect me as the hawk? And second brother, what should I do? I must acknowledge this second elder brother, even if it breaks my teeth. Tap tap tap. In an instant, Eldon darted out like a shadow, not even grabbing an umbrella. The eunuchs were dumbfounded. Hawk, how can your legs be so fast? At the entrance of the Eastern Palace, several Imperial guards watched Dorian and Duncan standing under the eaves, sheltered from the rain, yet they pretended not to notice. They couldn't ignore them after last time when the Finn himself came. Thus, they now knew Dorian's true identity. As Imperial guards, they had never seen the Finn display fatherly affection towards the hawk, only his imposing Imperial authority. This was truly the Imperial family. Looking at how the Finn treated Dorian, who had suddenly emerged as a prince, they saw nothing but a loving father. Hence, none dared offend Dorian. Even if Duncan caused a ruckus at the Eastern Palace gate, they didn't dare say a word. The son of a bandit leader wasn't enough to scare them. Elder brother, you've come? Eldon tried to maintain his composure, preserving both his princely dignity and friendliness toward Dorian. As a prince, he was indeed humiliated. The noble hawk couldn't match a favored illegitimate child. Duncan scowled. Third brother, you called elder brother. What about me? Still keeps reserves. Thus, the government will definitely buy part of its grain from civilians. Eldon naturally thought Dorian intended to undermine the government. The Tang Empire belongs to the Li royal family, and you, as a royal son, doing this, is appropriate? Eldon hesitated. Elder brother. Isn't this inappropriate? Dorian asked curiously. Why is it inappropriate? Eldon grimaced. Elder brother. It's said you don't lack money. You made a lot from those secondary properties in Shuafeng. Besides, even if you did need money, shouldn't you avoid making money off your own family? Dorian looked confused. Third brother. Who told you I wanted to make money off our family? Eldon, emboldened, clarified. Elder brother. The army needs grain bought from civilians. If you intend to profit from this, aren't you afraid of burning your hands? Dorian. Misunderstood. How could everyone think this? Perhaps they've done it, or at least considered it. Dorian admitted openly. Recently, Chang'an has been raining, probably for half a month. By then, grain prices will certainly rise. And, at this point, he glanced at the guards. Without orders, they immediately withdrew. Eldon was bewildered. Me, an idiot. These are my Imperial guards. They left without saying a word because of one look from elder brother, comforting himself that it was the Finn's Imperial presence. But thinking about it, speaking of auspicious signs as the awakening of the Earth Dragon. What do you intend, elder brother? To attract Father Finn's attention? Give it a rest. Isn't Father Finn already paying enough attention to you? Leave some for me, please. Hogging everything for yourself, careful not to choke. Your Highness, there you are. At that moment, a carriage pulled up and out stepped Helmet. Without even bothering with an umbrella, Helmet rushed over anxiously, exclaiming, something has happened, something big. The Earth Dragon has awoken in He Dongdao. Upon hearing this, Duncan couldn't help but look at his elder brother with immense admiration. Elder brother. What a prophetic call. For Eldon. Boom. Eldon was stunned speechless by these words. The Earth Dragon truly did awaken? Wasn't it supposed to be auspicious signs? Chapter 234. This is a stratagem in the open, using someone else's knife to kill. Helmet humbly sought advice. Your Highness, with the three armies preparing for war and rumors of a great upheaval in Hudong, this does not bode well for the court. Your Highness once mentioned that the purpose of the Tang Dynasty daily is to guide public opinion. Donnie also instructed me to do so, but I still have not grasped the method. Please, Your Highness, enlighten me quickly. Click. Jamar's heart shattered. The prestigious secretary of the Secretariat, treating his elder brother. He had been here so long but hadn't even greeted the prince properly yet. Comparing people makes one mad. Am I still the hawk? But the specifics will become clear to Minister Gino later. Helmet was speechless. He's so righteous and confident, it's infuriating. Jamar had been feeling depressed for a while, but suddenly felt happy. Brother wants to undermine the court. Too wonderful. I'll gradually gather evidence against him. When the time comes, I'll deliver the fatal blow. Don't blame me, brother. It's your own fault for overthinking. At that moment, Zion continued. Regarding the upheaval in Hadong, how to comfort the people, I have some suggestions. Minister Gino, listen closely. Helmet immediately calmed himself, choosing to ignore Zion's actions against the court. After all, someone has to do it eventually, either a merchant or one of the powerful clans. Thinking about it this way, Alvin Yihuan's actions weren't too bad. Suddenly, Helmet understood. Then, Zion began to speak calmly. The signs of upheaval in Hadong have already reached Chang'an. So, news of the upheaval in Hadong will spread throughout the Tang Dynasty via merchants in just a few days. We cannot suppress such news, nor can we contain it. Therefore, we need an unconventional strategy. Helmet asked solemnly. May I ask, Your Highness, what unconventional strategy? Unexpectedly, Zion replied abruptly, Minister Gino, call me advisor. Otherwise, I might feel uncomfortable being addressed as third brother of the Crown Prince. Helmet glanced at Zion. Zion spoke cryptically, this involves psychology, a field of study. Psychology? What's that? The other three were utterly baffled. Zion explained, once a disaster occurs, do you think the people will believe the government's announcements? A revelation struck them all. Indeed, Helmet, as a wise statesman, instantly grasped it. Zion continued, by publishing news ahead of the court, the Tang Dynasty daily establishes credibility. A newspaper daring to report disasters first will win much trust. Jamar shivered. Hiss. Terrifying. Brother is terrifying. Why did my earlier thoughts make me seem like a complete fool? Zion pondered. We should first send specialized reporters to Hadong to assess the disaster and living conditions of the affected people without delay. But, given current technology, timely dissemination will be a challenge. However, If we timely report updates from Chang'an, people will trust us. Speaking, Zion walked back and forth, speaking simultaneously. Firstly. Secondly, join hands with the newly established Great Tang Charity Association to recruit volunteers to aid the victims in Hudong. Also, the Li royal family should take the lead in donating money and goods personally, ensuring immediate delivery to the disaster area by the charity association, and invite the citizens of Chang'an to participate in supervision to prevent corruption. Furthermore, we must publish where each item goes, how much is used, and how much remains. We want the people of Tang to understand that collective efforts can overcome any difficulty. Today, we help Hudong. Tomorrow, when we need help, they will support us. Helmet listened intently, fearing to miss a single word. This could unite the people. Once united, the court can achieve anything. Scattered sand can achieve nothing. Suddenly, Zion patted Jamar's shoulder. Jamar's heart skipped a beat, sensing something amiss. He heard, surely, the court has sent aid to Hudong, but it's not enough. Third brother, as Hawk, request Father Fin's permission to visit Hudong to console the affected people. Click. Jamar's leg trembled, nearly causing him to kneel down. Heavens, elder brother, this is a death sentence for me, and it's such an open stratagem. Father will surely think it makes perfect sense. Now, with the upheaval in Hudong, disaster-stricken civilians are the easiest to manipulate. If someone takes advantage of the situation and gathers people to rebel, wouldn't I be walking right into their trap? Helmet clapped his hands and said, as Hawk, Your Highness visiting Hudong would show the court's concern for the disaster victims. This would have a greater impact on comforting the people than mere disaster relief efforts. Style of the original. Chapter 235. Big Brother. You can carry this burden. In Jamar's view, this big brother was about to make his move. So eager and impatient, not even sparing a thought for brotherly affection. The royal family has no kinship. It's not just an idle saying. Just then, Dorian actually said in all seriousness, Big Brother can only help you this much. Jamar felt utterly cynical inside. You're helping me die sooner. Dorian continued, I will have the villagers from Peach Blossom Village follow you. Once there, be sure to guard against the epidemic. After a natural disaster, there will inevitably be an outbreak of disease, which cannot be ignored. When you return, this will be your accomplishment. Those words sounded sincere and heartfelt. Jamar always felt he had misunderstood his big brother. Does Big Brother really not covet the position of Hawk? It seemed as though Dorian could see through Jamar's thoughts. He bluntly said with disdain, I don't look up to the position of Hawk at all. Jamar. Disdaining so much, who are you looking down on? Can those who can become Hawks all be useless? Uncle, that hidden Hawk, wasn't he ultimately done in by Father Fin? This palace's Hawk met another formidable rival like Big Brother, born out of wedlock among the common folk. Speaking of which, the position of Hawk seems rather ill-fated. But, I am the legitimate eldest son. What can I do? Seeing Jamar lost in thought, Dorian urged, Third brother, why are you still standing there? I suspect Father is also considering whether to send a prince to console the victims of the Hunan disaster. This matter differs greatly if you take the initiative. As the Hawk, you should know better, right? Jamar snapped back to reality. That's true. If this palace arrives too late, and Father decides otherwise, this would severely undermine my noble image. Dorian continued, the worst scenario would be choosing another prince to comfort the victims. This is a good opportunity to gain public support. Wouldn't you want to keep this chance for yourself? Jamar trembled. Big brother. You're my real big brother. Each word hits home like thunder. I'm being foolish just standing here. Thank you, big brother, for your advice. I'll go see Father. Jamar bowed deeply to Dorian and hurried off, undeterred by the heavy rain. In mere moments, he became a soaking wet mess. But, Jamar thought, doesn't this show my concern for the people of Hunan? Under the eaves of the Eastern Palace, Duncan said admiringly, Big brother, you're truly impressive. Who would have thought a few words could subdue third brother so completely? Dorian spat, don't say nonsense, I didn't deceive him. Everything I did was for his own good. Duncan's admiration grew. The ministers agreed. Regarding the newspaper, only Helmet and his team knew the ins and outs. Crawford granted full authority to the Tang Dynasty newspaper company. All reports related to the Hudong upheaval, if true, could be published without informing him. Helmet promptly withdrew, ready to activate both the newspaper company and the First Charity Society of Tang. After all, he was also the president of the Charity Society. Damn it, what fresh trouble is this? Andrew headed to Hudong for investigation. Only Gino alone bears the responsibility. What if he fails? Leaving Ganlu Hall, Helmet suddenly felt uneasy. No way, he needs royal support. Then, Jamar rushed toward him. Helmet greeted, Your Highness, Hawk. Jamar merely nodded, hurrying towards Ganlu Hall. Feeling suspicious. Forget it, let's handle our business first. Meanwhile, in Ganlu Hall, Jamar arrived, shouting loudly before any report, Father, your humble son requests an audience. His sudden appearance stunned everyone inside. Hawk is still young, not participating in court sessions. Ganlu Hall is a private chamber for Crawford and his closest advisors, never visited by the Hawk. Jamar's unexpected visit caused astonishment. Nathane felt a pang. Sigh, why do I feel short of breath? Crawford summoned the Hawk immediately. Seeing the soaked Hawk, everyone felt even more perplexed. Such urgency? Even braving the rain. Upon entering, Jamar cut straight to the point. Father, I request to go to Hudong and console the victims. A loud boom echoed. The hall buzzed with confusion. Nathane felt faint. Heavens, how did he know about the upheaval in Hudong? Other ministers shared similar doubts. Fin hadn't announced this. How did the Hawk know? Who else in Tang could be more informed than the Emperor? Forget the 5 surnames and 7 families. At least the Hawk shouldn't be this well informed. Jamar sensed something odd. Realizing belatedly, oh no, Big Brother is indeed plotting against me. Tears welled up, but retreat was impossible. Fight or flee, not needed. Big Brother told me, just throw him under the bus. Hee hee. Smart move. Big brother. You carry this burden, Jamar declared. Father, it was Big Brother who informed me about the upheaval in Hudong. Social unrest calls for attention. As Hawk, it's my duty to share concerns for your majesty and the court. So, I came hoping to represent you and console the people in Hudong. Snap. Everyone's brains fried. Who's Big Brother does the Hawk refer to? Nathane gulped. This is bad. Seeing Finn smile, Lincoln made a decision. Though my son is common-born, I must legitimize him. Fitzroy. Should any disorder arise in Hudong, Ignacio was authorized to execute troublemakers on the spot. Moreover, recommended by Nathane, the Ministry of Rights Assistant Minister Dwayne would join the trip, assisting the Hawk. Additionally, Finn Leaf commanded the Shangshu province to issue orders for the Inspector Bowden to stay in Hudong and rendezvous with Hawk Jamar. Once the disaster victims were stabilized, they could leave. Furthermore, the Ministry of Revenue allocated funds and provisions for disaster relief. The Hawk was to carry these supplies when he set out, handing them over to Bowden for relief efforts. Then, the ministers dispersed and awaited urgent reports regarding potential earthquakes in Hudong. Before leaving, Nathane glanced at Jamar, who immediately followed him. In a secluded area, Nathane asked coolly, "Who told you to volunteer for Hudong?" Jamar answered honestly, "My elder brother." Nathane choked slightly, muttering internally about Jamar's reliance on his brother. Then, he sneered coldly, "He wants you dead." But Jamar replied, "Uncle, isn't there significant advantage for me going?" Due to Dorian's advice, he had realized that, as Hawk, stability required achievements. Now, while his father ruled strongly, such opportunities were scarce. A natural disaster provided him the chance to gain public support and ensure a peaceful ascension. Nathane sighed, acknowledging the coexistence of opportunity and crisis. He lamented that Jamar's eldest brother exploited this critical moment. However, Greta warned seriously, Hudong is perilous. It's not as simple as pacifying civilians. Is it just comforting the people? Jamar asked dismissively. No. Greta reprimanded sternly. If Hudong deliberately misled us about pre-earthquake signs by claiming auspicious omens, do you know how deep this conspiracy might run? Two dangers await. Firstly, the Taiyuan Wang clan eliminating you. Secondly, your eldest brother sending assassins. Jamar didn't believe it, insisting, the Wang clan wouldn't dare. As for my brother, naive. Greta scolded fiercely. Don't underestimate their audacity. Even a prince can be killed if given the right opportunity. Greta felt exasperated. He knew Hudong, especially considering its historical importance to the Li clan, posed significant threats. He continued explaining the necessity of Ignacio's presence to protect Jamar from these dangers. Frustrated but composed, Greta emphasized political acumen. Your Majesty has limits. And about depending on his father's authority, the Emperor has other sons. These words struck deeply, reminding Jamar of his vulnerabilities. Greta added earnestly, once a bow is drawn, there's no turning back. This journey with Ignacio will likely ensure your safety. Remember only to comfort the victims and avoid complications. Jamar nodded gravely, understanding his uncle's concern. Later, after returning to the Eastern Palace and seeing his brother Dorian and Duncan waiting outside, his face turned pale. Dorian gave him some medicinal supplies and an enigmatic sachet, advising, follow the sachet's instructions as I did in Shuajino. It could save your life. Jamar felt conflicted, but understood the significance. After bidding farewell, Dorian and Duncan left him contemplating the looming danger. Eventually, Jamar departed silently with Ignacio and Dwayne, knowing the citizens must not know of his mission. Meanwhile, the rain stopped. At the Tang Daily News office, under Dorian's guidance, Helmet prepared articles detailing traders' observations of anomalies in Hudong, warning of potential disasters. These articles would quickly circulate throughout the empire. The citizens of Chang'an began discussing the newspaper articles they had read. Half of them believed these signs were auspicious omens, while only a few considered them as warnings of impending seismic activity. Most astonishingly, in the advertisement section, there was an announcement that caught everyone's attention. Dorian, Gaylord County of the Great Tang Dynasty, was offering high prices for grain purchases. This news left many people bewildered. Word spread quickly. Hey, you little brat. Who gave you permission to leave? You're getting bolder by the day. Dorian shouted, clearly displeased. Selena didn't respond at all. Dorian. Damn it. It's time to show this girl the authority of your young master. Otherwise, how can I establish my dignity as a county marquis? At that moment, Selena ran back over. Dorian thought she might have come to her senses and returned. But then, breathless, Selena said, young master, Governor Braden is here to see you. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Dorian leaned back into his recliner and calmly replied, let him in. Hashtag chapter 237. People, being excellent is also a trouble. When Eider walked in, he was trembling with trepidation, as if walking on thin ice. He was indeed somewhat intimidated by this illegitimate son of Li Flang. The matter of taking shares had slipped his notice until it was too late. Initially, it did cross his mind, but he did not want to be swallowed up by other aristocratic families. He wasn't willing to accept that. Just as he had become the clan leader, should he now have to become a subordinate to others? Better to seek protection elsewhere. Eider smiled slightly and said earnestly, the Fanyang Braden family has some surplus grain. He kept his words brief, hinting without saying too much. Eider still needed to maintain some dignity. This was his last defiance. Dorian asked in surprise, you've come to sell grain? Eider stumbled and hurriedly said, no. Braden heard. Has the dragon risen in Hedong Dao? You're doing this on purpose, right? Not leaving me any face at all. Isn't that a bit harsh? Dorian replied with a half smile. Mr. Braden's information is quite accurate. Eider modestly smiled back, not really, just what I've heard from others. Dorian didn't press further, instead asking coolly, sincerely? Eider's expression turned serious, his tone fervent, eating the Lord's salary, serving the Lord faithfully. It's my duty. Dorian. Oh, how hypocritical scholars can be. Iter continued earnestly, I remain loyal to the court and hope to contribute my share to help the victims in Hedongdao. After all this effort, you should give me some face, right? Dorian nodded approvingly. You show promise. Iter. Asterisk if you don't know how to talk, just don't speak. Isn't that phrase used differently? Not cultured enough? Read more books then. Asterisk. Read. Right. Understand principles. Harm people subtly. Cough. Isn't it hard? However, Dorian decided to lay it on the line, saying bluntly, Mr. Braden is a smart person. Smart people deal with smart Tang Dynasty, but speaking for the previous sway. Isn't that inappropriate? If not for my own leverage, revealing these words could get you in deep trouble. Asterisk. Dorian shrugged. Mr. Braden is clever, while I'm just, a straightforward person. Iter. Alvin, try to act like a human being. Asterisk a straightforward person? You're insulting honest people. Asterisk. Dorian nonchalantly stated. Forget it. I'll lay it out. I dislike deviousness. Can't you see through my father the emperor? Iter, confused, asked, see what? Say one thing, hide another. What clarity? Dorian leisurely remarked. The current emperor aspires to be an emperor remembered for eternity. It's a difficult path, but he's determined, and no one can stop him. Whoever opposes him will die. Iter. Damn, I wish I could deafen myself. Asterisk in the past, I could say things like this freely. Now, with Leaf choking me, even farting is, asterisk cough out of the question. Dorian coldly noted, my father the emperor isn't the half-hearted Fin Yong. Think carefully, and you'll understand. Iter internally sighed. Asterisk understand? Absolutely. Asterisk. Not only him but all the 5 surnames and 7 families knew who Leaf was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so wary after the Xuanwu Gate incident. Dorian suddenly added, I'll give you time to consider, but preferably before results come in from Hedongdao. Suck in breath. Iter's heart turned cold. Does the Alvin know Hedongdao's intentions? Good news or bad? Asterisk good asterisk following such a prince. The Fan Yong Braden family's resurgence is within reach. Asterisk bad asterisk as long as the prince is around, the Fan Yong Braden family won't be able to make waves. Even after rising, the sword would still hang over their heads. Iter clenched his teeth. Braden will do his utmost to help Oral acquire grain. Dorian nodded. The money and grain you donate will be counted by the Ministry of Revenue. My father never forgets deeds. Look at Andrew. Almost killed my father, but look at him now. Iter perked up. True. Asterisk Leaf isn't a ruler who discards allies after using them. Following him still means having influence. Asterisk. Much better than being swallowed by other aristocratic families. Moreover, the value of Fan Yong Braden far exceeds that of Andrew. At this moment, Iter felt he had risen. Then, he left, filled with newfound passion. At that moment, Ronnie and Benny emerged from the shadows. Dorian praised, truly, dealing with secret matters. Cough truly, superb spies. I almost forgot you two were here. Ronnie's face turned green. Benny felt hopeless. One shadow guard leader. One dark guard leader. Being a prince's bodyguard wasn't dishonorable, but enduring taunts every now and then. Who could stand it? Please let me know if you need any adjustments or further assistance. Moreover, this prince seemed to be especially mindful of his life and never let the two of them stray far from him. Probably. The prince also knew he had done too many wicked things and offended quite a few people who wanted him dead. Bolivar was particularly cautious, as in that conversation just now. Could such sensitive words be overheard by others? Couldn't you two just whisper to each other without involving anyone else? You. Act more human. As the head of the Shadow Guards and another head of the Dark Guards, theoretically, they were not likely to have a good end. After hearing so many taboo topics just now, they might as well die right away. Death means rebirth. Both Ronnie and Benny felt like giving up at this point. At this moment, Dorian added, recently, you two will be closely following me, especially in the future when my list of enemies might stretch all the way down Chang'an Street. People, being excellent is also a trouble. Ronnie. Benny. Alvin. This is what you call excellence? Isn't that just asking for death? Translation provided as per your instructions, ensuring natural fluency and consistency with previous content. Please let me know if any adjustments are needed. Chapter 238. The Taiyuan Wang clan's fatal move. Chang'an was in uproar. Just 2 days after the Tang Daily speculated about a seismic event in Hedong Circuit, a new issue of the newspaper declared definitively that the event had occurred. At this moment, the imperial court had yet to make an official announcement. The authority of the court could not be ignored by anyone at this time. At least for now, this was the case. Suddenly, the Tang Daily found itself at the center of controversy. Citizens of Chang'an believed that the Tang Daily was too bold, daring to declare the occurrence of the seismic event before the official announcement from the court. Meanwhile, many officials in the court began fiercely criticizing Helmet. Peach Blossom Spring. Dorian suddenly remembered something and instructed, Ronnie, go to the Tang Daily and relay these words to Lord Gino. Upon hearing Dorian's command, Ronnie nearly dropped his eyes in shock. Isn't this reckless? Dorian said seriously, additionally, tell Lord Gino, hesitation leads to chaos. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Throughout history, even if Aston or Han Wudi were reborn, they would have no choice but to admit defeat when faced with such tactics. If you do not want to concede, then don't play by the rules. Once bowed, raising your head again will not erase the humiliation. Ronnie, trembling with fear, replied, Thisly will immediately inform Lord Gino. Just as he left Peach Blossom Spring, Ronnie let out a bird call toward the shadows, and soon a figure dashed toward the palace. On the other side, Dorian turned to Benny and said, Please bring the retired Finn here. Benny promptly took the order. He also clearly heard what Dorian had just said to Ronnie and felt a bit apprehensive. Huge waves are about to rise. Taji Palace. Court Assembly. Lord Gino, you spread heresy. Your Majesty, the Tang Daily is outrageously presumptuous. Talking about a seismic event, instead of recognizing it as a celestial blessing. Colmes, it is a divine blessing, not some seismic event as the Tang Daily claims. This insults heaven and invites punishment. The officials speaking belonged to the Taiyuan Wang clan. Their tactic was sophisticated. They even invoked divine retribution to build their argument. For a moment, their verbal attack nearly overwhelmed Helmet. As the party involved, Helmet remained silent, only able to inwardly laugh bitterly. Alvin, you've really put me on the hot seat. And your majesty, you agree without showing any mercy. How can you bear to do this? Helmet realized with alarm. So many Hudong officials were joining the chorus, indicating they had reached a consensus and harbored ulterior motives. The Taiyuan Wang clan was based in the place where the Li imperial clan rose to power. If they were causing trouble, it would be significant. Meanwhile, officials like Nathan from the former Qin Wangfu, Qin Mansion, recalled how the Fin warned about the seismic event in the Ganlu Hall. Edits made. Ensured, Ganlu Hall is consistent in style and removed the Chinese character for better fluency in English. Officials like Nathan from the former Qin Mansion recalled how the Fin warned about the seismic event in the Ganlu Hall. They were instantly filled with admiration. Not everyone knew of Dorian's role. Crawford, considering his son, did not wish to draw undue attention. Regardless, Helmet, Bogdan, and even Bradonk had goodwill towards Dorian. However, Bradonk often ended up being used as a tool. Nathan, delighted that Dorian's foresight remained hidden, wouldn't help boost his influence. Thus, the old ministers of Qin Mansion were unaware of the truth. Other officials, especially those from the Hudong circuit associated with the Taiyuan Wang clan, didn't notice anything amiss. Even knowing Crawford met the Qin Mansion officials in Ganlu Hall regarding Tujue military affairs, they failed to connect the dots. Then, Crawford stayed silent. Helmet didn't respond. The Taiyuan Wang clan's officials, out of breath, finally stopped. Finally, I, Wang Buren, am about to rise from obscurity to the Board of Civil Appointments. Helmet's certainty provided the perfect opportunity. Transforming blessings into disasters implied disrespectful words offending heaven, invoking divine retribution. This was brilliant. By then, the seismic event would be undeniable. Helmet would have no escape. To quell the situation, Crawford would likely use Helmet as a scapegoat. A great feat for Wang Buren within the Taiyuan Wang clan. Wang Buren, suppressing his excitement, continued, Lord Gino, by labeling a celestial blessing as a seismic event, aren't you inviting divine wrath? Helmet scoffed, Minister Wang. Your response confirms the seismic event, doesn't it? Wang Buren's heart skipped a beat. The director was shrewd indeed. Instantly, even if it is a seismic event, your careless words offended heaven. Indeed, all fault lies with Lord Gino. You bear full responsibility. The Taiyuan Wang officials joined in, aiming to unseat Helmet from his position. Another barrage of criticism ensued, nearly concluding Helmet's fate. Report. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, announcing, Your Majesty, Inspector General Yin has sent a report from Hudong. Reports usually went through postal stations. Mac dispatching someone directly suggested concern. Crawford casually said, Jackie, read it aloud. Nathan complied, unfolding the report and loudly declaring, Your Majesty, there was indeed a seismic event in Jinyang, Hudong. Boom. The entire court erupted. Taiyuan Wang officials feigned surprise. Officials from other noble families showed mild surprise. Qin Mansion veterans trusted Crawford but hadn't seen the report, feeling uncertain. Other officials were genuinely shocked, clueless until now. Your Majesty. Just as Nathan finished reading, Wang Buren eagerly howled. Lord Gino's words are reckless, turning celestial blessings into divine punishment. Please, Your Majesty, mete out justice and beg for the heavens' forgiveness. Instantly, other officials from the Taiyuan Wang clan echoed his words. At this moment, Helmet was completely thrust into the eye of the storm. However, Crawford had yet to respond. Thump. An official with white whiskers trembled as he rushed forward, falling to the ground on all fours, and cried out in a hoarse voice, Your Majesty? This person was none other than Dylan, the director of rituals, aged 71. At this age, he was a formidable weapon. Listening intently, Dylan declared loudly, Heaven has sent its wrath due to divine displeasure, casting heavenly punishment upon Hudong Circuit. The disaster in Hudong Circuit is the awakening of the Earth Dragon. The dragon represents the Emperor. Clearly, this signifies that Your Majesty's governance has incurred heavenly displeasure, sending divine retribution as a warning. To seek the heavens' forgiveness, please issue an edict of self-reproach to save the people from danger. These words were weighty and resonant. Edict of self-reproach. Snap. Apart from those who were in the know, some bewildered officials nearly fainted at the mention of these three words. It appeared the five great clans were ready to challenge Donnie. When the city gate catches fire, even the fish in the pond suffer. If only they had found an excuse not to attend court today. Crawford said coldly, You want me to issue an edict of self-reproach? Tell me, what have I done wrong? Dylan had a look of determination, struggling to rise from the ground, and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, you? Crawford's eyes narrowed. A menacing aura spread. Even Nathan and others felt suffocated. The incident at Xuanwu Gate. This was a blemish on Donnie's reign forevermore. Over. This move was the decisive blow by the five great clans. If they were willing to take risks, they could force Donnie into a corner. Dylan's white beard trembled, and he spoke deliberately, word by word, You killed? Chapter 239. Who dares kill me? Murder the brother. Imprison the father. The deafening voice echoed from outside the Taiji Palace. Dylan was bewildered. Did I hallucinate? This voice isn't my own. Not just him. All the court officials were equally shaken and bewildered. Suddenly, Finemeritus Amadeo entered from outside the Taiji Palace, unimpeded by anyone along the way. He smoothly walked straight up to Kyle's presence. However, Kyle sat on the imperial throne while Amadeo stood below it, staring directly at his son. Snap. It felt like a thunderclap had struck in the minds of all the officials. Everyone was shocked speechless. Officials of the Taiyuan Wang clan, including Dylan, were all frozen in place. Can this continue? Amadeo's appearance disrupted all plans. The officials of the Taiyuan Wang clan who intended to cause trouble didn't know what to do next. They wanted to discuss, but under current circumstances, with the court assembly still ongoing, it wasn't possible. However, there were even more bewildered people. These were the former officials of the Qin Wangfu, Qin Mansion, led by Nathan, Kyle's followers since the beginning. Edit. These were the former officials of the Qin Mansion, led by Nathan, who had been with Finn Kyle since the start. Note. I've removed the Chinese characters and ensured the sentence flows naturally in English while preserving the meaning. None of them expected Finn. Ha ha ha. Amadeo laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face. Whisper. Everyone collectively gasped, some nearly falling over from fright, while the braver ones dared not speak, focusing their eyes on Finn Kyle. However, Kyle remained unmoved on the throne, his expression calm, gazing silently at the back of Finn Emeritus without saying a word. This is my fault. Amadeo shouted at full volume. I failed as a father, leading the crown prince to resent his brother and repeatedly plot against him. Snap. The statement was shocking. Everyone was stunned. Did Finn Emeritus just make a massive turnabout? Was he crazy? Or perhaps he had lost his mind. Because of me, I allowed the crown prince to harm his brother unchecked, leading to the Xuanwu Gate incident. The second son killed the crown prince. Though it was wrong, it was for survival. Amadeo shed tears. I have been avoiding acknowledging that this was my mistake, not second son's. Actually, not entirely the Hawks either. My fault led to fratricide and brought divine punishment. Boom. Now it made sense. Finn Emeritus came here to shoulder the blame. Officials of the Taiyuan Wang clan were dumbfounded. Dylan trembled uncontrollably, shaking in fear. I'm done. Amadeo said with fierce resolve. The self-rebuking edict should come from murder the brother, imprison the father. Weren't those your words? Twisting things around? I won't accept it. Absolutely not. Dylan glared and shouted. Finn Emeritus, you use such a laughable excuse to kill me? I refuse to accept it. You old man, I don't fear you now. At 71, as a member of the Taiyuan Wang clan, who dares to kill me? This moment, Imperial guards entered to arrest Dylan. Dylan roared, watch who dares. Remarkably, this shout gave the guards pause. At 71, he was considered a treasure in Tang Dynasty, having legal immunity even for murder. Being spat upon by this elder was seen as an honor. Considering the might of the Taiyuan Wang clan, who wouldn't hesitate? Brush. The guards hesitated, while Finn Emeritus Amadeo did not. He drew the guard's sword and menacingly confronted Dylan. I dare. In a flash. PFFF. His head flew off. Blood spurted wildly. Clank. Finn Emeritus Amadeo tossed the sword aside and strode out of the Taiji palace. Silence reigned. No one dared to speak. The decisiveness of Finn Emeritus shocked everyone, including Kyle, whose eyes reflected sheer disbelief. Today's assembly, Kyle had foreseen its course, but solving it posed a dilemma. The son's bold plan communicated through Ronnie to Helmet was unimaginable. Even if Finn Emeritus stopped opposing him, it didn't mean he would aid, especially when it involved defaming the dead hawk. Unexpectedly, Finn Emeritus indeed took axe. The court was shocked. Eider had silently donated 10,000 strings of coins worth of grain. As a result, the rest of the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families felt a jolt in their hearts. Traitor. He was nothing but a traitor. Eider defected from Fanyang Braden and abandoned the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families. For the aristocratic families, this was a significant blow. But it wasn't over yet. The Secretariat issued a notice stating that Crawford had long dispatched Hawk Eldon to Hadong to comfort the disaster victims. And he brought money and food supplies which were handed over to Dayton, who was touring Hadong, to distribute among the disaster victims. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading in Chang'an. Can you believe that Donnie sent the Hawk to Hadong so early? It seems like he knew about the dragon turning over there quite soon. The reports of the dragon turning over in Hadong only arrived 2 days later. What if there's something unspeakable about Hadong? By my observation, I fear it might be true. Speaking of the dragon turning over in Hadong, doesn't that involve the Taiyuan Wang family? Hush, be careful what you say. Do you want to lose your life? Taiyuan Wang family. No way, everyone says the Taiyuan Wang family. A large bearded man with a dark face angrily said, talking nonsense. What are the aristocratic families really like? Don't tell me you take them as philanthropists. Pfft. A white-faced, long-bearded Elroy advised beside him, brother, don't. Pfft. Many disciples of Chang'an's aristocratic families are here, even many from the Taiyuan Wang family. Don't let them hear you. The dark-faced man glared. So what? Can they kill me? Bang. A fist landed on the dark-faced man's cheek. No one could believe that someone dared to start a fight in such a public place. The attacker looked well-dressed and fiercely said, dare to speak ill of us from the Taiyuan Wang family? Think I won't kill you? The dark-faced man angrily asked, you dare to kill? The well-dressed young noble arrogantly replied, killing you is like killing a chick. A mere commoner dares to speak ill of us from the Taiyuan Wang family. You must be asking for it. The dark-faced man laughed loudly, in broad daylight. Even if you're from the Taiyuan Wang family, can you really kill me? The Elroy pulled him back, pale-faced. Brother, don't be impulsive, you. Just then, the young noble rushed forward and stabbed the dark-faced man with a short knife. The dark-faced man looked at the young noble in disbelief. The Elroy fell to the ground in shock. Real murder. The young noble twisted the knife a few times in the dark-faced man's abdomen, saying viciously, even if I kill you in broad daylight, who dares touch me? I am a disciple of the Taiyuan Wang family. Dying by my hand is an honor. Such arrogant behavior even after committing murder. Crowds around them scattered in panic. Who dared stay when a disciple of the Taiyuan Wang family could just kill anyone? Who dares commit violence in the street? Suddenly, patrolling officers arrived in Chang'an. The young noble fearlessly pulled out the knife, smiling calmly. I killed him. Do you have any objections? Thump. The dark-faced man fell dead. The chief officer said, regardless of who you are, anyone who commits murder on the street will go with us to the Grand Court of Justice. The young noble leisurely responded, let's go then. You won't regret it. The chief officer coldly snorted, but signaled 2 other officers to watch the young noble closely. Then, he pointed to the frightened Elroy. You come with us. You need to verify this incident. The Elroy stuttered. Me? Ignoring him, several officers carried the deceased towards the Grand Court of Justice. Farther away, people watched but none dared to get close. After all, involving the disciple of the Taiyuan Wang family, ordinary people would keep their distance as far as possible. When a few people reached outside the Grand Court of Justice, suddenly, oh no, the criminal escaped. Stop him. He's a martial expert. Be careful. Under the witness of some bystanders, the young remained calm. I will comply, Your Majesty. He didn't shirk this duty. Among the Taiyuan Wang family members, he was either first, second, or third in rank. Thus, he was the best person to handle this. After the assembly dispersed, Angelo went to the Grand Court of Justice, where the body of the victim killed by the supposed Taiyuan Wang family disciple still lay. Upon investigation by the forensic examiner, it was confirmed that the victim died from a stab wound to the abdomen. Through further investigation, many civilians testified, having witnessed the entire process of the dark-faced man being murdered. However, the Elroy had vanished. Perhaps, he had run for his life. Angelo felt uneasy. This person's disappearance wouldn't be simple. There must be something fishy. Strangely, even after mobilizing all Taiyuan Wang family personnel in Chang'an, they found no trace of this man. Angelo promptly investigated the dark-faced man's identity. Chapter 241. Watch out. 4 feces falling from the sky. This individual was a farmer living on the outskirts of Chang'an County. It was said that in his early years, he had ventured out to do business, but returned home penniless and took up farming earnestly. Despite this, he had a volatile temper and enjoyed standing up for justice. Angelo personally investigated and wandered around the village, finding no suspicious signs at all. His initial doubts began to dissipate. However, he remained unaware of which skilled disciple of the Taiyuan Wang family had come to Chang'an. Therefore, he ordered a thorough investigation of everyone in Chang'an who had any connection with the Taiyuan Wang family, trying to identify which family's troublemaker it could be. However, no such person was found. His heart sank. Finished. Trapped. He never imagined Li Flang would be so ruthless as to frame the Taiyuan Wang family, even going as far as killing an innocent farmer. After all, what did an ordinary farmer mean to Fin Li Flang? The emperor had already killed his brother and imprisoned his father. One more innocent life was inconsequential. Unconvinced, Angelo rechecked the constables involved that day. There were no discrepancies or suspicious individuals among them. His heart sank completely. What a perfect trap. This would ruin the reputation of the Taiyuan Wang family. Meanwhile, discussions about the alleged Taiyuan Wang family murderer in Chang'an grew increasingly intense. The Tang Dynasty Daily, due to the upheaval in Hudong-dao, had decided to report on the disaster situation as promptly as possible. However, their reports also mentioned a Taiyuan Wang family disciple murdering someone on the streets, written by Helmet himself. But Helmet took an unexpected turn, stating that the street murderer might not be a Taiyuan Wang family disciple, but possibly an imposter. Comte. He added that the prince committing a crime is judged the same as commoners, a very thought-provoking statement. The next day, Taiji Palace. Court session. Leaf asked, Angelo, how's the investigation? Angelo stepped forward, feeling bitter inside, and replied, Your Majesty, there are indeed eyewitnesses proving that someone murdered in broad daylight and escaped after injuring a constable. Helmet, embodying Andrew's spirit, angrily said, Sir Wang, as a deputy minister of criminal affairs, you should lead by example. If it's your Taiyuan Wang family disciple who committed murder, you cannot cover it up. You must hand him over. Otherwise, where does the law of the Tang Dynasty stand? Angelo clenched his teeth, raised his head, exuding confidence, and declared loudly, Your Majesty, rest assured, my disciples of the Taiyuan Wang family take responsibility for their actions. I will give the court an answer for this. Snap. The ministers sensed the tension, a sense of danger. At that moment, Angelo represented the Taiyuan Wang family. But the notion of a Taiyuan Wang family disciple committing murder on the street, who would be so foolish? But it didn't matter. As long as the people of Chang'an believed it, rumors spread rapidly with alarming results. The 5 clans and 7 aristocratic families, who often swayed public opinion, faced backlash for the first time. Except for Iter, the other aristocrats felt uneasy. Fear in the emperor. That night, someone surrendered to the Ministry of Justice. After interrogation through the night, Dirk confessed without reservation. At dawn, he was transferred to the Ministry of Punishments. Upon judgment, he was sentenced to immediate execution. On the day of his execution, Dirk sat in the prisoner cart, looking at the crowd lining the streets with a disdainful smile. Ants. Smack. At that moment, a rotten vegetable leaf landed on his head. Dirk shouted in anger. Who dares insult me? The intimidating aura, the volume, quite terrifying. The surrounding crowd remembered he was a disciple of the Taiyuan Wang family. Offending him might mean an accidental death someday. Con. Smack. Another rotten egg hit Dirk's forehead. The stench. Sigh. Bitterly sour. Choke. Dirk couldn't help but vomit. Although he wasn't a direct descendant of the Taiyuan Wang family, he'd never been so grossed out. On the spot, he vomited. After vomiting, Dirk roared, Who dares insult me? Stand forth. The spectators exchanged glances, speculating who the brave hero was. They heard, Your grandpa here. A voice came from above. A youth stood on the 3rd floor, looking down while holding 2 eggs. Smack smack, accurately landing on Dirk's head. Dirk lost his temper. I'll kill you. But someone appeared beside the overwhelmed with anger, fear, and panic, feeling so nauseous that he began vomiting. Eventually, only dry heaves remained. Due to the unbearable stench, he fainted, finding some relief. At the execution ground, Dirk regained consciousness and was escorted to the center of the execution ground by 2 guards who had plugged their noses. The executioner stood next to Dirk, holding the ghost head cleaver listlessly, looking as if he had just lost a close family member. Just how deserving of death was this guy to have been doused in human waste? And most importantly, it was utterly disgusting. This ghost head cleaver, which had accompanied him for years and killed countless criminals, including some vengeful spirits, would need to be replaced after today. It wasn't that he didn't cherish it or had no feelings for it. It was simply too disgusting. It is now noon. Proceed with the execution. Dirk cried out with tears streaming down his face. It wasn't me. Not me at all. I've been wronged. Snap. The ghost head cleaver flashed, and the foul-smelling head rolled far away while Dirk's eyes were still open. Plank. The executioner threw the cleaver aside. No more. Absolutely not. Too disgusting. In the crowd, Benny said sympathetically, Young master, isn't this a bit too harsh? Dorian replied surprisingly, You're the head of the secret guards. Haven't you killed many people? How can you still feel sympathetic? Benny sweated profusely and said, Killing someone is no big deal. But this Dirk? Dorian chuckled. If he wants to die heroically, I'll just add some seasoning. He wanted to be a hero. I'll make sure he fails even as a coward. Ugh. Benny almost vomited. Just this seasoning, too disgusting. The smell of human waste lingered in his mind, becoming an unforgettable nightmare. Reflecting on the second half of the prince's words, though they sounded harmless, the calmest tone hid the cruelest remarks. For some reason, Benny felt a chill down his spine. Bolivar. Terrifying. Killing with a mere thought. Nothing more. On the way back, Dorian spoke calmly. Have you taken care of the village arrangements? Benny expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young master, for providing them shelter. Dorian shook his head. You don't need to thank me. Since my emperor father has agreed to give household registration to the secret guards, you will be under the court's surveillance from now on. Benny sighed. To have such a peaceful ending, it's enough for this life. Dorian responded. One ruler, one set of officials. This statement was somewhat mysterious. Benny was stunned. Bolivar meant, if Donnie were gone, the secret guards wouldn't have a good end? Also, the prince clearly had no intention of competing for the throne. The successor, whoever it was, wouldn't have anything to do with him. So, would the other successor, Alvin Jamar, purge the secret guards? Suddenly, Benny instinctively sensed danger and whispered, Young master, there are several bugs following us. Dorian replied casually, They're just bugs. Crush them. Benny bowed respectfully. Colmes? Who knew? Dorian suddenly asked, Little Fong, do you want to experience what it's like when thunder strikes unexpectedly? Benny. Could I spit in your face right now? What's this Little Fong thing? Me, Benny, head of the secret guards here. Then, the two left Chang'an and entered the woods outside the city. Several sneaky figures followed them all the way. Once in the woods, Dorian and Benny vanished. These followers hadn't realized what happened when they were suddenly surrounded by two people. Dorian laughed. Hands up. Don't move. You're surrounded. Benny. How embarrassing. Two people surrounding 5 or 6 people. Who would believe that? Real encirclements usually involve more people surrounding fewer. Before the men could react, their leaders started thinking about what to say. Dorian sighed. Forget it. Seeing as you're tough guys, you won't surrender. Then Dorian pointed a shiny golden object at them. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds like thunder. Indeed, it was as if thunder struck unexpectedly. Ah, my leg. My leg. What? Is this heavenly thunder? Spare our lives. Please spare our lives. Within seconds, the men fell to the ground, blood gushing from their legs, but they knelt begging for mercy. The small bolts of lightning had frightened them beyond belief. Benny was stunned. This was the divine weapon Leafnian always talked about? What kind of method hides thunder inside this tiny metal object? Dorian put away the divine weapon and walked off, leaving behind a sentence. I'm the kindest person here. Handle the rest yourself. Benny. Bah. So you're kind and I, Benny, am a murderer. Seems true enough. At the Alvin's mansion, servants reported to Angelo that Dirk went to the execution ground and shouted before his death. Angelo coldly asked, Who was that man? The servant panicked. Master, none of our men returned. Angelo's face darkened. All dead, and no trace left behind. Clearly, only Leafnian's methods could be so ruthless and decisive. Thinking of Dirk, the servant added, Master, the people of Chang'an are saying that the killer, the Taiyuan Wang clan disciple, is from the main lineage, while Dirk is a bastard son, pushed forward as a scapegoat. Finally, Angelo couldn't hold back and spat blood. He grumbled, This isn't over. This is only the beginning. Leafnian, wait for me. Ganlu Palace. Only Finn Leaf and Helmet were present. Leaf asked, Brandon, did he predict this day long ago? Helmet smiled, Your Majesty, did you mean that the village where the secret guards lived was laid out by the prince? Leaf shook his head, finding it absurd. This guesswork was unbelievable. The dark-faced man, the Elroy, and even the onlookers were all pieces on a chessboard. The supposed wealthy gentleman from the Taiyuan Wang clan was actually Maximilian in disguise. The Elroy was just one of the shadow guards. The dark-faced man really did die, having been brought from a death cell. He earned his family a substantial living allowance just by agreeing to act in this drama. The village of the dark-faced man was inhabited by secret guards. After the guards disbanded upon Amadeo's orders, they were settled here. First, to let them enjoy a peaceful retirement. Second, to ease Finn Leaf's concerns. Unbelievably, this chess move made the disbanded secret guards useful again. Even if Angelo dug up the earth 3 feet deep, he wouldn't find anything suspicious. Even if he suspected something, he couldn't prove it. Today, that village existed. Tomorrow, it would still exist. Even in 10 years, the village of the secret guards would be bustling with activity. Angelo wouldn't ever guess that it was a retirement home for disbanded secret guards. I just want to try spanking your bottom until it's raw. Yashwan. So, you don't hate me? Spanking until raw? How much must you hate me? Saying one thing and meaning another. Can't you have some dignity at your age? Amadeo frowned and said, You plotted for the second son, who was born but not raised. I endured so much humiliation for this, and you call me old man? Humph. Yashwan. So that's it. But the biological father of this body is Leaf. And Leaf is Amadeo's son. This grandfather-in-law has to be acknowledged. Yashuan, feeling awkward for the first time, said, I can't call you right away. But even if I can't say it now, I am still your grandson. Amadeo sighed mysteriously. You are too outstanding. Yashuan retorted playfully. Is being outstanding also a mistake? Amadeo replied deeply. For others, yes. You and your father's excellence is a fault. Yashuan. So, did Hawk Jin fail because of that? Amadeo blamed himself painfully. Perhaps it's my fault. If I hadn't allowed their 3 brothers to misbehave at the Xuanwu Gate incident, it wouldn't have come to this. Yashuan. This topic wasn't worth pursuing further. Those who should cool off had already cooled off. However, who would have thought you really indulged them? Flesh and bone both matter, and beating any one of them would hurt. Ultimately, you didn't fully transform from a scholar aristocrat into a member of the royal family. The throne could drive anyone mad. Fatherly love and brotherly bonds become trivial before the throne. More importantly, the people behind them, those serving them, all wish to be dragon-following ministers. In this regard, whether it was Hawk Jin or Leaf, willingly or unwillingly, there were always people pushing them forward. Otherwise, they might have acted first against them. Yashuan dared not say this. If he did, the retired emperor might start thinking about how to eliminate Leaf's loyalists. Peace is good. Abruptly, Amadeo stared intently at Yashuan, trying to read his mind, and asked word by word, Why did you send Justino to Hudong? Yashuan pretended to ignore the question. This rain keeps falling endlessly. When will it stop? Amadeo insisted. Answer me. Yashuan responded ambiguously. My goal is the stars and the sea. Amadeo asked bewilderedly. What sea? What nonsense. Talking in riddles. Yashuan calmly explained. The world is bigger than we imagine. The world is vast, and I want to see it. Why stay like a caged bird? These words, though strange to Amadeo, were easy to understand. Especially about being a caged bird. It fit perfectly. Since the founding of the Tang Dynasty, as an emperor, he appeared noble and powerful, wielding the emperor's sword and controlling life and death across the realm. In reality, just a caged bird. He hadn't returned to his hometown Jinyang for a long time. Every action of the emperor triggered unforeseeable consequences. Words had to be carefully chosen. Exhausting. Sharing the empire with the 5 families and 7 prestigious clans was oppressive. Back then, during the rebellion, at worst, he could learn from Clyde and surrender, becoming a wealthy farmer. But as an emperor, if the nation falls, one dies with it. There's no option to surrender. Living cautiously, treading on thin ice. Ultimately, he was deposed by his own son. Future history books would vividly record, spit. Others achieve eternal fame. Would I suffer eternal infamy? Worse than that? Being forced to retire as Fin Emeritus, hoping for a favorable reputation among descendants, was just a dream. Ignoring the future for now, concerning these grandsons, Amadeo expressed helplessness. The more capable you are. Yashuan laughed. Old man, let children take care of themselves. Don't overthink it. Imperial families always face certain struggles. That's the cost. Amadeo lost in thought. Great-grandson was right. Imperial families always fought bitterly over succession, causing bloodshed and fratricide. He couldn't even stop his sons. What about the grandchildren? Yashuan added. To be clear, I'm illegitimate. Third brother is the eldest legitimate son. As long as he strives, the position of crown prince is his. And with Frederick, the powerful maternal uncle, third brother won't face significant challenges unless he makes mistakes. Amadeo's eyes lit up as he stroked his beard. I agree about Frederick. Yashuan. Respect him as the retired emperor. Speak with decorum. Amadeo stopped midway, realizing the loss of authority. He coughed and asked, I heard you gave Justino a sealed letter? Yashuan nodded in confirmation. Amadeo mused, I also heard that you gave Hendrix's naughty boy a sealed letter before he went to Shuafeng? Suddenly, retired Fin. Are you talking about me? Holosul popped out instantly. Amadeo felt extremely embarrassed. Yashuan scolded, second brother. Don't call him retired emperor. Call him step-grandpa. Isn't that nicer? Amadeo. Spit. Great-grandson. Whose side are you on? Making your second brother call old second brother step-grandpa? Is this sparing me? Holosul obediently called, step-grandpa. Amadeo's face twitched, deciding to roll with it. From now on, you're my step-grandson. Remember to bring gifts during holidays. Holosul. Did I lose something? Yashuan commented. If third brother behaves well, this trip to Hudong will only bring benefits. Amadeo asked seriously. Aren't you afraid of the Taiyuan Wang clan in Hudong? Yashuan interrupted firmly. No fear. Impossible. Won't happen. Amadeo. Where does your confidence come from? Yashuan grinned. I've foreseen the goals of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Let's quickly transport the donations collected by the First Charity Society to Hudong. Amadeo shook his head. Your plan is good, but transporting so many goods to Hudong is expensive. Do you know the logistics involved? Yashuan replied mysteriously. Old man, trust me. There's no need for logistics costs. Holosul chimed in loudly. Step-grandpa. My elder brother came up with a great idea. We'll ask the merchants who travel between Chang'an and Hudong to help transport these goods. They will hand them over to Yenlide in Hudong. By then, whoever transports the most will have their name inscribed on a plaque by Donnie's foster father, titled Benevolent Family. Amadeo. Oh, for goodness sake. Here comes another, benevolent family. Hashtag chapter 244. The 3 steps of a good-for-nothing man. The rain poured down relentlessly. The Imperial Road was a muddy mess. Jamar regretted it. He was filled with remorse. Damn it all. This palace is just too naive, believing the lies of elder brother. Look at all the hardships on this journey. It's more than ever before combined. However, as uncle said, there's no turning back once an arrow is released. Fortunately, Jinyang was just ahead, and they would arrive by tomorrow. At this moment, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Personnel, Dwayne, requested an audience. Jamar remembered the instructions from Nathan before departure and immediately had Du Bo board his carriage. Dwayne entered, paid his respects, and Jamar humbly asked, "Minister Du, what matters bring you here?" Dwayne respectfully replied, "Your Highness, we will arrive in Jinyang tomorrow, and I have some words to impart to Your Highness." Jamar nodded. "Minister Du, please continue." Dwayne lowered his voice. "Your Highness should be aware that our current situation poses significant dangers, especially given the upheaval in Hedong. The officials in Hedong certainly won't keep quiet. It can only be attributed to the machinations of the Tai Halasan Wang clan. Hedong is the foundation of the Tai Halasan Wang clan, but Jinyang is also the royal family's birthplace. This upheaval means the Tai Halasan Wang clan might not remain docile." Jamar felt a chill run through him. "Oh no, I had anticipated this but still feel Your Highness's supervision, and thereafter, will return to Chang'an to report." Jamar agreed until the part about returning to Chang'an. He couldn't help but ask, "Minister Du, are we just leaving like this?" Dwayne sternly replied, "Your Highness should only leave behind a reputation for caring for the people and must return to Chang'an as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications." Jamar became tense again. What does that mean? Dwayne was exasperated. After all, the hawk was still just a child. Sending the hawk to Hedong to console the people was indeed ill-advised by Donnie. Why did you follow through with this reckless plan? Right now, Dwayne couldn't help but criticize silently. Chang Dwight the cunning fox sent him for the sake of his nephew, nearly exhausting his own life. And here he was, taking on the task along with the hawk and having to clean up after him. This could be fatal. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the nuances that must be clarified for the hawk. Otherwise, the Tai Halasan Wang clan could set traps, and this naive child would surely fall into them. Just as Dwayne was about to explain, Evander requested an audience. Before permission was granted, Evander, clad in heavy armor, barged in. Disgust flashed across Dwayne's face. Even the hawk, Jamar, frowned slightly. The Emperor's elite troops never took a child seriously. Evander bluntly stated, "Your Highness, I heard Minister Du talking about returning to Chang'an." Unhappy, Dwayne retorted, "Duke of E, you overheard me." Evander laughed heartily. "Minister Du, don't say that. I happened to overhear while coming in, not deliberately eavesdropping on your conversation with the hawk. We are one civilian and one military officer dispatched by Donnie to assist the hawk in handling matters in Hedong. We must cooperate." Dwayne nearly choked. Damn it, who isn't cooperating? Turning things around unfairly. These brutes, none of them were decent. Taking Evander as an example, he was even more difficult to deal with than Hendrix. Hendrix was straightforward. A brute force punch might stun people but was easier to guard against. Evander, however, was crafty. One wrong move. There it was. He dug a pit right away. Brutes weren't scary. Cultured brutes were terrifying. Evander was exactly such a person. These brutes had no manners at all. Dwayne was speechless. He feared opening his mouth would result in cursing Evander. Suddenly, Evander solemnly said, "Your Highness, Donnie instructed me. Our mission to Hedong is to arrange everything for the displaced people. Additionally, without settling the refugees, neither you nor I can return to Chang'an." Jamar was dumbfounded. Really? All writing. 3 steps of a good-for-nothing man. Don't initiate, don't refuse, don't take responsibility. Instantly, Jamar saw the light. To the point, hitting the core. Elder brother's succinct advice was profound. I get it, but good-for-nothing man didn't sound good. Is elder brother indirectly criticizing me? Hashtag chapter 245. Seeking wealth and honor in danger. River East Circuit. Jinyang. ***. Finally, they arrived. Bowden had already received notification from a messenger dispatched by General Evander and was waiting to welcome the hawk at the Jinyang Palace. However, note, Yer Churgong is a Chinese name which can be transliterated as Evander. For better readability in English, it's suggested to use this form or an English version of the name if commonly available. Let me further refine the translation. Bowden had already been informed by a messenger sent by General Evander and was waiting to welcome the hawk at the Jinyang Palace. However, this ensures accuracy, fluency, and natural reading in English. The context remains consistent with the original text. Outside Jinyang City, the governor, Conley, and the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Roberto, were there to greet them. The convoy of the hawk was promptly blocked on arrival. Dwayne approached the carriage of Hawk Jamar and whispered, "Your Highness, Governor Conley and a representative from the Wang family of Taiyuan have come to welcome you." A representative? Jamar instinctively understood what this might imply. This palace. This is Jamar. The hawk. ***. At least, he had some basic political sense. Dwayne continued, "This is somewhat suspicious since we did not notify them." Jamar's heart sank. Indeed, it didn't seem like anything good would come from this. But it was too late now. There was no point in regretting it. Dwayne suggested, "Your Highness need not appear. I can handle this matter for you." General Wu Qigong approached the carriage as well, snorting, "The Wang family of Jinyang is really laughable. Everyone thinks they represent the Wang family of Taiyuan, but I know they are just pretending." This left Jamar puzzled. Dwayne then explained. There were 2 branches of the Wang family in Taiyuan, the Wang family of Qixian and the Wang family of Jinyang. Historical records did not initially mention any kinship between the 2 families. Now, within the Wang family, the branch from Qixian and the one from Jinyang were constantly vying for legitimacy. For aristocratic clans, this was a matter of absolute leadership. However, because the Wang family of Jinyang resided near the northern capital palace, their influence exceeded that of the Wang family of Qixian. Still, when dealing with outsiders, the Wang family of Taiyuan remained united. Dwayne also subtly hinted that while Wu Qigong could vent his frustrations, the Wang family of Jinyang was still the legitimate branch. As for the Wang family of Qixian, it wasn't worth mentioning, showing that he did not recognize their status. Governor Conley and the representative from the Wang family of Jinyang, Roberto, greeted Hawk Jamar. However, Jamar did not show himself, merely uttering and acknowledging Then, Wu Qigong gave the order to head for the Jinyang Palace. Governor Conley and Roberto watched the royal convoy depart. Conley's face turned sour, and he sneered, "Just a little brat who hasn't even grown up and already putting on airs." Roberto warned him, "Sir Governor, please be cautious." Conley boasted arrogantly, "I am not a governor appointed by the Li family. All this is thanks to old Master Wang's help." Roberto was highly satisfied. Who doesn't like a loyal dog, even if he knew it was an act? But as long as the dog had its bones, it wouldn't bite back. Roberto asked, "Is everything ready?" Conley grinned, "Rest assured, sir. For such a young child, we will ensure he sees only what we want." Roberto smiled, satisfied. A child? Perhaps. But as a hawk, he certainly wasn't just a child. He should have some basic awareness. Thus, he couldn't escape the control of the Wang family of Jinyang. Meeting Bowden, Wu Qigong handed over all the design. "He's full of tricks." Bowden. "Spit. Did I say that?" "It was your words. These reckless fellows, speaking without a care." The supplies were unloaded, and Bowden met Hawk Jamar, explaining the situation of the affected areas under the presence of Wu Qigong and Dwayne. He understood that the Hawk's visit was more about appearances. Public opinion was the real goal. Other matters would be handled by Wu Qigong and Dwayne. Dwayne immediately proposed, "Disaster relief efforts should be handled by Sir Yin first. Once everything stabilizes, Your Highness can visit the victims." This was a prudent suggestion. After all, if someone agitated the desperate refugees, it could lead to serious trouble. Bowden nodded in agreement. Wu Qigong remained silent. Jamar found a pretext to go to a secluded spot, opened the brocade pouch, and crushed the second wax ball. Inside was a single line, "Seeking wealth and honor in danger." Wealth? As Hawk, he certainly wasn't short of wealth. The message implied he must take risks to gain public support. If he played it safe, the trip would be meaningless. At least, gaining public support would be impossible. Jamar clenched his teeth and returned to the main hall, solemnly stating, "This palace is young and lacks experience, but I understand a principle. I came to comfort the victims. If they are properly settled, why should I go later?" Bowden hesitated. Well, it made logical sense. But what if something unexpected happened? Dwayne immediately dissuaded him. "Your Highness, don't act rashly. The refugees are easily incited. Today, Governor Conley and Roberto's reception shows they're watching every move. The Wang family of Jinyang may not dare act recklessly, but what if others do?" His words clarified the situation. Jamar's face paled. Relief efforts and comforting the victims seemed far more complicated than he thought. Considering the purpose of the trip, Jamar insisted, "My decision is final." Dwayne glared, "I won't agree." "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Wu Qigong laughed maniacally. "Your Highness, I stayed silent earlier to see if you had the guts. Now, I admire your bravery. If your Highness dares to go, as long as I'm alive, no one will harm a hair on your head." Jamar's heart skipped a beat. "Wu Qigong, are you boosting my morale or undermining me? You almost made me reconsider." Bowden admired, "I also agree with your Highness though." Dwayne shouted, "Too dangerous." "No." Wu Qigong rudely retorted, "Old man, your objections mean nothing. It's up to the hawk." Dwayne fumed, "You? Damn you." Thinking the hawk was easy to manipulate, this brute was tough to deal with. "And you, Bowden, don't you fear the consequences if something happens to the hawk?" End of chapter. Chapter 246, Your Majesty? Wasn't I sidelined? 3-2. Barker lost. Heartbreaking. One Inspector General, one Duke of E. There's nothing an old man can do against them. "Nathan, you cunning old fox, are you playing with me?" Evander is heading out to organize the troops, ensuring absolute safety for His Royal Highness as he consoles the disaster victims. Bowden also temporarily withdraws to handle the relief efforts. After all, His Royal Highness is only responsible for consoling the victims, while Barker assists him. Although it's now just a formality, Evander is solely responsible for the safety of His Royal Highness. Only he, Bowden, is the chief officer in charge of disaster relief. Much later, Evander returned with a peculiar look on his face and said, "Your Highness, Governor Yu has come to present you with a gift." So straightforward. Barker began to grow wary. Jamar asked thoughtfully, "What kind of gift?" Barker, almost smacking himself on the head. "What kind of gift? Is that the point?" "Your Highness, what are you thinking?" Evander's eyes gleamed as he said, "Governor Yu says it's glassware. It's quite a treasure." Jamar, expressionless, replied, "Let him healing." Barker quickly knelt down, thudding his head again. His heart was bleeding. "I am at least a deputy minister in the Ministry of Justice, and I kneel before you just to fulfill my duty." "You little brat, is kneeling not enough for you?" Barker beseeched painfully, "Your Highness, by no means should you accept it. The seriousness of this situation should be clear to you. Since Governor Yu welcomed us outside the city today, we should have been on guard. As a provincial governor, giving you something as precious as glassware. What does this mean?" "Your Highness, you must be vigilant." Evander ordered to the outside, "Come in, Minister Du has fallen ill, quickly escort him back to rest." Barker, "Just kicking me out like that? Old man will take care of you." Bang. Barker trembled with anger, trying to rebuke Evander as he stood up, only to be struck by Evander on the neck, rolling his eyes as he fell flat. Two royal guards came in and dragged Barker away. Evander added, "These days, let Minister Du rest well and not come out." Jamar felt thunder rumbling in his ears. What is happening? What feud is this? Why go this far? "So, you sideline me without even asking?" Did Evander forget what he did just now? He respectfully said, "Your Highness, I will fully support you." Jamar, Wasn't I sidelined by you? Do you have it? Doesn't matter though. He prepared two plants. Hawkins asked, "Does your Highness like it?" Jamar glanced at the glass vase, but remained silent. Inside, he couldn't help but mock. Like, what? Bigger than father's pear, but compared to elder brother's glass vase, its transparency isn't impressive. Are you boasting about calling it a treasure? Daring to give this to me? Underestimating me? Am I inexperienced? Haha. Following elder brother's plan. Play the 3-step move. Sorry. Awkward steps. Embarrassed. Momentarily embarrassing. Hawkins forced a smile, asking, if your highness likes it, this official will bring the other one as well. Evander asked, there's another one? Hawkins laughed. They were originally a pair, but sold separately by the merchant. The other one is at Wang family in Jinyang. I'll find a way to get it. Evander waved his hand. Go quickly. Hawkins. Mind your own business. Hawk being silent doesn't mean you get to speak. Alas, Hawk kept quiet. Hawkins left the vase behind and took his leave. At the governor's office, Roberto was waiting. Hawkins recounted the events. Roberto smiled. Don't worry about his highness' reaction. After all, he's just a child, not seen much of the world. Even as a prince, so what? A dragon confined in the Eastern Palace becomes less powerful than a wolf once set free. Hawkins asked, what about the other glass vase? Roberto took out a box, saying, already prepared. Deliver it now. Just send it under Evander's watch. Li Flang will know everything. No need to hide it. If the Hawk accepts it, great things can happen. Our Wang family of Taiyuan can be a major ally. Find a chance to analyze the situation to his highness. Depending solely on his maternal uncle may not ensure his safety. Once aboard his highness ship, our plan has potential, albeit uncertain. This glass vase cost me much effort, supposedly larger than Li Flang's pair. Roberto added meaningfully, what do you think? When the Hawk accepts it, how will Li Flang feel? Hawkins laughed and carried the box back to Jinyang Palace. This time, they didn't see the Hawk. However, he handed the glass vase over to Evander. Returning to the governor's office once again, Roberto instructed, starting from tomorrow, gradually send the prepared gifts to the Hawk. It's a pity he's still just a boy. Otherwise, sending him a beauty would be most useful. Hawkins nodded in agreement, also feeling the ruthlessness of the Taiyuan Wang clan in his heart. First, they wanted to ally with the Hawk. Second, they aimed to sow discord between the Hawk and Donnie. Regardless, ensuring their own position remained unassailable, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Indeed, this was the strategy of the aristocratic clans. In this translation, I have maintained the original tone and style, kept the paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text, and ensured the names are accurately presented in pinyin. The translation is fluent and coherent with the previous content. Chapter 247. Master, this is a great opportunity. For several consecutive days, all kinds of precious and rare treasures were continuously delivered to the Jinyang Palace. Alvin Eldon did not reject any of them, or rather, he neither refused nor accepted them. When Conley offered to send more, Eldon simply allowed him to proceed. However, when Conley mentioned that all these items came from the Wang family of Jinyang, Eldon showed a slight surprise. Conley believed it was highly advantageous. Perhaps, the plan of the Wang family of Jinyang had already been 80 to 90% successful. The last 10% would be openly revealed. Conley happily reported back. This time, Bowden, while busy with disaster relief, finally found time to report the situation of the refugees to Eldon. Atlas decided to promptly arrange for Hawk Eldon to console the victims. For this reason, Atlas laid down 3 strict rules for Eldon. 1. You must follow all my instructions. Eldon had no objections. After all, the power of the Crown Prince was limited under Crawford's orders, fearing his son might cause trouble. As a Crown Prince, Eldon had all showing compassion. A victim receiving a coat bowed and kowtowed repeatedly. In that moment, Eldon felt a sudden heaviness. Previously, he looked down upon these people from high above. These ragged folk were, to him, just lowly commoners. But now, considering the realm belonged to the Li royal family, seeing such suffering filled him with shame, embarrassment, deep humiliation. But this wasn't even half of it. Corpses remained buried under debris, which Atlas, following secret instructions, exhumed, dug graves, and buried with quicklime. He couldn't risk an epidemic. Such scenes he dared only show from afar to the prince. Any outbreak could endanger the prince. No one could bear that responsibility. Ugh. Eldon vomited. The sight was something he'd never imagined. Disfigured corpses turned his face white, nearly causing him to scream. Bradonkily, he remembered his identity and didn't want to embarrass himself further. By dinner time, Atlas gave him just a bowl of thin gruel, sprinkled with a bit of meat. Looking up, Eldon met Atlas's eyes in silence. Atlas understood the silent question. Comte, he said, Your Highness, please have your meal. Eldon, do you call this having a meal? Why not just say drink it? Still better than being rude. Trying to stay calm, Eldon replied, I am not hungry. Atlas cheerfully said, Then I'll finish it for you. This bowl has extra meat specially for you. Ridge then looked up eagerly for more. The ravenous look vanished, replaced by a plea for more. Eldon was touched, inwardly scolding, but still served another bowl. Other victims queued up. Eldon, wanting porridge for himself, ended up personally feeding the victims. He was suffering inside. Why do I serve these lowly ones? Just then, a soldier approached, offering to take over. However, hearing Hawk, a victim stared in shock. Tension rose. The guard almost reached for his sword but found none. Atlas ordered disarming except for the guards protecting the prince. Eldon sensed danger. Was this a murderer? Suddenly, long live Hawk. The man knelt, sobbing. All victims realized they received aid from the crown prince. A chorus of shouts erupted. Long live Hawk. Eldon was astounded. Did they really need to go this far just because he gave them porridge? In the crowd stood a distinguished youth, radiating aura even amidst tattered clothes. However, he did an excellent job of concealing himself, trying not to attract attention and blending in with the disaster victims. He, the least notable son of the former Sui Finyang. Alex, sir, this is a great opportunity. Beside him, a burly man whispered, Amadeo's grandson. Let me go and kill him. Chapter 248. I am going to die. This burly man was named Hassan, a personal guard of Josh who had always been loyal. It was he who had protected Alex and helped him escape back then. Alex said, "Don't be rash. Do you recognize that person?" As he spoke, he pointed at Ignacio. Alex continued, "He is a ruthless general who has killed countless people." Hassan clenched his teeth and replied, "Young master, rest assured. On the battlefield, I might not be Ignacio's match, but when it comes to assassination, I have a 90% chance." Then, he sighed, "However, after succeeding, I definitely won't be able to escape. After I kill Amadeo's grandson on the spot, you should take care of yourself from now on." But Alex pulled him back, saying, "Don't act recklessly. It's not worth sacrificing your life for killing just one of Amadeo's grandsons." Hassan responded with hatred, "Young master, this is the hawk." Alex calmly said, "Even if you kill one crown prince, wouldn't Leaf appoint another one?" Hassan was taken aback. Alex smiled and said, "Let's not rush. Let me think about how to get closer to the hawk." With that, he walked towards where Jamar was distributing porridge. Unbeknownst to him, before he could approach, someone stopped him. It was Ignacio. Ignacio warned suspiciously, "Sir, you look disheveled and dirty, but you don't seem like an ordinary villager." Hassan quickly rushed over, fearing that Ignacio would suddenly make a move. Ignacio glanced at him and coolly remarked, "You are a skilled warrior." Hassan's heart skipped a beat. Exposed. And so quickly. "Young master, you forbade me from acting rashly, resulting in lost opportunities." Sure enough, as soon as there was a sign of movement from Ignacio, Jamar was surrounded by his guards, ensuring he remained unharmed. Meanwhile, Alex responded composedly, "General, honestly, I am not from here. I only happened to pass through and encountered the earthquake unexpectedly." Ignacio remained silent. Alex continued, "My name is Alex. I come from the Hongnongyang family and was traveling to study when I encountered this situation." He then pointed to Hassan. "This is my servant, Young Een." Ignacio commented meaningfully, "Your servant looks quite sturdy." Alex laughed, "General jests. When traveling to study, dangers may arise. A strong servant who knows some martial arts ensures my safety." Ignacio didn't let him off easily, gesturing to the guards around him. "Take care of the disciple of the Hongnongyang family." Several guards immediately stepped forward. Alex understood that this care was essentially surveillance, but it suited his plans. Thus, he exchanged a glance with Hassan, and both were taken into custody by the guards. Chang'an, Ganlu Palace. The Shadow Guard immediately reported that Hawk Jamar had arrived in Hadong. They also described how the hawk comforted the disaster victims. Fin Leaf waved his hand, dismissing the Shadow Guard. That moment, inside Ganlu Palace was also a significant figure, the Emperor's brother-in-law, Chief Minister Frederick. Leaf asked, "Fushi, do you think I did right?" Frederick seriously replied, "The hawk should understand the hardships of the common people. Otherwise, he won't be a qualified hawk." These words weren't fabricated. He was highly satisfied with Fin Leaf's arrangement for Ignacio. The more the Emperor tests the hawk, the more it shows high expectations. As long as the hawk doesn't go too far, his position remains secure. Dorian, this illegitimate son, put immense pressure on Jamar and even left Frederick uneasy, because Dorian was too outstanding. Moreover, although the eldest legitimate son is the hawk, he may not necessarily become the Emperor. Wasn't Fin Leaf the most evident example? For the hawk's trip to Hadong, the Emperor's arrangement reassured him slightly. Humph. An illegitimate son is just that. The Emperor only feels guilty about this illegitimate son. You, Dorian, won't rise up. Right then, Leaf chuckled, "I didn't think that much. I merely wanted Justino to this illegitimate son. What a terror. Pretending to help the hawk grow into a competent ruler. First, he got the Emperor to listen to his suggestions. Second, he gave the illusion that the Emperor overlooks the hawk's position. If so, why does this illegitimate son care so much for the hawk? What a brilliant move." Just as Frederick was shaken, Leaf added, "Fushi, no urgent matters need attention. Go handle them. I'll visit the retired Fin." Frederick, "Your Majesty, do you think I'm stupid? You want to see your illegitimate son and use the retired Fin as an excuse? You've already seized his throne. Can you leave him alone?" Frederick immediately replied, "Understood, Your Majesty." Watching Leaf leave, Jinyang, disaster area. Nightfall came. Ignacio ordered the guards to set up camp. At this moment, Jamar almost cried out, "I am going to die." Promised to comfort the disaster victims, but this is excessive. It's the third day sleeping outdoors. Isn't it time to return? Chapter 249. 7 days later, Jamar finally returned to the Jinyang Imperial Palace, nearly worn out. However, he did not dare voice any complaints. After all, this was the Fin's arrangement. Respectfully said, "Your Highness endured great hardship while consoling the victims, and your love for the people is truly admirable. I boldly invite Your Highness, Duke Wu of Ugwa, and all soldiers to the governor's residence. The banquet is set up, awaiting Your Highness." Jamar remained speechless, glancing at Evander. "I'm like a puppet. Why don't you speak for me?" Evander responded, "Your Highness, I won't be joining. Old Dermot always tries to drag me into helping with disaster relief. As a colleague, I need to help him." Conley was inwardly delighted. So much the better. No black-faced brute to cause trouble. Jamar panicked. "Without you, how will my safety be assured?" At this moment, Evander shouted, "Little Lee, come in." Then, Jamar saw a man with a slightly dark complexion walk in. He was momentarily stunned. This, Ronnie? Did I see wrong? Right. No wonder my every move made it into the Great Tang Daily. Turns out father's subordinate was here all along. Though Jamar wasn't too familiar with the Shadow Guard, he knew that Ronnie was the sharp sword of Crawford, Leaf. Now I'm reassured. "Father, you do love me, just less than brother. Greetings, Duke of Agua." Inside, Ronnie seethed. Evander, yelling for nothing, calling me Little Lee. What cheek. Though I am not a duke, my status is equal to yours. So those before Conley and Roberto. Just a bite. Conley and Roberto were thoroughly disgusted. What arrogance! Arrogant troops. You purposely annoy us. Even Jamar was baffled. Poison detection is okay, but tasting every dish? This behavior. I cannot stand for this. Using chopsticks to stir around? Definitely intentional. Ronnie, you've gone bad since meeting brother. Full of mischief. Ronnie concluded, Your Highness, now you may eat. Jamar. Eat? I shall eat. Endured 7 days of hardship. I'll drool over these dishes even if spoiled by Ronnie. Jamar devoured heartily. Conley tried speaking but didn't know how to start. Does the prince live poorly? This wolfish eating. Was he abused by the Finn? Reluctantly, they began eating as well. Long afterward, Jamar continued eating hard. Finding conversation, Conley said, Your Highness, are you satisfied with the gifts sent? Jamar looked up, then lowered his head to drink soup. Conley. Go to hell. Alvin. Say something. Biting his lip, he continued, Actually, including the Yeli Zun. These were gifts from the Wong family to your highness. Roberto was utterly baffled. What's happening? I had no intention of harming the hawk. What are you doing? Howard also shouted in shock, almost calling for help. But Creed picked up half the bear paw with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. In one bite, he devoured half the bear paw. Roberto. Howard. Damn, Creed said nonchalantly. Today we are all guests of his highness, Hawk. It is my responsibility to ensure everyone's safety. Roberto. Damn it. How absurd. Who's a guest? You and the hawk are the guests. How did I become a guest? Creed didn't look at him again. Instead, he scooped up half of Elwin's bear paw. He took another bite, devouring half the bear paw. Elwin. Creed. Aren't you getting full? Burp. That moment, Creed let out a burp. It was infuriating. Elwin's worldview shattered. Creed. Is this really you? Aren't you supposed to be Father Finn's top martial artist? Where's your grace? Moreover, with a burp still lingering, Creed's eyes were fixed on the remaining half-bear paw before Elwin. Elwin's face twitched as he pushed the plate forward, signaling Creed to eat the rest. Eat. Eat yourself dead. Hope you choke. Thank you, your highness. Creed quickly finished the half-bear paw without showing any discomfort. Elwin. You sure can eat. Suddenly, Creed approached Roberto, taking away his half-bear paw. Taking it, without even leaving a plate. Roberto was numb. The hawk letting you eat his half was already disrespectful. Now you're not sparing mine too? And not only did Creed take it, he sat next to the hawk, savoring it carefully. That moment, he no longer devoured like a wolf, but chewed slowly. Very infuriating. Roberto gritted his teeth. Such a huge humiliation. Still, Creed was responsible for the hawk's safety, tasting for poison personally. Although overly excessive, no one could argue against it. Even the hawk remained silent, except for an he barely spoke. In short, the banquet was ruined. Howard was speechless. Roberto didn't want to speak either. After a few sips of soup, Elwin let out a burp. This embarrassing. Can't. It felt so comfortable. Creed asked, Did you enjoy yourself, your highness? Elwin nodded. More than enjoyable, it was refreshing. The past few days have been tough. Today finally made up for it. Creed suggested, Since that's the case, shall we return to the palace? Elwin nodded again and muttered one word. Another Howard and Roberto nearly spat blood. Unbeknownst to them, Elwin stood up and left without a word. So arrogant. You only seafood, right? As Hawk, you're a foodie. If you hadn't said, twice, they'd think you were mute. Creed bowed and said, Thank you for your hospitality, Governor Hollis. Then he followed Elwin out. Howard. Roberto. Anything more to say? What nonsense. Rise and escort him. This hawk nearly made them doubt life. You ate your fill and just left. What's the difference from walking off without recognition? Jerk. Although Howard and Roberto didn't know what jerk meant, history always has common threads. They both inexplicably thought of this word, and despite feeling aggrieved, they walked out smiling and respectfully escorted the jerk back to the palace. Once Elwin vanished completely, Howard muttered, Do you think the hawk might be a fool? Roberto glanced at him coldly and scoffed. Thinking so makes you a fool. Howard dared not retort, bowing low. This subordinate is obtuse. Please enlighten me, sir. Roberto pondered. If I'm correct, someone must have guessed our intentions and warned the hawk. Indeed, Ferguson wasn't seen. That man served Brant, and that old fox probably sent Ferguson with precautions. So the hawk pretended to be foolish, even using a guard to mock us. Otherwise, how could Evander leave confidently? Howard understood. It was simple. Tricked. Why did you make so much fuss? Howard humbly said, Sir, your insight has enlightened me. Unexpectedly, this flattery earned him a reprimand from Roberto. Governor Hollis, if your brain really is so useless, you shouldn't hold office. Then, he left with a flick of his sleeves. Go to hell. All those gifts wasted, plus 2 precious bear paws. Oh right, there were 2 more. Although not as valuable as the front bear paws, they were still bear paws. Roberto was about to ask Howard to send the bear paws to his residence. Suddenly, Creed rushed back to Howard, saying, Governor Hollis, shouldn't there be 4 bear paws? Howard blankly replied, Colmes, but the front ones are most valuable. Creed waved his hand. Bring the other pair here. Howard. To eat? And take? Howard reacted, smiling discreetly. But the hawk. Creed rebuked. What do you think? Howard. Slap himself. Stupid question. Even if not the hawk's order, it warns the guards. To hell with it. That moment, Roberto threw a covert glance. Howard felt moved, pretending not to notice, instructing to fetch the bear paws. Finally, Creed left, satisfied with the bear paws. While Roberto spat blood, Howard watched silently, enjoying the spectacle. Damn, you're just the eldest son of Jinyang Wang clan, not necessarily the patriarch, and I'm a provincial governor. Don't show off in front of me. Chang'e, Gonbraden Hall. Shadow Guard reported. Facing everything from Jinyang Wang clan, the hawk remained silent. At the Jinyang Wang clan feast, the hawk only feasted heartily. Jinyang Wang clan almost doubted the hawk's sanity. Fin Leaf heard and was baffled. Clever. What method are you using? Even I can't fathom it, but it seems very clever. Calma, fitting your name. No waste. Suddenly, Leaf had an idea. Apparently, his son gave Justino a talisman. Could it be? Leaf couldn't sit still, rushing to Peach Blossom Spring, informing Yushwan about Elwin's actions in Jinyang. Yushwan froze upon hearing her father's account. 3 steps of a jerk. But this is ridiculous. Did you tell him to act mute? This jerk's 3-step essence, third brother. You still haven't grasped it. No wonder. Historically, you got eliminated. An IQ issue. Indeed irreparable. Jinyang Palace. Achoo. Elwin sneezed. Why does it feel like someone is criticizing me under their breath? Chapter 251. Hawk. Don't be too greedy. The relief efforts in Hudong Circuit went more smoothly than expected. This was because many of the measures Dorian had summarized to combat the plague could still be applied during the disaster caused by the earthquake. Simultaneously, Jamar was already very adept at comforting disaster victims. With the reporting by the Tang Dynasty daily, Jamar, as Crown Prince, had gained an unimaginable amount of respect. All this was analyzed from newspapers by Isaiah, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Now, he was under house arrest. Inside, Isaiah was utterly distraught. Me, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Isaiah, under house arrest. Since ancient times, scholars have struggled against soldiers, and right makes no sense in such encounters, especially when Isaiah faced someone like Freddy. Moreover, he had a bold conjecture. Perhaps his confinement wasn't just Freddy's idea, but came from an imperial decree by Crawford. This thought made him extremely anxious. Therefore, Isaiah stayed remarkably compliant. With nothing much to do, and having earned some civilian goodwill, Jamar became somewhat overconfident. I, the Crown Prince, now everything is under my control. Brocade pouch. Holmes, there's still one last brocade pouch. Jamar took out the last brocade pouch, crushed the wax ball, and upon reading its content, he was utterly stunned. The paper simply read 4 words. Buy grain? Buy grain? Merchants were already bringing resources to Chang'an and supplying grain to Hudong Circuit. Why would I need to buy grain myself? Recalling how effective the 3 steps of Scoundrel's plan was, Jamar decided to trust his elder brother. This time, for the last time, he summoned Freddy and explained his thoughts. Freddy asked, why buy grain? Hawk, your mission is to comfort the disaster victims, bolster the court's reputation, and win your self-respect, thus solidifying your position as heir. Buying grain isn't something a crown prince should do. It's unprofessional. Jamar sensed Freddy's disapproving look and said helplessly, it's a favor asked by my friend. Freddy paused. So it was another scheme of the emperor's illegitimate son. Not suspecting the prince's motives, he knew that the illegitimate son had indeed started buying grain in Chang'an at inflated prices. Freddy shrugged. We don't have the money. Jamar froze. Indeed, they didn't have money. He realized what this meant about his brother's cunning. If only his brother wasn't so competent. He posed a serious threat to his future. Even their father set an example. But then again, he was still a child, and he owed Dorian for this journey. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Wang clan of Jinyang gave plenty. Jamar mused aloud. Freddy blinked, not getting the implication. Jamar grinned. So, why not buy those things? Freddy marveled at the sudden insight, realizing others might have considered the crown prince foolish before, especially his guards. But this move would leave them speechless. However, I can't approach them directly, Jamar added. Freddy assured, leave it to me. Deciding it was worth courting the emperor's illegitimate son for the opportunities it presented, Freddy rushed off to handle the matter. Matters of the crown prince's comfort were left to Ronnie. Listening secretly, he noted how the prince planned to buy grain without spending a coin. After the previous banquet, Prefect Conley visited less frequently, and Roberto stopped appearing altogether. They must have been quite shaken. In the prefectural office, Conley kept a close eye on the crown prince's actions. Hearing that the prince sent Freddy to sell items, even gifts they had sent, he shuddered. To sell such treasures, how wasteful. Conley lamented. Fortunately, it wasn't his money. Still, he quickly reported this to Roberto. Hearing this, Roberto felt a loss. He regretted feeding bear paws to dogs earlier. As the eldest son of the Wang clan, he'd never even tasted bear paw, yet here the prince sold them for mere gain. Roberto decided to distance himself from the unpredictable prince for a while, first pondering the prince's motives. Unexpectedly, he got news from Conley about selling items. Too outrageous. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Money. Perhaps he could use this to his advantage. Grinning confidently, Roberto thought the prince was naive, valuing gold over refined art. But this suited him fine. That night, he personally visited the crown prince with a box full of gold, gleaming brilliantly. Upon seeing the gold, Jamar was immediately intrigued. Roberto smiled inwardly. Easy. Gold was abundant for the Wang clan of Jinyang. By catering to the prince's taste, he hoped to succeed. But little did Roberto know, Jamar's thoughts were elsewhere. Roberto, you misunderstand me. If you had sent the gold sooner, would I need to sell these treasures? Honestly, though young, I prefer elegant items. Most of these gifts are lovely, except the glass vases. You think sending gold later is smart? Get lost. Without a hint of emotion, Jamar turned and walked away. Just as Roberto was preparing to speak or invite the prince again, he saw this cold response. Is this too little? He gasped. 1,000,000 strings of cash worth of gold. Hawk, don't be too greedy. In Peach Blossom Land, Dorian learned that the crown prince was helping him buy grain. Realizing he had forgotten to provide funds, he was relieved when he heard the prince had sold the gifts from the Wang clan to fund the purchase. Dorian was truly touched. Good third brother. Never thought that without spending a single penny, he managed to acquire a batch of grain for free. Holmes, regarding the funds fronted by the crown prince, cough, cough, cough. Mentioning money can hurt feelings between clothes just been completed. However, because the palace was too large, the effect wasn't particularly impressive. Feeling envy, Crawford greeted the Fin Emeritus, saying, "Pay homage to your majesty." Amadeo didn't even raise his eyes, coldly humming, "Call father." This air of being Crawford's father was something he hadn't enjoyed since the Xuanwu Gate incident. Now, reviving it made him incredibly comfortable. Being an emperor wasn't nearly as comforting as this. "Crawford, what's going on here?" Suddenly throwing a tantrum? Reluctantly, he called out, "Father." The moment he uttered the word, a subtle change occurred within him. Hadn't there been times when the Li family hadn't ruled the empire, and they addressed the Fin Emeritus like this? After becoming an imperial family, the most respectful title had replaced the familial call but unintentionally added more distance and coldness. "Himph, what are you here for?" Amadeo asked, then lectured seriously, "Don't come often. As the ruler of a nation, you should prioritize national affairs. How can you play around and neglect your duties?" "Crawford. Huh, enjoy your pride. How could you treat me like this? Your son is here. You can stay with your grandson and I can't visit my own son?" At that moment, Lenore also said, "The old man is right. As an emperor, you must be responsible for the people and come less often." Crawford almost spat blood. "Am I disliked by both of you? Especially together as father and son?" Unable to bear it, Crawford asked, "Your Majesty?" Amadeo glared, "Call father." Crawford helplessly replied, "Father, don't badmouth me in front of my son." Instantly, Amadeo, who was sitting calmly, stood up and pointed at Crawford, scolding, "As the emperor, how dare you think ill of others?" "Crawford, I suspect you're using this chance to insult me, but I hold back," due to Lenore giving him a look signaling restraint. Then, Amadeo coldly snorted, "Seeing you makes me uneasy," and walked away dramatically. "Crawford, prideful much? Let me remind you that I forced you to abdicate, allowing you to vent now." Then, Crawford cheerfully said, "Son, the relief efforts in Hadong have gone smoothly, largely thanks to you." Lenore indifferently replied, "Just talked. Those who did the actual work aren't me, nor am I the biggest contributor." Crawford was moved. "Good son, modest, not arrogant, simply." Just then, Lenore suddenly said, "You are the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, can't you be more practical?" Crawford, caught off guard, at higher prices or rebelling. Higher prices were possible, but new crops next spring would lead to losses. Rebellion was impossible. Suddenly, Lenore muttered, "The sky will change." Confused, Crawford asked, "Son, what do you mean?" Lenore impatiently asked, "Would you believe me if I told you?" Determined, Crawford replied, "Colmes, anything you say, I'll believe." Lenore gave a scornful glance, showing no restraint despite knowing his father's imperial status. Comte, Crawford cherished it. It meant his son treated him as family. Only hearing, Lenore startlingly said, "A locust plague is coming." "Ha ha ha." Crawford laughed, shaking his head. "Don't joke." Lenore continued, "Almost forgot. Droughts too, possibly lasting 2 to 3 years." Still unbelieving, Crawford laughed. "Stop fooling around." Lenore left without a word. Watching his son's solemn back, Crawford felt a pang of unease. Seriously? Both locusts and droughts, lasting 2 to 3 years? Is he predicting the future? Thinking this way, Crawford still felt anxious, doubting yet worried. Thus, he left Peach Blossom Spring and headed to the Astronomical Bureau. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Archie this time stayed humble, without exaggerated praises. After the dragon turning incident, he was cautious. His reputation as a celestial master had a blemish, so he needed to be low-key. Directly, Crawford asked, "Predict whether there will be a locust plague and drought next year." Archie felt a pang. How could he predict? Another wrong prediction would tarnish his title, but with imperial orders, he had to try. Finally, Archie solemnly replied, "With Your Majesty's reign, the world should be harmonious. Next year should be bountiful." Leaf grasped the key phrase and asked, "What does should mean?" Archie replied without skipping a beat, his face unchanged, "Your Majesty, celestial changes are unpredictable. There's always variability, isn't there?" Leaf. "So, everything you just said was nonsense." In an instant, Archie sensed from Fin Leaf's eyes a look of disdain for someone useless. I, a Taoist priest, feel wronged. All because of a little thing like the dragon turning, I'm no longer trusted. Where can I go to complain? Dare he argue with the emperor?" Leaf turned and left. Archie felt a heavy weight in his heart. Previously, it was the dragon turning. Now, it's locusts and drought. Could it be? Some hermit sage told the emperor something? At this thought, Archie did not share this view. It was possible that the Fin's worries about the plagues and droughts stemmed from this very person. Boris was conflicted. How could he meet Dorian without damaging his reputation as a national preceptor? Thus, he casually wandered outside the Peach Blossom Spring. At that moment, Benny reported to Dorian, "Young master, there's a suspicious Taoist lurking outside." Frankly, he did not recognize Boris, only heard of him by name, never seen in person. The Tang Dynasty upheld Taoism as its state religion, but Boris was not appointed by Fin Jameson, Amadeo, so Benny hadn't paid much attention to him. Without hesitation, Dorian ordered, "Tie him up." Benny. This sounded just like a bandit's instruction. Had young master been corrupted by Hendrix? With a hiss, the thought made Benny's teeth hurt, but he still went out. As a national preceptor, the world extolled Boris to godlike status. Only he knew his true capabilities. In essence, Crawford aimed to solidify his rule. As for the rest, it depended on one's perspective. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew past. Feeling chilly, Boris decided to go back and rethink his plan for meeting Dorian. Just then, bang! His head throbbed with pain. Everything turned dark before his eyes. Before he could comprehend what happened, he saw an unfamiliar face. Benny. What to do? Boris looked at them warily. Did he encounter bandits? Before Dorian could speak, Boris declared proudly, "Unbind me quickly, bandits. This is the Imperial National Preceptor, Boris." Who gave you the courage to kidnap this Taoist? Beware, the court will send troops to eliminate you. Release me immediately, and I will let this pass. Dorian and Benny both. A chatterbox indeed. Upon waking, incessantly talking, Dorian sighed inwardly. Wait a moment. Boris? Can't be. Dorian hadn't expected to meet the legendary historical figure Boris in such a manner. Ridiculous. However, Benny scoffed. You? Boris? Though I've never met him, he is an imperial-appointed national preceptor. With that demeanor, who are you trying to deceive? Boris. Speechless. Respected as a national preceptor, yet captured so easily. Who would believe this story? Driven by professionalism, duty, Benny sternly demanded. If you claim to be Boris, prove it. Boris. Shouldn't the Taoist be proving himself? Today, he just didn't carry his seal. Who walks around carrying seals anyway? Dorian remained. Chapter 254. Whoever mentions it is a dog. From afar, Crawford saw a shocking scene. My heavens! How did his son manage to tie up the current national master here? Did he learn from the living bandit and become an outlaw too? And it was none other than Archie who was tied up. Moreover, Archie was a leading figure in Taoism, which was the state religion of Tang Dynasty. Sigh. Brat, have you lost your mind? The people of Tang would crucify you with their tongues. Even I couldn't stop them. Him. Crawford cleared his throat loudly enough for Yushwan to hear, but he promptly hid himself as well. By some strange coincidence, Yushwan's gaze fell on him at that moment. Crawford even waved at him. Yushwan felt puzzled. What's Dad doing? Yushwan walked over and asked, Why are you here again? Crawford. What? You find me annoying? Yushwan muttered. As an emperor, aren't you neglecting your duties? Don't let Andrew criticize you, and drag me into it too. Crawford. So, you're worried about damaging your reputation? Crawford said helplessly. Andrew has gone to Hudong Circuit and hasn't returned yet. Yushwan understood immediately. He's investigating auspicious omens, right? What can he do though? You can't touch the Wongs of Taiyuan now. Crawford. My heart is frozen. Though true, this truth stung deeply. Others aside, you are my own flesh and blood. Blood thicker than water. But unexpectedly, Yushwan whispered mysteriously. Do you want to trap the 5 families and 7 elite clans? Oh, except for the Bradens of Fanyang. They're lackeys of the court, so no need to include them. Crawford felt sad for Eider. So, just lying there, he gets hit by an arrow. And lackey, very apt, but even if no one from Fanyang Braden is present, at least leave some face. Also, calling them lackeys diminishes my imperial image too. However, the plan to trap the 5 families and 7 elite clans, Crawford forgot what he was going to say and curiously asked, How exactly? Yushwan replied, You'll know soon. Think about what I've been doing lately, guess what it might be. Crawford frowned and instinctively asked, Stockpiling grain? Yushwan admiringly said, No wonder you're an emperor. You hit the nail on the head. Confused, Crawford asked, You're stockpiling grain. At such high prices, aren't you digging your own grave? Disappointed, Yushwan responded, I finally complimented you, and it's like it went unheard. Crawford twitched. Again, scorning me? Forget it. We need to focus on the important things. Crawford asked seriously, Why did you tie up the national master? Yushwan was initially stunned and exclaimed head-on. Yushwan smiled faintly, Dad, no need to panic. As they say, a true warrior dares to face bleak realities. Reflecting on it, Crawford found some wisdom in those words. Just then, Yushwan explained, somewhat embarrassed, actually, it wasn't intentional. He was lurking around outside Peach Blossom Spring and caught Benny's attention. Then he was brought here bound. Upon hearing this explanation, Crawford pondered. What was Master Hollison doing sneaking around outside Peach Blossom Spring? Suddenly, Yushwan added calmly, Dad, no need for you to show up. Save yourself the embarrassment. I'll handle it. With that, he turned and left. Crawford's expression changed. Handle? Are you planning to eliminate him? Before he could stop him, Yushwan was long gone. To avoid being reported to Archie by his son, Crawford had to hide. If his son plans to silence someone, should I stop him or not? Elsewhere, Archie suddenly shivered. Why does it feel different from before? At that moment, Yushwan returned and told Benny, out of kindness, I won't make it hard for him. Let the real national master deal with him. Archie was confused. Deal with himself? Strange indeed. Yushwan continued. Take him to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Tell them you caught this suspicious Taoist possibly trying to steal something, and he claimed to be the national master of the dynasty and the foremost Taoist, who could bear the consequences. Immediately, Archie smiled calmly, Marquis Wanyan. I came because of your reputation. Never imagined it would lead to such a misunderstanding. All my fault. His words were sincere. If he didn't, he might really be taken bound to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Admitting his mistake was necessary. By admitting his fault, the matter could be closed. As long as Archie cared about his reputation, he wouldn't settle old scores later. Yushwan questioned uncertainly, You're not deceiving me? Archie. Still not letting go? Archie sighed. Today, I was rash. Please forgive me, young sir. Suppressing his resentment, the Grand National Master, the top figure of Taoism, was bound and now had to ask for forgiveness from the one who bound him. His face. It hurt so much. Suddenly, Archie recalled that day when Crawford went to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and asked him to divine whether the Earth Dragon of Hudong Circuit had turned. Could it be? This boy mentioned the Earth Dragon of Hudong Circuit? This time, when Donnie mentioned the Locust Plague and drought next year, could it also have come from this boy? This bold thought startled Archie himself. Though such a thought seemed absurd. What if, in that case, this boy is his nemesis? When the Earth Dragon of Hudong Circuit turned, I lost face before Donnie. This time, when Donnie talked about the Locust Plague and drought, my vague divination left another impression of being useless in Donnie's eyes. This boy overcomes me. Just then, Yushwan reprimanded Benny. why don't you untie the national master? Sure, he was acting suspiciously at our doorstep, but that doesn't mean you can just tie people up like that. How inappropriate. Benny. Young master, have some shame. Immediately, Benny untied Archie. Hearing Yushwan repeatedly emphasizing his suspicious behavior, Archie understood what was happening. If he sought revenge later, word that the Grand National Master and foremost Taoist was acting suspiciously at someone's doorstep would surely spread all over Chang'an. It was a blatant threat. Inside, Archie felt aggrieved, but on the surface, he forced a smile and said, Count Wanyan, please don't take it too seriously. Let's just drop the matter. Yushwan hurriedly agreed, right? Drop the matter. Whoever mentions it is a dog. Archie. Sigh. Every word was a trap, thoroughly blocking me. The structure and tone of the translated text remained consistent with the previous sections, maintaining the natural flow and context of the narrative while preserving the original style and emotional impact. Chapter 255. Cherish life. Stay away from the 10,000 Colmar County marquee. Just at that moment, suddenly, a figure emerged. The person stared in surprise at Boris, exclaiming, Master Hollison, why are you here? Boris was instantly dumbfounded. What? When did Donnie arrive? No. Why did Donnie come here? Did Donnie arrive just as I was embarrassing myself? Boris was more concerned about this. After paying his respects to Finleaf, he indirectly asked, Your Majesty, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to meet you here. Finleaf understood immediately and graciously replied, I just arrived. Boris. I believe you not. This is like trying to hide a huge bag of silver by saying there's no silver here. Do you think I'm a fool? Actually, Leaf's appearance was also forced upon him. Given Boris's status as the Imperial Master and the leading Taoist, it would be disastrous if Dorian offended him so boldly and broke a promise without repercussions. Unexpectedly, Leaf continued with his shocking remarks to Dorian. Son, your idea is truly wonderful. The famine relief efforts in Hadong have gone exceptionally smoothly. In previous years, this would be unimaginable. There might even be unrest taking advantage of the situation. Crack. Boris felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? Did I hear that right? Donnie called him son? I'll take my leave first. Saying this, he prepared to go. But Finleaf said, Master Hollison, don't be in a hurry. I have something to discuss with you. Perhaps we can deliberate together. Boris. This poor Taoist is just a monk. Does anything need my counsel? Perhaps because I know about Donnie's illegitimate child, and it can only be an illegitimate child. So, does Donnie want to silence me? I am wronged. I didn't ask, but you admitted it yourself. Whose fault is this? However, he couldn't leave when Finleaf ordered him to stay, so he obediently remained. Then, Finleaf sighed, a heavy snowfall is coming soon. That was all he said. At this moment, Dorian acted as if he hadn't heard anything, starting to walk away. Finleaf asked with a stern face, Where are you going? Dorian responded matter-of-factly, Isn't your Grandmaster here to help you deliberate? This doesn't concern me. Boris almost split his sides. This illegitimate child, you are quite brave. Even princes in the palace wouldn't dare speak to Donnie like this. You are impressive. At this moment, Finleaf, speechless, said, Weren't you always smart enough to devise new crops and national debt to solve financial issues for the court? Help us deliberate on this. It might get solved. Dorian chuckled, Really? You trust me that much? Finleaf smiled. Who made you my son? Beside them, Boris almost doubted life itself. National debt originated from this illegitimate child? Unbelievable. National debt is now an excellent investment. Even the Taoist community bought plenty. Imagine this originating from Donnie's illegitimate child. Sweet potatoes and potatoes could be sheer luck, accidentally obtained somewhere. National debt, too miraculous. It left one breathless. Just this reaction. Finleaf was quite satisfied. He intentionally let Master understand the brilliance of this son to ease any potential jealousy. After all, an emperor's son with such talent, who would foolishly oppose him? Boris immediately sighed. To think that national debt came from a prince's hand. Truly a remarkable youth. This prince commands respect. In the meantime, he found a perfect excuse for wandering outside Teoyuan. Boris chuckled. Actually, I came today because I heard the high-yield sweet potato was developed by you. I've admired you from afar and came to visit, but unfortunately, a misunderstanding occurred. How shameful. Listen to this. Intelligent people are intelligent, understanding Finleaf's intentions and finding a way out, albeit a bit late. Dorian, disappointed in Boris, blandly remarked, I thought you were a thief. Boris's smile froze. Alvin, are you good at humiliating others? Finleaf scolded with a grim face. This is Grandmaster. Do not speak rashly. That was all. Just a simple reprimand and then silence. Boris felt suffocated. If another prince, even the crown prince, spoke to the current Grandmaster and the foremost Taoist like this, Leaf would definitely punish him severely. Con. This illegitimate child received entirely different treatment. Hish. How favored must he be? No wonder they say wildflowers smell better than garden flowers. Cough cough. This humble Taoist is serious, though this analogy may not be fitting. It's just a metaphor. The appropriateness doesn't matter. Anyway, mentioning Donnie's illegitimate child causing embarrassment. No one mentions it. It makes you a dog. At this moment, Finleaf worriedly said, Lately, I am very troubled. Heavy snowfall is coming, but the people lack warming items. Many will surely freeze to death. Dorian casually said, Burning charcoal is too expensive. Use coal instead. After saying this, he froze. Not just him. Even Leaf froze and asked confusedly, Coal. What is it? Coal. Commonplace in later times, but currently unexplored. According to the old book of Tang, in Pedroguan's 13th year, there was a brief mention. On the day Renine, stones in Hollisniang could burn with a square foot emitting smoke. Said, This young man thanks Grandmaster for your noble righteousness. To relieve the suffering of the people from the winter cold, you will donate the coal mountain to the First Charitable Association of Tang Dynasty, free of charge. Boris, did I say I would donate? And to the First Charitable Association of Tang Dynasty. You're making all these claims yourself. However, noticing Leaf's expression, Boris had no choice but to reluctantly admit, for the sake of all living beings, the coal mountain must be donated. Leaf nodded approvingly. Dorian was satisfied, but inside, Boris was miserable. Bane, my Bane, he has truly undone me. Chapter 256, Cherish Life, Stay Away from the 10,000 Colmar County Marquee. Chapter 256, Calm again, Outwitted. Boris was utterly despondent. This bastard son is toxic. Suddenly, Dorian once again launched a stern critique at Finleaf. How can this be? As the ruler of a nation, you gave away that mountain as a reward. How can you reclaim it just because of the discovery of smokeless coal? Leaf. I said I would take it back? Didn't you say it? Dorian continued. A promise made should be kept. This mountain belongs to Taoist Master Hollison. You must not be an untrustworthy ruler. Internally swearing profusely, Leaf put on a smiling face. Master Hollison, what I said earlier was all in it. At least the Taoist community would prosper. That's a good thing. Thinking this, Boris looked gratefully at Dorian. He had received such generosity and needed to reciprocate. At this point, Leaf thought for a moment and said, let's set it at 10 coins for now. Dorian nodded. I have an idea. Shall I speak or not? Leaf smiled. He asked if he should speak. Comp stopping him wouldn't work anyway. Leaf urged, speak quickly. Dorian slowly said, the court can buy coal at 10 coins, and then sell it to the people at 8 coins, providing real benefits. There was another layer to this plan, but with an outsider present, he left it unsaid. He only gave Leaf a meaningful look. The old father understood instantly. Leaf nodded. That's the way it should be. Boris was deeply moved. Not only was Leaf willing to benefit the people, but his readiness to heed a prince's suggestions was genuinely shocking. Finleaf's prowess at the Xuanwu Gate instilled fear in all who heard of it. Suddenly, Dorian interrupted, clapping his hands. For some reason, Boris felt a jolt in his heart. Before he could understand what happened, Dorian suggested, instead of having the court buy coal from Taoist Master Hollison and resell it, why not have Taoist Master Hollison sell it directly to the people at 5 coins per pound, and the court compensates the difference? This reduces the middlemen. Leaf praised, excellent idea, indeed convenient. Boris was speechless. Sure enough, another clever move against me? With just a few words, half the financial burden was lifted, and public support gained. As for the Taoist community, Boris solemnly declared, this mountain belongs to our Taoist community. On behalf of my sect, I will donate half the profits to the top charitable organization of Tang to aid those in need. Leaf officially commended Boris's actions. Boris humbly responded. Meanwhile, Dorian became increasingly sidelined. Afterward, Boris took his leave. He needed to inform the Taoist community and arrange for someone to manage the coal mine. Leaving, he gave Dorian a grateful look. After all, this windfall came from the prince. Whether bastard or not, what does it matter to me? I know nothing. Only when Boris disappeared did Leaf turn to Dorian, sighing, tell me, who else could you provoke except the first person of Taoism? Dorian replied helplessly, I didn't expect a mysterious figure outside Peach Blossom Spring to be Boris. Who do I complain to? Thinking, Leaf realized the situation. It must be due to the upheaval in Heediang Dao and his own visit asking Boris about locusts and drought, sparking his curiosity. Better not tell the son, lest he get annoyed again. By the way, wait a moment. Dorian suddenly exclaimed, running off. Leaf stood stunned. He ran, and told me to wait. What for? Dorian rushed into the study, ensuring no one was around before consulting the system. Do you have a map showing the distribution of coal, preferably smokeless? Please wait a moment. Shortly after, Dorian had numerous locations in his mind, hurriedly transcribing them onto paper. Then, with ink still fresh on the paper, Dorian returned to Leaf. Here. Leaf took the paper, glancing over the list of locations, confused. Why are you giving me this? Dorian calmly explained. You wanted to ensure the people have coal for heating. This list details all exposed coal deposits within Tang territory. Leaf's jaw dropped in astonishment. Sons had plans ready for a long time. Just casual chats today yielded results. Dorian added, by these mountains while coal isn't widely known. Otherwise, one coal mine won't suffice. Moved, Leaf exclaimed, good son. A star of fortune. My son is truly my guiding star. Reflecting on the past years since mistakenly recognizing his son, Leaf realized the invaluable contributions from this very son. To have such a son, how fortunate. Leaf emotionally stated, how can I thank you enough, my son? Dorian chuckled lightly, we're family, no need for formalities. Warmed inside, Leaf felt genuine gratitude. Listen to how narration. He greeted Amadeo first, then said, fine, I agree to your terms. Anyway, it would end up in his son's pocket, so there wasn't any real loss. Relatively speaking, these coal mines were now under court control thanks to his son's ingenuity, generating significant revenue. Your Majesty. At that moment, a shadow guard rushed in, disregarding the presence of Amadeo and Dorian, exclaiming, the 3 armies sent against the Turks. Something has happened. Leaf's face changed abruptly, nearly losing his balance. This is bad. The Emmanuel Shui alliance had already brought shame to the Tang Dynasty. The stain of the Xuanwu Gate incident had yet to be erased. The battle against the Turks was critical for both the court and Finleaf, personally. If something went wrong here, it would be extremely detrimental to Finleaf. After all, the rebellion in Heediang Dao was imminent, and although the retired emperor had taken responsibility and issued a self-censure edict, the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious families were not to be underestimated either. They could still stir up trouble using certain things. Chapter 257. Son, you really dare to think. The situation of the army dispatched to campaign against the Turks was much as Dorian had predicted, if not worse. Bowen hadn't even reached the frontier when he received an imperial comply reluctantly. Unexpectedly, they encountered a white windstorm, causing the pursuing unit to lose its way in the steppe. This storm raged continuously for 7 or 8 days, and the pursuing unit failed to return. Bowen knew things had gone wrong. He considered sending search parties, but the relentless windstorm meant certain death for anyone who ventured out. Only after the windstorm ceased did Hendricks personally lead a search party, using the 1,000-mile eye provided by Dorian. After 2 days, they finally located the unit. Note: I've put 1,000-mile eye in quotes to indicate it's a specific item, possibly a type of telescope or similar device, which isn't commonly known in English. This makes it clear that it's a particular tool rather than just a descriptive phrase. But all 3,000-plus soldiers had been frozen to death on the Turkic steppe. Soldiers should die in battle. That was their fate. Who would have thought they would freeze to death on the Turkic steppe? It was such a miserable end for over 3,000 soldiers. This incident was a major disaster. Kyle almost collapsed after reading the secret letter. Dorian quickly stepped forward to steady him. Without a word, Kyle handed the letter to Dorian. Dorian hesitated. Should I read this? It's state confidential information? Kyle, agitated, snapped. I told you to read it. Stop stalling. Dorian. This was the first time Kyle had spoken to him this way. Forget it. Considering your status as my adopted father, I won't quarrel with you. Earlier, Dorian was merely being polite. He cared deeply about the campaign against the Turks. After all, history had changed course. Dorian was worried that the war between the Tang Dynasty and the Turks might change. Taking the letter, Dorian found it hard to accept the news. It was the deadly white windstorms in winter that threatened the Turkic steppe. Dorian had foreseen this, but he didn't expect such an outcome. Instead of suffering losses in a major battle within the steppes, they pursued the invading enemy and ended up dead from the white windstorm. Damn you, Bowen. Dorian cursed loudly. Kyle muttered. I only wanted him to conduct a probing attack. Who would have thought? Dorian scoffed. Bowen is obstinate and unfit to be a commander. This is poor judgment on your part. Kyle was slightly taken aback. His son knew Bowen too well. Dorian added, for the war against the Turks, no one but Arrigo is qualified to be the commander. Kyle said sullenly, do you think I don't know? I wanted Arrigo to take command, but he claimed illness. Dorian chuckled. Arrigo is a military genius. He knows it's not wise to wage war with the Turks now. If he foolishly took command, given his previous indecisive stand, Shadowguard was stunned upon hearing this. What do you mean? You disagree. A bastard son thinks he can influence the Emperor's decisions just because he's favored. The Emperor will surely despise this. Unexpectedly, Kyle showed no signs of displeasure but laughed bitterly. You don't understand? Dorian shook his head. Not that I don't understand, but I fear this effort will be futile. Colmes, Bowen may try to conceal the news, but the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families will dig it up. Can you guarantee it won't leak? Kyle was speechless. No guarantees there. Dorian declared resolutely, publish it, release it through the Tang Daily, and make it a special issue. Kyle was dumbfounded. Are you really my son? If I can't cover it up, are you pushing it out even more? And through Tang Daily, which holds high credibility among the people, are you trying to ruin me? Dorian paced back and forth, explaining, not only should we publish it, but also highlight it. Kyle's face turned black as coal. If someone presented him a knife now, he might slash this naughty son. Dorian ignored the tension, continuing, we should report how our brave soldiers pursued the enemy relentlessly across the icy Turkic steppe. Let the people know the valor of our soldiers who fought to the death without fear. Gradually, Kyle started to understand. Dorian sighed deeply. They are martyrs and heroes. Heroes deserve proper honors. Kyle fully comprehended his son's intent. Counterintuitive action. Rather than being exposed by the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families and criticized, why not openly announce it to the people and honor the fallen soldiers? Heroes will never be forgotten, neither by the court nor the people. Though they died in the white windstorm before engaging the enemy, the Tang soldiers were not cowards. They died pursuing the enemy. Dorian suggested, heroes should have a fitting resting place. Why not build a martyr cemetery within the Imperial Mausoleum? Click. Kyle's mind exploded. Son, you really dare to think. Chapter 258. Li Flang, you are truly unscrupulous. Angelo was overjoyed. Just as Crawford received a secret report from his shadow guards, the Wang family of Taiyuan got news as well. Over 3,000 Tang soldiers died in the Turkic steppe, and they hadn't even engaged with the enemy. They had frozen to death. Thus, heaven truly aids me. Angelo wanted to laugh out loud. Now, disaster relief in the Hudong circuit was running smoothly. With the promotion by the Daily of Great Tang, Hawk Eldon, as the future heir, personally distributed porridge to the disaster victims deep within the affected area. As a result, the Li imperial family's reputation reached its peak since the establishment of the nation. Moreover, encouraged by the Daily of Great Tang, citizens donated supplies generously, showing solidarity with the disaster-stricken people of Hudong. At this moment, public sentiment was at an all-time high. Some were happy, some were worried. Angelo was particularly anxious. The plan to pull the Hawk into the Wang family's sphere had made no progress at all. Jinyang informed him through a secret message. Also, it asked him to stir up trouble and strike at the Li imperial family's prestige. Basically, to humiliate Fin Li Flang severely. Tomorrow in court, Angelo was going to create a scene. Li Flang, you want to monopolize power and refuse to share the world with the 5 surnames and